with Upside. Just by buying the gas you're already buying, you can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Bonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Winter Sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know. But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibbs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU. As in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sunny skies in San Jose going up to 65.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice...
Sirianni, you boob! Oh, let's freaking go, baby. Let's go. Still coming off that high, that wild card weekend win over the Philadelphia Eagles for your San Francisco 49ers. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Bedoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and it's a Tuesday, which means it's the best show of the week, bar none. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, Baldy's Breakdowns. We'll get his thoughts on that Niners win and look ahead to a massive divisional round showdown between another hated team. And we know the time, ladies and gentlemen, 5 o'clock this Saturday night. Shasky, I know you're going to be there. Carter, TBD, we shall see. But man, I can't freaking wait for that game. And of course, it had to be Saturday night. It had to be. Like, you're not going to put Broncos Bills there. Come on.
A couple things with the NFL. What are we doing? These slots we should know. Like, the minute we have Seattle already in, we should know a week, 2 weeks in advance for travel purposes.
Were you watching the broadcast last night of the Texans Steelers?
We don't know who's going to be on what channel. It's like, you guys all know what
and
channel.
Joe Buck, I know. It was like, while he was saying it, he didn't believe what he was saying. He's like, we got to wait till the end of this outcome to find out. I was like, come on, guys. Like, there's levels to this. It's the 49ers and it's the Seahawks. It's one of the greatest rivalries of the last 15 years.
I knew we were going to be the Saturday night game the minute the game ended with Philadelphia.
Yeah, like there's no, like, the Broncos Bills? I can't even think of a Broncos. Oh, wait. Oh, the playoffs last year when the Bills destroyed them? Like, come on. Like, it was obvious then. And then you got the Patriots, Texans now. And then you have Sunday Night Football, which is going to be a doozy. We'll all be on the edge of our seat for that one. Rams, Bears at Soldier Field.
And, watching that game last night, God, the Steelers need a complete.
Yeah.
They need a complete rebuild.
I mean, you really hate to see it for Aaron Rodgers. It's tough.
Well, I mean, look, I'm watching Aaron Rodgers his entire career, and I remember when he was a kid at Cal and he was knocking off USC out of nowhere. I remember when he went 23 or whatever consecutive passes in a row, threw one out of bounds. Everybody I knew wanted Aaron Rodgers, number 1 overall, 2005. And he's kind of like the one that got away. And we've had this odd, bizarre love-hate relationship, Niner fans with Aaron Rodgers forever. He doesn't have the hardware, so he'll never be considered one of the greatest players ever in terms of like top 3 or 4.
Right. He has the MVPs and he has a Super Bowl, but when you look back to your point, it's like, what could have been?
I think arguably he's the most aesthetically pleasing quarterback of all time. Problem is that his playoff resume mirrors more Peyton Manning in terms of coming up short than it does Joe Montana, Tom Brady, etc.
I'd even put Peyton above him. Like he's more Drew Brees, where it's just like, man,
he's way better.
I know. Well, I hear you on that. And he's got more MVPs. Both of them won Super Bowls early on and never got back, is what I'm saying. And both played into their early 40s.
Drew Brees was limited.
He was.
And I watched Drew Brees. I remember playing him. He was extremely. He was one of the most accurate quarterbacks of all time.
Rodgers became limited the last couple of years for sure, but not till he was older.
Joe, every single drop back.
I know.
We played him in back-to-back playoffs, and then we played him again during the Shanahan era. Every single drop back, you're like, is this going for 35 yards on a frozen rope to the sideline? To Jordy Nelson?
I know.
To Greg Jennings? Garbage receivers. If you actually really look at it, he had a run with garbage. James Starks was their best playmaker at times on offense. So, you look.
You also had Devontae Adams, who's Hall of Fame.
That was later on. Yeah. Devontae couldn't catch anything his first 2 years in the league.
You learned.
Joe, I'm just saying,
he also played in a division that wasn't great either. Like the NFC North during his time wasn't amazing. Again, who they have as their quarterbacks. I mean, he had
you and I can disagree. You and I can disagree.
No, he's an all-timer.
He's aesthetically one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play the game. And
he's also one of the most insufferable ones. And I'm glad his career's over, so I don't have to see him on television again. I'm done with Aaron Rodgers.
There's no doubt.
What he has done to tarnish his off-the-field career, if you will, the last 5 years, him as a personality in person, I'm so out on him.
Yeah, but he's not as extreme to me as Brett Favre or Russell Wilson, right? Brett Favre, what he did for 5 straight years, I'm retiring, I'm not,
sure.
I'm retiring, I'm not. He's definitely bad. There's no doubt about it. I'm just saying, Niner fans have always kind of looked at him a certain way. And I do find it ironic as we have one of the great upsets of all time with Brock Purdy. And he doesn't look anything like Aaron Rodgers. No. Aaron Rodgers, you know what his problem in the playoffs was? He was afraid to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And he'd rather throw the ball away than put it into harm's way. I think about that throw he had on the Saturday night game when they were the number 1 seed against Jimmy Garoppolo. He threw a deep ball over the top to Devontae. He had the check down. They should have beaten that Niner team. I'm talking about the game where we didn't score an offensive touchdown. I think Jimmy G dropped back 11 times in that game. And, to me, that's where I'm going to remember him as a guy who, in the playoffs, came up short. He just came up short. And in the regular season, one of the greatest players ever.
He is. And I do think we got a little jaded because his style is what Mahomes is. Mahomes... in Rodgers, very similar with the arm strength, with the mobility factor. They don't need to run, but they can just to get the first down. They're not Lamar Jackson, but Mahomes kept doing it and winning Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls and winning. So I think we've become a little more jaded with what Aaron Rodgers did for 20 years. Mm-hmm. And I'm with you on that. He is one of the all-timers in his era. You look at just the skill set alone. I think a lot of his contemporaries would say, hey, Aaron Rodgers is the greatest thrower of a football. I know we make fun of that as a cliche, but as a thrower of the football, he's on the short list. I think it's him. I think he's John Elway, Dan Marino, and maybe Patrick Mahomes. But I think those other 3 guys are ahead of him.
Josh has got an argument now.
No, absolutely. But that's what we're talking about
here. He's still got to finish.
Brady, what made Brady great wasn't because he was super athletic. Wasn't because he had the strongest arm. Now, he had a strong arm, but not the strongest. It's just it's the X's and O's, and it's the brain capacity of Tom. You can hear it on the broadcast last week, and we'll hear Tom again this week because it's going to be him and Kevin Burkhardt on the call for Fox, 5 o'clock in Seattle. And please, 888-957-9570. We'll take all your calls and texts today, I promise. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, and then Bontail in studio from 8 to 10. And that is courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. So can't wait for that. But yeah, like you just look at the greats of the greats, and even Troy Aikman talking about him last night. And I thought Joe Buck said it very well. It's like, yeah, there's all this stuff off the field, and yeah, maybe I came down a little hard on him earlier. I'm just so sick of the whole the narrative of, oh, is he going to come back? Is he not? Is he going to sign here? Is he not? It was exhausting. But I thought Joe Buck put a great bow on his era yesterday, and it is kind of to your point. As I am getting older and watching these guys all retire around me, it's kind of sucks.
Well, I think the last few years has really jaded you on Aaron Rodgers, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. But again, the Niners went to war with him multiple times in the Harbaugh era, multiple times in the Shanahan era.
Kind of owned him, though.
No, we did own him. No, we did. But he has the one thing that we've been evading us for 30 years is the Super Bowl, right? Like he has it. And
maybe this is the year for the Niners. Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe. But I guess the point being is that to finally have that chapter, it feels like close, is a little ironic to me, given this Niner team, like having that win, it's wild. Think about this, Joe. He has been quarterback on that team since 2008. He got drafted in 2005, but since 2008. We've had Alex Smith, Sean Hill, Troy Smith. Okay? I'm just going through some of the names. JT O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
Okay? Alex Smith again.
Brian Hoyer.
Don't even Brian Hoyer. Kaepernick.
It's a fact. You brought up JT O'Sullivan. I'm bringing up Brian Hoyer.
Order.
Okay.
Alex Smith again. Kaepernick again. Blaine Gabbert. Gabbert. Yes.
It's first round pick. Great talent coming out of Mizzou. Great hair, too.
Then your boy, Brian Hoyer, CJ Beathard, Jimmy Garoppolo, back to Nick Mullins, back to Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Chris Winkie in there somewhere. And then, to be able to find Brock Purdy, it's kind of insane. Like, it's kind of insane. And through that entire time, we beat him in every playoff game.
I apologize for interrupting your chronological order of 49ers of Christmas past quarterbacks.
They have the Browns jersey with all the quarterbacks on it. The Niners have had a lot of quarterbacks.
I know. I don't even think it touches the Browns, but they haven't. You know what? They got their quarterback. I think, are all Niner fans okay with saying that?
Oh, yeah.
They have their quarterback?
Oh,
I mean, you paid him $200 million. He's got to win the big one. It's the biggest game of his career. If he does this without the weapons, he lost George Kittle. Well, he did it. Oh, but he had 2 interceptions. I mean, if you throw 2 interceptions against the Seahawks, you're going to lose. I was like, shut up.
My heaven.
Yeah. Shut up. Enjoy the win.
The thing that Mahomes, I'll put Josh Allen in there, Elway, some of those guys, Brady as well, they weren't risk averse in these playoff games. And I think one thing that you have to be is you have to be willing to make a mistake.
Yep.
And when I look at Aaron Rodgers' playoff shortcomings, part of it is he was so afraid to throw the interception. And sometimes you just got to throw it over the middle and live with the results.
Let it rip, baby.
And when, Brock Purdy has the 2 interceptions in the game the other day, like, hey, I think we're all thinking the same thing. You're up 1. You can't have that interception. You just can't. But there's something about Brock, bouncing back and driving down. And when I look at Aaron Rodgers and every one of those games, it just felt like he was so gun shy late in games to make that mistake. And I feel like that's the big bugaboo for him in the playoffs, specifically in the playoffs. He had to throw one of the greatest throws I've ever seen in my life. In the regular season, it was the overtime game against the Green Bay Packers, week 2 or week 3. It was the home opener. Trey Lance actually scored a touchdown before halftime.
I remember that.
As he subbed in for Jimmy G. Niners should have won that game 6 different ways.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers threw a ball to Devontae Adams. To this day, I think is the greatest pass I have ever seen in person. Fred Warner was jumping in the air. I don't know how he teardropped this ball. Maybe people remember it. Maybe they don't.
There was 20 seconds or 30 seconds left in the game, right?
One of the greatest throws I've ever seen in my life. The Niners that went 3 and out.
Insane. I remember
that was Sunday Night
One of
Football.
the greatest throws ever.
100%.
I remember the night. It was the final playoff game against Candlestick. At Candlestick, excuse me. Kaepernick ran for 180. He threw for 250 plus. I don't think people remember that team, Green Bay. They dropped 35 or 36 on the Niners that night. They would have scored 100 if Kaepernick and the Niners didn't score 45.
Yeah.
That team, every single drop back against a great defense. Niners were a great defense. He was spectacular. And Kaepernick blew him out of the water. it's just insane. So as we say goodbye to Aaron Rodgers at the end of his career, good riddance. There is a small part of me that wishes that we could have seen what he looked like in a Niner uniform at some point. But the other side of me is like, wouldn't it be poetic justice if this was the year that Brock Purdy went on to win the Super Bowl?
That'd be great. And it is weird to see, Aaron Rodgers is the Green Bay Packer. His one Super Bowl, he beat who? The Pittsburgh Steelers, finishing his career as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Kind of odd and very strange, right? But life's like that sometimes, You look in the NBA, right? Klay Thompson finishes his career potentially as a Dallas Maverick. Huh? What?
God
Sports.
damn, man.
I know, Jan. I know.
Sports.
You missed the GD Jan in Mountain View yesterday, Carter. You're finding it now. It's pretty great.
I mean, Ronnie Lott was a Jet.
Yeah.
Roger Craig was a Viking.
Jerry Rice was a Seahawk.
And a Bronco.
Sports, and a Bronco.
I know. It's just how it works, man.
It's how it works. And
Jordan was a Wizard.
Yep.
LeBron was a Laker.
Right? You could. Yeah, I know, it's weird. And he's still trying to trade people up for it. Apparently, he's getting a patch, by the way. Did you see that? LeBron James is getting a patch on his jersey.
What? Biggest douche ever to play in the NBA?
No, in the NFL, that would have been Aaron Rodgers. But maybe for him, 23 years. No one's ever done that. And he's getting a patch that says 23 on there.
Well, because you couldn't enter the league. Guys like Kareem and Moses Malone, they would have entered the league earlier.
Yeah. But 23, good for him. He deserves that. He deserves it. I know, just your face, you get so upset.
Stop it.
It's so easy. By the way, you're saying risk averse. You know who's not risk averse last night? CJ Stroud. Oh my God, dude. Can you hang on to the football?
He's a good player.
He is, but he makes some decisions.
Can we all agree, like, this thing that we are in the rush to pay everyone $55 million a year, like, can we let it play out?
I mean, it is pretty crazy.
Can we let it play out? I like CJ Stroud.
His first 3 seasons in the NFL, every single year he's won a playoff game.
Yeah, I know, but you watched that game last night, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was all over the place.
He was.
Like, it makes you feel really good about Brock. Like, Brock will throw picks, but he doesn't look so frenetic to where he's, like, panicking on every drop back.
I don't know if they're like for like the same, because I think,
I like CJ.
But my comp, I don't know if you guys agree with that. I sent in the chat. I was like, the Texans and the Seahawks are very similar, where they're just asking their quarterbacks not to lose them the game. Their defenses are both like insane. And D'Amico Ryans, I think he joined only John Harbaugh and Jim Harbaugh in the history of the NFL in their first 3 seasons as head coaches to win a playoff game in each of those seasons, which is a pretty insane stat.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
That's that's a feather in Shanahan's cap. That's the Shanahan coaching tree, right?
Yeah.
As we're saying, potentially
Jim needs to win one like now.
Well,
I mean, it is what it is.
Now they're freaking out on the Chargers. They're like, oh, is it Herbert? Is it Harbaugh? It's like, well, they didn't have any offensive linemen. Like, they lost both of their, like, Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater.
Blasted.
Like, yeah, he did. But, Joe, we saw that in the Super Bowl with Patrick Mahomes, of all people. When you lose your starting tackles, you're going to get destroyed. You are. Unless you're the 49ers somehow and you could, get Austin Pleasance. But even then, you had McKivitz. I don't want to sleep on McKivitz and how good he's been. And that's another thing. We're going to dive more into this matchup all week long between the Seahawks and the 49ers. We're still kind of basking in the glow of that Eagles win, though, and 888-957-9570. You mentioned Brock Purdy. I do think a narrative is starting to shift about him. Whether that should have happened a while ago or not, it is nationally. When I hear, some of the big haters, if you will, or the Brock detractors finally coming around on him nationally, it's like, oh, wow. That was the game. We all decided that he's okay. Not anything else he did. I mean, not as, Mr. Irrelevant winning some big games, not, getting back to a Super Bowl after, tearing your UCL.
I think the problem with the national media is, like, I think locally we're like, it's not, is he good? It's, can he hold up?
Yeah.
Right? And what's going on with the foot? And, can he stay healthy? And how really, really, really good is he? We know he's good, but how really, really good?
Right.
Nationally, it's like, oh, he's not good at all. It's like the most absurd conversation.
It's going to be fascinating how these quarterbacks are going to be discussed in these playoffs, because you only have a couple made men. That's the conversation I love to have, and maybe we could have that about Brock Purdy. Is Brock Purdy a made guy? And I keep hearing, the Brady Quinns of the world, on Fox Sports Radio, or Dan Patrick, like, oh, he's a game manager, but that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Just stop with the labels of the game. Like, the game manager thing, that was so 10 years ago.
Dan Patrick. I mean, you want to talk about Aaron Rodgers? All these former ESPN hosts from the 90s, there's a couple of them. What's the other guy who I can't stand?
Olbermann?
Oh, God. Go away.
Well, he hasn't been doing sports for a while, Olbermann, but Dan Patrick Show's been there for a minute.
No, yeah. I know, but Dan, you're done. It's okay.
I think he actually said he's done. I think next year or the year after that, he said he's wrapping up.
Ego the size of a basketball court.
Let's pick up this conversation on the other side. 888-957-9570. I also want to ask Niner fans.
Hey, McLovin.
He's not
and then
on
I hear
anymore.
McLovin, and McLovin's terrible on radio.
Hey, I like some of it. Against the Grain segment. That was fun once upon a time. I want to ask Niner fans.
Hey, Maggie Perloff, what's going on this morning?
They don't do that show anymore. I think I got Axe. Yeah, I'm just saying, hey, it's okay. It's all right. Why was Sunday's win so emotional? We had a couple of people call in yesterday and said they were in tears watching them win that game. I was like, huh. I get it. We hate the Eagles around here. We hate Philadelphia. It is a wild card win, and the Niners have played in much bigger games. But why was Sunday different? What made Sunday's win emotional for fans? 888-957-9570. Joe, I'll get your thoughts on that. We are coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And this segment is brought to you by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates are available at just $199 per night. Book your escape now, innatthetides.com.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. As we know, these football playoffs, hot and heavy, they're underway. So let's keep playing here on Underdog, the best place to get in on the action, because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, as I've been telling you, is easy. You pick your favorite players and their stats. You go higher or lower, pair them together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I'm looking at these 2 1 seeds and their quarterbacks, and I'm thinking defensive struggles, so I'm going lower on passing yardage for both Bo Nix and Sam Darnold. What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code, Willard, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play-and-get-terms_DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Ready to shoot your shot? Join the Alameda County team and make a real impact. With strong support, expert training, and flexible schedules, this is your chance to lead and grow. Don't sit on the sidelines. Apply now at acjobs.org. Alameda County, our community, your purpose.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm such a loser. I got to listen to you guys.
Well, we back. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We are rolling, baby, on a Tuesday here in the Bay. We know the time in which the 49ers are taking on the Seahawks after they finally announced it after Monday Night Football last night, where the Houston Texans took out the Pittsburgh Steelers in the wild card round. Niners facing the Seahawks in Seattle, 5 o'clock this Saturday night. It'll be the first home playoff game in Seattle since 2016, which is kind of wild, honestly, because the Seahawks have played in a lot of playoff games since then, just haven't been back at home. Obviously, 2016, after that, coincided with the rise of Sean McVay, the Rams, and the Niners, so they've been jockeying for position in the NFC West for quite some time now, and the number one overall seeded Sam Darnold and Mike McDonald-led team going to try to do what they did 2 weeks ago. But the Niners, I got to think they're going to score more than 3 points. But according to Vegas, they think it's going to be all Seahawks. 7.5 points? 7.5 points?
This is stupid.
Kind of insane. I agree, Carter. We have all week to get into that. I promise you.
Not trying to get into the weeds of betting and stuff. I don't view these betting lines as this is what we expect to happen. It's to get even money on both sides. Sure. And I think some of these numbers have to be kind of extreme to sway the public. The Niners have more fans nationally than the Seahawks.
Yeah, but they are also telling you they think that the Seahawks are a significant favorite.
No, that's not what they're telling you.
They are. 7.5 points, Joe. They're telling you that. What are you talking about?
They're telling you that they like the Seahawks, but they have to put the number at a spot to where Niner fans are encouraged so that they get even money on both sides. Correct?
Sure, but they're also if had the Seahawks, lost a couple weeks ago to the 49ers and they're going on the road, it would have been
Joe,
switched.
the betting lines are not what we believe is going to happen. It's how can we put a number out there to get even money on both sides of the pot, right? So, yes, they believe that the Seahawks are the better team. The number 7 or 6 or 5, whatever it drops to, or if it goes up to 8 or 9, is based off of getting money on both sides of the table.
I hear you on that. They are also the biggest underdogs of the weekend for a reason.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
I understand the nuances of betting, Joe. I understand that. They're 7.5 point dogs.
Great.
That's the facts.
That's
there
fine.
You go. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live tonight.
I never care about if we're a dog.
That's fine. You don't have to. A lot of other people do. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. 7 o'clock Warriors Live tonight. 8 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game. Blazers, Warriors.
So, again, I'm not some betting guy, but the Warriors were favored for 10 years straight.
Yeah.
How many games did they lose? A bunch of huge games.
Sure.
So to me, it doesn't matter about the betting line. Sure, they're the number 1 seed. They've got rest. They're fully healthy. We're playing with a bunch of backups. We are on a short week again. It's our 5th consecutive primetime game.
It would be another upset.
Totally makes sense.
If they win, it's an upset.
The Chiefs are also a really good example this year because people just have taken what they've done the last 8 years and they got the line every time. So
and did anyone out here think they're the best team in the league?
Spadoni and I did.
Yeah.
Who did I pick to win the division?
Until Mahomes tore his ACL, I was like, yeah. You took the Broncos, I think. Yeah.
Who got the number 1 seed?
The Broncos did, Joe.
Gotcha.
Do you feel really good about that?
Well, no, it's just
you feel good about them this weekend as 1.5 point favorites?
No, I don't. Because, again, to me, I'm not betting against Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is
I agree.
out of his mind.
I agree.
He's one of the greatest players I've ever seen.
The knock against him was he hasn't won a road playoff game. Well, he did that last week in Jacksonville. I know. That was the knock against him.
He has more rushing touchdowns in the regular season than O.J. Simpson.
It's pretty incredible. The juice.
He's the greatest.
It's easy to score rushing touchdowns, too, when you got your teammate picking you up and putting you into the end zone.
But like, Joe, I've been watching football for 43 years, and I'm telling you, this guy is different.
Yeah, he is.
He's ridiculous.
I mean, this is the year to break through.
Well, here's a great example.
This is the year to break through.
Like, we're talking about, like, Brock Purdy in general, and, like, we get box score watch and to watch the games, right? And like this is where like I see someone like Justin Herbert and he puts up great numbers. And there are times where I'm like, wow, what a great throw. But then I watch Justin Herbert in these games and I'm like, does he see the field in these big playoff games? I don't know. Like I'm very wishy-washy on Herbert. I think he's got loads of talent. But like there's times where I'm like, what's he looking at? But I also understand his team's not great.
That's another thing. The nuance of the conversation, it shifts very quickly come playoff time because if you lose, your season's over. Either you put up the greatest performance ever or you suck. Like Jalen Hurts right now is a year removed from winning Super Bowl MVP, and now people are like, get him out of here. Trash. I hate him.
But he doesn't. He's another one. I think he struggles at times to see the field. Like Josh Allen,
but Justin Herbert, like as you mentioned, he didn't have offensive linemen.
No doubt. Who the hell is Josh Allen playing with?
No, I get
James Cook.
James Cook's pretty.
No,
pretty
he
good.
is.
Yes.
But like Joey's throwing to the most random receivers.
I know. Well, they invested in like tight ends, Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox. I don't think they're the greatest.
No.
I had Dalton Kincaid in fantasy, and of course he has a touchdown last week and didn't do that for me.
But the measurements are ridiculous to me, and it's like we do. And again, like look, I judge Brock on specific plays, situations. There's a lot of things that I judge him on, but like I don't need to box score watch to see if he's good. Same thing with Josh Allen. When I see people say, "Oh, he's never won anything," it's like, dude, you took Josh Allen off the Buffalo Bills. They'd be one of the worst teams in the league.
Well, my whole thing is you take Sean McDermott out there. It's easily the most sought after job because of Josh Allen. It's him and Lamar, and
no doubt.
Probably more people are leaning with Josh Allen than Lamar right now.
And so, like now we got Darnold this weekend.
Yeah.
Darnold, like, he makes some great throws. And then I watch him for long stretches. I'm like, does he see the field?
Yeah. Well, as you talking about C.J. Stroud last night, those teams mirror each other.
They're very bizarre.
Their defenses are so stacked. Almost kind of like the Jimmy G Niners at times, where they're very similar.
Well, Jimmy's a great example.
Don't lose the game for me, please.
Jimmy's a great example. I thought Jimmy was awesome. Then again, just my personal point of view, in the Minnesota playoff game, it was like, oh no, he's been found out. And he wants to throw to the same two spots on the middle of the field, and he never could adjust.
It was the 6-year anniversary of that game 2 days ago, Joe. Isn't that crazy?
Who was the middle linebacker for Minnesota?
Eric Hendricks. It all is coming back.
I mean, he's just sitting in zone underneath George Kittle.
Speaking of Brock and the conversation around quarterbacks, which I find fascinating, I love this conversation because the goalposts keep moving and moving and moving, and it is truly as wide open of a playoff field I have seen in some time. There's no 2007 Patriots, right? There's no Kansas City Chiefs of the last couple years. The Eagles are just knocked out.
No 2023 Niners.
There's no it's truly all up in the air right now. And it's never been this open. At least, like, I'm trying to think last time it's felt this wide open. Like when the Jags made it in the AFC Championship game, like in the Eagles that went on that run, that was like 2016.
I know.
No, not 2016, 2017, 2018.
I think it was 2017.
2017, I think you're right.
Because that was the year Jimmy G beat them, the Jaguars, and they were all pissed off. Jalen Ramsey on that team. You know, like this last game for Brock. You watch the game back. Look, the first pick was terrible. It is what it is. He kind of panicked, threw late to the other side. It was terrible. The second pick, the more and more I watch it, yes, It's a tough throw. It's into the wind. I thought the cornerback made a great play on it.
Yeah.
And I'm as critical as any on Purdy on some of these interceptions, especially the one where it's like, did you see the robber play on that one?
Right.
It's like an A- game. He was outstanding in that game.
How are Niner fans?
Outstanding
How
in
are
that
Niner
game.
fans feeling about Brock Purdy's performance in that wild
Especially
card
late.
game? 888-957-9570 is the
Some
number.
of his scrambles, his throwaways, were as good as completions for first downs.
Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. He wants to talk about Brock. What's up, Mike? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Born and raised in the city, grew up in Candlestick. Joe Montana is the greatest of all time, right? Well, how many interceptions did Joe Montana throw in the game with the Cats?
He had 4 turnovers.
He threw at least 3 interceptions. 4 turnovers. He played like shit that whole.
Well, he was fired up, Mike. We appreciate you being excited about it. I think he was just going to say, hey, even the GOATs struggle, all right? Aaron Rodgers, his final pass yesterday was what, Joe? It's pick 6. Pick 6 in a playoff game. Hey, Tom Brady, what was his final pass in a Patriot uniform? Also a pick 6, was it not?
John Elway in like his first, maybe his first or his second Super Bowl, it was like 9 for 25, 2 picks and 100 yards. If he did that in today's day and age,
he sucks. He's a bust.
Like you know what? No one ever talked about the NFC Championship game. It's so many funny things. Do you know who the starting running back was for the Dallas Cowboys?
What year?
In the catch.
Who was it?
Tony Dorsett, one of the greatest football players ever.
Yeah.
Got knocked out with a separated shoulder in the first quarter.
You don't think that affected the game plan?
If that happened today, I mean, Tony Dorsett got knocked out.
Right? It's kind of interesting how Tony Pollard also got knocked out in that Dallas game a couple of years ago. Not at the same level, but
injuries happen.
Injuries happen. That's George Kittle. Like, that was like, of all the teams for that to happen to, like the Niners are like, okay, well, that's just another one. We've been here.
Did you see what happened last night in the game where...
Not to poo-poo the injury, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, they've been through so much mentally already that they just couldn't even... They felt like they were unflappable still on Sunday.
Nico Collins went down in the game last night.
Yeah.
He had a kind of a really bad concussion.
Yeah, well, the way his head went down, it was brutal.
Really
and Marks, too, like those whiplash ones, And
he stayed in the game, which was bizarre.
Yeah.
But Nico Collins was down there like, oh, my God, Nico Collins. And I'm thinking, do you know how many Niners went down? Like, the Niners just keep it moving.
I know.
Let's just keep it moving.
I know.
That's the part that's the most remarkable because you see one of the greatest players in franchise history go down. He's lying on the floor. He gets carted out, and the Niners didn't phase. Juwan Jennings made a huge play right after that. I don't think we've talked enough about that. That throw by Brock and that run by Juwan Jennings, you want to talk about, because we were still reeling from the injury.
Yep. They needed points, too. Like, we kept talking about that. Like, I was listening to Will and Dibbs yesterday, and they were on it with us, too. You had to take the points in that situation.
100%.
Like, you could not go for, like, a turnover on downs after losing Kittle on top of that.
It was the smartest thing you could do.
Because if the Eagles get the ball back and then score...
all the momentum.
And then you feel like you're done.
Game's over.
It feels like you're cooked.
Look, what I'm learning in these playoff games, last night it was a 7-6 game.
It was. And then
all of a sudden, boom, it's done. You got to hang in there and hang in there and hang in there and make it weird. That's all you got to do.
Just make it weird, baby. What a long, strange trip it's been. Rest in peace, Bob Weir. 888-957-9570. Brian Balding, you're going to be joining us at 7:30. Some Baldy breakdowns. Our Odyssey NFL Insider. And I got to ask Baldy, because he said it last week, he's still sticking with Sirianni and Hurts over Shanahan and Purdy. I got to ask him about it. I'm not going to do it in a malicious way and being like an I told you so guy. I'm not going to do that. Just want to ask him about it. Jesse in San Jose, we'll get to you on the other side.
You know what I love about Baldy, though?
What do you love about him?
He's willing to retcon his opinions.
He is. And we love Baldy for that. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, Carter, and here for good.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade, in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
He's Aura. Thank you, San Jose Jazz fan. Love you. Love everyone in the YouTube chat. I do. Love you guys. And we're streaming on YouTube, so you can see Joe Shasky's beautiful Olympic Club hat. I'm wearing my new jacket I got for Christmas, NFL, my Rob Lowe jacket, as I call it.
Blacked out.
Fan of the NFL. That's right. Black on black.
I didn't like when people were like, it's murdered out. I'd never like that. I don't like how that sounds.
It does sound kind of extreme.
This is ridiculous.
I didn't mean to be all in black today, but I guess I am just joining the Black Parade. Shout out My Chemical Romance. 888-957-9570 is the number to get involved. We got Brian Baldy here coming up at 7:30. Baldy Breakdowns and Bonte Hill in studio, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. So can't wait for all of that. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. You know, we're having this Brock Purdy conversation, and how quarterbacks are discussed now compared to Joe, I don't know, like 20 years ago. It's kind of crazy, right? And I know it's kind of coincided with the league and how we've shifted from a running back first kind of offense to a quarterback first kind of offense. So if the quarterback doesn't do enough, then we don't want to give him the credit. But on the flip side, you know, if he throws like an interception or he throws like a fumble or has a fumble like CJ Stroud a couple times yesterday, we're still not going to give him credit when he does hit Christian Kirk on a deep bomb or he does conduct the offense to score a couple touchdowns. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't today. And it kind of pisses me off. Like Brock Purdy, it's a playoff game. You won. He had the most important drive of the game. Not Jalen Hurts. It was Brock Purdy. And like people still aren't going to want to give him the credit he deserves. Why?
I actually think it's funny you brought this up, and now my head is kind of spinning. I personally believe 49er fans have been 30 years ahead of the curve on quarterback conversations more than anyone.
Interesting. Expand,
well,
please.
like, okay, Steve DeBerg, he's just good enough to get you beat. That's literally what Bill Walsh used to say about him.
It's a great line. Bill Walsh said some all the time. He's just good enough to get you beat.
All right,
it's
and
like the worst thing you can say about someone.
Like Joe Montana, like kind of ruined it for everyone. But you know, there's the whole Montana conversation. Like, is he healthy enough? That was the question coming out of 85, 86. You know, he got knocked out. They got beat by the Giants back-to-back years.
Yeah.
They trade for Steve Young. 87, they lose to the Vikings. Quarterback controversy. Is Joe still good? They almost traded Joe Montana in the 1983 draft for John Elway. That's part of many
that draft is
lores.
Insane, yeah.
But, you know, then you have the whole Steve Young going in for Joe Montana in a playoff game, all right? And then they're yo-yoing the quarterbacks back and forth. Now, Dallas did that too. Dallas in the early 70s yo-yoed their quarterbacks like series to series until they finally stuck on Roger Staubach, who was the Cal quarterback whose name is evading me right now.
For who? For what?
For the Dallas Cowboys in the early 70s. But anyway, point being is that then Steve Young is the MVP of the league. He's the MVP of the league. He's losing a championship game, and people are chanting for Joe Montana to get subbed into the game.
Craig Morton?
Yes.
Okay.
Chanting for Joe Montana to get subbed into a game. He's the MVP of the league. They obviously trade him away. They lose again in the playoffs. Everyone's saying, oh my God, I can't believe Steve can't get over the hump.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to like the Josh Allen stuff that you see right now. After Steve Young, Jeff Garcia was discussed in postgame shows. I used to call them. I was one of the callers to all these postgame shows. He can't win the big ones. He's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's how we discussed him. He'll never be Joe. He'll never be Steve.
Yeah.
He was really good. We've always been at the forefront of the quarterback conversations.
And now it's not like team by team like the Niners. It was within their own team. Now it's nationally. Mahomes will never be Brady. He'll never be Tom. He'll never do that. I was like, wait, how do we get from like, can he just win a Super Bowl as a Kansas City Chiefs, which has never happened in my lifetime?
Yes.
And he finally did that. They hadn't won anything since like the early 70s, late 60s, whenever they won Super Bowl 2, 3, whatever it was, with Hank Stram and Len Dawson and all that. The guy, like, he did that. So he brought a mediocre kind of loser franchise for like mired in mediocrity. He brought them to the forefront. They keep winning. Him and Andy Reid. Andy Reid gets the monkey off his back, if you will. He gets the title. And then he wins another one. Then he wins 3. And then it's just like, okay, it's just him and Brady now. It's him and Brady. I was like, can you get to, and then it's, can you get to Montana? Can you get to Elway? Can you get like, it's insane how we talk about it now. It's jumped from, as you said, can you be the best on your own franchise to can you be the best nationally and all time? And now it's like, can you be a game manager? Can you not be a game manager? I don't know what the right line is to talk about a quarterback. I just like to enjoy good moments and great moments. And I know Brock Purdy had a great moment when they needed him to have a great moment, and they won the game because of him. Like, it's okay to just say that. Jesse is in San Jose.
I thought he was awesome.
It says here, on board with Brock now. I want to hear more about this. Jesse, good morning. You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, the first couple of years, I just wasn't on board with Brock. I didn't know if he was. It was kind of iffy for me, and this year, I've kind of watched and seen how he's playing and thought about over the years that where we've gotten to, and one of the things you guys said is it's a game of momentum, and one of the things that stands out with me is when the momentum changes for us and he goes back in, he takes full charge. It doesn't affect him. And that's one of the things that why it's changed my mind so much is nothing affects him. Doesn't matter which way the game's going. He goes out there and plays his butt off and takes it all the way down to the clock hits zero, no matter what, what's going on. So, and I've seen that in other quarterbacks that we had, that they just keep playing. It's not about the momentum or anything else. He's playing with a beat up team. And he just keeps playing. He uses what he has in front of him. He's a smart quarterback, and that's that's the other factor is that he's extremely smart. And I see him take that ball down the field, and nothing holds him back. Whether it's an interception, whatever it is, he gets right back into the next series, and he's right back on again.
It's a great call, Jesse. Thank you. He is unflappable right now. He is.
It is ironic though that we celebrate Steph Curry as one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah.
And he doesn't fit the bill of what an NBA superstar physically would look like.
No. Prior to him, there was no one that sniffed the top 10 conversation that was 6'3" or shorter.
Right? Yeah. Tim Lincecum, unequivocally, one of the greatest pitchers most Giants fans have ever seen. Didn't fit the bill of what an ace would look like physically.
No.
Joe Montana, unequivocally one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, had chicken legs.
He always said, the famous videos, like, you guys like that? It's very toned right there to the reporters in the driveway.
Didn't have the biggest arm.
No.
I would say it was a very underrated arm. But, in sports, either you're good or you're not. I mean, how many guys do we need to see who look like Adonis and play like Jane?
Yeah. Tarzan. Jane?
Yeah, whatever.
It's okay. You love the phrase Adonis, though, so you always bring that one up. But to your point, it's true. For all the Josh Allens of the world, right? You can have a handful of Anthony Richardsons.
Well, Anthony Richardson was never good in college.
Well, but as I'm saying, he was drafted wide because of the traits and because of the tools and because of the physical nature.
I do think this is interesting. Brock wasn't that great in college. I think that's one of the things.
He definitely had more pelts on the wall than Anthony Richardson. But yes, I hear you.
Well, I mean, he got replaced as a junior and senior. At the end of the years, he got injured and whatnot and underperformed. Yeah, he was a 4-year starter, but it wasn't like he was knocking things out of the park. And I wonder if he would have been in the NIL era that we're in now. Does he transfer? Does he change schools?
Iowa State's also just for quarterbacks,
I know, but Breece Hall got drafted. I know. There's been a lot of guys. The wide receiver for the Texans last night.
I said wide receiver running. I'm saying as a quarterback. Now you're saying with NIL transfers, you want to go to someone that will cater to quarterbacks. So to your point, yes, in this era, maybe he does transfer. I want to play some stats.
But I want to, what I was getting at is, had Brock been taken, literally, if he'd just been taken second, third, or fourth round, I actually really think that all of this, just the way we talk about him, would be totally different.
Yeah, it'd be how we talk about more Jalen Hurts. But I feel like those guys are kind of talked about similarly, Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts. I feel like they're very and Jalen was more polarizing coming out of college, so maybe it's not like for like.
And Jalen did go to Alabama, so he's been under the scrutiny.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was more polarizing in college because he went to Alabama, he went to Oklahoma, he won some really big games. But you're viewed a little bit differently when you're a second, third, fourth. Even Dak Prescott. It's like, oh yeah, Dak. He was, what was it, third, fourth round pick from Mississippi State, right? Derek Carr once upon a time he was a high second round pick.
He fell in the draft because of the DUI, though.
Yeah.
I know that's not we don't remember it now, but he had got a DUI. People are like, oh my God, a quarterback got a DUI.
Right.
He was probably a second or third round pick, but he dropped to the fourth.
Exactly. But
you're right.
But you like those second, third, fourth rounders. Was Tyler Shuck? What was he round? Was he wasn't a first rounder this year because Jackson Dart was a late first round. Right?
Second or third.
Like looked pretty good.
No, he did.
So
he did.
It is funny how we're viewing it now. And to your point, like undrafted, 6th round, 7th round, there is a point of no return where we start looking at prospects like, yeah, if you could be a backup, that'd be a great career. Once you go past the 4th or 5th round, if you're a second stringer for a long time, it's a great career. Yeah. Those first 3 rounds is when you need to hit, for sure.
But there's been some great quarterbacks, at least of recent memory. And I know all of these guys are first-round picks now. But we just draft quarterbacks differently now. But Romo, Brady, like you just go down the list. There's a lot of guys that just, for whatever reason, fall through the cracks.
Well, and I think it's this weekend's matchup is a perfect example of just situations in general matter.
Sure.
Like Brock Purdy going from a 3rd stringer in his rookie season to on the verge of going to a Super Bowl and getting to an NFC championship. It's pretty crazy. Sam Darnold, conversely, and he started out as the starter, but he's with the dumpster fire franchise. Like, you don't think if Sam Darnold was in a similar situation to Brock Purdy, he could have thrived more with a sound, structured environment and head coach that'll cater to his skill sets? Like, it all matters. So, as we're watching all these games this weekend and last weekend and all the different first-round picks, I just kept coming away from just, Bryce Young is where Matt Stafford once was. Stafford at one point was like Bryce Young with the Detroit Lions. Like, God, I don't know, is he going to be a bust? He's on a loser franchise. Is it a loser franchise or is it Matt Stafford? Different skill set, I know, but you just give me some rope here. It's just funny how we compare and contrast. And I wanted to play this sound because I thought it was interesting. I say the name Nick Wright on Bay Area airwaves. A lot of people roll their eyes. I get it. He's the talking head for Fox Sports. He's the LeBron lover. He loves LeBron. Thinks he's the greatest of all time.
I'm convinced he didn't play any sports growing up.
Might not have. I have no idea about that. He's a Kansas City guy too.
I just think the way he talks about it is just absurd.
Sure. I think he's
a smart guy.
I think he's smart. I think he's entertaining. I agree with a lot of his social kind of takes that's away from sports. And I do think he's a smart guy. Do I disagree with him a lot? Absolutely. His Stephen Curry takes a lot of the time? Absolutely. But he does say Steph is a top 10 player of all time. I'll give him that.
Wow, hot take.
I'll give him that.
Thank you.
But he's a Kansas City guy, loves the Chiefs, and he's been a Brock Purdy non-believer. I'll just put it like that.
Skeptic is being light.
Exactly. He does not think he is a quote-unquote elite or a top 10 quarterback. But after that win over the Eagles, maybe he's starting to change his tune.
I'm tipping my cap to Purdy. Games like yesterday make me open to changing my mind. What? I'm telling you.
What is it, 3 years?
Why are you laughing at me?
3 years, a Super Bowl appearance, 4 game-winning drives in the playoffs. You're open to it?
So much so, I made an even, not a better, but a different complimentary Purdy graphic. Because what's the knock on Shanahan? You can't, if you are trailing in the fourth, you're dead. You are dead. Yeah. And that to me has always been about he has had civilians, not superheroes at quarterback. So if it's on script and everything's rolling, but if it's like, man, got a pass situation, what are you going to do? Can't do it. Purdy's been able to do it.
Okay. Look at that. He's open to changing his mind and opinion about Brock. And I think we had a caller earlier, Jesse, say the same thing. It's okay to say that, Niner fans. If you were skeptical about Brock Purdy at any point, hell, I know there's a lot of them this season that said you can't go back to Brock after seeing what Mac Jones is doing and with the foot in question. Are you open to changing your opinion
what did he
on
say?
Brock? What?
What did exactly?
Civilian, not a superhero?
No. What did he say? I'm open to the thought. Give me the line and then
I'm tipping my cap to Purdy. Games like yesterday make me open to changing my mind.
Okay, stop it.
He's open to changing his mind about him. I think a lot of Niner fans that were critical of
games
Brock.
like yesterday make me open to change. I mean, it's fine. You know what? It's fine.
But you'll give me this. We had a caller that is a Niner fan. But some Niner fans did have question marks about Brock if he could take him back from like a fourth quarter deficit.
See, this is the problem that I have with the way we discuss sports in general. If you think he just sucks, like, come on.
He doesn't think he sucks. He thought he was closer to being a Jimmy Garoppolo than like a Josh Allen.
I watched Jimmy.
I know.
Jimmy couldn't get anything done in the second half of any playoff game.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy already, before this game, had already accomplished so much more in a second half of every playoff game than Jimmy ever has. So, like, I asked Nick, Nick, are you watching? Are you watching? Like, are you watching the games? Because I watched Jimmy throw multiple picks in the Dallas Cowboy game, and one of them called back, and like throw up all over himself. I watched Jimmy be horrific against Green Bay to the point where the coach was like, "Yeah, you're not gonna throw the ball anymore." That's never been the case with Brock Purdy. Like, even when Brock's looked a little shaky, like, I just, are we watching the games or are we just talking about things?
But I'll say this, don't you think that how he won on Sunday is different than all the other playoff type of wins? In Philadelphia, against the defending champs, in the elements, down 6 points heading into the fourth quarter, I do think that changed a lot of people's opinions on how they view him.
Okay.
And I think that's fair for if you had doubts about Brock, like being able to lead you from behind, like all the other great quarterbacks in the playoffs, like he did that. Like, that's fine.
Did the Seattle game not happen? They were down at halftime at home to Seattle, and he just exploded on them in the second half. Did the Cowboy game against one of the best defenses in the game, did that game not happen? The Detroit down 17? Like, I'm not saying that you got to think he's Mahomes.
Much of those teams in comparison to
Detroit,
that Eagles
you didn't think
defense.
anything of Detroit?
No. I mean, the Detroit Lions haven't won anything in my lifetime, Joe. This is the defending champions, Philadelphia Eagles. We were literally saying how people are emotional yesterday. I think you're poo-pooing this playoff win.
No, I'm not
Brock
poo-pooing.
Purdy.
I'm saying, but like, Detroit was a juggernaut that year.
Yeah, but their defense wasn't. Their defense wasn't.
They were
like,
up 17
You were favored
at
in that
halftime.
game against the Detroit Lions. You weren't favorites in this game. This is the best win of Brock Purdy's career. Of his career, Joe.
It's a great win. I'm not taking anything away, but like to say that these other wins
I'm not saying they don't
in.
matter. I'm saying this win alone changed a lot of people's opinions of him. And I think that's okay.
And I would argue that it felt like to me then you're not you, but whoever is, you're moving goalposts around to shape your argument.
If you're saying that Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo are the same, you have not been watching the games.
That's exactly
Jimmy Garoppolo, when it came down to it, in important throws, was throwing off his back foot.
100%.
Brock Purdy never throws off his back foot.
I don't know who said they were the same person.
Well, that's how this started.
Well, yeah, it started with him saying, I always thought these guys are civilians, not superheroes.
He said under Kyle Shanahan, he thinks they're civilians, not superheroes. You need to be a superhero to win. And he felt like in that moment, that was a superhero type of game-winning drive from Brock Purdy. I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling that. I think a lot of people feel that way.
I watched Brady win 3 Super Bowls he was awesome, but he didn't play like a superhero.
No.
He just made a lot of smart decisions, got the ball to the right guys, and look, the moments were so big. It was superhero-like performances, but he didn't play spectacular. He just played smart. And when I watch Purdy, similar, just plays smart. Throws the ball to the open guy. Not every play is a broken play, spin out, point 30 yards down the field, rip it 40 yards. That's not how the game's played.
Did that win for Brock Purdy, Niner fans, 888-957-9570, did that change your opinion of him, or did it solidify your already strong opinion about him? Because I think for you, it solidified how you already felt about him.
It's another pelt on the wall.
I think for some people, it did change how they view him. Clearly, Nick Wright, who's, again, like I said, one of the bigger Brock detractors and kind of Bay Area sports hater, that's how Bay Area sports fans feel about him, that changes opinion on him. I think a lot of people feel the same way. And 888-957-9570, if you feel that way too, Niner fans, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Brian Baldinger coming up in 23 minutes.
When I hear, again, like, I'm not trying to compare Brock to Steph, but when I hear discourse like what Nick is saying, it reminds me of how stupid, well, you have to win NBA Finals, and you have to drop 50 points a game, and you have to be Finals MVP, and then I'll crown you. But it can't be with a team that's too good. It can't be too good. You have to have some subpar teammates with you.
It's the goalpost, right?
Yeah, but they're like, come on, man.
That's always the goalpost. Well, it's because his whole thing is I'm comparing the greatest of the greats, and when you're comparing the greatest of the greats, you're allowed to nitpick because that's what we do with the Michael Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Stephen Curry, all of that. You can nitpick because we're in the conversation the greatest of all time, which if that's what you want to do, fine. But then it becomes an exhausting exercise where I just don't have the bandwidth, as you would say, to just entertain any of that. The barbershop conversation's one thing, and that's fine. And so you can sit down, have your haircut. Jordan or LeBron or Steph or Kobe, all that. Like, everyone's going to have their own.
If they were standing in shorts, most people are going, yeah, give me Justin Herbert. All right?
Yeah, he's 6'6".
Right?
Huge.
You know, like they're just standing on the side. Like, wow, give me Justin Herbert. They watch him throw and with shells on and like, yeah, wow, give me Justin Herbert. Fourth quarter, things are amok, right? And everything's right now. 100% of America should be taking Brock Purdy over Justin Herbert in a gots-to-have-it moment. And he's proven it over and over and over again.
How about I take a play, because Justin Herbert's out. I'm doing it over C.J. Stroud for sure. Oh, yeah. And C.J.'s won playoff games, is why I'm saying that.
Yeah, I would
Justin
too.
Herbert's never won.
But I think the problem is that the national talking heads, like, they're all going to revert to Herbert. And it's like, well, guys, at what point do the games I'm watching factor in to your analysis? That's the frustrating part for me. It's like, I'm watching, and it's like Hurts is the same thing. I give Hurts benefit of the doubt. He's played amazing in Super Bowls. What I saw the other day, I don't know what that was.
Well, it's interesting how we're doing the compare and contrast because I feel like Jalen Hurts and Justin Herbert are in a very similar situation, but the way we're talking about like the situations is different. Fire Greg Roman. Oh, is Jim Harbaugh not the guy?
Yeah.
Herbert's getting the pass. He's never won anything. Jalen Hurts is getting crucified in Philadelphia. I get it. It's that market. He just won the Super Bowl MVP. How many big games has that guy won? And he doesn't get a pass? Like, that's where it's like a little absurd to me.
Yeah, I just think the way we talk about it on a national level. But
top 10 pick, Joe, as you're saying, it's a draft bias for these guys too. There is.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, like, Caleb Williams was all over the place in that game. But I thought he had a great game. Like, I watched that game in the second half. I thought he was amazing. Yeah. Amazing. When I watched Josh Allen, I'm like, dude, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't think that he's, crappy by any means. When I hear people talk about Lamar, like, yeah, Lamar's got to do it in the playoffs, but Lamar is one of the greatest players I've ever seen. He's unreal.
He is.
He's unreal. This thing, like, well, negate everything great that they've done. He hasn't won a championship. He's a loser. It's like, I just don't talk about sports that way.
Did Brock Purdy's performance on Sunday change how you feel about him going forward, Niner fans, or did it solidify how you already felt? 888-957-9570. I'll ask that same question to Brian Baldier coming up in about 20 minutes, our Odyssey NFL insider. Yeah, real quick, Joe.
No, it's like, and it's the same thing I see in basketball. Like right now, everyone's going crazy. Trae Young, LaMelo, and Ja. I wouldn't want any of them. I don't think they're winning players.
Is LaMelo coming off the bench now?
Yeah,
see that right? Look at that.
But we talk about, oh my God, LaMelo, oh my God, look at the highlights. The guy's taking one-footed fadeaway three-pointers from the half court, and he's like celebrating playing no defense. I don't want that guy on my team.
I look at the first thing. You Google search LaMelo Ball, New York Post, LaMelo Ball clashing with Hornets coach, ESPN. Star claims, quote,
he's not a star.
F this MFer.
See, this is when, again,
very liberal use of star.
He's just not a star. He's just not a star.
That's the LeVar Ball son,
not a star.
I know.
He's a TikTok star.
What's coming up? The game is sponsored by Surfside, Brian Baldinger, and then Bonte Hill in studio. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors than ice cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading, crown molding, and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
Hey, Mark. Mark Willard just texted me, actually, about 4 minutes ago. And no, it wasn't about, my awesome Brock Purdy take about, him changing minds of the Nick Wrights of the world. It's he's like, hey, Spadone, do you see my glasses case over there? I was like, oh, this one's yours, Mark. He's like, can you just put it safely aside for me? And Mark, I did that. It's right next to the Kaminga jar of shame. So when you walk in here later this afternoon, your glasses are here, Mark Willard. I thought they were Steiny's initially. Do you wear glasses, by the way? No. That's good for you. You're in your early 40s. Don't even glasses. Good eyes, Joe. That's good.
I've got every other ailment, though.
Oh, but okay, the eyes are the last to go. That's,
Little guy's just been struggling to sleep. It's been a nightmare.
We call that a sleep regression. It happens multiple times throughout a child's life. Yeah. Even into adulthood.
He woke up at 12:45 screaming.
What do you do?
Well, I rolled back, tried to lie back to sleep. I mean, Michelle.
I didn't do anything. I went back to sleep.
How about getting out of that doghouse?
It's really been hard. He's been struggling, but I'm not doing anything about it.
I also have a question.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the game this weekend, and I got to do something nice for my wife.
Okay.
All right?
Oh, that's very nice of you to think that way.
It's a 24-hour trip.
Okay.
I'm leaving Saturday morning. Me and Uncle Danny, we're heading up there.
Real quick, why do you feel the need to do something nice for her?
Well, you need to.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I'm leaving her and the baby so I can go up to Seattle.
For 24 hours.
So I can go to a 40-hour playoff game.
Week.
Yeah, but
I remember you had to watch the little guy for a week when she was on a business trip.
Yeah, it's called work.
Okay, this is work too. No, it literally is. This is for your job.
You have to learn something.
Joe, you're doing
watching sports and saying this is my job. It does not float in the Shasky household.
Oh, well, it didn't float once upon a time in a previous relationship for me either, so it's neither here nor there.
Pick and choose your spots.
I did. I picked my battles.
What do I need to do here? Audience, help me out. Do I get her, a massage somewhere, facial?
You get her a phone
mud bath?
You get her a phone finger from the game and say, go Niners.
I think to start, when the little guy screams at 12:45, I think you got to take that one, not her.
Yeah, no, that's actually a good call.
A good point.
The rest of the week, you have
So you're
to
already kind of in the hole this week after last night.
It's not a good look. It's a good point, Sammy.
Does anyone who runs one of these spas up in Calistoga want to, hook your boy up? I need a little help. I need some inspiration.
Okay. So 1-800-SPA, Shasky needs help. I know we're talking about Joe Spadoni. We're talking about a spa for Michelle somewhere.
Yeah, I want to take care of my wife.
That's you know what? That's very sweet of you, Joe. You know, next year...
Let her know that I'm very appreciative of her allowing me to go up to Seattle.
So this year, we know the Super Bowl is at Levi Stadium, right?
Yep.
The day before the Super Bowl is going to be Valentine's Day. So that Saturday is going to be Valentine's Day. Next year, the Super Bowl is at SoFi Stadium, and it is on Valentine's Day. So just be aware. Okay. Everyone out there, be aware. All right?
Yeah, you can tell her you're taking her to that.
Babe, I got you a gift.
We're going to the Super Bowl next year,
We're going to the
honey.
Super Bowl, SoFi Stadium, babe.
Been married 15 years, and I will tell you guys this. Valentine's Day, when she gets to it's
pretty mid. It's always
It's just that's a 20s-year-old thing.
Not even.
Maybe
it's kind
in
of like
your 30s.
It's kind of like a high school thing.
Yeah. Valentine's is, come on. We're not dating.
No, Valentine's is like it's, you try to make it a point in front of the class, like in high school, like, here you go. You're my Valentine, please. Or is it be my Valentine? I haven't done it in so long, so I don't even know.
It's also Michelle's birthday on Sunday, which would be the day that I'm returning, so that's not the...
Oh, wait, whoa.
That was a layer you did not tell us before the show.
That is a bombshell you just dropped. Are you
Maybe
kidding?
the gift is just the gift of peace and quiet for a week.
I'll be home by 9.
Yeah, I'll be home for Christmas. I don't know about
by
that.
9 a.m.
You better hope it's not raining in Seattle. Get a delay. You don't want that. Then you're screwed. Then, Joe...
Oh, you're playing with fire, my friend.
I don't know about this trip now, dude. I'm scared for you. I'm very frightened. We might have to get Michelle on. Michelle Shasky. We'll see.
God damn, man.
Jan! Where's she watching? Is she going to the game? By the way, this segment is brought to you by Front Banquets. Here for you, here for good. Brian Baldinger joining us in about 8 minutes. Baldy Breakdowns, Odyssey NFL Insider. At the top of the hour, Bonte Hill live in studio from 8 to 10, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford store. So we were just talking about Brock Purdy's performance on Sunday, and Nick Wright, a lot of people are changing their opinion of Brock because of that performance, and whether that's fair or not. And Niner fans, have you kind of shifted your perspective and how you feel about Brock after that win and that game-winning drive he had in the fourth quarter, in the elements, against the Philadelphia Eagles, against the defending champs, to destroy their hopes and season, to get a little kid acting like this?
So my Christmas present, and I got a loss.
That's right. You stole Christmas from the Philadelphia Eagles fans. Or are you feeling like, dude, I already felt that way about Brock Purdy. That just solidified how I already felt about him. 888-957-9570. So we have the Nick Wright perspective, and now let's get the Richard Sherman perspective, former cornerback of obviously both the Seattle Seahawks and San Francisco 49ers. This is what he had to say about Brock Purdy.
The narrative that we've been hearing for years with Brock Purdy, he's just a game manager and he's just surrounded by so much talent. That's the only reason he's winning in the playoffs. You can't say it today. I did not see Debo. I did not see IU. My guy George Kittle went out during the game, and these guys were getting it done because he can get it done with anybody. He elevated his teammates. He elevated his team. You're saying he can't do it without the number one defense. He can. This guy is an elite ball player. There are people out there that say, oh, it just doesn't look like it's supposed to. I don't care how it looks. How does the scoreboard look? The scoreboard looks like it's supposed to. There are a lot of guys with a lot of things that look fantastic, all the arm angles, and they at home watching him not look right and go out there and guide his team to victories on the road. And he went out there and did it without all the things that people say have elevated him and buoyed him and been a crutch for him during his career. Yeah, he had a couple turnovers. You're going to turn the ball over sometimes when you're pushing it down the field. And Brock Purdy, again, elevated his team in a big way in the biggest game of the season and showed people more than a game manager. He's a game winner.
I think that was a little subtle dig at who? Cam Newton? What is Cam Newton's whole thing? Is he a game manager? Is he a game changer? Like, that was a game-changing performance from Brock Purdy. And I'm with Richard Sherman. We can't be like saying he can't do all these things and then when he does it, not give him credit for it. So the conversation from even a lot of Niner fans here was, oh, we can't go back to Brock Purdy because of the foot. We just got to ride the hot hand with Mac Jones. We just don't know. So they bring him back, and, you know, what does he do? They have a blowout win against the Arizona Cardinals. But what are we saying after the game? Well, he should have thrown 3 interceptions. But he didn't. Yeah, but he should have. And then he had the Monday Night Football performance against the Carolina Panthers. Well, he won the game, but yeah, well, he threw 3 picks in the first half. He looked pretty awful. I mean, was the foot? I don't know. I don't know.
He didn't look healthy.
Didn't look good. He looked tentative.
Yeah, he was late on his reads.
He was late, right? But they got the win. But that was an interesting conversation we had. And then what happened after that? So we had the Carolina Panthers. Then you had the Cleveland Browns. Oh, well, you're on the road in Cleveland. I don't know. They're a bad team, but man, that Myles Garrett, he's going for the sack record. You're in the elements, maybe. It's really cold. I don't know. Like, he can't be turning the ball over. And he didn't do that. They won 26-8. They played against Shedeur Sanders. The Browns looked like a mess. And Brock Purdy won the game. And if you want to say, managed it beautifully. And then after that, picked up where he left off. 37-24, win against the Tennessee Titans, who stink. After that, Monday Night Football, Indianapolis Colts, 48-27. He was incredible. Bears, 42-38, Sunday Night Football. Seahawks, it was a stinker. It was a big fat L for everyone. Although Brian Baldinger is going to be joining us momentarily, said he played a great game. I didn't think he was so great. You put up 3 points. It's hard for me to say he had a great performance. Neither here nor there. He has a chance to rectify that this Saturday. And then what does he do? After the worst and most demoralizing loss we've seen of the season, where everyone's picking against you. No one is picking the Niners against the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending champs. Even with all the crap going on in Philly, they're like, yeah, it's still the defending champs. And, the Niners have all these injuries. I don't think so. Well, down 6 points, heading in the fourth quarter, in enemy territory, against the champs, against that defense, against Jalen Carter. He puts the team on his back with no George Kittle, with no Brandon Ayuk all season long, with no Ricky Pearsall, with Jawan Jennings and Demarcus Robinson, and Jake Tonjes, who you couldn't even pick up off the street, even if his own cousin doesn't know what he looks like, and Jake Tonjes. 23-19 the final, and they win the game. Give him his credit. Give him his freaking credit. Even the biggest Brock detractors, like a Nick Wright, have to give him his credit. Niner fans, if you've been against this guy, hey, give him his credit now. He deserves it. He does. I just needed to say that.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's been outstanding. He's been unbelievable. I think the biggest thing was during the year, just didn't know about the foot. And then when he came back, he didn't look like he could move the way that he has in years past. And he doesn't win this game if it's played 2 months ago and he's moving the way he was, he was in the Carolina game.
You think Mac Jones was that game?
wins that game
against the Eagles.
No, I don't. No, I don't. No.
You think the mobility played a factor?
Yeah, I think their whole script is different, but no, it was a huge factor. He ran for a first down. I mean, look at the play on third down and goal to set up the touchdown. Scrambles. I mean, he drops back, scrambles forward like he's going to sprint and run, throwing on the run, hits CMC on an absolute dime. Like, no, Mac would have got rid of the ball once he hit his back foot.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I hate even asking the question, has Brock graduated from being a game manager? I never viewed him as a game manager. I don't even know what a game manager is.
I think every game is different. See,
I don't know what a game manager is anymore, Joe.
But there are certain games where you do have to be a game manager.
I don't even know what it means anymore.
Well, no, here's like a game manager. And like this is, hey, we're under crazy duress, don't turn it over. We're under crazy duress, don't take a sack. Throw that ball away. You know?
Minimizes mistakes.
Yeah, hit your check downs. And it's not even minimize mistakes. Just like stay out of harm's way and do everything you can to throw the ball to the right guys on time and on schedule. Every game is managing the game. And situations, whatever. You can't just have, and this is probably one of my biggest beefs with when I watched Deshaun Watson, right? I did a lot of Deshaun Watson breakdown. And so many plays were happening outside of structure. When Big Ben got in big trouble at the end of his career, not everything's a pump fake and then like, let me improv. You can't play sustained football that way. Russell Wilson, for the longest time, he wouldn't just hit his back foot and then bang, let me rip the slant. It's let me hit my back foot and let me run around.
Right.
That's not sustained football. You're not going to sustain and be great year after year after year. Like those things have a shelf life. And so there is an element of managing the game. And you have to learn to. John Elway at the end of his career was more of a game manager than a game changer.
Right.
Well, that was when he won his 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
When he decided to actually play situational football a little more balanced because they had a more balanced team. So I just think each game is different. Each down is different. Like, yes, managing the game is a big part of playing quarterback.
Yeah.
Setting your team up, like, here's a great example. Lining up properly.
Yeah.
How many times in the final 2-minute drill did the Niners fail to line up properly? 4.
Yeah, a
4.
lot. I mean, you had the one I keep coming up with, Jawan Jennings just yelling at Kendrick Bourne, just yelling at him like, bro, get lined up on the line. What are you doing?
When to spike the ball. You know, I always bring this up. Jimmy Garoppolo completed a pass that was going nowhere. That, to me, that ball needs to be in the ground or it needs to be in the first row.
Yeah.
Brock, on multiple occasions this year, they had the Cleveland game is a great example. He threw the ball away like 5 times in that game. And those were better than any completion because it's just, hey, live to see another down. That's part of being smart.
According to AI, because of course you always have to ask AI for everything now, a game manager, a player who minimizes mistakes, which are interceptions, fumbles, sacks, and makes efficient, low-risk plays to support a strong team, rather than relying on spectacular individual plays, often leading to wins, but with less flashy stats, making it a backhanded compliment that can be seen as a positive or a negative depending on the context, which I think that's what I have a problem with, the picking and choosing of when to use the term game manager, because it's funny how you bring up Aaron Rodgers. He may have a lot of flashy stats too, and he did win his Super Bowl. And when he won a Super Bowl, I don't think he was listed as a game manager. He's won a lot of MVPs, right? But in those playoff shortcomings, you said something that I thought was interesting. He was very risk averse.
Yeah.
He almost played too much like a game manager at times in some of those
100%.
Packers losses, especially against the 49ers. You need to be able to risk it a little bit. No risk it, no biscuit. Scared money don't make money. And you know what? Brock Purdy did throw 2 interceptions. Jalen Hurts didn't throw any. But Jalen Hurts was the guy playing more like a game manager. Did he play like he was afraid to make a mistake? That's how he looked to me, just through my television screen. That whole offense was like, God, I'm afraid to make a mistake.
He's tentative.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's tentative because he's afraid to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Because he knows this offense, if they make one mistake, they're cooked. Because they can't afford to do it. And it's so vanilla. It's just, God, it was just an awful offense to watch. I mean, God, I just keep going back to that final play. My goodness. Let me know when we got Baldy, guys. We even had John Ritchie, who 94 WIP. We pulled this sound yesterday. We didn't have a chance to play it. John Ritchie, former fullback, played with the Raiders, Philadelphia guy. This is him just criticizing that entire final play. I just wanted to play it because we pulled the sound.
I know that it's so much deeper than our quarterback, and I know that he needs proper guidance. Their team won with less. we lost with so much more talent on our side. Think about the last play of the game. It's 4th and 11. We got 43 seconds left. There's a timeout. They're looking at the coverage. Okay, we don't know for sure what we're going to get. When they went out there, they ran a 2-jet all-go or a 2-jet all-go special. I don't know exactly.
But basically verticals, let's call it. Four guy going vertical. No,
4 verticals.
No one coming across
and
with
the
season
on the line. It's 4th and 11. And your best play against quarters coverage is 4 verticals. Quarters coverage. They're covering two safeties, 2 cornerbacks they're all covering a quarter of the field. You're running go routes into each corner of the field. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? That was your best play. That was your best play. And our coaches, it felt like they just said, hey guys, just go run and get open. You know, it felt like what I used to do in 4th grade at Hampton Elementary School when I'm playing all-time quarterback out at recess. Just go run.
And that was the difference right there. Like, one of those teams was more buttoned up, the other one wasn't. And it goes to coaching, goes to the quarterback, it goes to the wide receiver. Again, I keep talking about it too, which makes it so incredible that they were, such few penalties for the 49ers this season with everything going on is such a reflection of coaching and leadership on this
Purdy
team.
too.
And Purdy. And the offensive linemen, Jake Tonjes. Yeah, you had the one mistake where you Kendrick Bourne, he's been in and out, and I think a lot of Kendrick Bourne and the lack of success for him or the lack of touches on offense has been mainly because Mac Jones isn't the quarterback anymore. I think that was his boy. I think it's just really to simplify it all. This is Mac Jones's guy. It's not really Brock Purdy's guy. Brock Purdy's guy is Juwan Jennings, and now it might be Demarcus Robinson. We'll see going forward. Clearly, Jake Tonjes is part of that too. I think just Kendrick Bourne's the odd man out with Purdy at quarterback, which is maybe he has a moment here or there. Maybe he has a moment this Saturday against the Seahawks. You never know. But I keep coming back to the penalties too, Joe. They're just killing the Eagles. And the Niners, they benefited from that tremendously.
But when we say the term game manage, the play call comes in, you have to dictate the play call in the right way. Yeah. People have to be able to hear you. Yeah. You got to line everybody up. How many motions do the Niners do?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, everyone's got to be lined up. You got to make sure that the appropriate wide receiver is either on or off the line. The appropriate tight end is either on or off the line. They have to be on the right set. The Niners haven't had an illegal formation call in how long?
Oh, God. Probably at the regular season at some point, but I can't think of one.
Watch the rest of the league. It happens on every other play. Flag right away. You're like, illegal motion.
Or illegal man downfield. Like, that's another one that I keep seeing a bunch all around the league. Niners don't do that.
False starts. Haven't seen a lot of those.
No.
Like, quarterback gets credit for that. So does each individual player. But, that's part of managing the game. That's all before the ball's even hiked. And then after all the motions and everything like that, here we go. We got Baldy.
Let's go. Go right to him, Carter. Shark Week, baby. Tuesday on the roast. Let's go. Joining us on the River Islands guest line is Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Baldy, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. We're just talking about, that game in Philadelphia and just what a win it was for Kyle Shanahan, for Brock Purdy. I mean, where should we even start? Where do you want to start? What is Baldy's biggest takeaway from a 49ers perspective after that win in Philadelphia?
Well, there's a lot of ways to start this thing. But honestly, who would have thought that you could start Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow and rack up 21 tackles and shut the Eagles down on 2 guys that have never started for the 49ers, right? Kendricks gets signed, a month ago. Johnny Holland, Robert Saleh, to see those guys, I thought I was watching Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, year 6 together. The way that they communicated, they never blew an assignment all the way to the end with Kendricks knocking the ball away down the middle of the field. There's Brock Purdy dropping back 32 times, and on 31 dropbacks, he doesn't get hit. He doesn't get touched. To stop that pass rush. There's so many different ways to do it. To overcome the loss of George Kittle in that game. to just continue to bestow Christian McCaffrey with every superlative you can think of in football terminology is unreal. It's a credit, man. It's a credit to Kyle, to John, and the culture that they have there all the way around.
You know, Baldy, the Bay Area was really heated. They heard you on WIP. You know but honestly, this is why I love you, Baldy. You stand by what you say. You're willing to change your opinions as you get more film and things go on. But let's call it what it is. Like, you were asked, hey, starting a franchise, would you take Hurts and Sirianni or Shanahan and Purdy? How do you feel this morning?
Well, no. See, so when I was asked the question, immediately I thought Super Bowls. Sirianni and Hurts are just coming off a Super Bowl win and a Super Bowl MVP. Now, you can debate whether, you can debate all the stuff about it. Is the team better? They won a Super Bowl, and the quarterback was a Super Bowl MVP. And one thing I've learned about when you win a Super Bowl, whether it's Bill Walsh winning a Super Bowl or Mike Holmgren winning a Super Bowl with Brett Favre, whatever it is, they can never take it away from you. And that's all I thought about when I was asked the question. And I was definitive. Now, does that negate any of the positivity of Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan together and what they're doing? Absolutely not. But if you're asked a question, you answer the question based on that. It's about winning championships. It's about putting the Vincent T. Lombardi trophy in the 49ers trophy case. And that's all that answer was. But I understand the flack. I get fans. I totally understand it. And I understand, especially after winning in Philadelphia, I knew they were going to come after me, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But I answered the question, Joe, based on that one simple truth. It's about winning championships.
Well, you know what I always say to people? We put our name on everything we say. It's not like Insider says we put our name on everything. So you're not ducking nobody. I love you, Baldy.
No.
Yeah.
No. Listen, but I'm also, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm still, the way the question was framed, I would stand by. Yeah. And look, they just did a phenomenal job. I mean, who knew Demarcus Robinson was going to do what he did? I mean, look, you could just all that, right? I mean, they needed somebody to step up, and Demarcus Robinson stepped up in a way that nobody could have predicted. But that's coaching. That's Kyle. That's Brock. And they deserve all their flowers. But at the same time, 49ers are pretty hungry for a championship the last time I checked. They've been there. They've knocked on the door. They haven't gotten it down. And that's going to travel with Kyle. It's going to travel with him. He's had opportunities. And it's fair or not fair. Bud Grant got there 4 times, didn't win. Marv Levy got there 4 times. He didn't win. You can still go to the Hall of Fame. You can still be a great Hall of Fame coach without the Super Bowl. But, it's like when Steve Young had the monkey ripped off his back. You don't think Kyle wants that monkey ripped off his back? 100%. Hell yeah, he does.
100%, Baldy. So, in this game, I thought Brock was awesome. He had a couple of plays he wants back. There's no doubt. But I thought the throw to DeMarcus on the first drive, he just teardropped it over Quinyon Mitchell, and it was a dime. He had a couple of throws to CMC and to Juice. Juice was awesome in this game. But after the second pick, and I thought Quinyon made a great play. He kind of floated it. The first pick was terrible. We don't have to go there. It's 7:55 to go. You gave this guy the money you gave him and said, you're the franchise quarterback, down to lead that drive, which he did. I loved that entire drive, how he moved in the pocket, how the team was moving the ball, the screen call from Shanahan, but the touchdown play as he evades pressure, throwing on the run on that Texas route play where he's coming from the other side of the formation. I thought Brock Purdy was awesome in this game, and I know he had the interception, but when the chips were all in the middle of the table, he showed his best.
He did. And it's great because, TV's doing what TV does, right? So there's drama, and there's Brock on the sideline, completely looking unfazed by any of it, knowing very well that the turnovers could lead. I mean, who loses the turnover battle the way they lost the turnover battle on the road in a playoff game that wins a game? Well, your quarterback has to make those plays. And I would love to ask Kyle or Brock, is the winning touchdown to McCaffrey, is that truly the number one look? You're just buying time, looking to the right, stepping up in the pocket. Or is that just Okay, I'm looking over here at Robinson and Jawan and Tongas over here. But if I have to, but am I looking over there and then climbing the pocket, knowing I got McCaffrey over here and Nakobe Dean? Like, I don't know, because I kind of, part of me says, let McCaffrey go to work, let him figure out the route, because it's a Steph Curry clear out right here on the backside. Is it just a question of Brock buying time in that spot to let McCaffrey go wing?
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Baldy, there's so many different takeaways from this game. We had day after a victory Monday, hey, game balls. You can go Upton Stout. You can go Brock Purdy. You can go Trent Williams with 1.5 hamstrings. You can go anywhere. I want to stick with Robert Saleh here because I feel like this guy's going to get a bunch of coaching interviews. He already is. If he just puts in the tape for this game, is it more so about how bad the Eagles are offensively, or what Robert Saleh and Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow were able to do defensively? Or is it a little both?
I think it's a little both. I don't want to just take Robert Saleh and say, well, the Eagles had these issues all year, which they did. And I was late getting on with you because I was just on in Philadelphia talking about it. And there's going to be changes. There's going to be, there's even people talking about blowing out Sirianni and, all the emotional stuff. That happens when you lose at home in a playoff game the way they did, and just how they never played 4 quarters of football all year. But at the same time, they made, those guys were ready to play. And, some of it is fundamental football, but you felt like the communication between Wallow and Kendricks was really, really good all game long. And, Upton Stout, the guy just plays the game fast. Siegel made huge plays. Everybody contributed, right? So you can't really single one guy out. But the way that they, the coordinator's job is just that. How are we going to coordinate this thing, keep it in front of us, not give up the big plays? Some of that is the Eagles. They play a conservative brand of football. You're winning 19-17. Let's keep it in front of us. But at the same time, we knew that if McCaffrey got towards, 25 touches, he got 23, that they were going to be in good shape and a chance to win the game, and they were right there. But Saleh's good. I can't imagine, honestly, in this coaching cycle of 8 head coaching vacancies, and especially with Saleh right there in the spotlight on that, I can't imagine him not getting a job, especially with DeMeco Ryans last night doing what he's doing at Houston. Defense still wins these freaking championships. You still win because of it. I can't imagine Saleh not getting a job right now.
So, Baldy, their personnel's so different than just 2 weeks ago. You referenced Marquis Siegel, playing for Jair Brown. I feel like he's got more range than Jair Brown right now. And then, obviously, the 2 linebackers. Are the personnel switches that they've made, is the defense better for it? Not to knock Bethune or D. Winters or even Jair, but is this just a better personnel 2 weeks later against Seattle heading into this week?
Well, I don't know if it's better personnel, but they didn't break down because of communication breakdowns. And we've seen that throughout the year, especially at the safety position, where you're like, what's going on back there? The communication seemed better, a lot better. Now, Kendricks isn't, look, Eric was out of the league for a reason, but he knows. I've sat in the film room with Eric Kendricks. He knows the game. He knows how to prepare. He knows formations. He knows, he knows where his eyes need to go. And he knows still how to get there. I felt like the communication with those guys on the field was better than it has been throughout much of the season.
Now, the rookie class, Siegel, who I referenced, Upton Stout, Alfred Collins, C.J. West, I feel like these guys have really come on in the last couple of weeks. What did you see on film?
I saw great effort. There was a play, they traded for Keon White. He makes the play of the game. Honestly, Jalen Hurts is going to, when he breaks the pocket on that one play, he might score. The defense has their back to him. I've seen Jalen make that play 20-something yards for a touchdown for the last 5 years. He's going to score if Keon White and C.J. West don't hit him and squeeze that pocket as he's going forward. Now, you could say Jalen's lost a step. He probably has. But he probably scores in that play. He at least gets a first down, which gets him a new set of downs right there. But to watch Keon and CJ and to answer your question, all you're seeing is just effort from those guys. Alfred still has the play of the year against the Rams. We all know what the play is, but that's the play of the year for the 40. I mean, if you want to put the play that changed the whole season, it was, Alfred getting that ball out of Kyron Williams' hands, going in to score and take the lead.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, and Baldy, obviously, amongst all this joy and happiness, and wow, we're going to play the Seahawks Saturday night in Seattle. It's going to be crazy. Got to talk about Kittle. Torn Achilles, just a brutal blow, and the fact that they were able to rally still from that point and win the game just speaks to what this team has been all year, and is just resiliency after losing Bosa, losing Fred. You may get him back if you win this week, who knows? And then now losing Kittle. It's sounds like a silly question. How significant of a loss is it for this team? Just your thoughts on everything, and you're just gutted for him.
Well, he's the heart and soul of the team, and has been. He's just literally, Fred, George, Juice. These guys, since Kyle got there, it's been, those guys have been the leaders. It's leaders in every way. How you present yourself, how you practice, how you prepare, how you play in any game. Big games, regular season, mid-October, doesn't matter. But these Achilles tears. George has made that play for a decade. And to see that the Achilles snap right there, you just wonder what the hell is going on. Is it overtraining? What's happening? You saw McCaffrey, he did tear his Achilles, but obviously the Achilles was the problem last year. What's going on, and why is that happening to Dre coming off the sideline in the Super Bowl game? I just need somebody to kind of research this stuff, and what can we do so that routine plays don't end up the way George did. And it was so, the shot of George getting off of the truck and hopping into the locker room on one leg was just such classic Kittle. He doesn't want any help. He's just going to hop into the locker room. He knows the injury. That's just, it's awful. It's just awful. Thank God Jake Tonga has been unreal throughout the year and was continued. I feel like they've got the next guy up ready to go to take that spot. Although I'm not saying you can replace George, you can't. But at least they've got two tight ends ready to go this game.
Yeah. All right, so in the game, it's third quarter. They fall down 16-10, and there's 2 minutes to go in the third. And they run a juice play where it's like a screen. And he runs through the soul of Blankenship to finish this run. Yeah. And I jumped up off the couch, and it felt like a big momentum play. I thought Juice had his best game as a Niner. And then a CMC run, and then they run the Sky Moore jet sweep, okay? And then we get to the end, and there's a quarterback sneak for the first down. It's the end of the third quarter. It's the start of the fourth quarter. And they run this kind of sky reverse flip to JJ. And Juwan Jennings throws that absolutely perfect throw as he's getting plastered to CMC catching the ball over the middle. They set this up with the Sky Moore reverse. And it was a gots to have it moment. I know the final drive is the one everyone points to. But down 16-10, I thought the whole drive was set up by Juice finishing that run with Blankenship. Because, man, that was just all the momentum right there.
Well, they had lost Kittle by that point. And so Juice, everybody's in that huddle going, we're going to do it for George. You can just hear it. We're going to do this for George. But you got to, I've never seen Juwan Jennings throw a ball. I don't know if he's right-handed or left-handed. To call that play. Now, you can say you set it up with the Sky Moore, fly sweep, all that stuff, which is true. Because the Eagles were completely out of sorts. They were in man coverage. Here's Quinion, running with the receiver, and nobody picks up McCaffrey. I don't know what Reed Blankenship was doing. I don't know where his eyes were, whatever. But to call that play in that spot, everybody has deceptives, right, Joe? So everybody has them on their play sheet. They're sitting there. But the key is, A, when you call it, and B, how you execute it. There was still a great catch. Juwan throws the ball, but still a great catch, tracking that ball into the end zone by McCaffrey. But to call that play in that spot, kind of we call that the high red zone, right? You're outside the 20. High red zone play. It's probably on the play sheet. You got low red zone, high red zone, all this stuff. It's probably on Kyle's sheet as a high red zone play. To call that play in that spot and then to execute it when you need it the most to take the lead. I mean, it's why he's a great coach. Like, not many guys call that one in that spot and then execute it like that.
What does he have to cook up different versus Seattle this time? And they're going to have Trent, obviously, which is a big help. But what do they have to do different in this game versus what they did 2 weeks ago against Seattle?
Well, I think, I think McCaffrey ran the ball 8 times in that game, Joe. Maybe I'm wrong. No more than 10. They just couldn't run it. And so they went away from it. They need to crease them up front. And maybe it's different style of runs. Maybe it's more pin and pulls, whatever. Like, they've got to find different ways to get good runs. The 4 to 6 yard runs, first down, second down, where they can stay more on schedule and to keep feeding McCaffrey. Because obviously here he is, 436 touches, I believe, Joe. In 18 games, 436. They need another 20 to 25 touches from McCaffrey somehow. So you're going to get him matched up against, Drake Thomas. You're going to get him against Ernest Jones. They know Ernest Jones well from playing him this year, from playing him with the Rams. They got to find some of those matchups. You got to get Juice involved. So there's things you can learn and take away from that, debacle, 2 weeks ago. But I think it starts with how they run the ball and how successful they can be. If you run inside zone against Big Cat Williams and Jerron Reed and Byron Murphy, you're probably going to get the same results. You're probably going to get 1 yard, 2 yard plays, and it's just not going to be enough to sustain.
Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast. And then on the other side of the football, what do you expect to see from Robert Saleh this go around? I mean, you got new faces in there. You got Marquis Siegel. You got Upton Stout making plays. Do you do anything differently third time around, Baldy? Or both these teams just know each other too well, and what you see is what you get?
No, I think there's always wrinkles. I mean, that's why you self-scout yourself constantly. But you look for the weaknesses in Seattle, and obviously one of the weaknesses is Sam Darnold will put the ball on the ground. He's going to give you a chance to catch one, and he's going to put the ball on the ground. And can you get the recovery the way we saw Houston last night change the game? They got the ball on the ground, Sheldon Rankins touchdown. They're going to need some of that. They're going to need something like that. Now, that might be a blitz call, where it's, back on back or just a Bob type play where it's Kendricks coming in on Kenneth Walker, whatever. You're going to need some of those type of plays where you got to heat Sam Darnold up. He's going to give you a chance. Like you saw even C.J. Stroud last night. Like, under pressure, in the pocket, you kind of make some mistakes under pressure. Like, that's what they've got to – if you let Sam Darnold sit back the way Brock Purdy sat back against the Eagles, he's probably the core of the opportunities, whether it's Jackson Smith and Jigba, whatever. It's too good. You can't let your corner sit back against a receiver like that and think you're going to cover that guy.
Brian, we saw, basically a hobbled George Kittle before the injury. I mean, he had the groin, the hamstring, the ankle. You saw the other ankle take it, and then he tears the Achilles. And now he's out, and we don't know what he'll be. Would you risk it if Fred came to the team and said, I want to play. I want to play on Saturday, because he's posting videos, Fred Warner is, of himself at practice from last week. If he came to you and says, I want to play, but there is obviously a risk, would you let him play?
Yeah, I would, because it was a dislocated ankle, if I remember correctly. The ankle's going to heal one way or the other. If he has a setback, he has a setback. But, this could be Willis Reed coming out onto the court. I mean, the lift that you get with Fred being out there, and Seattle seeing that, and the 49ers that are going to be in Lumen Stadium this weekend, they see Fred walk out on the field. Yes. And maybe it's not every down, but I would not have fear. If Fred signed off on it and said, guys, put me out there. I know sometimes you got to put players out of harm's way. They'll get too emotional about it. But in this case, I would not have fears. I feel like Fred's going to be back next year, being Fred, no matter what. But I would not have fear of putting Fred out there right now.
Baldy, one more. Biggest takeaway from the entire opening weekend of the NFL playoffs for you is what? Any team, any game, biggest takeaway is what?
Houston, to see that defense last night just smother Pittsburgh.
Oh my God!
Like it's like nobody. Like we'll see what happens this weekend, but I don't think anybody wants to see Houston. They overcame 3 turnovers and completely shut Pittsburgh down. This thing is still going to come down to defense and overcome. That's where this thing is going to be. Could be Seattle this weekend. The Patriots defense was awesome this weekend. I feel like defense is where this thing is at, and we saw the biggest display of it over the 6 games and the final game on the road. And defense. The good thing about defense is it travels, so it doesn't matter what stadium you're in, it doesn't matter what noise. Like you play defense the way they play defense, you're gonna have a chance to win every game.
It's a great point. I think D'Amico Ryans has joined John and Jim Harbaugh as the only coaches in their first 3 years ever to each year win a playoff game, which is pretty incredible for the once defensive coordinator of the San Francisco 49ers. Baldy, great stuff, man. And hopefully we're talking about another win with you next week.
I hope so. Yeah, look, that's why you got to go play the game. You got to go play the game. But let's enjoy the build up to this game. Because everybody look, I was on your show last week, guys, and I didn't think San Francisco had a chance.
Me neither.
I thought they were coming into Philly, they're rested. I didn't think, and then they went and played like they did. And so everybody's going to look at that last game, week 18, and the 49ers not being able to score, all that kind of stuff. Okay, everybody's going to count them out, except you can't count the 49ers out. You just can't do it.
Can't do it. Baldy, great stuff, man.
Love you, Baldy.
We'll do it again next week.
Yeah, love you guys, man. Talk to you next week.
You're the
Let's
best.
go. That's Brian Baldinger, which leads us now, Carter, to the injury report. Steph Curry plays basketball tonight, but his brother Seth will not. The Warriors announced that Seth Curry, who has missed the last 12 games with a sciatic nerve-related injury, is progressing in his rehabilitation. He has not yet been cleared for practice, however. He will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which brings us now to Bonte Hill, from Baldy to Bonte, in studio with us now from 8 to 10, as he is each and every Tuesday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Bonte, good morning to you. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. It is sunny. The sun is shining. God is good. It's a great day out there. We're feeling good, man. How are you feeling? Look at that smile on your face.
Feel great. Feel great. I'm just sleeping great. What a win. I'm still stunned they won that game on Sunday.
I feel the same way.
I remember texting Shasky during the game. I'm like, I'm shocked they're even in it. They're in it.
I know.
Shasky goes, shocked. And then every Niner fan that chased her that day, I'm stunned they won the football game. And it is, to me, it's the biggest upset they had in my lifetime when it comes to playoff football. And it's not even close. The most unthinkable, shocking playoff win I've seen as a 49er fan in my lifetime. Not even close. I mean, what comes second? The wild card game in Green Bay with Kaepernick, or is it divisional round game with Jimmy G where they'll score an offensive touchdown?
Yeah, but that team, the Niner team, was so much better than this team.
They were so much better. This
on
team,
paper.
I mean, this team, they're throwing out linebackers we haven't seen before. They just met each other Friday. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm Eric Kendricks. Hey, how's it going?
And that's the substation.
Right. Oh, the substation. Oh, my God. Chase Daniel yesterday talking about the substation. Dude, it's anyway.
Tabor Pepper, too.
Right. Who? Tabor Pepper's talking about the substation?
Apparently, he said, look at the trees on that side and then look at the trees on the other side. And
even though they've been down there since
I'm
over 30 years.
This is the guy who was the long snapper.
But no, seriously.
Judo chop.
It is the most shocking win they've had when you consider what they have on defense, who was banged up. And then, by the way, you lose George Kittle.
Oh, my God.
You lose George Kittle.
I'm devastated for George.
Oh, yeah,
I can't
absolutely.
even begin to, break it down.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're all devastated for George. You see the tweets from Matt Barrows and Kim and everybody who was in Philadelphia, and all the cards coming out for George Kittle. You're like, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, now.
You knew immediately. You tweeted it. People were mad at you, but you knew immediately.
Well, people argue with me like, we haven't watched sports before. Oh, Bonte, you can't report it.
Stop.
It's like, dude, how many times have we seen this?
Look at him.
You watched it in real time.
Listen,
you could see it.
Listen, and I fall for it because I'm a sucker for it, and I got to get better.
What?
But I think people just like to argue,
Oh,
and they just like to complain.
Yeah, think?
I mean, it's just like it's fascinating what's going on in this world.
888-957-9570.
Just complaining, just to complain. Bonte, you don't know if it's an Achilles. Sure, I've seen that injury a million times in my lifetime. Have you ever watched pro sports before?
My boy Dan Vincenzi texted me right away. Yeah. He's like, before they showed the highlight, right? Achilles.
Yeah,
he had it happen to him. He's like, dude, I know it. It's just Achilles.
I mean, come on, man. So, but to go in that place and listen, I don't know what it was like last week because I would have been talking a lot of smack because this is surprising. You got the Rams, you got the Seahawks, and, obviously the rivalries renewed with Seattle. But as close to hate as I can get, I despise the city of Philadelphia and their fandom for not only what happened a few years ago, I just hate everything that they're about. And our boy Randy Sims. You know Randy from Reardon. I know Randy from playing Pop Warner football.
One of the strongest guys of all time.
I mean, I know
grown man in sixth grade.
University of Arizona who plays Pop Warner football. You play Pop Warner football with him. He was there, and I warned him. I said, "Hey, man, just be careful." And he goes, "You know what, Vontae? You were right. Everything they're about is just small time. The middle fingers, the slurs, the curse words. But also, I was reminded last week just." Because WIP, 94 WIP, our quote-unquote sister station. Yeah. And I think Spike Eskin is a clown. But I think everybody in that building is a clown, with the exception of Hugh Douglas and our boy Joe Giglio. I don't mind them.
I like Joe.
I don't mind them.
Bill
but the rest of them,
it was pretty good stuff there.
But the rest of them, the John Marks, the Spikes, the Joe DeCamera who said Nick Sirianni's going to revolutionize football like Bill Walsh did. How's that aging? That was unbelievable. But the way they treated us in that studio after that NFC Championship game, not having our studio ready, we had to jump in there with 2 minutes to go before we got on air. The way they mocked us, the way they walked around, the way they jumped into our first segment and yelled into the microphone, everything about it. This game was personal. And although I picked the Eagles, because I was like, man, I don't know how the hell the Niners going to win this game. That game was personal. And it feels so damn good that they went in there and shut everybody up, from their radio host to their fandom. They're going to have a miserable 6 months in Philadelphia because the Sixers ain't winning the damn thing. The Phillies ain't winning the damn thing. The Flyers ain't winning the damn thing. So this was as personal as it gets for me personally. I hate that city. I hate that town. They got good food, no doubt about it. But I cannot stand them. So it feels so damn good to go in there and shut them up.
That is the voice of Bonte Hill in studio now, sponsored by Saramani Ford. Man, we got all the sponsors for Bonte Hill. Let's go. And he's fired up. And I think it's a good point, Bonte, because I was just thinking about it today. We had a lot of callers calling yesterday and saying, like, during that final drive when they got the touchdown, there were tears in their eyes. They were emotional. There was a lot of emotional fans yesterday, whether they were talking about, losing their brother at one point and watching the games, but just that sense of wow, it was a wild card win. The Niners have had bigger wins when it comes to getting to a Super Bowl, but that was emotional for a lot of fans. It was more than just a win. It was Philadelphia. It's what this team has been through all season long. You lost Kittle in the game. It represented more than just a standard wild card win.
I think Joe, pound for pound, we might be watching the most resilient 49er team of our lifetime. And I was just listening to Baldy just talk about the play of the year, Alfred Collins. I remember that SoFi Stadium game against the LA Rams. They had no business. I remember walking in with Grant Cohn that day. He's like, dude, they don't got a shot. I was like, yeah, divisional game. Maybe they keep it close. Who knows? I remember on the go way to the airport listening to you guys. I was like, damn it. I should, why am I even going down here? I remember questioning myself, should I even just get my money back and not even go to this game? Yeah.
I picked the Niners in that
game. Yeah, with your heart. But the air, when you were on there, I was like, man, are they even going to win?
That's what makes these upsets. You were bringing up why it's such a big upset. It was like, you picked whatever the Eagles. That's why it was such a big upset. Yep. They're the defending champs. At home.
In the elements.
Look who you have.
They hadn't lost under Sirianni at home in the playoffs.
Nope.
And Brock hadn't had a road playoff win yet. Nope. That was the one thing that was left off his resume. So this season has just been filled. The Bears win on Sunday Night Football. How did I pick against the team after they won that game in the way that they won it? Beating the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday Night Football. Beating the Rams at SoFi Stadium in the fashion that they did with a ragtag unit. So, this feels good. And, again, the rivalry's back with Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't wait for Saturday night.
First home playoff game since 2016. It's
No,
crazy.
2020. I got corrected yesterday.
Okay, 2020.
They lost the wild card game. I totally forgot about that game.
Was that a COVID year?
2020, I guess it had
It didn't really happen then.
But
there's no one in the
They lost to the Rams in the wild card game.
That had to have been a COVID. Yeah,
30-20.
That had to have been.
And you know what? The Rams won that game with their backup quarterback, and then with the Green Bay.
Oh yeah, they got the
week.
scrambler.
Yeah, and then with the Green Bay the next week.
What is his name?
So I totally forgot about that game. But they're going to be charged up Saturday night, no doubt.
Well, so it's funny that you bring up like the Eagles and the hatred. Part of what made the Cowboy rivalry, obviously in the 70s, there was a rivalry. In the early 80s, and the Niners kind of ending their dynasty and ending Tom Landry, even though he stuck around for another 5-6 years. And the Cowboys went to the NFC Championship game the very next year. But I think in the 90s, as we were kids, when you lose to a team and then they go on to win it all, it just sticks in your craw. Then when they're extremely over the top obnoxious about it the entire way, and you feel like, if this would have went our way, if this would have went that, like, that's when that rivalry really builds up. And I think for the Niners, and at least the fans right now, it feels like the most personal matchup, more so than Rams, Seahawks, Cowboys, is Eagles.
No, it is.
Right now. It's personal.
For me, it is.
The name
is
John Wolford, by the way. There you go.
John Wolford, yeah, because Jared Goff got hurt in that game. I completely forgot about that game. They lost 30-20. But to beat Philadelphia the way that they did, to see Seth Jordan after the game lose his mind over this team, to hear Jalen Hurts lose, to see A.J. Brown just walk out of the building without talking to the local media. It felt great. It felt great to beat that football team. It's shit because those fans, they call it passion. When you're flipping people off, and again, they always blame us, Shasky, for, you guys started it. No. Joe DeCamera went on here just talking out the side of his ass. That whole segment. This Sirianni's we're going to talk about Sirianni in 20 years like we talk about Bill Walsh. He said that on these airways. Think about that. Joe DeCamera said that about Nick Sirianni on these airways. We don't even know if Sirianni calls plays. He doesn't call the defense. We know he doesn't call the offense. What does he do?
Hilarious.
And you compare him to Bill Walsh. And then you talked about us dying for wearing our jerseys. So whatever we went through that day, what we went through at that radio station, that flight home was just it was just nothing but disgruntled 49er fans. Felt like we got into a fist fight. We were beat up emotionally, mentally, spiritually.
I got COVID.
Did you get COVID?
Remember, I passed out in the Target like 2 days later?
Oh, you did. You told me about that. Yeah.
I woke up and I had a shaved chest, and they were like doing the heart thing to me.
Would it be the first one? Would it be the first one to pass out in a Target around here?
You pass out in a Target too?
What? No, I said no. Would it be the first person to pass out in a Target?
I also got locked into a bathroom with LJ in that Target.
Yeah, that's weird.
And I had to bang on the door. And it was, dude, they got like jammed.
I mean, Shasky got hurt.
Scared the crap out of me.
Somebody went to go hug Shasky, and I'm looking around for these guys. And
my nose exploded.
No, and somebody's like, Shasky's going to see the medic right now.
This is what
literally in the medic, like, dude.
Just walking?
Matias
Come on, man.
Matias hit me, and it snapped my sunglasses, and it cut my eye.
You okay now? Have you recovered
Dude, it
since
was
then?
bleeding like crazy.
Was it like Mike Vrabel when he banged the head of the helmet and his lip was bleeding?
That's exactly
It's funny, by the way, you bring up the Bill Walsh thing, because actually the guy that's probably closest to Bill Walsh from Philadelphia coaching is probably Andy Reid.
No doubt.
That one I would actually listen to, but they ran him out of town, and look what happened. He won 3 Super Bowls. We have Bonte in studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
He won 3 Super Bowls, 2 against you.
And on the other side, boys, it's big when Sam Lubman gets in my ear and says, hey, look in your box. You got to tease. Wait till you hear what Fred Warner had to say about being ready to play this week. You're not going to want to miss it. Bonte in studio for the rest of the show. That's Shasky, I'm Joe Spadoni, and it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi.
Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Fonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low 600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant and medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Damn right, Larry June. What's up, man? We have Bonte in studio, as we do each and every Tuesday from 8 to 10, presented by Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. We're still basking in the glow of that win on Wild Card Weekend in Philadelphia, taking out the defending champs, and now we had to wait till like 8:30 last night till the game was over for God knows why. Saturday night, that's when the 49ers will be playing the Seahawks, 5 o'clock in Seattle, and that place is going to be loud. How many Niner fans are going to be on that game? I want to know. I know, Shasky, you're going.
I think it's going to be a lot of Niner fans.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Like it's going to be what?
I don't know. I just think there's going to be a lot of Niner fans.
Oh, I know there's going to be a lot because whenever you have the people, like the radio personalities or anyone that covers the team, don't sell your tickets to the Niner fans. Like they're scared of a Niner takeover already in Seattle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many Niner fans are going to be up there. I'm eager to see.
More than 30%. Philadelphia, for sure. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of flights that were already taken. That was already like, good luck trying to get to Seattle this weekend. Maybe you have to take Amtrak and leave on Thursday.
Drive.
But,
yeah.
I don't know, though, because they haven't been in this position in a very long time, Seattle. They're the number 1 seed with the bye week, and they feel like, boy, we have this defense. We just limited the Niners to 3 points a couple weeks ago. I think it's going to be a Seahawk-heavy crowd. There'll be some Reds sprinkled in.
Of course.
But not like it has been over the last 5-6 years.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Because the last 5-6 years, like, there's been times where it's been 50-50 in Seattle.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, I don't think it'll be that egregious.
20% Niner fan?
You got to remember, in the playoffs, it's a short schedule. It's difficult. You have to have expendable money to be able to stop what you're doing, go to the game, fly. You know, it's a lot of planning.
It's a lot of planning. And I was waiting, because I'm going up there too.
Nice.
I was waiting for the Texas game to be over. So, because if it was a day game, 1 o'clock game, then I'm flying in Friday morning. But since it's a night game, I'll fly in that morning, leave the next morning, fly in Saturday morning, and then get some rest and rev up for Saturday night.
I just don't know why we had to wait that long. Like, we knew that was going to be the Saturday night game.
I don't know.
There's no chance they're putting Bills Broncos on that.
No, I thought Josh Allen was going to get that primetime slot. He's your best quarterback in the league, pound for pound.
I think the market, though, for San Francisco.
I agree there.
But I hear you on like the face of he's the face of these playoffs probably now, right? Is Josh Allen?
Why would CBS want to give that up?
What that?
They apparently they wanted that 1 o'clock window.
Oh, they did.
Yeah,
CBS.
And Fox got the evening window.
Oh, that's cool.
But again, who knows? This is just from just the different people, because I guess they kind of it was network dependent on who wanted what games.
Well, we got Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt on the call again this week, and I thought Tom was actually really good on the broadcast. I don't know if you were listening to it because I know you're prepping for the Warriors game.
No,
but you
I
probably
had the game
listened back.
on. No, I watched most of the game. I got to chase it at around 1 o'clock.
Nice.
Notes were done, so I was watching the media center just kind of in my own zone. And then I was like, damn, this game's taking long. Oh, man. Got 10 minutes to the pregame. So literally, as we got on the pregame show, the Niners were driving for the go-ahead touchdown. And as I'm teasing the A block, I hear this big roar. That's when McCaffrey scored a go-ahead touchdown to put the Niners up 23-19. So then during the break, we're watching. Bully and I are watching. And then as we're going through the B block, and it was brutal. Like, Sunday's show, just everything was going to haywire. Dave Bernstein, who's one of our managers, was actually producing the show, and he's a Philadelphia Eagles fan, born and bred in Philly. Damn. One of the few good Eagles fans out there. So we have no sound. We couldn't hear a thing. The only thing I could hear was Dave Bernstein. When I kicked the Carrot, couldn't hear Carrot. Couldn't hear Dalton. Couldn't hear the jingles on our drops or our full-screen graphics. So it was like, we're dealing with adversity. Plus, there's a Niner game going on right behind me. So, yeah, it was something. It was something on Sunday. But Brady, to your point about Brady, he's gotten so much better.
He was great in this game.
No, he's been great all year. Brady's gotten so much better. From year 1 to year 2, Brady's made the leap. Now, Tony Romo, I think CBS needs to throw the bag at him. Somebody needs to throw the bag at Greg Olson to make them their number one analyst.
Okay.
Whether it's CBS or our fellows at the Peacock.
Well, no, I think Amazon needs to ditch Michaels and
Michaels is coming back next year.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Herb Street's so different on college and
Terrible.
NFL.
I actually thought Herb Street was pretty good in that Caleb Williams,
Yeah,
like when he was coming back.
college.
No,
Like Jay Billis. I love Jay Billis.
I understand. Actually,
Jay Billis has done good NBA stuff,
he did in the playoffs
but he's
last year.
a college guy to me, and I love Billis.
I understand. And I'm with you on that. And I think they've just spread Kirk Herbstreit way too thin over there. I teased it. I got to play the sound. Could we get Fred Warner potentially back in a San Francisco 49ers uniform this Saturday in Seattle? This is what Fred had to say on Russillo's show, which is now via Barstool. Here you go.
It's on net.
I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. But it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
All right. What did you make of that when you heard him say that? When he said at the end there?
Yesterday.
That was yesterday. When he said, we got to pull the win out first, I was like, oh, he's not playing this week then. Like, that's kind of how
No, I think that was done last week because these were all shelved.
Oh, was this last
week?
week?
Yeah, I'm saying it released yesterday. Everybody, Barstool, The Ringer, and Cowherd signed exclusive deals with Netflix to put their podcast on there. And so I clicked on some of them. It's not the same as YouTube. I'm sorry. Like, it's not going to work. I'm letting you know right now. But he had canned a couple interviews with certain people for the debut, and that was one of them.
All right. You want him back, Bonte? If he says, hey, I'm ready to go.
Fred Warner back.
No. That's not how
My boy Rocco said this. Even if he doesn't play, burn the uniform spot and just play him so he can run out of the tunnel with everyone.
That's it.
Like, that's how inspirational
it's the Aaron Rodgers meme when he runs out with the flag.
Yes.
Just do that.
No, I'm dead serious.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then, when I said, hey, my gut feeling is I think he's going to try to come back for the divisional round game, especially if it was at home. But even the short flight to Seattle, I can see him getting on a flight and trying to give it a go. And then he posts the wide receiver or his linebacker drills on Instagram.
And that was from Friday?
That
was definitely last week.
But he posted it yesterday.
He posted it yesterday. So he's moving around. And then a few days after I said what I said here on the show, and people call me crazy. Oh, you're not credible. You're just throwing stuff against the wall. 4 days later, Matt Barrows, hey, I'm hearing Fred Warner's telling his teammates that he's going to be back for the divisional round game. Everyone's, oh my God, Fred, divisional round game. He's going to try to give it a go.
Yeah.
He's going to try to play this game against Seattle. Will he play? I have no idea. I don't know if they're going to clear him for this, but he's going to try to play on Saturday. He's going to do everything he can, and this may be a game time decision. Now, Shanahan said yesterday that it's a long shot.
Yeah.
That he even practices.
It's a smart thing to say.
It's a smart thing to say. Gamesmanship. But knowing Fred and being around Fred over this last month and a half, and the smile that's been on his face, and the hop he's got in his step, the pep that he has in his step, he's going to try to play Saturday. Now, will he play? Again, I don't know if he is, but he's going to try.
It would be an incredible story, especially now that you're going to be without Kittle. Like, just being without the emotional leaders of this team that have been there for years now. On offense, it's always been George Kittle. Like, he's been the guy. On defense, it's been Fred Warner. And I know some might say Nick Bosa has been a better player at times. I think it's always been Fred, but, nationally, DPOY, all of that. But Fred Warner has been the emotional leader of that defense. And the fact that, and we just had Baldy on, and if you missed any of that, you can find it on the YouTube or the Odyssey app. And I know you were listening, Bonte. The fact that Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow stepped in. Garrett Wallow, who? Like, the fact that both those guys stepped in and had the games that they had. And I know it's a down Eagles offense. I get that. But they still have the name power, man. They still have A.J. Brown. They still have Devontae Smith. They still have Dallas Carter. They still have Saquon Barkley. And for them to have 20-plus total tackles together, it's pretty incredible, man.
Well, I thought that was the biggest difference from Seattle to Philadelphia. And I thought if the Niners wanted to stay in the fight, they had to tackle better. Would they miss 18 tackles against Seattle? What are their tackle numbers in this game? I thought they tackled very well in space.
Can I give you one play that I thought reminded me, like, it was a metaphor for the whole game? When Marquise Siegel planted Devontae Smith in open space. Now, Devontae's not the biggest guy, but we haven't done that in weeks.
Right. No, I mean, they tackled so much better than they did against Seattle, which, again, will be the key this Saturday against Seattle. You got to collision wrap, dry the legs. You got to make sure you tackle and not give these guys extra yards. Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet, they're tough to tackle. There's no doubt they're physical running backs. So the fact that they tackle so well against Philadelphia, that's one key. 2, they got off the field on third down. Now, I don't like Philadelphia's passing concepts. I think they're very remedial. I don't think they do Jalen Hurts any favors, although Jalen Hurts, something's up with him not running the ball. I don't know what the hell's going on in Philadelphia. It's a mess. But Seattle will stretch the field on third down. That is the key. At Levi Stadium, when they clinched that number 1 seed, they were able to extend drives and therefore they had 37 minutes of time possession. You have to get off the field on third down. You have to force them into third and longs and get off that football field because it's going to be a struggle offensively against that defense. But you got to tackle and you got to get off the field on third down. I know it sounds so basic.
No,
but
it's true.
That's what wins playoff games.
Correct. And after going down 13-7, the 49ers got 3 and outs, 4 out of 6 or 7 possessions to end the game.
Yeah, no. At one point, Philadelphia had 28 yards of offense in the second half. And the fact that they didn't capitalize on 2 Brock Purdy interceptions.
It's crazy.
Like, Brock Purdy threw 2 interceptions, and he was still the best quarterback on the field.
Hands down. Now, the first one, he was late. He was throwing into the, kind of short, flat area away. It was a terrible pick. The second one, he floated it a little. I thought it was as good of a play by Quinyon Mitchell as it was like a frustrating throw from Brock. I wasn't you can't turn it over up 1. I'm not trying to make excuses, but it was a great play by Quinyon.
Well, I thought they were challenging Quinyon a little too much.
First team All-Pro, him and Cooper DeJean.
But they got the big play on him early in the game, second play of the game.
First possession, they caught him flat-footed, DeMarcus Robinson. And that DeMarcus Robinson that we saw on Sunday was it DeMarcus Robinson I saw all during training camp. Everybody kept telling me, I was like, number 5 is flashing, he's playing. He got suspended for the first 3 games, and he's never really been able to get into the flow and the rhythm of the offense. That's the guy I saw all training camp. And I know everybody said, just practice. No, he had a rapport with Brock Purdy. He had a rapport with Mac Jones. That's the guy who was making plays. So that's a welcome sight there. But the fact that Brock Purdy kept going at Quinyon Mitchell, can you do that with Witherspoon this week in Seattle? Can you get away with that? Now, he threw 2 picks in week 1 against Seattle. They won 17-13.
Right. But they had Pearsall.
They had Pearsall. Is he going to play?
That's another guy. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, not having him, and then DeMarcus Robinson. I said last week, Bonte, can we have a Buddy Hield type of performance a la against the Houston Rockets last year with DeMarcus Robinson this week? Because he had to be the guy. Because Shasky was wanting Kendrick Bourne, and I think we realize now, a lot of that was just him and Mac Jones. Like, that's his guy. That's Mac Jones' guy. And I just don't think that rapport with Kendrick is there with Purdy. Now, could it be there this Saturday if he gets the opportunity? Sure, maybe. I did think it was funny when Juwan Jennings was yelling, get on the line, get on. They had to burn a timeout there. Yeah. Thankfully, I didn't bite him in the ass later on. But that being the guy, and I said it yesterday, the fact that I had more trust and faith in Brock Purdy throwing to DeMarcus Robinson than Jalen Hurts throwing to A.J. Brown, I mean, that's just an indictment on the Philadelphia Eagles offense, but also speaks to just the resiliency, as you brought up earlier, with his 49ers team. Yeah, everyone's stepping up, bro. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, A.J. Brown dropping passes. Him and Sirianni going at it. I mean, A.J. Brown's a special talent, but something happened. Even when you look at their film, when they won the Buffalo game, and Sirianni's walking up the total, bumping his gums, talk now, and A.J. Brown just kind of looks at him like, dude, you're a clown. Yeah. Like, you're a clown. So something's happening up there. Like, I would take A.J. Brown. I mean, not now, because I'm over diva wide receivers. Like, I'm not going to lie. During that football game, I'm thinking, Brendan Ayuk didn't want to play on this team. Like, he didn't want to play on this team. Yeah. Brendan Ayuk didn't want to be part of this roster.
I was thinking about it. It's funny you say that, because I was thinking, could you imagine how big of a hero he'd be if he had come back and just tried? No one's saying that he has to be good. Just tried. With all the injuries.
But I mean, if he produced, it would have been like, hey, no harm, no foul. Thanks, man. You're back. Let's go.
But they're going to have to stretch that field against Seattle this week. They're going to have a couple explosives deep down the field. Is that with Tonjes? Is that with Robinson? Is that with Jennings? Is it with Sky Moore? Now, Jacob Cowing was practicing last week. I'm not counting on Jacob Cowing whatsoever, but somebody, because that Seattle game back at Levi's in Week 18, they played within 10 to 15 yards of the line of scrimmage and dared the 49ers to throw down the field, and they could not. They didn't have the time to do it. But having Trent Williams back, I feel a lot better about the pass protection in this football game up there in Seattle. But they're going to need somebody to stretch this football field against Seattle. You got to loosen them up somehow, some way, because they're going to come out and, hey, we're playing within 10 to 15 yards. We're going to dare you to do something. We're taking away all your crossers, all your underneath stuff. Oh, McCaffrey's coming out the backfield. We got something for those Texas routes. So who can step up and stretch that field once again? They're going to need about 3 to 4 big plays in this football game to really flip the field position, get in field goal range, because if you're going to win, you're going to have to win a low-scoring affair.
One of the biggest plays of the game, which we've kind of forgotten about, and it led to a field goal. Kittle goes down, and the next play is a Jennings big-time chunk play over the middle. They need those kinds of plays.
And how about Shanahan taking the points? All weekend long in the playoffs. Well, first of all, kickers. These kickers, man. Brendan McManus at the Green Bay Packers almost cost LaFleur his job. He left 7 points on the board. 7 points. 2 missed field goals and an extra point. Yep. You lose that game by 4. You make one of those field goals, okay, now that final possession, you may be down, but at least you're in field goal range now. You lose the game. You're going home to Chicago. Jacksonville, 4th and 2. Trevor Lawrence gets tripped up.
Yeah.
Maybe you just take the points there. You go up 10-3, and then you miss the field goal before halftime with Cam Little, a 54-yarder. When you got a gift, when you try to spike the ball. Clock expired, but you got a gift, and you missed the field goal. Again, you got to be able to capitalize on that in those football games. And then, of course, Carolina going for it all the time on 4th down.
And Jake Elliott missing that extra point.
Yeah,
they would have just needed a field goal there, and then maybe you play in overtime. That's the difference in these things.
My only gripe, this is such a silly one, but my only gripe is when they went up with the touchdown, they're up 4. When you kick the extra point, being up 5 or being up 4, there's no difference. Being up 6 makes that extra point for Philly. Makes it. So I would have gone for 2. That's the only negative.
I was shocked they didn't go for 2. Now, again, that's when the pregame show started, so I went back home.
Yeah.
I was up till like 3 in the morning. I watched the entire game back late because I couldn't, the Warriors game was what it was. It got blown out. But watching that game back, I was like, oh, that's a little interesting to go for 2. Did anybody ask Shanahan about that?
No, but I had texted the group. They're like, I would have gone for 2 there. I don't know why they didn't go for 2. And he ended up missing it. But again, it's a mathematical. You should have the chart. Hey, being up 4, being up 5 versus being up 6. I don't know. Just my personal opinion.
Let's go to Verducci in the EDH. He wants to talk about what that win over the Eagles meant for him because, as I mentioned yesterday, it was a very emotional win for a lot of Niners fans for a variety of reasons, and it was definitely personal for a lot of them, as Bonte alluded to earlier. What's up, Verducci?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Bonte, good morning. Fellas, good morning. And it was special, man. As you know, you all have kids, and being able to watch the game with my son and to see the first playoff victory together, and him, we were in a brewery, and he was slapping high fives with all of our fans, and to see people saying he's a good luck charm, it was unbelievable. And Niner faithful, let's talk about what we just witnessed. They counted us out. They talked about the injuries. They talked about who we didn't have, that we weren't the same team, and yet here we are. The Niners, they just walked into a hostile environment against a stacked Eagles team to pressure the narrative, and we walked out with a statement. I told people this just wasn't a win. It was a declaration. This was about heart, grit. Guys went down. Next man stepped up. No excuses. No panic. No pointing fingers. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles and what that sideline would look like, and then look at the 49ers. That's coaching. That's culture. That's belief. And let me tell you, I give Kyle Shanahan a lot of crap. But you know what? He put together a master class. Adjustments, discipline, trust in the guys, trust in the system, trust in the moment. And the players, that's the difference right there, Niner faithful. They played for each other, the logo, the fans. And you know what? You saw it in the way they hit. They ran and they celebrated together. And let me tell you, this team is built on resilience. It's built on sacrifice. And it's built on faith in the process. So you know what? This did feel a little bit different because when a team survives adversity, when it goes through the fire together, and you guys know this being coaches, especially you, Shasky, when a team keeps answering the bell, now, fellas, that's when we become dangerous. And you know what, Niner faithful? We're going to march our butts to Seattle because this team is built on relentlessness, unified, and you know what? It's resilient. And we're going to go ahead. We're going to pluck the Seahawks from the sky. We're going to go ahead and either move on to Chicago or L.A. So, Niner faithful, bring the heat all week. Here we come. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Verducci.
There we go.
Verducci.
There was like music playing in the studio. That was very strange. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I know what that was. You know what, though? Talking to people, because early in the way, I was like, man, this is a terrible matchup, man. And I was proud of the team. I was like, just don't embarrass yourself in Philadelphia. Then by the end of the week, I'm like, all right, maybe they have a puncher's chance.
Yeah.
And that chance to me was, you got to take these guys into deep waters. Because they get into another close game. That sideline and that fan base will start to turn on you. You start going through 3 and outs, Next thing you know, you started hearing boo birds. They were winning, and they started getting booed.
I have the exact moment.
What moment?
Oh, you have the exact moment where it happened.
Because I love documenting these things. So it says right here, boom. The Quinyon Mitchell interception, okay? They pick it off. Yep. There's 10:22 to go in the third quarter.
Yep.
They're up 13-10. Hurd scramble, throwaway. Jalen keeper for a first down. Flag, hold.
That was a big hold. That was a big holding call.
RPO, stuffed.
Yep.
First round of boos.
Yep.
3rd and 19, check down to Goddard. Boos galore. And I circled it. There was 9 minutes to go in the third quarter.
And they were up 3. And they were up 3. And as they started going through, because their offense became predictable.
Yes.
I don't know about you guys. I was like, okay, that's a first down run. They're running right up the middle. I don't know why they didn't attack the edges again, which Seattle will do. They will attack the edges, and they will run left. They love running left. We noticed that in Week 18, right? But Philadelphia, you knew the boos would come. The fans will turn on them. And then the sideline, once I saw A.J. Brown and Sirianni in the first half,
that
I
was
said,
insane.
Oh, wow. If you take them into deep waters, all you need is a play. And you could break their spirits. You could take their soul. Even though they went up 19-17, Spinoni, I still felt like the Niners were in a very good position to steal that football
and how
game.
discombobulated they were on that final drive. After that completion on 4th down to Dallas Goedert, I was like, oh boy, now the Niners have to get the ball back. Do you let them score? Like, you start going through all these different things in your mind because they kept driving it. Now they're in the red zone. It's like, okay. And then they had to burn a timeout. And I was like, oh, this is the game then. This is it. Like, you had to burn a timeout there. And I disagree with Tom Brady on the broadcast. No, you got to get the right play call here. It's good. You take the timeout. I was like, no, because you at least give yourself a chance, even if you don't get it here, to get the ball back. Now, how many seconds do you have? I'm like, and
you
that
had
was
3
the play
timeouts.
Call. It was 4 verts. 4 verts.
But you know what, though? I think in that situation, when you're down, I kind of agree with Brady. Because then I go back to the Super Bowl against Kansas City when the Niners on that 4th down was discombobulated. I would have loved to see them just burn a timeout and get into a good play. So remember, they hurried to the line. They were all messed up. And then Jimmy Garoppolo just gets smacked. And whoever bats the ball down, they get the ball, and you didn't burn a timeout. I think in that situation where it's like, look, we can't worry about giving the ball away. We have to just score and take the lead. It's a mentality. It's an aggressive mentality.
But the problem was, I agree with you, they go to the sideline and the camera zooms in. And it's Petula.
Yeah, it's the play call.
It's Jalen.
The play call is terrible.
No, but they were almost... They were indecisive on what they were going to call. They were like arguing about it.
No, that shows the dysfunction of that sideline.
Exactly.
But calling the timeout to try to settle things down and get into the right play. I did agree with Brady in that situation, saying you got to figure out a good play, settle things down. Hey, we score here, we win the football game, we advance and go to Chicago. So I agree with that. But the fact that they did go to the sideline and they were still discombobulated trying to figure out, what do we do? What will you do? Speaks to what happened this season with Philadelphia. They were just not on the same page all season long.
What I love the most about when Tom Brady is on a broadcast is I do get to go inside his mind and how he feels doing like a 2-minute drill,
right?
Which is really cool.
Yeah,
like he's really good. No, but like when he's like, okay, you guys got to be faster. You got to be faster. You got to check.
But he's talking about Malik Turner. Tom, you didn't even know who Malik Turner was. We just got here. Yeah. He hasn't caught a pass since 2021.
I know.
And Tom's like, he's got to be lined up. It's like, Tom, I don't know if you're aware of this or not. Literally, that guy just got here.
Well, he's thrown to tempo. He's thrown to some Scribinis in the past, Tom Brady.
Not a guy who hasn't played for 4 years.
Tempo Tompkins on
Joe,
line
it's 2026.
I know. He was throwing to guys playing lacrosse, Joe. Duke lacrosse. Yeah,
but Hogan was
Spencer.
But Hogan was on their preseason team. Malik Turner wasn't even a body at camp.
Yeah, as I was saying, though, I appreciate Tom doing the 2-minute drill, doing all that stuff, and going into the cerebral. We're up against it. I do want to get your thoughts.
Malik Turner.
But Malik Turner's here to do one job. Right. You got to do that job. You know you're getting limited snaps. You better line your ass up.
Hit him right in the hands, too.
Belichick would have cut his ass on him before he got on the flight.
I literally said that to the guys. Cut him now.
On the other side, I do want to get your thoughts on that final possession before the end of the first half, Bonte.
Oh, my God.
How you were feeling
My
about
head was
that.
exploding.
Bonte on studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars, if it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, Carter. As we're heading into the new year, why not consider revitalizing your home? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. It's by choosing to upgrade crown molding and baseboards. You can instantly add elegance and character to any room. Golden State offers decorative options from Windsor One and Kelleher, who make it easy to transform plain walls and ceilings into timeless design features. Molding not only enhances your style, it also hides those imperfections. It protects your walls and it adds lasting value to your home. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com and click brands for Windsor One and Kelleher, the most trusted names in the industry. Now that January is here, start designing your new homes. Look for the new year with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Building better in the Bay Area for over 70 years. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required. Hola, amigos!
Rose, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Welcome back. Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky. We got Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And he also joins us courtesy of River Islands. Bonte Hill talking about that wild card win in Philadelphia.
Shout out River Islands.
Shout him out,
out
dude.
Ceremony Ford. I saw Matt Stone. He was at the game Sunday against the Hawks. Him and his lovely wife, and they came out of Gatehouse afterwards. And
the Atlanta Hawks. Sorry.
The Atlanta Hawks.
Okay.
Yeah, not the wrong Hawks. We don't want to talk about those Hawks. Jalen Johnson, by the way.
We're serving fried sea chicken all day long up there.
Is that my guy, Nick in Berkeley? I miss him. Listen, Atlanta Hawks got one of the best players nobody knows about, Jalen Johnson. Oh, my Lord. Anyway, so shout out to Matt Stone.
Second pick?
He was the 20th pick in the Kaminga draft.
Oh, he was the kid from the committee. Who did they take number 2 this last year?
Oh, last year it was Zachary Ricochet.
He
He didn't play.
Yeah.
But Jalen Johnson was in the draft with Kaminga and Moody. So he went 20 overall, and Trey Murphy III went 18 overall, and Jalen Johnson, special player.
By the way, tune in tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starting at 7 o'clock because it's an 8 o'clock tip right here on 95.7 The Game.
You guys will be in bed.
Blazers, Warriors. I actually will be, low-key. Yeah.
No, I'll be coming back from basketball practice. So does his agent, Jalen Johnson's agent, does he post highlights of his client against other teams?
Doesn't have to because his client plays.
His game speaks.
His client plays.
That is an insider.
No, I think Warrior fans are well aware who Aaron Turner is.
He was posting right after the Warriors-Hawks game, he posted, what was it, a year ago's game?
2 years ago, yeah. Kaminga, I think, started 9-9. Don't lie, right?
I want to keep talking about the 49ers. Please keep winning. Please win in Seattle.
I deliberately did not watch the Hawks game. First game in years.
Is that out of spite or
in
what?
years. Well, I just didn't want to be sad.
There's a lot of fans there with their Niner jerseys on and Niner hats, and a lot of them coming up talking. It was like, "Watch, I can't believe we won that game."
Yeah,
I can't believe we won that game. I'm shocked.
What was the next question? When are we trading?
No, that's kind of dead. I mean,
Where do you rank that in the Kyle Shanahan era as far as wins? I went as far to say I think it's the best win he's had given the circumstances. And I know he's been at 2 Super Bowls, and I get it. The one against Detroit, a lot of people go to that one. Green Bay, obviously, where he didn't have an offensive touchdown. But just for me, just to hear all the fans, the emotion tied to it. And as you said, I think you rightfully said it, Bonte, and for you in particular and Shasky, but it was personal, this one.
I think for them too.
And to just, they were the champs.
They hate us.
They're the champs, and they hate you guys too, yeah.
But to not be able to see Crossing Broad write anything about us, because we got them a lot of content, a lot of clicks. They said nothing. That little clown John Marks, who's on the other station out there, the Fanatic, he's not saying anything. No homeless jokes, no nothing. John Kincaid, who wanted to interject himself last week on Twitter and talk about our city.
I thought he's an Atlanta guy.
Nothing from him. Joe DeCamera's no longer talking about Sirianni in the same breath as Bill Walsh. So a lot of stuff got shut down this past Sunday.
Nick Sirianni, baby.
Got shut down. We're not hearing a lot from them over there. Elliott Shore Parks, not hearing from him.
That guy.
Not hearing about him talking about joint practice records and regular season records and playoff records.
Well, Hurts is undefeated in joint practices.
Right, yeah. Sirianni and Jalen Hurts record in joint practices. It's like,
sounds like another
roof.
Sounds like another beat reporter right now. Continue.
Oh, boy.
No, but for a second.
So, yes, it was personal.
But like, we were actually having this discussion at the end of last week, and
what?
John Fox has a Super Bowl. And John Fox was a good coach.
He's been a multiple.
He's a good coach, but like,
took 2 different franchises.
If you're asking me like Marv Levy or John Fox, taking Marv Levy
all day.
Exactly. Marv Levy doesn't have any Super Bowls, right? And so like, I think it's John Madden who said it. All these games are big.
Yeah, he did.
And like, we do this thing like, can Shanahan win the big one? Was the Bears game a big one?
Yeah.
Up until that point it was. Was this last game, was that a big one?
I think that's a great comp when you said John Madden, who had a very similar career arc to what Kyle Shanahan's going through right now.
He kept losing to the Super Bowl champion in the AFC Championship.
4 years in a row.
4 years in a row. And finally broke through. So he understands just how big of like a player.
Year 9.
He was the team, the Raiders, they knocked off the undefeated Dolphins. And when they kept winning and winning and winning, they knocked them out. See a hands game, Bonte. So like he understood. I miss that, man.
Well, but I guess I
do miss Madden.
Like, look, on one level, it's like, yes, championships are how we break down the difference between Brady and Montana and Elway and Peyton and whoever you want to throw in there. Yeah, at some point we're measuring championships. But like to say someone's not good until they win a championship and conversely, because you won one, you'll always be good is just, I think it's a silly discourse.
It's interesting too, because I would reckon not a lot of people could tell me who did win as a head coach for that Denver Bronco team. Everyone remembers it was Peyton Manning's last year and Von Miller. Gary Kubiak. Yeah. Gary Kubiak won that Super Bowl. And that was it. He walked away after that. Now he had some heart problems. He had some health issues, so he had to step away. But he's been kind of low-key the architect along with Mike Shanahan of this Shanahan-style offense that we talk about, Bonte.
Well,
with both Kubiak brothers going up against each other this Saturday. It all kind of comes full circle, doesn't it?
It does come full circle. The Shanahans, I was in the elevator with some of Shanahan's family after the Chicago Bears win. And one of them said, Kyle is light years ahead of Mike Shanahan at this point of his career. Not even close.
Wow.
Like, Kyle is brilliant. Like, and I think the world is starting to see that.
Yeah.
And he's had some great wins. Like you said, given the circumstances, given the circumstances, knowing that you lost George Kittle, you don't have Warner, we know about all the injuries, and you're going to play the defending champions in their home where they haven't lost under Sirianni in the postseason. Yeah, this is 1-on-1. This is probably the number one win for Kyle Shanahan. But in terms of the totality of his career, I mean, he's had some great.
He has.
2019, I think we forget about Jimmy Garoppolo going up there to Seattle, throw for 285. Deebo Samuel's a rookie, and you win that game in the House of Horrors, in which the Niners weren't able to win there since 2011. So Shanahan, the 48-46 game in the Superdome against the Saints. Shanahan has had some great victories, man.
You know how I was like on the George Kittle thing before he's about to hit T.O. and everybody started like getting on it? 9 wins in the playoffs for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Who is the franchise leader in playoff wins?
Bill Walsh, right?
It has to be.
Tied with Seifert.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They both have 10.
Yeah. Shanahan's one behind him.
He wins this weekend. He ties Walsh
Seifert
and Seifert. That's pretty incredible.
That is.
Nobody brings up Jim Harbaugh.
Now, how many does he have? Jim Harbaugh.
It's 5.
You know, I brought this up actually with Bully. This is the first year since Shanahan has been the head coach that I haven't heard a fan say, yeah, Kyle Shanahan's on the hot seat. This is the first year we've gone through with Kyle Shanahan being the head coach. Think about it. All right, the first 2 years he got a pass, right? Third year, 2019, I had my issues with Shanahan and clock management in the Super Bowl. But then every year after that, it was like, he's on the hot seat. Even last year, after 2024, people were throwing out, well, he's missed the playoffs 4 times. And I'm like, well, hold on. The first 2 years were basically expansion teams. And the expectations for year 2 was actually a playoff berth because of one player. Because they made one trade with Jimmy Garoppolo. And you look at that roster overall, it's like, they weren't quite ready yet. And ever since then, they've gone to the playoffs. You had the pandemic season when you had 2 guys, Solomon Thomas and Nick Bosa, tear their ACLs on back-to-back plays. Think about how many injuries you saw that. So this is the first year. Think about that. We have people talking about Shanahan getting a lifetime contract. Just sign him. Whatever he wants, sign him. This is the first season since probably 2019 that we haven't discussed Shanahan being on the hot seat.
I seen this clip of The Ringer from Bill Simmons from a couple years ago, talking about the record of Kyle Shanahan. And this is a couple years back. Like, he's got a losing record and blah, blah, blah. And he did for a long time because we all know why. Like, he took over an expansion team, and they were awful, absolutely awful. And there were a couple of years where, the quarterback got hurt and the team just imploded. He has 82 wins, 66 losses. Bill Walsh has 92 wins and 59 losses. He's right there. I mean, one more year, 2 more years, he's going to pass him. Now, George Seiferd's 98-30. We would all agree he took over a ready-made, organization. I still think Seifert belongs in the Hall of Fame. 98-30 is an incredible record. 82-66 career-wise. I mean, he's going to be an over 500 coach for the rest of his career.
And we always used to hear, and I'm glad you brought this up, Bonta, and you've been talking about it too, Joe, Jim Harbaugh. Oh, I loved Harbaugh. I loved it. It was like a flash in the pan, but he was 49er football, and I could gravitate towards him, and he was a little quirky. I think some of the shine has kind of worn off now they've been one and done twice in the playoffs with the Chargers. It has. Like, for the first time, I started seeing articles yesterday. I was like, oh, well, you brought in Jim Harbaugh to win big games, and he thinks Justin Herbert's the greatest quarterback ever. Well, you're not winning with him. Is it on you, Jim? Is it not?
Well, their offensive line is.
Well, I agree.
They had no shot in that game.
Well, I agree. Like,
I hear you.
But people are now looking at it like, oh, well, he's been one and done twice.
Yeah,
I don't know.
doubt. I mean, look, I'm happy with Kyle Shanahan.
He should be
head coach. And you think about the first 2 years. You said what was their record? Shasky, Shanahan's record, 82 or what?
82-66.
Now, you take away the first 2 seasons. He had 10 wins, so that'd be 72 wins. You take away those wins from the first 2 years, but he also had 22 losses.
Wow.
So you take away that.
72-44.
72-44.
That's pretty freaking incredible.
Yeah. It's pretty damn good. 72-44 in the regular season. And then when you think about November and December, his teams always get better.
Yes.
And then you think about them in the playoffs, they've never been one and done, right?
No.
Never been one and done.
No. He's 9-4.
So
9-4 speaks for itself.
So the whole Jim Harbaugh, to me, the Jim Harbaugh conversation was dead after 2023.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, some people reared its ugly head last year. Oh, we'd rather have Harbaugh. Look at them with the Chargers. They went to the play. They got smoked by the Texans in the wild card round last year.
Smoked.
Their line was better. Now,
Chargers looked like last year, like the Steelers looked yesterday.
It's funny that you're bringing all this up. Because there's one thing that you're like, hey, Baldy, what did you learn about the playoffs? Obviously, personnel, players, those things matter. It's never been more of a play caller league than right now. Yep. And I see all these guys that are getting fired or on the hot seat. Like, Sirianni's a great example. If you cannot help out one side of the ball schematically, you're so beholden to your coordinators. Yeah. And those guys are moving and coming and going and whatever.
Well, that's why the CEO head coach may be a thing of the past.
Well, that's what I'm going with this.
And I think John Harbaugh, at least he knows special teams. At least he's been a coordinator. But John Harbaugh is going to be interested to see his market. I do think he'll get scooped up by somebody.
I'm out on
week.
Harbaugh.
But I like Harbaugh. But, you got to have the right coordinators.
Yes.
And with Tom Monken in Baltimore, because Tom Monken came out and said, I didn't have the best relationship with Lamar Jackson. The thing is, with these offensive coordinators, they're looking for the next job.
Yes.
They're looking for the next job. Yeah. Defensive coordinators, Robert Saleh, Gus Bradley may be the defensive coordinator next year for the 49ers. Because Saleh may get a job.
I heard Matty Barrows was saying, hey, don't sleep on Jim Schwartz.
I would love Jim Schwartz.
That was an interesting name he brought
I would love Jim Schwartz. He runs more man. He still will do that 4-man front, but I love Jim Schwartz.
He said that Kyle Shanahan's always had he's always had a great relationship with him. I was like, I didn't even know that. Wow.
I would love Jim Schwartz. That's to me, that's better than Gus Bradley.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Jim Schwartz, you got me perking up. But, man, the imagination.
Can you bring Denzel Ward?
Yeah, can you bring him?
Miles Garrett.
Bring them all from Cleveland. Just take their defense and bring them to Santa Clara.
But look at who's left right now in the NFC. You've got Mike McDonald calling every play for the defense. You've got Sean McVay calling every play for the offense. You've got Kyle Shanahan calling every play, and Ben Johnson calling every single play. So I'm not saying that players don't matter. They clearly matter. But can you help either your side of the ball? Can you be the guy that affects the game play to play?
Well, that's why I'm worried about Mike McDaniel going to Detroit. He'd be perfect.
I agree.
Dan Campbell.
I agree.
Perfect with that
And
personnel.
for Jared Goff,
Now it'd be one and done because he probably. But I don't know if Mike McDaniel's
he
going to get
might
another
be a guy
job.
that needs a couple of years.
Yeah, but I love what Ben Johnson. I remember we had this conversation
Yeah.
a couple years ago when Ben Johnson said no to the jobs and he went back to Detroit for a year. And some people questioned it. Was like, oh, you may not get another opportunity. And I thought at that point, I was like, you know what? Not all jobs are created equal. You go to the wrong situation, you're fired in 3 years.
Robert Saleh.
You're done. Like Saleh took that Jets job.
Yep.
The Jets job's a disaster.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn's probably going to be out of there soon.
Yeah, he'll be
right?
done
I
after
mean,
this year.
the Jets are a joke. The Browns are a joke.
The Raiders.
The Raiders. It's a mess. You have to
Cardinals.
get the right job. The Cardinals are a mess. A mess.
If Saleh took that Cardinal job,
Oh, he's not taking
Would you guys
that.
bring in Jonathan Gannon as a defensive coordinator?
again, I like Jim Schwartz. If you're giving me like
I'm
these
just
options,
tossing names out too.
I'm cool.
I
off
don't know
Gannon.
much about Gannon.
I'm cool.
Like he had the year in Philadelphia, but I thought they just had a lot of talent.
Okay.
Well, and a lot of them were angry that he was interviewing and focused more on the job he was going
right.
to take than the Super Bowl.
Well, that Super Bowl too. Remember, it was
And he
at
got
Arizona.
cooked. Yeah, he did get cooked.
And then they oversaturated the field with water, and everyone was slipping and sliding in that one. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
That's right, the
KTNC, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Among Studios. Bonte Hill in studio, courtesy of Saramani Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer, every single Tuesday from 8 to 10, and also brought to you by the River Islands Guest Line.
I was thinking about, let's say they lost that game, just for just a minute, suspend reality. They lose that game, and it's not just you lose the game, you lose the player in George Kittle, and then you start doing the calibration of, all right, this guy's a free agent, and this guy's at a crossroads in his career, and what do you do with that guy? All right, Mac Jones is getting traded, and you start doing all the checklist of everything, and it really hasn't sunk in that George is done for right now.
Sucks.
And who knows if and when he'll ever come back. You just don't know. But God, I mean,
this is why
I can't believe they won that game with him going down like that.
Shocked. There's people like, oh man, you
No,
beat the
it's
Eagles. And I was
crazy.
like, I don't care if I beat the Eagles.
Yeah,
I'm sleeping well at night. The Niners won. Technically, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
When they lost to the Seahawks, how long did it take for you and the fan base to get over that loss?
Against Seattle,
And you lost Bowman.
and you, oh my god,
Oh, that
Remember?
one. Okay.
Remember? Because it was like the double whammy
I was depressed
forever.
for about 5 months.
Yes.
Because the next season they opened up Levi Stadium, and it just wasn't the same.
Brandon Marshall.
It wasn't the same. Brandon Marshall cooking Jimmy Ward in the
my
slot for
God.
3 touchdowns.
Turkey
Never
on the
forget.
50.
Frank Gore got a touchdown call back in that game on a holding call. Would have given them a commanding lead, and they probably win that football game. But I was thinking about this too when George Kittle got carted off. We have no idea what Michael Williams will be. We have no idea what he'll be. I think he'll be good. I don't know as a pass rusher, he gets to run, he'll be really good. But this is why I was open to the idea of taking Tyler Warren at 12 overall.
Loveland looks great too.
Loveland's, he's come on a lot.
Wow.
But
He
I
would have
really,
went before,
but
obviously.
I really wanted Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
And I was open to that idea because I was thinking about the heir apparent to George Kittle. And just think about what a badass Tyler Warren is.
Yep.
But think about the way Shanahan wants to play.
Yeah.
Physical, run the football, play action passes. I thought Tyler Warren was the perfect fit for this offense. And now you're going to be in the tight end market once again. And, Kyle Pitts, I don't know.
As a free agent, I'm kind of cool off that.
Yeah, what is he going to demand?
A lot.
He's not really a blocker either. He's
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
He's a 1-year wonder too.
So that's why there's a lot of pressure on Michael Williams to perform at a high level next season when he comes back from that torn ACL. So because we don't know what he is yet. It's kind of like Kaminga and the Warriors. You don't know what he is. And Moses Moody, you don't know what they are.
I will say this. If I look at the draft class, a month ago, now Upton Stout I would say he's been one of the top 2 or 3 best players on defense for about 4 weeks now. Yeah. He made some plays in this one, stuffing the run, jumping on that route. I mean, it could have been a pick 6. It's a hell of a play to get the turnover on downs. Alfred Collins and C.J. West were balling in this last game. And then they finally went back to Marquise Siegel, which I've been pounding the table for, and I thought he made plays.
Marquise Siegel was their best cover safety in training camp.
So that's a fact.
Yeah, I told you. Remember we were talking. I was like, Marquise Siegel needs to start. He needs to start. And then everybody jumped and was like, oh, yeah, Marquise Siegel. He had a bad Rams game, that Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
Had a rough game. He's a rookie.
That's also a rough team to go against.
Right. You're a rookie.
He has range, though.
But I watched Jair Brown in training camp. He couldn't cover a cold.
No.
Could cover. I mean,
Still can't sometimes.
He's a free agent too.
Yeah, man,
I know. Mustafa scares me as well.
Mustafa has, and I was worried about him coming off of the ACL, and you bring him back in the middle of the season and said, hey, you need to go out there and cover tight ends. Seattle has a lot of tight ends.
I'm more worried about this matchup for the secondary than I was against the Eagles because I've seen their offense.
And JSN, you can't let him get free releases.
You can't let him get free releases. So
you got to put your hands on him.
Marquise Siegel in this game against Sam Darnold, hopefully he's learned a lot. But Marquise Siegel, to me, you go back to my Twitter timeline at training camp, I was like, Marquise Siegel needs to start.
Yeah.
He needs to start. So it was good to see him come back and be ready in his football game and not blow any assignments. Like, he looked like he was ready to roll, and he tackled very well. That's the other part.
He did.
You gotta, like Jair Brown in that Seattle game, Week 18, his tackling was so poor.
The angles
were so poor. The 3rd and 17 with Kenneth Walker, so poor. What was that angle?
I don't know. And then the other guy who I've been on, I thought he had a great game. He look, you could say he got a little handsy. Renardo Green had a great game. Yeah. You got to give him credit.
He was solid.
You got to give him credit.
I wonder what Salah would do, because if I'm not mistaken, and maybe I don't know if you guys asked Paulie this, Lenore felt like followed A.J. Brown at times.
He did. And
right, okay.
Because A.J. doesn't go in the slot. A.J. goes to the boundary side, so the short side. And so they played Lenore on A.J. for the most part, and then Stout was playing the slot guy because A.J. doesn't go in the slot. He goes to the boundary, so he's on basically whatever the short side of the hash is.
And he had that mistake early. Obviously, Saquon had that cutback, had a 20-yard plus run. It's like, oh, God. But since that moment, I felt like he was pretty solid.
He made a great tackle for loss after that.
But I do like this. If Lenore, on certain situations, I think on all 3rd and longs, you need to go get JSN.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, they were talking about that the other week, right?
I think that's the adjustment, though.
But these are the games where you got to watch for the role players.
Yeah.
Shaheed could be a problem.
Yeah.
Jay Barner.
He didn't do anything last game.
He didn't do anything. And he could take the top off the defense. He's a problem.
Cooper Kupp, do you fear him?
He's cooked.
He's not the same player.
Yeah, he's not the same player. If they want to throw to him, all the time, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Beat me with Cooper Kupp.
I totally agree.
But you can't get beat by JSN, and you can't get beat by Shaheed there going deep because he doesn't go deep.
And is it in a weird way? Is Wallow and Hendricks better than D. Winters and Bethune?
For that game, it was. For that game,
can it happen again?
Well, Kendricks,
you got to show me again.
Has experience.
He was first team All-Pro at one point. Yeah,
he's seen everything. The thing with Tatum Bethune, and I love Tatum Bethune, they hadn't seen it before.
No, he was all over the place. Yeah,
no experience.
But D kept getting lost. He would drop in zone, and he's like lost on who to guard.
Yeah, Wallow was something. Who?
He was like knifing through.
That's their other reason. I was like, he got these linebackers going against Saquon, Jalen Hurts, in this Eagles front. But the Lane Johnson injury was bigger than we thought.
Yeah.
It was bigger than we thought.
Yeah, but they didn't really pressure Jalen. I didn't get the sense.
It's more so the run game.
Yeah, that's a good
point. More so the run game.
They also had that.
The guy had 2 full starts.
They built the cage around him, the cage defense, and that allowed them, just make Jalen throw from the pocket where he's clearly uncomfortable. Another thing that Tom kept bringing up, which I thought was great, these shorter quarterbacks, how he says, they feel more comfortable when they run out. But the problem with that is you cut the field in half. You limit the amount of people
they
you
did
can
great
throw
job
it to.
on contain.
They did.
That's a really good point.
No, those concepts with Philadelphia.
They really miss
Seattle's going to be a
Moore.
little more complex in the pass game.
Yeah.
But can they do it on Saturday? Facing a divisional opponent, not the worst thing in the world. You have experience of winning up there. Alfred Collins talked about this after the Week 18 game. I asked him, I was like, you play a Seattle game. He goes, look, dude, we played up there, and it felt like the Red River Shootout with Texas and Oklahoma. But going up there, he has experience. Alfred Collins is a much better player. C.J. West is a much better. He didn't play in that game. Yeah. He basically didn't play in that game in Seattle in Week 1. Stout is a better player than what he was in Week 1.
His first game. He missed
first game as a pro.
All of preseason.
Yeah.
I do think after that win in Philly, 49ers fans are allowing themselves to believe the possibility this could be a thing. 2 more wins here at Levi Stadium. They've beaten all the remaining NFC teams this season. At one point, they have. That's just a fact. They've beaten the Seahawks. They've beaten the Rams. They've beaten the Bears. There's something to be said about that. They're the mindset of that team. They're not scared of anyone.
They have the coach of the year.
They do. I agree.
I mean, I look at the Patriots, and they're really good. But when we talk about easy schedules,
they did.
The Niners have had a much more difficult schedule than New England.
Because the division, I will agree with you, yes.
Can I ask you guys about the coach of the year? Shouldn't we wait till the playoffs?
It's a regular season award.
It's a regular, yeah.
They're
all regulars. They should be regular season awards because we were doing that last. Everyone said on that drive with the Rams, oh, Matt Stafford, he's got to prove himself for the MVP with this drive. I was like, it's a regular season award. What are we doing?
No, I know, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes just wait a week or two.
But would it have taken away from what Shanahan did had they lost to the Philadelphia?
Right.
No, but I think it would give you more perspective.
See, like that, but
postseason awards and then regular season awards. Yeah. Maybe you have just two different set of awards.
Let's dive more into this matchup on the other side. If you have any questions for Bonte, 888-957-9570. You can also text it on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll put a bow on it. And I do want to talk about the quarterback because I don't think we've talked about the quarterback enough. Brock Purdy going up against biggest game of this guy's life heading into it, Sam freaking Darnold. All that and more brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Winter Sale and get 30% off paints and stains January 9th through the 19th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on Ultra.
Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at goldenstatelumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer and Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer and Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer and Gerson, justice for workers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
The Soul Snatcher Brock Purdy went into the link and kicked your ass.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this.
Yeah, I am emotional regarding this. I think the knockout tournament is come back sooner rather than later. We'll have more info at a later date. It's just called to tease people.
Don't miss any bunnies.
Don't miss.
That's a tease.
Don't do that. Bonte Hill in studio right now, courtesy of Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer, every single Tuesday from 8 to 10 in studio, Bonte Hill, and also courtesy of River Islands. We were just talking a lot about that wild card win over the Philadelphia Eagles, touching a little bit on this upcoming matchup Saturday night in Seattle. And the weather, gentlemen, is actually not looking too bad in Seattle, because I think a lot of people say, oh, is it going to be wet? Is it going to be windy? I'm looking at it right now. Now, things are subject to change. It's Tuesday. Game Saturday night at 5. But right now, just look it up. It's looking like mid-40s, 5-mile-an-hour winds, and 80% humidity. That's not bad. I will take that. And you guys are going to be there in the stands, so you would love that. You would love to not wear a poncho, I'm sure, Bonte.
Well, I'll be press box. I'm not paying for a ticket. I got to get the media credential.
Okay.
Plus, I want to walk around the sideline. I want to get the feel. Like, this is my thing. Get my binoculars. Like, I don't
visit the subjects.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to visit the subjects. That's one way to put it.
King's Tale?
You know, that's one way to put
hey,
it.
Fred. Oh, hey, Lord Bonte.
Yeah,
By the way, this could be the last ever game at Lumen Field with artificial turf, because the last time they will do that, the next time is going to be World Cup, because they're playing World Cup games there. They're going to be putting in grass.
They're going to go to grass this
They have
season?
to. This is going to be all grass fields for the World Cup.
No, I'm saying for Seattle Seahawks.
No. This is going to be maybe the last time they do a AstroTurf, is what I'm saying. Artificial turf.
So next year the Seattle Seahawks will play.
I mean, I would assume they were going to keep it if they're going to transfer. If they're going to transition to do the grass for the World Cup, I would assume, Bonte. Again,
Don't
this
assume.
is. I know it makes an ass out of you and me. I know what it means. I know,
assume.
but.
Maybe I'll ask some people up there in Seattle.
Can you do that for me?
Yeah,
I would love that. That'd
Are
be
you guys
great.
going to go to
Thank you.
grass after the World Cup?
They should. I mean, you're catering to all the European players and all the South American players. Why don't you, I don't know, do it for your investment in the players that you actually pay here in Seattle? It just makes sense, right? You have Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'd rather him be playing on a grass field. So that's neither here nor there. Just a little fact.
Grass field and domes.
Yeah, you could do that. It's called Arizona. It's called Vegas. We have the technology, people. They do it in Spain, Real Madrid, Barcelona. They do it. You know the Bundesliga. They have everything.
Oh, who cares?
Just give me the grass fields and give me the domes. I love it. Give it to me, baby.
You didn't like that cold weather game in New England? Cold weather game in Chicago?
It's fine. It's fine.
The wet and rainy field in Carolina?
It's fine.
LA team having to go to the South, play those elements, and pull out a game?
It really hurt Matt Stafford. He sprained his finger.
Well, they need to get rid of the turf.
Thank you. That's just get rid of it.
They should have grass.
But like Joe, the outdoor thing, I mean, it's a losing proposition.
Oh, it's for you guys. I don't care. I don't care about whether my take is going to be crucified or not.
No, it's not. Right? It's not a take. It's like football was meant to be outside. Didn't you ever play like Turkey Bowl games and
no
Christmas Day games?
No,
you didn't play in what?
No, I played Pee Wee football. I did.
He was LARPing.
I was LARPing. There you go. It's fine. Again, you guys over here in your ivory towers and everything, casting aspersions at me.
Wait, you want to play in those, but we're in the ivory tower.
Yeah, because you guys it's fine. I like football at its purest form when both sides could be at their best. That's how I like my football games, and both sides could be at their best. And where do we get that? Grass field, indoors. Let's do it. So there's a reason the Super Bowl's played there. It's because they want both teams at their best. They don't want advantages.
Super Bowl's outdoors,
people
right?
People were freaking out. Yeah, they are. Let's hope it doesn't rain. I mean, God forbid the 49ers get there and it rains a little bit. Don't want that to happen. Tough. Why are we bringing this up? I don't even know why we're doing this. I don't know.
I was just making a joke. I was just sitting back making.
Do you want to talk about the Niners and Seahawks Saturday night? You guys are going to be there. What are you most looking forward to?
I kind of want to talk about the trees on the stadium side versus the trees on the substation side adjacent to the practice field.
Is that why Kittle? Is that what happened to Kittle? Is that what's happened to Bosa?
Dude, the amount of substation tweets I saw after the Kittle injury.
Chase Daniel started to tweet. I was like, come on, Chase
Senior.
Dude.
Not Chase Daniel.
No, Chase Daniel, the backup quarterback.
Who made a lot of money back up.
Hall of Famer. First ballot.
Ski mask.
He is a ski mask Hall of Famer.
You're talking about the business sports Hall of Fame? The business
I'm talking about ski mask Hall of Famers. Ski mask Hall of Famers are guys who sign big-time contracts that contribute nothing to that football team.
They call that the business sports of Hall of Fame. Like Kirk Cousins, the business side, or Sam Bradford.
Well, my Hall of Fame, I call it Ski Mask Hall of Fame.
Call it great business, making
Chandler
money.
Parsons, Ski Mask Hall of Famer.
It's great business, man.
You got a few guys out there like that.
Hey, Keith Van Horn.
Hey,
there you go.
Don't be pocket watching, Bonte. You got to celebrate these guys. Come on. Don't be pocket watching.
So, for those that don't know, the substation conspiracy theory is
there's... we're really good. Okay, we'll do this.
Well, no, because I don't think everyone knows. Next, I'm like laughing because I don't even know where to go with this.
You've got to be careful with this one.
Yeah.
It's borderline political. Because I've noticed
Why is it political? I got to call time out. How is it political?
Whoa. I noticed that there's a lot of people. When I first saw it, I said, oh boy, on Twitter. I said, oh boy. And people thought I was agreeing with it. And I was like, no. I said, oh boy, because here we go again. I know what people are going to do with this. See, I told you, Bonte is a substation. And then, oh my buddy, you know how many people have sent me this crackhead's theory about substation contributing to the injuries? Dude's a dope head.
Okay, the field is adjacent to is it PG&E? Some sort of electrical substation, and they are saying that the practice field, because its proximity to the substation, is causing more injuries. That's the theory. I don't agree with it. First off, I'm not educated enough to have an opinion of whether I could agree with it or not. It's a theory that's been floated everywhere. Then Tabor Pepper, who was the long snapper for the Niners, I mean, he basically tweeted out during the game that if you look at the trees on the stadium side, they're flush with leaves. Then you look at the trees on the substation side, and there's no leaves on the trees, and it's just feeding to the whole conspiracy theory. So,
I was looking this up with my buddy front office, government name Igor Spivak, because he hit me up.
Igor? So like the guy in Brooklyn?
Igor.
Yeah, okay. He's good too.
7 made threes.
I like him.
Of course, 7-14. BYU kid, 19 years old. Good talent. Igor Spivak, shout out front office. Because he sent me a video of some guy on Instagram who was commenting about the substation stuff and was trying to make sense of it. And I'm like, all right, let me just send you some stuff. They've been down there. I saw something from 03, but a lot of people are saying they've been practicing since 83, okay, or 88. And I'm like, guys, I'm with you. I agree this is BS. I'm not agreeing that the substation is causing injuries with this football team. So I was like taking photos of like construction of when Levi's was getting constructed. And the substation was there. So I was thinking to myself, well, was the hardball teams hurt?
I don't remember them being that injured.
No.
And they practiced down there for a long time.
Yeah.
They were healthy
At
for the
least
most part.
since the early 2000s.
We weren't blaming
In my
the
mind.
Navarro Bowman injury on that. Yeah.
Yeah, are we going to blame?
Just-
you know what I'm saying?
come on.
Like, are we going to blame Fred Warner breaking his ankle in Tampa Bay on the substation?
No.
Jair Brown ran into his ankle. Literally. Are we going to blame the substation on Nick Bosa, Solomon Thomas, Turner, ACL? No. MetLife turf stinks.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of ACLs and Achilles. So this whole theory, I mean, people are going to run with it. And it all started from that clown who somehow, some way is a 49ers insider from Dallas, Texas. He's an Eagle and Niner insider from, what's his name? Chase Senor? So I don't even know what he is. I don't know. I just see him.
The only Senor I know is Senor
I
Cisse.
kind of like when he goes Senor there.
Yeah, what is his name? Whatever. But he's like coming up with this theory about the headphones you have to wear. You can't wear the cordless headphones. You have to wear headphones with cords in them.
Why?
Because some radiation and it contributes to injury. Like, I swear to God, I said, this is insane.
There's
This
no
is
snare-
insane.
there's no snare in my headphones.
I don't even know why you brought it up, Shassi, because the whole thing is just ridiculous. But there's people out there who believe it. There's people who out there are really angry. And we're like, Ponte, you don't know what you're talking about. The substation is. All right, whatever, dude. Whatever.
Which brings us now to Tony in Oakland.
Well,
Tony.
wait,
no, God.
Can I put a bow on it?
Oh, she was going to. That was the whole bit.
Oh,
Come on,
I'll let
you
her.
stepped all over it.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Tony in Oakland.
Just hear me out. As long as they move somewhere back to San Francisco, I'm with it.
Sure.
What?
Sure.
They might.
If it forces them some way, somehow back to San Francisco, let's do it.
Tony in Oakland, how do you feel about the electrical
about the
substation? Yeah.
If you're like God's kid, right? That doesn't bother you.
true.
It's all what you think. Whatever you think can bother you will bother you. And what I wanted to say was the Niners are now God's tower of power. You know why? They have that elusive escape velocity because of the Purdy prayer circle from earth to heaven, right? And even Shanahan has gotten with it because he was talking up how Purdy is egoless, faith-based, and confident. He's taken note. The prodigal son has come home. And look, I was on the radio last week screaming that he's got to change up his battle plan. He's got to get courage. And you know what? You get courage from being of that upright tower within. And look at that. A tower is like a tor in the Old English. Toor, we turn that backwards. It's root. It's when you're rooted to it. Then you have that Garden of Eden tree that grows up.
Tony,
What?
you have been a Sirianni guy. You like the Italian
girl.
You rooted.
And that's fabulous. You know what happened? We have more of it than he does.
You
we
hate
took that
Shanahan,
boy
though.
down, right? That was the most amazing thing. And then that Juwan Jennings, oh my God, the you see how they're all of it. And this is what people think, we're just going to lose. This is the reason why sports is a religion.
Do you believe in the
Miracles
substation?
happen when these boys become
Tony,
of it,
hey, Tony.
and they all charge us up,
Tony, real
right?
quick, you're turned up right now. You believe in the substation? Is there something to the substation?
No, I just started off with that.
Okay.
When you're of it, you can be affected by anything.
Stranger
it's what
Things.
you think. It's what you think will bother you
You're
right?
like if Elle did not pass away in Stranger Things and just grew up somewhere
Never
else.
seen it.
That's how powerful you are right now.
You ruined it for you?
I've never seen it. I don't care to. Yeah.
Really? I would suspect that. Shout out to Tony. Good to hear from you. I'm surprised you're not a Stranger Things guy.
It lost me the last couple seasons.
It just never really.
It wasn't that good. When she had the machine gun shooting the Godzilla creature, I was like, get out of here.
You had to write it out. Silicon Valley Power, proudly served Santa Clara since 1896. That's the power
I
plant.
think it launched at a time.
I swear to God, I went to.
Stranger Things launched at a time where I was already engrossed in too many other shows. I think it might have started at the end of like Game of Thrones. There's too much. I have only so much bandwidth right now. By the way, I guess everyone's talking about A Heated Rivalry is the new one on HBO. That's the one I watched.
Started watching His and Hers on Netflix.
What's that?
I don't want to ruin it in case people are.
No. Like what's the girl?
This detective was married to this news reporter. their kid died. She left town for a year. Now she's back and people are dying.
That's interesting. Okay.
Do they live near a substation?
Oh, hopefully not.
There's no
I can't even say it.
Substation.
What
dude.
did you make of Brock Purdy's performance on Sunday, Bonte? Because it feels like it's changing a lot of people's like narratives around him. Not that like he needed that game to prove other people like, oh, see, this solidifies it. But, you get the Nick Wrights of the world, you get more national media guys like Dan Patrick saying, wow, that was an impressive victory when they were trailing heading into the fourth quarter without George Kittle, when DeMarcus Robinson is your number one wide receiver, when you have Jake Tonjes, when you have guys like no one's even ever heard of, and you go into Philadelphia in those wins and have that game-winning drive. Listen, it's okay that it changed a lot of people's perspective on. Good, I'm glad. But it shouldn't have taken that game for people to have that opinion. But
I mean, Brock Purdy throws 3 interceptions on Saturday. Guess what's going to happen on Monday?
It's true.
Guess what type of calls you guys are going to field on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday?
Is that fair?
I mean, life ain't fair, man.
No, well, I'm saying.
I don't think it's fair,
okay.
but people are going to do that. You know this business.
I know,
man.
for sure.
You know how
And we'll take every
sports
single
fans-
one of them.
Right?
Yes.
No, I know. And it's going to be all over the place. I saw the chat earlier where they were talking about Mac Jones, and I was like, damn, we still talking about Mac? Listen.
I think the thing that Purdy has that Jimmy never had is the equity of multiple come-from-behind victories that you don't win the game unless Purdy's the quarterback.
He's got 4 comeback victories in the postseason.
Yeah.
4.
So you're not here right now without him.
Exactly. And look, I feel watching that game, I said, I don't have to worry about quarterback. I don't have to worry about quarterback into the offseason. The most important position in all of sports. I don't have to worry about it because Brock Purdy's that dude. Like he's a gunslinger at times. He forces it sometimes. The 2 interceptions bother me, no doubt about it. But again, I looked at who's he throwing to. Who's he throwing to? He's got guys who are second and third wide receivers on every other team in the league.
Yep.
Hell, DeMarcus Robinson may be a 4th receiver on a lot of football teams in this league. Sky Moore may not even be in the NFL if he wasn't returning punts.
The Chiefs said goodbye.
The Chiefs said goodbye to Sky Moore. And so, I mean, look, Brock Purdy, I'm fine. I thought his performance was solid. The 2 turnovers got to be better. You're going at Quinyon Mitchell and All-Pro. You got to be careful when you go after Witherspoon and his ball-hawking Seahawks defense. And Mike McDonald has had his number. We saw the Christmas Day game in 2023 with the Ravens. We saw what happened. But even in Seattle game in Week 18, I know I'm long-winded here, I didn't think Brock Purdy just had nowhere to throw.
I thought the same thing. Ewan Murray is the guy, or however you pronounce it, is the guy that I fear the most out of that team. And Ernest Jones is really good.
Yeah, no, it's so Brock Purdy's fine. I thought his performance was excellent, to be honest.
Well, you look at the short list right now and just go to the playoff bracket and who's still out there. There's like 2 other guys that I'm taking over Brock Purdy right now, which sounds insane. And I know a lot of people, oh, you're not taking Drake May, you're not taking Caleb Williams. No, I'm not. I'm damn sure not taking Sam Darnold. I'm like Josh Allen. Okay, that makes sense. Matt Stafford. Okay, but I'm not taking anyone else over freaking Brock Purdy right now that I trust. Anyways, that I'm talking about. I'm talking about trust. And who do you trust?
Well,
you think Seahawks fans 100% trust Sam Darnold this Saturday?
It's a big game.
It's his biggest game of his career, Bonte.
Yeah, I mean,
all the pressure is on that man, in my opinion.
But you know what Seattle did in Week 18? They took the pressure off of him by running the football, by dialing up plays for Jackson Smith and Jigba and leaning on that defense. So you can really just, ease into the game. And you're going to have to get to Darnold early because he'll probably be hyped up. His first ever start as a home playoff quarterback. So he'll be extra juiced up, especially going against the 49ers. Get to him early, hit him early, try to create some turnovers early, and shake him. But he showed in that Rams game on Thursday Night Football, man. He started slinging that thing, and they won that game in overtime. So they will take the pressure off of Sam Darnold by running the football against San Francisco.
That 2-point conversion is still the craziest thing I've ever seen.
But it changed them NFC.
It did.
They got the number 1 seed because of that play. Think about that.
Do you guys put any stock into the fact that the last 2 games, Darnold has not thrown for a touchdown against the Niners?
I do think that's important because he's the guy who kept the game close at Levi Stadium.
Yep.
Seattle dominated that football game.
Should have been 30-3.
Easily.
Yeah.
He kept them into that football game. So, yeah, there's a lot of Seahawks fans who are up there still skeptical. I'm skeptical. And so when you talk about the trust factor, I trust Drake May over Darnold right now. I trust Caleb Williams over Darnold right now.
See, Caleb's a great example of, like, if you watch the game, I know he had a lot of misses. He was awesome in that game.
He's been clutch as hell this year. No, he has been. He's been very clutch.
The numbers don't indicate. I thought he was significantly better. That throw on 4th down was
Fourth
ridiculous.
and 8.
It's ridiculous.
That throw.
That was
I never
ridiculous.
text Lucas Alexander. I text Lucas Alexander that say, yo, that 4th and 8 throw is like
next level.
I mean,
Going to your left.
You're rolling to your left, season on the line, you get tripped up, and you drop it in the breadbasket. Roma Dunze made a great adjustment on that play, too, on his route.
Over the DBs.
I was like, oh, my God. I was like, they're going to seal this football game.
Loveland's, they took Loveland. I kind of scratched my head. Loveland's a baller.
He fits their seat.
He's a baller. And Cole Kmet's still good.
Yeah.
I mean, anything else over this weekend that really like stuck out to you, Bonte? Like when it comes to just the games, Jaguars,
Well, first of all,
Texans.
the first 4 games were great. But I'm watching the Texans defense last night, and I get 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneer vibes from that Texas defense. Think about the way I was thinking about the Ravens defense in 2000, but they were more power. They would just physically just beat the hell out of you. Ballware, Syracuse, Sam Adams in the middle, Ray Lewis obviously in the middle. But that Tampa Bay defense, the one that beat the Raiders, they had speed on the outside, speed on the inside. Simeon Rice, Sapp on the inside. Booker McFarland was on that team. Your linebackers were fast, sideline to sideline. And then your secondary was really good.
John Lynch.
This team has that same type of speed. They beat you up. They don't have to blitz. You got the 2 bookend. Like, their defensive is maybe better than what Tampa Bay possessed.
Will Anderson, outside of Myles Garrett, I'm not taking anyone else over.
And Daniil Hunter. They're better than what Tampa Bay had on that.
And then you've got guys like Danico Autry who've been doing it forever. There's just solid players around there.
Al-Shaair is, oh, my God, he's so violent.
Oh, my God.
And then their second Tololo, whatever the number 39, he makes plays.
Yep.
And then their secondary.
You got Stingley.
You don't even throw at Stingley.
No.
And Lassiter's good. And then they got the safeties. Who's number 5? What's his name? Number 5. He wears a double shell helmet.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I got it. Anyway.
They are.
Guardian cap.
Dude, the Guardian cap, whatever they call it. Chesson gets a kick out of the Guardian caps. Papa, look
Petrie.
at
Jalen Petrie.
Petrie makes plays.
The Petrie dish.
They give me 0-2 Tampa Bay. Now, if C.J. Stroud could just take care of the football.
It's very similar to Sam Darnold, is how I view it. Very similar.
Very similar to Brad Johnson. Very similar to Trent Dilfer.
Just don't lose us the game.
Care of the football. The defense will give it back to you. Make a couple throws, and you'll be fine. That was my big. I was like, wow, that New England Houston game is going to be
hard hitting.
The old Bucks team that won it all, was Ryan Neese on that team? Was Lott's kid on that team?
I think Lott's kid may have been on that team.
Or was it the year after?
Or it may have been on the year. I ran into him not too long ago.
Really?
Yeah, because he was on the team for UCLA, Spadoni, that went down to Miami. The game got postponed early in the season. They played the Miami Hurricane.
Because of a hurricane, right?
Yep. Oh. And then they had to reschedule it for like December 4th or something. Kate McDowell was a quarterback.
Oh, my.
And was having a spectacular season.
Yeah.
And they had to go down to the Orange Bowl
Kareem
in December. And Miami wins, they go to the championship. They lose, they're going to the Rose Bowl to play Wisconsin, play for consolation. And they get beat 45-42. I think Edgar James may have ran for 300 yards in that game. I swear to God.
Love Edgar.
It was that game brought back to you. So, yeah, that was fun times.
Niner legend Cade McNown.
Niner legend Cade McNown.
Well, he went to the Bears first and bounced around. Everyone thought he was Steve Young.
Really?
I'm dead serious.
Oh my God!
Because he was lefty, he could move a little, and
he was.
There weren't a lot of lefties.
No, there still isn't. Like that's like the thing. Like there's still not a lot
There's
of.
There's like 5 quarterbacks taken.
He was good in
picks.
college, though.
There was like 5 quarterbacks in that draft. It was like Dante Culpepper,
1999.
Yeah, who's the top 5 quarterbacks?
Let's see. I think I have it here. There was 13 quarterbacks taken overall in that draft class alone. Donovan McNabb was one of them.
Him and Harrison.
There you go. You got Cade McNown, obviously still there.
Culpepper.
UCF.
Might have been. I'm scrolling through it all right now. There's a lot. Sean King was in that.
Tulane.
Tulane.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously took that team all the way to the national.
99. Gio Carmazzi.
Brock Heward was there. Brock Heward, obviously, who's doing radio work up in the Pacific Northwest.
Achille,
I'm just going through
Oregon.
Achille Smith.
Joe Germain.
Ohio State.
Ohio State.
He won a Rose Bowl through the game with a touchdown pass in David Boston against Jake Plummer.
Aaron Brooks. Raider legend. Aaron Brooks.
I liked Aaron Brooks, though.
Brooks was solid.
I did. I liked him. He was good.
I'm just going to keep going through. There's just names and names and names and names. There you go. Rashard Cook was in that. That was a safety, though. USC. There you go. Yeah.
Who's the top pick of that? Oh, Tim Council's number 1.
Michael Bishop, Kansas State, 7th
round. Good.
Like Michael Bishop.
Michael Bishop was good. JUCO guy.
Totally agree.
And they lost. Remember they lost to who they lose to? Nebraska or Texas. No, Michael Bishop was sick. Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Akili Smith.
Keely was in that draft.
Covington.
Yep.
There you go.
Scott Covington.
Dante Culpepper, Kate McDowell. 5 quarterbacks in the first 12 pounds. I'll never forget.
Culpepper was UCF?
Because they had a football card. Yeah, UCF. They had a football card with all the quarterback jerseys.
And then undrafted, you got Matt Lytle from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Chet Bailey was 7 overall in that draft.
I contend the greatest trade straight up in NFL history for both teams, him and Portis.
Torrey Holt, 6 overall. Ricky Williams, 5 with the Saints.
I'm looking at this draft. It's Dante Culpepper. Yeah, you met Javon Curse, the freak.
Who'd the Niners take?
Damian Woody.
Ahmed Plummer?
Javon Curse went 16 to the Titans.
Who'd we take? Ahmed Plummer?
I'm looking at it right now.
That year was Reggie McGrew.
Reggie McGrew, Florida, D tackle, D end. Yeah, undersized
Did nothing.
to play D tackle, too slow to play D end. He was garbage.
Yeah, he was garbage.
Florida, right?
Florida guy.
Yeah, terrible.
Rams second round got Dre Bly.
Who did we take? Dre Bly was sick. Ex-Niner.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, this was great.
Joey Porter Sr. was in that draft, and Joey Porter Jr. was on the field yesterday. That made me feel low-key. I was like, oh, my God, Joey Porter Jr. I know he's been there for a little bit.
If you bring up Joey Porter, you know what I automatically think
of? All-time S-talker in NFL history.
No.
He is. Joey Porter is.
The fight against Cleveland.
Trill TV, him and Max Dre out in front of the crowd.
Yeah. In Hawaii?
Yes.
In Hawaii on the schooners?
I'm just out here with Joey Porter.
I'm just out here with Joey Porter. You know, Ray Lewis. So
Santa Clara County, baby. That's where I was born.
Luke Campbell, my boy Luke.
Uncle Luke? Yeah.
In Miami. He would I used to have these Cancun videos with Uncle Luke. They get down with the get down. Ray Lewis used to always be in the videos.
The 2 Live Crew.
All in the videos.
All in Cancun. You know what they were doing.
Before we get to final thoughts, let's get up. G and SF wants to talk about this Seahawks-Niners game. What's up, G?
That's right.
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
What's up,
What you got, man?
Oh, it's all good. Hey, so since these teams are so familiar, man, I think what it's actually going to come down to is kind of what we've seen in Week 18. It's going to be physical, man. Whoever out-physicals the other team. Scheming and whatnot, they pretty much know each other. We just got to smash, man. We got to come out smashing. Come out with our hair on fire, and, get to Darnold, and we got it, bro. That's it.
There you go. That's it. Just get to Sam Darnold. He will throw, like Baldy was talking to us about it. He's going to make a mistake.
He's going to throw a ball.
You have to capitalize on it. That's it. You have to capitalize on their mistakes.
I think if Pearsall doesn't play in this game, I think he's going to have an entire offseason of getting crushed.
Can you crush the guy for re-aggravating PCL
I'm
injury?
just telling you how it works, Joe.
Well, you don't have to tell me. I said if he doesn't play, you're going to be labeled as a bust, whether you like it or not. You have to play. Like, he hasn't played a lot. He just hasn't. What was that, his 15th missed game in 2 years? 15.
Ryan Neese, by the way, was on that football
There you
team.
go, Ryan Neese. 15
he was
games.
I talked to him about that UCLA game. He goes, how do you remember that? He goes, it was hot. It was a 9 a.m. West Coast game, humid. It was at the OB.
It was a hot night.
And he goes, we play those dudes. And this dude, Andrew James, we seen him on the field. It was like, okay, whatever. He was wearing number 5. In first drive, boop, touchdown. Matt Gottfried was on the calls. Me and Teddy were talking about this game. David Taylor, producer over there. He's a big Miami fan. So, Ricky Pearsall, man. Yeah. There's some people disappointed that he didn't play in the last 2 games.
What do you mean by people?
Maybe people close to the situation.
Interesting.
Little disappointed.
Just disappointed in Ricky or in the situation?
Well,
the
this injury,
okay.
This injury did end his CMC's year last year. Keep going. What were you saying?
Well, it's just kind of gut it through. You got to, with this team, everybody's gutting it through, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's banged up.
Trying to come back from a dislocated foot.
Trent Williams, I don't think he's 100%.
No, he has 1.5 hamstrings, Bonte.
You think CMC's feeling good?
Please.
450 carries?
I mean, and honestly,
CMC, man. We don't talk enough about him.
He's an all-time
We don't talk enough about him.
First team All-Pro.
I mean,
first team All-Pro.
We were talking at training camp. You guys asked me, CMC, did he really lose the 7? I was like, no, he looks like Christian McCaffrey. I'm watching practice. I'm like, I don't know what people like. Just because he wasn't running the ball well, that's
because he doesn't have any like the big breakaway touchdowns.
I get that. He's lost a little bit.
His spin move though, for like 3 yards, where like he would have lost 2, and he spins out and they fights. People don't see he gets so many hidden yards.
Like the whole Wash thing, I was scratching my head all season. Christian McCaffrey is a dude.
5-time now because he got the 2025 first team All-Pro in the all-purpose category. 5-time All-Pro, 4 first team, 1 second team. That's Hall of Fame stuff, Bonte.
He may be a year or 2 away from the Hall of Fame.
No, yeah, for sure. You don't become a 5-time All-Pro and not make the Hall of Fame. It's very rare.
Everybody's hurting though. So if Ricky Pearsall, the fact that he was in Philadelphia walking through. They need somebody to take the top off the defense.
Marcus Robinson,
man.
do it again.
Ricky Pearsall will be nice to play because now when you go into the offseason, we're not there yet, but you know you're going to need another tight end. You're probably going to need a wide receiver because the price has gone up on Juwan Jennings. You're going to need a tackle.
A safety.
I mean, yeah, you're going to need some things.
Linebacker.
Edge rusher.
Edge rusher. You need a lot.
Basically everything but D-tackle.
The fact that they're still in this, they need so much still, and yet they're in the divisional round. What was it? What did I say? The 26th time ever? Like 26.
In 80 years.
26 times, Bonte, they've been to the divisional round. It's just the standard of excellence that Kyle Shanahan has brought here.
Brought back
after that gap of just atrocious Chip Kelly, Jim Tom Sula. You had that bad, the bad taste in your mouth after that last year with Harbaugh. Like to see where this team is at still, regardless of all the injuries and all the drama of last season, and even some of the drama at the Brandon Ayuk stuff, but I don't think they haven't let that affect them. It's just the mental toughness and fortitude. You use the word resiliency with it, which I think is great. I said the word proud yesterday. I know. Guru said that at our summit. He's like, I'm just so proud of Kuminga. It was after the first couple weeks, but I'm just so damn proud of this 49ers team.
Like a papa, I'm so proud.
It is. You get me when I say that?
Like a taco, he rings the bell.
They should have pride. And if you're a player on this team, you should take away with all the pride that you can have. And Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh too. And Brant Boyer, the special teams coach. I don't want to get that twisted either because special teams has been a plus for this team.
Special teams has been a lot. We don't talk about special teams.
Seth Morstead's 2 punts.
Well,
I actually thought about you when Wisnowski had a great putt against Jacksonville. I said, you guys gave Mr. Wisnowski a lot of heat.
He was making too much money.
He wasn't bad, though.
Not giving a punter $4 million.
Yeah, but you know what? If you can punt and you're pinning dudes deep, I'm taking that all day
Andy
long.
Lee.
Taking that all day long.
Shane
Wisnowski, now he gets to go to Mile High and let him boom. Josh Allen, he's going to go into Denver and win, huh?
100%.
Probably. I mean,
what a dude. He pound for pound.
Hey, I think he might be one of the most talented quarterbacks to ever play.
Dude, pound for pound, he's that guy. He's that guy. I mean, he's just,
when you say he's that guy,
he has to roll off his back foot.
Number one
to Brandon
pick.
Cooks.
Yeah,
that was like
when the defender's staring him down, and he just throws it on the money. I'm like, wow.
How about the tush push that went 15 yards?
That was ridiculous. Did you think the Eagles used the tush? They didn't use it enough, in my opinion. When it was like third or fourth and short.
It's pretty ironic though. Buffalo was running it, and they voted against the tush push. So
here it is, right there.
Yeah, my boy Bruce Arians. Oh, that throw. Oh, the tush push. Yeah.
It's ridiculous,
dude. And Josh Allen. That Buffalo-Denver game is going to be so sad.
I would have took a knee. Okay, I don't know if anyone's watching. There's a minute left.
Yeah.
And it's like 102.
Tony Romo was kind of talking about it.
I was like, I would have taken a knee. I'm so confident Josh Allen is going to score a touchdown. I would have sucked 30 seconds off the clock, then try to score.
Yeah. And then Trevor Lawrence throws a pick.
I know.
They blew it, though. But again, kicking, not taking points, it's going to cost you in these big games.
Look at that. Nolan Arenado traded to the Diamondbacks. That is official now. Huh, little baseball
just in
news.
from Jeff Passan. Yeah, ESPN's tweeting out the Diamondbacks are acquiring 8-time All-Star Nolan Arenado in a trade with the Cardinals, sources told Jeff
Is Marte
Passan.
going in that deal? Because they've been rumored to get rid of Marte.
I think they're keeping
More
Marte.
details still to come.
Yeah.
Cardinals also paying $31 of the $42 million owed to Arenado. So
how much money's left? How many years are left?
Maybe 2, but they're paying $31 of the $42 million. That's a good deal for the Diamondbacks.
He's still a very good player, but not the great player he was 3 or 4
He's
years
going to rake in that ballpark.
No, I agree.
For his
I'm an Arenado guy.
season, about 237, 12 jacks.
But we have
50 reviews.
Chapman.
And they were on the same team together in high school.
You love Chapman.
Which is insane.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not letting you get away with that.
What?
The Chapman slander.
I would consider.
You love Chapman.
I do like Chapman. I do. He's a good player.
But
5 years for him was a little rich. It was.
You love that deal.
Final thoughts?
At the time.
Panic and pivot.
Yeah, I'll give you.
Oh, wow.
It really is. And now, is this going to be your final thought today, Joey?
No, my final thought is actually the media.
Oh.
There was a woman in Jacksonville who was interviewing, not interviewing, but asking questions to
not even asking
the head
questions.
coach.
Just telling them keep your head up.
You know what, though? Can I be real? I feel like the media, sports media in particular, when it comes to like the beat reporters. They used to be stenographers. Okay, they had access to press conferences that no one else had access to. And I understand they hold it very sanctimonious. What I think a lot of people have failed to realize is that this is the toy department of sports, and these teams do represent the greater community. And I had no problem with the woman reporter basically saying, like, you should hold your head high. You had a great year. Maybe it wasn't the time or the place or whatever, but like, she's lived in that community a long time. She's originally from Michigan. I heard her explanation. She's like, look, a lot of my family and friends have really like grown to love this team and everyone's happy. And I saw a coach, a young man. I just had a grandson, she said, and I saw a young man who needed a hug. And I felt bad for him after a low point. And like, it's just not that serious.
I think people are making it a bigger deal.
I agree.
But speaking from a journalistic background, there's a time and place for that. You can catch Liam Cohen walking off the podium, and that's when you get up and say, hey, Liam, off the record, keep your head up, man. You had a hell of a season. That's what I would do.
Sure.
That's what I would do. Like, because there's a time and place for that stuff. Now, I don't know how long the press conference went, and I don't think I see this thing, like Pat McAfee had a tweet saying, all these sports writers are bitter. They don't like sports. They hate sports. I disagree with that. 100%. All the writers I know love sports. That's why they got into it.
Yeah.
They got into sports writing because they love it. They love the storytelling aspect of it. Now, you got a couple curmudgeons and all that stuff, but for the most part, we love it. I started off as a sports writer because I love sports.
I would take a little. I actually don't.
Lynn Jones, by the way, Lynn Jones from the Jacksonville.
Lynn Jones.
Here's where I would differ from you, B. I do feel like when people have been covering a sport for a long time, they get a little jaded, and I get that. And I do think it's okay to recalibrate. Buy a ticket every now and then. Go attend a sporting game, not under.
So I'll use Matt Mayoko.
Yes.
He buys Giants tickets all the time.
Yeah.
He goes there and loves it. But if you could get into a game for free, why not?
No, but
He's got an American dream hustling and trying to
temperament is. I think he's got a very happy-go-lucky temperament. Wouldn't you agree?
Right. Absolutely.
You know,
a lot of people pay for games.
He doesn't have a gotcha journalistic mentality
like
either.
Warrior writers, right? When they were on those deep playoff runs, they would go to a baseball game.
Yeah.
They go enjoy a baseball game. You know they were paying for that. Anthony Slater. Oh, I love the Indians. We're in Cleveland. I'm going to go watch my Guardians. We all love it. We all love it. This is why we got into it. And to gain the access that the average person can't gain, getting into the locker room, going behind the scenes at the stadium, getting your little breadcrumbs. I think a lot of people that are not familiar with sports journalism have this anger towards sports journalism, like, you guys, we know what we're talking about.
I think there's a time and place. For a lot of these people, if you just read their Twitter accounts, which is how people get access to people, it skews negative.
I think
sometimes, I don't know.
Maybe we can get more into
like
this tomorrow,
Lombardi doesn't spew negative. He's a homer.
Yeah.
Right?
I want to get the sound
that's a whole
because
separate can of worms.
That's what I'm saying.
This is what was said from Lynn Jones, again, from the Jacksonville Free Press, that people are making a big deal about. The quote was, I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man. This is to Liam Cohen, head coach of the Jags. Quote, you hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season. You did a great job out there today. You just hold your head up, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one. Keep it going. We got another season, okay? Take care, and much continued success to you and the entire team. And then
I didn't think it was egregious.
No, it wasn't egregious, but at the same time, like Stanford Red, who I hold in high regard, you think Stanford Red, positive. He made a great point. He says, look, I understand what she was doing, but there's also a time and place for that. It's like walking into a press conference and wearing shorts with a suit, right? There's a dress code. We go to the Olympic Club, we're wearing shorts with a suit. You may think it's cool, but it's a time and place for that. It's the same thing with that. Hey, Liam, on the side, hey, man, keep your head up, man. You did a great job, blah, 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 blah. That, like Antonio Pierce at the press conference, he told the beat writer, hey, I want to hear y'all say Raiders. And somebody, dude, you can't do that.
No.
Like, so
because
I
don't want my Vic Tafers of the world, my Matt Barrows of the world to be having a rooting interest. I want you to tell me the facts. Like, you can have a column, you can have an opinion on it, just present it to me that's non-biased.
Here's a great one. Ray Rattle, they say he hates sports. He watches hockey all the time.
He does.
That's a sport, right?
I also think he's so disconnected from the normal sports fan. Don't even start me on that one.
Steiny and Good
we won't see eye to eye.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you.
Guy hasn't paid for a ticket in years.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Bonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, a medical office building, are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
The Liquor Store 7.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. What's happening, Goo?
What's up, baby? I have a confession, if I can, real quick.
Wow,
Shout out
off the
Usher.
bat. All right.
I dogged the Monday night playoff wild card game.
Okay.
What if I tell you Tuesday morning I love it? I loved after that Niner game and all those games. I won't mention the Charger Patsy, but that weekend, and it continued yesterday, Monday night, with a dominant performance defensively by the Texans.
Who was the so I asked Evan this morning, I said, what was the most impressive team or the most impressive win week, the first week of the playoffs? And he said it's got to be the Niners. And then I thought, okay, what team looked the best of the 6 teams that played? And I know there's 2 that didn't.
I got an answer.
Go ahead.
I'm not mad at Evan's answer, but what if I tell you I didn't think much of Buffalo defensively, and to go into Jacksonville and win that game the way that they did and didn't get exploited defensively, even though I think Jacksonville helped them by they stopped running the ball. But what if I told you Buffalo and Josh Allen?
Okay, I thought Buffalo too, and then Evan reminded me that they were favored in that game.
Well, damn.
So
Evan, you win. Yeah.
I think they're kind of 2 different things. I do think the Niners win was probably the most impressive win because they were the biggest underdog.
Yeah.
But, when it comes to, all right, well, there's 8 teams left. Who's the best team? I said it doesn't look like there's a bully among the 8.
And that's why I think the Niners can go to the Super Bowl.
Well, that's going to be hard. That's when Evan said, well, hold on, because 2 teams didn't play yet. And one of those teams is Seattle. So maybe Seattle's the bully that looks like the team that's the best if they handle the San Francisco 49ers.
We got some company
next
today, right? Matt Barrows.
Yeah, Matt Barrows, 10:45. And Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media at noon today. We're going to take that live, find out what's going on with his team as they get ready for Seattle. But, yesterday we kind of took this game apart and talked about a lot of things that happened. And I think today we got to kind of take a little stock of the season and what that game yesterday meant for the players, the team, the franchise, the coach, the front office, if anything. And to my way of thinking, Goo, I mean, nobody was on a hot seat. Nobody was on the verge of losing their jobs. And I'm talking players and coaches.
Yeah.
By the same token, I mean, like Kyle Shanahan, let's start with him. That win yesterday, I think, I'm trying to figure out the word because he's
cemented. Because that's what it did to me.
I was thinking kind of like solidified.
Lifelong contract, Steiny. You leave when you want.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far because
what would keep you from going that far? Well, he hadn't won it yet.
No, just what happened to John Harbaugh and what might happen to Mike Tomlin after
But that
15,
was a relationship with the quarterback, him and Lamar.
Well,
but it happens.
I'm just saying, I think Harbaugh was there for, I'm talking about John, was there for 18 years. Yeah, so I mean, if Kyle Shanahan is at some point not the coach of the Niners, it's not going to be because he's lost his fastball or anything like that. It's going to probably be it's just time, like it gets to be time for certain coaches. Right. But I think after
maybe
this
Steve
season,
Kerr.
After this season, pretty much the questions about Shanahan have to go, right?
Go ahead.
I mean, you could pick at him individual games. He'll make a bad decision here, make a bad decision there. But the bottom line is, I think 49er fans, the majority of them, realize that the coach that they have is probably one of the best coaches in football.
No doubt
about it.
Yeah, and our guy Acho, he went viral for this take, Stoney. I don't know if you heard it. I'm paraphrasing. He said basically what I just mentioned. Kyle has a lifelong contract with the Niners because, to me, I know it's micro, macro. The season's not over, and this season may culminate in a Super Bowl championship or appearance. Who knows? But the bottom line is, when we do get to that day to look at the future of the Niners, I'm looking at these other teams who are not dealing with the injuries that the Niners had to endure. So with that said, Steiny, if you're telling me this Niner team can get to the divisional round, possibly the NFC Championship game, possibly the Super Bowl with all this what you're without, well, damn, you're not far off with the coaching component. Do you follow me there?
Well, I mean, I'm stuck on lifetime contract.
Okay.
Just because, I mean, we got a coach here in the Bay, Steve Kerr, who's won 4 titles, and I would never give him a lifetime contract just because, things change. You start coaching different teams. If the 49ers ever do have to rebuild, maybe Shanahan won't want to be around for the rebuild and take another job, or maybe there's a better coach to guide a team 4, 5, 6 years from now. I don't know. But right now, right here, right now,
it's incredible.
I don't think anybody would change. Nobody would trade Shanahan for any other coach out there, correct?
Yeah.
Now.
No, I would not. I wanted to say Andy, but my stipulation on all that in regard to names that I would give you right now, and it might not be fair to them, and I mentioned this yesterday briefly, no coach, like could Andy do with the Chiefs without Mahomes for 8 games, without Chris for 8 games, the season, that type of stuff. It's not fair, and it's a woulda, coulda, shoulda, but Kyle, to me right now, is telling the league and showing the league, and he's not gloating because he's trying to get a ring, but the bottom line is, hold my beer is what he's done with this season to me and the first round of the playoffs going into Philly.
I mean, if you look at it objectively, the Philly win was obviously a nice win, big win.
I think one of the biggest of his career.
Well, this one's going to be twice as hard. Okay, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Wait.
And I'm not taking anything away from the Philly game because they beat a real good team and they went on the road to do it.
Yeah.
This one this week presents, I think, obviously a bigger challenge.
Seattle's connected. We use that word connectivity. No excuses, not trying to hate on the win against Philly, but Philly had some other stuff going on, I believe, Steiny, that wasn't football. What do you give me for that? Seattle's none of that. They're like the Niners.
Yeah, I just think Seattle's a better team and they have been all season long. And that's the one thing where, like I was saying yesterday, I thought the 49ers have had a more consistent solid season than the Eagles. I don't think you can say that about the Seahawks.
Right.
The Seahawks, what'd they finish this year? 13-4?
First place.
And they lost their first game of the year. So this is going to be a big game, but before we get to the big game, we got to talk about, what that win really meant for Purdy, for McCaffrey. What does it unfortunately maybe mean for George Kittle? But
we'll ask Matt about all that stuff too.
Yeah, exactly. But Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy at this point, I think, just the questions about him, the doubts about him, they're gone. It doesn't mean that Kyle Shanahan might not have a bad game or Purdy may not struggle here and there. But
we'll call it out if it happens.
But they're going, they're absolutely moving forward with these two guys, and they're going to have these two guys, and they're going to build around these two guys or rebuild around these two guys. And it just feels like the people that still question Kyle Shanahan, And they'll be able to continue doing that until he wins the Super Bowl. But the noise has got to end because we all know how this guy can coach a football team, and he's a damn good coach.
Now, I went to the dentist this morning, Donnie. You are a P1 with the morning roast, so am I. But I missed Baldy this morning. They had him on. Do you know if they asked him about his assessment on the coaching advantage that went down last week?
Yeah, he said what I thought he was going to say, which is, I was basing it solely on two guys who won a Super Bowl and two guys who didn't. But we can get to some of that. But 888-957-9570. And if I were to ask 49er fans, the difference between winning and losing that game in Philly and what it meant, I mean, there may be a big chasm between what it would have meant if the 49ers lost that game and what it means that they won that game.
Yeah, Willard brought that up in the crossover. I know we're up against it. Brock throwing 2 interceptions, and that results in a loss. Stoney, our audience. What would Niner fan be saying, and what calls will we be fielding had that been, the case? But it wasn't, and he drove them down for the game-winning drive.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable.
Pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you
You can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-823-5544. That's 800-823-5544. 800-823-5544.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's the question?
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
I think you just answer your own question.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in a half hour, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers and does it extremely well.
Matty.
He's coming up in a half hour. Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media at noon. We're going to bring that to you live. Also going on today, Portland at the Warriors. It's an 8 o'clock start at Chase Center tonight.
Wow.
7 o'clock Warriors live.
They owe Portland, Stouty, 0-3.
And
I'm out.
I don't know if they can beat Portland. Well, Portland's one of those teams that gives them trouble. Oh, by the way, did you, I'm sure you did. Did you wish Joe Lacob a happy birthday?
I did not. Can I guess his age?
Well, you could look it up.
Well, we like games.
Okay.
It's not, we're matching.
Okay.
Same North Carolina blue or Warrior blue? Hey, Evan. I'm going to say 61.
He's a little older than that.
You hear that, Joe?
He's older than me.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, you did that on purpose.
No, 61.
Now, happy 70th to Joe.
Oh, Joe looking good.
Well,
give him a win.
January, well, it was a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
His birthday was on the 10th, and they already lost that game. No, I don't know what it was.
Right, okay.
He's got the same birthday as my sister, January 10th.
Gretchen.
Yeah.
Look at Lagoon.
Yeah.
Real quick, I didn't tell you and Evan yesterday, I smoked my first cigar over the weekend. My boy Tony Palmer, first Cuban. You don't suck. You
He's
don't even,
Cuban?
No, he had a Cuban.
Oh.
Evan, you don't suck it in. You hit it and then blow right out.
Okay.
Had a little wine in one hand, and I was feeling good.
Pairs well with cognac.
I guess. You know how I feel about cigars.
I don't. I know one you like.
It's
Black and Mild.
It's impossible for a man to smoke a cigar and not look like a total tool.
Daddy, cigar bars are they're the new thing.
Yeah, but no guy looks good with a cigar. They always look like a pompous ass.
Tony Soprano, Jordan?
Exactly. Yep. You got it, buddy. You got it.
You're great.
We're talking Niners. They play Seattle on Saturday, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock up in Seattle. So that game could have been 1:30.
Where you're at. It's early. It's only Tuesday. You know where you're taking it in at.
Not yet, no.
I hit Low Neal. I told Evan because they're going to do the
Why do you think he'd want to watch with you, is my question.
But I got correspondence back that he said, let's do it. Now
Okay.
I probably won't hold up my end of the bar, but I'm feeling frisky. Get somewhere and watch it. Let's do it.
Okay.
You in?
We'll see.
All right.
I mean, 5 o'clock.
It's Saturday.
But that means the game will go past 8, which means if we meet up, we would be in the city probably at 8:30 on a Saturday.
Get in some dancing.
Oh, boy.
Get in some, yeah.
No, that's past my curfew.
You are the worst.
On the weekend. I don't know.
All right.
Let's start out with Chris in San Jose. Hey, Chris, how you doing, man? You're a big Niner fan. How you feeling?
Don't do that to me.
Oh,
you
sorry.
know I'm not a big Niner fan.
Oh, I didn't know
wow.
that.
Steiny got it wrong.
I thought you were a big boy Niner fan.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry.
No, brother.
Okay.
I'm just speaking to the facts.
Okay.
Do it. I'm with you, brother. Sympathy to you and your family, man.
Hey, I appreciate that.
Brother, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too,
That
man.
being said, it's going to be a blowout on the opposite end. Seattle has the Niners number. They're very fast, the number one defense in the NFL. Now, I can't blame my headaches and my toothache on my ironing cord in the kitchen. What in the hell are you guys talking about? The power lines above the 49ers stadium is causing lower leg injuries.
Oh,
You know
I
is a
saw
bunch
that
of
video.
crap.
I saw that
Black
video.
uniforms? Come on, man. We grew up with the Black Panthers, with black leather jackets, and power to the people. And you didn't get no power from those black uniforms. You guys are in trouble. Don't get mad at me when it's a blowout. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
with it.
All right, Chris. Appreciate it. It's possible.
Not
I
the
guess.
Ricky Henderson of calls we thought we were going to take. You said big Niner fan. You know what he's talking about with the videos floating around. Some scientists allegedly saying they got a thing next door to Levi's that maybe the radiation has done something to the side there when they practice, and that's leading to lower extremity injuries. But come on.
Where did you see that?
It's on Instagram.
Oh.
You get your new phone?
Yeah, but I couldn't set it up.
Yeah, you didn't text last night.
No, I couldn't set it up. I can get to the internet, but I can't text on it, so I may just let it like that right now.
Oh, boy.
What's that?
UC Fanatic. Goo is that little brother that wants his big brother, Steiny, to like him. That is just, good Lord. You need a Q-tip.
Are you good?
I'm good.
All right. Let's go to Mike in San Mateo. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Doing today?
Doing well, thank you.
Good. So hey, I just want to give Kyle kudos for his great coaching job. I want people knock him for not winning a Super Bowl. Okay, so when he was offensive coordinator of the Falcons, Matt Ryan doesn't take that sack on third down, which he was instructed not to do. They kick a field goal and they win. In the Super Bowl against Kansas City, that right tackle makes the block right near the end zone. We score a touchdown and tie it up and probably win that game. Right? So I think it's kind of unfair to say he hasn't won the Super Bowl, but I get it, right?
Right.
And then, during the games when, I'm texting my buddies, and they're like, oh, that was a horrible call. Like, guys, we don't really know what the play call was, who was the first, second, third option, and give the defense some credit. The defense did a great job with that play. It wasn't a bad call. The defense just blew it up. I get frustrated with people that say he's a bad play caller or he called a horrible game plan when we don't really know as casual fans. Sometimes you call a play to set up a play later. Doesn't mean you only gain 2 yards, but that's going to tip off a play later in the third quarter. So we don't know that stuff, right? And I just think one thing he did great in the game the other night was I was getting frustrated early on when we kept running it up the middle on first down.
Right.
And we had 2nd and 9, 2nd and 11. Guys, that's fucking hard. We can't run it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we get you.
Look, Kyle Shanahan is one of the best coaches in football. He's got one thing left to do. That's it. Win the Super Bowl. There's a lot of coaches in his spot. The problem is that a lot of coaches in his spot haven't gone as far as Shanahan, so they don't have 2 Super Bowl losses on their ledger. And the talk, nobody talks about who hasn't been to the Super Bowl. Buffalo,
McDermott.
Right? Nobody talks about McDermott. Has been on the brink. It's better to be on the brink than not be on the brink, in my mind.
Yeah.
I'd rather have 2 Super Bowl losses than never have gotten to the Super Bowl.
It's better to love than to have lost and never to have loved at all, Scott.
Yeah, so I think that, I like your word. I mean, Kyle Shanahan kind of cemented his coaching, reputation, which was already really good. Already really good. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to get to some of this sound about the 49ers. This is Nick Wright from FS1. He's been a guy who's been critical of the Niners and Brock Purdy over the years, maybe anything Bay Area related. But here's what he had to say about the 49ers win on Sunday.
I'm tipping my cap to Purdy. Games like yesterday make me open to changing my mind. What? I'm telling you.
What is it, 3 years?
Why are you laughing at me?
3 years, a Super Bowl appearance, 4 game-winning drives in the playoffs. You're open to it?
So much so, I made an even, not a better, but a different complimentary Purdy graphic. Because what's the knock on Shanahan? You can't, if you are trailing in the fourth, you're dead. You are dead. Yeah. And that to me has always been about, he has had civilians, not superheroes at quarterback. So if it's on script and everything's rolling, but if it's like, man, got a pass situation, what are you going to do? Can't do it. Purdy's been able to do it.
All right, that was Nick Wright.
Yeah. Did it against Green Bay in the wild card game. Detroit, remember that?
Yeah.
But back consecutively.
Yeah, I'm just so I'm trying to think of the specifics. Niners were down 19-16 in that game, and then they scored to make it 23-19.
Yeah, and held.
So technically they didn't come back. Well, what is it, 7 points or more in the fourth quarter?
Well, dude, you were down on the road and you're the underdog. Forget all that. I know where you're going, but to me that counts.
No, and I mean, of course.
After throwing 2 picks, Steiny.
Yeah.
Defense had their back.
I mean, I kind of agree with the way we look at quarterbacks. I feel like even if a guy has a great game, we'll always say, well, but he still had that one interception or whatever. The bottom line is that, Purdy had what? 2? Would you rather have a quarterback with 2 touchdowns and 2 picks or no touchdowns and no picks? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I'd want there. It obviously depends on who wins the game.
I'm taking the 2 and 2, Johnny, but because I know I'm scoring. And I guess you could score running the ball.
Here's the one thing that I'm thinking about this year, big picture, and I'd like to get some 49er fans' opinions on this. They went 12-5. They overcame a ton of injuries, and now they've gone into Philadelphia and they won.
Wow.
I do think at this point, regardless of what happens in Seattle, it's been a very good year. If you want to call it successful, you can call it successful. We've been throwing special around. I think they got to win this game for it to be kind of a special season. If they win this game and get to the NFC Championship game with this team, I don't know that they have to win it all for it to be a special season, but if they can somehow beat Seattle and get to the NFC Championship game against the Rams or the Bears, I mean, what more could you want out of this team? Obviously, sure, you want to win a Super Bowl, but I think nobody was thinking Super Bowl at the beginning of the year. Nobody was thinking Super Bowl in the middle. Maybe a little bit toward the end when they had Seattle at the end of the regular season, but certainly not going into the playoffs. But now, I mean, they're only one of 8 teams, so they've got as much shot as anybody at this point.
Let me run this by you. We hadn't been fighting, you and I, much lately, but what was it? Late November, I came in here one Monday, Steiny, and I said, man, Kyle's on the cusp of doing one of his greatest coaching jobs. And I'll leave that there. We disagreed and debated, went back and forth.
Well, I just didn't think you could say that after 6 games. That's all.
So now I think I got my answer. There's no doubt in your mind that if people are feeling that way now, if they go beat Seattle to get to the NFC Championship game, you have no problem with that.
No,
especially after that, like you said, you see what's behind door number 49.
Okay, Kyle Shanahan's doing – this is the best coaching job Kyle Shanahan's done in his career. Okay.
Yeah.
It's still about winning a Super Bowl. He's coached well the majority of his career, I think. So, he's just kind of having another season this year where some breaks have gone his way. He's coached well. They've won game. They've won a lot of close games.
Yeah.
A lot of close games. He's got to get credit for that.
So Goo was not wrong, just early.
Yeah. Like, because I was just like tasting the goulash. Ooh, it tastes good, but it wasn't. You ever your mom call you in, Stouty? Hey, taste this spaghetti sauce. You're like, ooh, it's pretty good.
Yeah. No, my mom has cooked for me and said, how does it taste?
Yeah.
And usually they do that when it's done. You know, the meal, you know, they're finished cooking. And they say, how is it? And I go, wow, that's really good, Mom.
Well, like me, I make her sweet tea. She'll be like, Daryl. I'm like, what? I'll take the walk into the kitchen, then while she's almost done, that's it. Or it needs a little more, you know?
Sure. Let's go to Dre. Dre is in Lemoore. What's going on, Dre? How you doing, man? Hey, Dre.
Hey, what's up, my fellas?
Hey.
Steiny Guru. I didn't talk to you guys over the holidays. I hope you guys had a very nice Christmas with your families.
Back at you.
We did. Thank you.
Yeah, I was in Arizona, but I'm down here in Lemoore for the week. I'll be going back tonight flying. But I was happy to be in town with some good friends. Big Niner party on Sunday. I was in my element, brother. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
I love it.
Yes, sir. Now, I got some old friends, and I was looking at them cross-eyed. Early in the third quarter, they wanted to pull Purdy for Mac Jones. I was like, are you guys crazy?
Are you serious?
We're riding or dying with Purdy.
Wow.
I'm not going to stand for this blasphemy you guys are talking right now. You know?
So how did it end up for him?
So they said Dre was right, like they usually do, you know? But to answer your question, Steiny, if the Niners lose this weekend, first, before I say that, I think if they hold Seattle to 13 points like they did the first two games, Niners are going to find a way to win that game.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, they're not scared to play in Seattle. They're not scared. Now, as far as it being a successful season, it's going to be successful. Special, no. And if they win that, and I think the Rams are going to smoke the Bears, I'd rather the Bears upset the Rams and the Niners go in Chicago, because if you look at your history, the Niners own Chicago in the playoffs. I'm an old man, so I remember the 80s. You know what I'm saying?
I do too.
Yes, sir. So, but this is my caveat. Like I said, I'm an old man. I'm used to my Niners being 5-0 in the Super Bowl, not 5-3. Harbaugh not giving the ball to Gore in that last 2 minutes once, and then Shanahan kind of basically poo-pooing his pants the last two. If you're not going to win it all, lose the NFC Championship game. I can't handle that.
Oh, wow. Look at Dre.
All right, Dre. Thanks, Dre. Appreciate your call, buddy.
Dre. Stouty, I'm going to be honest. You didn't ask. I got some Niner fans, dear friends. I won't name them. Big Dex. Text me after Purdy's second interception because you know what he was feeling. Oh, we're about to lose. Text me, Purdy ain't it. That's all the text read. And then I text him after the game, how you feeling about Brock? I pulled one of yours, but, I mean, it's a roller coaster. Sports and life. It's how you're feeling, you know? Brock didn't wilt. He didn't go in fetal position. He drove him back down. Bam.
Did I see he's got like 4 or 5 game-winning drives now in the playoffs and in the fourth quarter? Something like that?
I mean, man. We just talked about 2, Green Bay and Detroit.
Weren't they
so
down
that counts. That's
weren't
3.
They down to Dallas at some point in that game a couple of years back, or were they in control? I can't remember.
They got up early, but Dallas never led.
Yeah. Let's go to Doug. Doug's in Wichita. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you guys. Bang bang Niner gang. And Dre, man, my man Dre, I used to think the exact same way. If you ain't gonna win it all, don't get there.
Wow.
But I have to admit, I have changed my tune on that, because you can't win it all unless you get there. So, hey man, it sucks. I don't want to say what I really think about those Chiefs Super Bowls, because I don't want that out in public too much. I just think we should have won. And then as far as the Harbaugh Super Bowl goes, I 100% agree. I don't know how you don't hand Frank Gore beat that defense down to the 6 or 3 yard line, whatever it was now. I can't remember exactly. And then you want to throw 4 straight passes to the same damn corner of the end zone to the same loudmouth receiver. I mean, come on. Ray Lewis was begging you to throw the ball, and you did. What was that, a brotherly love to your brother? Come on, Jim.
Dougie.
Anyway, off of that.
That was 10 years ago, Dougie. Thanks, Doug.
Dude, people don't forget, Stoney. And Dre was a real one. Remember I said I surround myself with Niner fans that used to say, Stoney, when we go, we win.
Mm-hmm. That's
not 3 in a row.
We can put that to bed.
Yeah, they're
lost
5
3
in a row.
3
Yeah, I got you.
In the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So Matt Barrow's coming up in about 10 minutes. Covers the San Francisco 49ers for The Athletic. Obviously, he was in Philly. He'll be in Seattle, back home now covering practice. So we got Matt Barrows coming up on the other side of the break. And then at noon today, Kyle Shanahan's going to talk with the media. And we'll bring that to you live to find out the latest on what's going on with the Niners as they head into Seattle on Saturday. Let's take Jay. Jay's in San Francisco. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Good, fellas. How you guys doing?
Hey. Doing well, thank you.
So I'm a pretty skeptical sports fan, just like you, Steiny.
All right.
But, this is what sports is all about, guys. I mean, we got journeymen, third-string guys. We got our entire starting squad out, and we just beat the Super Bowl champs. I mean, if you're not motivated by this, I mean, you gotta be kidding me here, guys. This is amazing. I mean, I'm gonna go out on a whim here and say this is a freaking Cinderella story already. Now, if we make it to the Super Bowl and win with this squad, I think this is similar to the Red Sox beating the Yankees when they went down 0-3. Remember that?
Yeah.
You guys remember that?
Sure.
And if we win the Super Bowl this year, I think we got to make a 30 for 30 documentary about this team. I mean, this is incredible, guys. If you think about where we came, Mac Jones was our starting quarterback. He was our starting quarterback. And I mean, this is what it's all about, fellas. And I'm pumped. I'm pumped about this. I'm happy, fellas.
Yeah.
This is it. I mean, this is what Niners football is, baby. This is what we're about. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Let it out.
This is going to be a tough game, obviously, Saturday. But, we spent most of last week saying the Niners are going to have a lot of trouble with the Eagles, and it was a good game like we thought it was going to be. Mm-hmm. So the question becomes, can you somehow go up to Seattle and put that game 2 weeks ago behind you and look like a different football team? And that's where, to me, Kyle Shanahan comes in. Like, this is where Kyle Shanahan is a good enough coach to make the offense not look like it did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And we see it a lot in football.
Yeah.
Where one game goes one way and then they play again and it looks completely different. And this is going to have to be one of those times for the Niners.
And I know we got Matt coming up in a few minutes here, Stoney, Matt Barrows from The Athletic, but I know I haven't, and I know you haven't put together a game plan for an NFL football game, but I'm just wondering, how can Kyle turn, without knowing the final of the game, how can they use that debacle offensively to their advantage this time getting ready for Seattle, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whatever didn't work running the ball 2 weeks ago, and I'm saying 2 weeks, it was, 8 or 9 days, but you know what I mean.
And Trent missed that game.
Yeah, I mean, you got to run the ball better. Maybe Trent Williams makes a difference there. But if you remember that game, I mean, they just could not run the ball at all. They couldn't stop the run. So they got a couple things they got to fix before that game.
And when they passed it, Sonny, the Seattle defender was waiting. If it was a TFL, somebody was there,
No doubt about it.
Man.
I mean, no doubt about it. But I think, as we get closer to this game and away from the Eagles game, I think you start to realize that this is going to be even harder than the Eagles, and a lot of people didn't give the 49ers a big chance against Philly. So, I mean, that was a great win on Sunday. This would be another level win to me.
No, I'm with you.
Because Seattle's a better team.
Yeah,
they're a better team than the Eagles.
No doubt about it. And they're the number 1 seed. And they don't got any drama going on that we know about like the Eagles, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
they have an identity. How about that?
Yeah, when we look at the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. I mean, where do the 49ers have an advantage against Seattle?
I want to say
quarterback.
Playoff
maybe.
Experience, too.
Yeah, quarterback.
Arnold's been there one time.
Yeah, McCaffrey is capable of obviously carrying you in a game like this if things are going his way. So, going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
going to be a lot of fun.
I can't wait.
But
Saturday night.
Another big game for Brock Purdy.
Dude, 5-2 now, right?
In the playoffs. Yeah. 510 says Purdy's 4-0 in Seattle. There's another stat for you.
And they won't be in the black unis either.
Who's that?
The Niners. That'll be funny,
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. Coming up on the other side, we got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers. We'll be joined by him on the other side. Looking forward to that. Don't go anywhere. Matty Barrows coming up on the other side. The Golden State Warriors, they are back also, depending on your perspective. So you can cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. It's only 100 calories, it's 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and to enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors, must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
The moment needs you on Warriors Day. Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Tim from Burlingame. Great experience as always. Dale and Clay came out to install a new 14 by 10 foot roll-up door at our bakery. Dale did a great job explaining everything pre and post install. We've been working with RNS for almost 20 years.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked
hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Got to be delicate with those calves. Are all three good decisions? What's the question? I think you just answered your own question.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. We've got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He covers the San Francisco 49ers, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Matt Barrows. Matt, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Welcome back from Philadelphia. And I guess,
Thank you.
Yeah, my first question would be, how much does this team believe that it can actually get to the Super Bowl despite all the obstacles? Because it feels like they are paying attention to none of their shortcomings right now.
Well, shortcomings has been the theme of their season, and they went 12-5 and became the number 5 seed. So it's certainly something that they've played with, and the odd thing is that they seem to get better the worse it gets sometimes. So, I mean, no team has circled the wagons, if you will, better than the 49ers this year. And I do think that they felt like they didn't give the Seahawks their best in Week 18. Whether it was the short week, sort of an odd week of practice. Remember, they were practicing in Levi Stadium. They were night practices. They were sort of walkthroughs, things like that, and they just didn't have it against the Seahawks. So I think that they're very eager to at least kind of give them a better showing than what they did in Levi Stadium just a couple of weeks ago.
Matt, I got to be honest with you. You brought up the Seattle game, and I keep telling Steiny, ad nauseum, just how impressed defensively what they did against this Niner team. And then here come the Eagles and Jalen Carter. But, Matt, what do you make of Brock Purdy dropping back to throw 31 times, only got sacked once? I mean, this offensive line, they're doing their thing. And Steiny said yesterday, Jalen Carter, where was he? He didn't wreck the game. He didn't play bad, but how much credit do we got to give this Niner O-line for protecting Brock?
Yeah, again, I mean, that O-line did not play well against the Seahawks. I mean, that was one of the themes of that game. They lost Trent Williams, and then both tackles suffered. I think that they wanted to make amends. And Colton McKivitz had Jalen Phillips for most of the game. Jalen Phillips didn't do much at all. I thought Colton McKivitz had a really good game after maybe not a great game against Seattle. And sometimes you see that happen. Guys have regrettable games, and they refocus, and they just are determined not to let that happen 2 games in a row. So I think psychologically the 49ers have to go back to that Seahawks game again and just watch it again all week and just get, peed off at how they played, get peed off at how the schedule makers have given them the short end of the stick basically for the last month, and sort of use that for motivation and for focus and to kind of make amends for what happened in Week 18.
So Matt Barrow's joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the Niners for The Athletic. This game was so recent, the game against Seattle, and obviously it was 13-3, but if you look at it one way, the Seattle could have had 26 points or whatever. I'm more interested in the 49ers' inability to run the ball. Like, if they're undermanned personnel-wise, what are the kind of things that Shanahan can do to free McCaffrey a little bit? Like he did a little bit against the Eagles, which was certainly a lot better than they did against Seattle.
Well, they're a better run blocking team now than they were early in the season. But one of the reasons that they struggled so badly early in the season is that they didn't have George Kittle. They're not going to have Kittle for this game either, of course. And I think that running the ball is going to be tough. I mean, I can't imagine that McCaffrey would have more yards against the Seahawks than he did against the Eagles. And he didn't run all that well. I mean, what was it, 3.2 yards a carry, which is fine. But, you'd rather have it in the 4 range. But, I mean, to me, it's kind of a reversion to the first half of the season teams. I know that it's going to be Purdy and not Mac Jones, and you've got Juwan Jennings back healthy. That's going to be a big boost. But they, won those games by throwing the ball a lot to Christian McCaffrey and sort of matriculating the ball down the field piecemeal, hogging a lot of clock. So basically substituting short passes to McCaffrey for short runs by McCaffrey. So, it's sort of that traditional West Coast offense. That's how you're going to have to do it. It's a tough nut to crack for the 49ers because that Seahawks defense is A, really good, and B, is well versed against this 49ers offense. I mean, they play the 49ers twice. They play the Rams twice a year. The Seahawks themselves use the same offense. So it's something that they saw in training camp. You're not going to get away with your usual outside zone running, this, that, and the other. They've seen it, and they know how to handle it.
Matt, this season thus far, with all the injuries that the Niners have had to endure, Brock out, Max stepping in, and, right before the game, no Pearsall, and I'm telling Steiny, I'm going crazy like, oh, my gosh. And here comes Demarcus Robinson, second play of the game, 61 yards. You were right there. And if you just look at the totality of this season, why has Kyle been in this team, Matt, so successful at the next man up mantra actually working? Like, what's the secret sauce?
Well, it's a good system. So, and one of the kind of very general reasons why the 49ers have been good consistently is that they've had continuity between personnel department and coaching staff. So by now they know the types of players that are going to excel in this system. The Demarcus Robinson revelation, 111 yards. He had 61 yards after one catch, which was already more than he had all season. He looked really good in the spring and the summer. One of the themes in training camp was that they couldn't keep any wide receivers on the field. Juwan Jennings, calf / contract. Ricky Pearsall was hurt. Of course, there was no Brandon Ayuk. Jacob Cowing got hurt in the very first practice and hasn't been on the active roster since. Even Jordan Watkins, the rookie, got a high ankle sprain in the preseason. The one exception to that was Demarcus Robinson, and he played a lot of snaps in practices. Great developed what looked to be a really good rapport with Mac Jones and with Brock Purdy. And you thought that, okay, this guy's going to have a major role once the regular season begins. He has the 3-game suspension to begin the season and then never really catches on, despite tons of opportunity to. And then, obviously, that finally happened. It was a very, very delayed reaction. But, boy, that reaction when it happened was spectacular, and it's exactly what the 49ers needed on Sunday.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. He covers the 49ers for The Athletic. Let me ask you about Jake Tonjes. And, obviously the 49ers lost Kittle. He's going to be gone for the rest of the year, but he had missed some time during the regular season. Obviously, George Kittle's one of the best tight ends in football, but if you didn't have the names on the back of the jerseys, I'm not sure I would have been able to tell when Kittle played and when Tonjes played. So, I mean, what does Kittle do that Tonjes doesn't do, but that Tonjes can kind of make up for if he's playing for George Kittle?
Tonjes is a fantastic receiver. He's got great hands, and he's very bright. So, to me, it's just kind of a physical difference. George Kittle is a big, strong guy who can block in line better than any tight end, not just Jake Tonjes, but he's elite in that category. And he can also break tackles. He's great after the catch. And I'm not sure Tonjes is that, but I mean, I forget which game it was. Maybe it was the Indianapolis game. That throw on the side of the end zone, everybody just assume it's incomplete. And they didn't even challenge it, but it turns out it was a touchdown. And that was a catch by Jake Tonjes, tapping 2 toes in bounds, fingertip catch, a DB all over him. He's got tremendous hands. So you're talking third downs, you're talking red zone, goal line. He's a great asset to have. And, I think that he's going to have a big game because, his MO, just like the whole team's MO this year, has been to step up when one of your stars goes down. And, I sort of liken it to week 6, week 7 with Fred Warner going down in week 6 and the 49ers not playing very good at all. And then week 7 rolls around. You got Bijan Robinson coming in, that rushing attack, and you think, oh gosh, the 49ers are going to take it on the chin. And Tatum Bethune steps up, and D. Winters really stepped up in that game, and they held Robinson to 44 yards rushing. I think that the 49ers tight ends are going to kind of rally around George Kittle for this one. I mean, that's what they do, and that's what the 49ers have done all season.
Matt, it's so interesting to me that you were in the stadium, and to be defending champ in any league, there's major respect comes with that. But so much of this season, especially the last 8 weeks with the Eagles being defending champs, were they together, some things going on. If you don't mind, when that game was over and you're leaving the link, can you just share with us your biggest takeaway, Eagle-wise, what you got from that team in that stadium, being around those fans? Because we said, hey, if they could keep it tight and Philly can, doubt themselves, maybe you can pull it out, and that's kind of how it went. But what was your biggest takeaway from the Eagles, watching them up close?
I was there in 22 for the championship game, and I was there in 23 for the sort of revenge game where the 49ers, Debo and Trent Williams, came in wearing all black. And, the atmosphere in the stadium in both of those games was electric. And the Eagles fans were ultra aggressive, let's just say. And I can tell you from experience being in that press box, we're right up against the last row of the stands. And they are not shy about turning around and not just tapping the glass, pounding on the glass, 2 fists, fingers out, all sorts of stuff. Oh, yeah, for sure. And they were much more tame on Sunday. There was some of that, the signs, there was knocking on the glass. It was not nearly as ferocious as it was the previous 2. They knocked so hard in 23 that the glass can be open, that the partition flew open And poor Matt Miyoko was like right there where it came open, and we thought that he was going to get snatched out by the crowd. And we thought it was going to be like that scene from Wizard of Oz where the flying monkeys come down and snatch up the scarecrow and start pulling him around. Luckily, that did not happen, but nothing even close to that happened. Long way of saying, to answer your question, that doubt seemed to be there from jump. And when they didn't pull away, when they didn't take advantage of George Kittle's injury, they started kind of shifting uncomfortably in their seats, and they hit the exits pretty soon after things started going south in the fourth quarter.
Matt, let me obviously ask you about some injuries. I'm going to assume Trent Williams played the whole game. He should be fine next week. But what about Ricky Pearsall, and then just any possibility of Fred Warner rejoining the team this year?
I mean, Kyle Shanahan seemed to put the kibosh on that this week. I said, what are the chances that you open Fred Warner's practice window this week? And he said that the chances are not very good. So it looks like they're holding him off. I mean, I would think that if they somehow win in Seattle and there's a game in Los Angeles or Chicago, he is really agitating to play for that one. It's going to be hard to keep him out of that game, and certainly keep him out of a Super Bowl if at Levi's Stadium. I think that you could just go ahead and put that one in pen. But the other guy, I mean, I would even put Trent Williams as sort of a question mark, because he did play a full game on a not quite healed right hamstring, and because he did have a cross-country trip, and because it is a short week, and because they are playing on an artificial surface. I think that all those are factors, and I think that's going to be another big question this week. Pearsall didn't even work out before the Eagles game, so that was probably a bad sign. We'll have to see this week, but I think him, Luke Gifford, D. Winters, and Trent Williams are all, I'd say, iffy at this point. Probably Williams among that group has the best chance to play in Seattle.
Matt, it's just my opinion here, but I told Stoney I feel like this might be Kyle's best coaching job ever. I stand on that with the circumstances. But right behind him is Robert Saleh, what he's doing with this young defense. I read your piece, Ups and Stout, 52 snaps, and young guys are making progress. I say that to say there's 8 job openings, Matt. Do you think Robert Saleh, how attractive is he going to be when this season is finally over, to get a head coaching job maybe?
I think very attractive. I mean, it just seems like every day there's another opening. So there's plenty of kind of open seats, and not a lot of kind of established guys to take them. I would argue, I think everybody agrees that the Baltimore job is probably the prime one, because you've got such a great quarterback already in place. But I would think that Falcons job would be attractive too. Not a great division. Jeff Ulbrich was the defensive coordinator there, which means that they've been assembling pieces, at least, that fit that solid defense. It's all the same defense that those two guys run. And then, my thought is that, wherever Saleh lands, maybe he brings Clay Kubiak with him, the offensive coordinator for the 49ers. And then if you do that, then maybe you trade for Mac Jones as well. So you've got this kind of trifecta thing going on there, which would probably please the 49ers too, because they're losing 2 really good coaches, but they might be getting a pretty good draft pick in return for Mac Jones.
Hey, real quick, last one from me, Matt, is Kyle loves to defer, and we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks. If they win the coin toss, and against Seattle, obviously he deferred. But he doesn't defer all the time. We found a couple instances where he doesn't. When he doesn't defer, is it ever anything other than the conditions at the stadium? Just because off the top of my head, I'm just thinking the offense is more intact than the defense. Maybe you might want to take the ball first in these situations. But what's Kyle Shanahan's belief?
Well, you said it. He did it in Cleveland, and that was absolutely due to the wind.
Okay.
Not wanting to be facing the wind at the end of the game. He did it in the Super Bowl, right? In overtime. And that was a kind of a calculus about which team is going to have the most possessions. So I also think that at that point in the game, the defense was reeling on its last legs against Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes, and he just wanted to give them a respite. So I would be shocked if he wins the toss and doesn't defer on Saturday. The only thing that would kind of change his mind is if there's some sort of weather event in Seattle, and it doesn't appear as if that's in the offing for Saturday.
All right. Hey, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And good luck. I don't know why I'm telling you good luck in Seattle, but travel safe to Seattle. How about that?
Yeah, I'm integral for the game. So, yeah.
There you go.
I'll take care of myself. Thanks a lot, guys.
All right. Well, you're integral for us, Matt. Appreciate it, buddy.
All right, anytime. Bye.
All right. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic.
He's great.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Yes, Donnie, I forgot about the decision in the Super Bowl from Kyle.
Yeah.
But that was different. The defense was just on the field.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. The 49ers, they're going to have to do it without George Kittle.
Yeah. But, go ahead.
Pretty big piece of news, guys, just coming out from Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin has stepped down as the Steelers head coach, so there's now one more opening.
9
for potentially Robert Saleh.
Take that, Silk Basie. He was defending it. He's not, the Roonies don't do that. But step down, wink, wink, Evan. That was, you know what I mean, Scotty. Wow.
And I would expect that terminology for Steve Kerr probably at some point.
Yeah, mutual. I'm shocked.
Real quick, does anybody know, was Tomlin under contract next year? Okay, so he walked away in the middle of a contract.
And he had 9 straight playoff losses, Donnie, if you're into that. Now, I know it's different iterations of the Steelers, but wow, that's not good. But man, 2 stewards in the last decade in that AFC North division gone, Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin. Wow. But real quick, I got confidence for this game. I know you and I differ on just how good Trent Williams is, but when they had Trent the first time they played Seattle, they won that game. And I'm not saying it just boils down to him being out there, but Stoney, the fact that he wasn't out there and that D-line just dominated, him being available, I mean, that bodes well, right?
Yeah, depends on how healthy he is. And I was actually surprised to hear Matt say, he's probably going to play, but it's not an automatic. I'm sure he's going to play. He's got to play.
Yeah. Can't shoot up a hammy, though.
Trent Williams. Yeah. I would think. So 888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard Matt Barrows talking about the game against Philly and the upcoming game against the Seattle Seahawks. Let me just ask you, you and Evan, I'll give you a chance to really flex your muscles, football expertise-wise. Kittle missed Kittle missed a chunk of the season. Like, obviously George Kittle is a really, really good player, one of the best tight ends in football.
Okay.
But what I'm impressed by is that when Kittle didn't play this year, it's not that you didn't miss him, but this guy's good. The Tonjes is a good player. If they would not have names and numbers on the back of the jersey, tell me how you'd know Kittle didn't play in a game this year, but Tonjes did. You know what I mean? Like, I can't tell the difference.
Do you have I love your thought, but do you have a problem if I go past Tonjes and go to Kyle Shanahan? What player needs to drop before the next person can still pick up the slack? And that's where I believe Kyle is brilliant at, Stoney. Not taking anything away from Tom. You know what I mean? Like, he can scheme it up.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe
red zone. The answer is red zone. They do not score as many points without George Kittle as a whole than with Jake Tonjes. That's the answer.
Gotcha. Well, then we can put that to bed.
And they also don't run the ball as well without George Kittle. That's a fact. So,
but they haven't ran the ball well at all this year. But I hear you.
Well, McCaffrey still had enough yards. But like you go look at the games that George Kittle wasn't out there, he doesn't have as many. Kittle came back and he had his first 200-yard game against the Falcons? I mean,
no, I'm not saying he's not going to be missed.
Well, what I just heard is there wasn't much of a difference.
He talking to you.
That's not, I just asked how you tell them apart if you didn't know which one was which, and they seem to be doing pretty good with both. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Coming up at noon today, we've got Kyle Shanahan. He is going to talk to the media at noon. We're going to take that live for you, so you'll hear everything as it's happening. And again, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. You can watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Imagine that.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our New Year's clearance sale has been so popular, we're extending it another week. Now through January 19th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. All those savings add up to one thing. A Happy New Year from The Floor Store. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. 49ers, they play at Seattle, 5 o'clock on Saturday. They win that game. They're going to the NFC Championship. Who would have thought it? If you're just joining us, we just spoke to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, covers the San Francisco 49ers, talking about Sunday's game against the Eagles. And coming up today at noon, which is in 45 minutes, Kyle Shanahan is going to talk to the media. It's his day on Tuesday, so we're going to take a listen to Kyle Shanahan. But as far as the injuries go, from Matt Barrows, it sounds to me like Trent Williams is probably going to play.
They need him.
I don't feel good about Pearsall.
I'm with you.
I don't
this
feel
is
good
the
about
first,
Pearsall
Scotty,
playing.
this is the first one or week where I'm like, I don't even expect him. So there'll be no disappointment.
Yeah, and then Fred Warner, Barrows is saying probably nothing short of the Super Bowl would get him back on the field.
Because Kyle kind of said
we'll
that in
see.
his post-game presser, Stoney, there was going to be kind of a long shot. But, Stoney, I got to tell you, I'm a little stunned on this Tomlin news. So he didn't get fired, so the Steelers still have the rights, the services to his rights. So if somebody wanted him, they would have to do a trade. But I thought he'd want to coach, but maybe he just wants to get away a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, and
would you want to have him or Harbaugh? Because I am fascinated, and I like John Steiny on how he's just President Obama. 12 people are going to line up for him, and I could put out his resume with Lamar in the playoffs. I won't do that. Tomlin's lost 9 in a row in the playoffs, but who would you want? Do you think one's better than the other? I got him equal.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for whatever reason, like I get it. John Harbaugh has been in Baltimore for almost 20 years, and Tomlin's been in Pittsburgh for as long as
19, yeah.
I don't know. It just feels like Mike Tomlin isn't meant to coach anybody but the Steelers, and that's going to be it. I'm trying to think. So they had Chuck Noll. He never coached anywhere. Oh, no, he did. He coached in Seattle, I think, at some point in his career, didn't he?
Not head coach.
No, I'm thinking of Chuck Knox.
Okay,
I'm thinking of Chuck Knox.
Aaron Knox.
But I'm thinking of all the Steelers coaches and whether they had another job.
Yeah, Bill Cowher.
Did Bill Cowher ever coach any team other than the Steelers?
Nope.
Tomlin hasn't coached any other team than the Steelers, and I don't think
that's it.
So I don't know. We'll see. Richard Sherman played for Seattle, and he played for the San Francisco 49ers. And he was asked about Brock Purdy and, what he saw from Brock Purdy Sunday and what he's seen from him all year. And here's what Richard Sherman had to say.
The narrative that we've been hearing for years with Brock Purdy, he's just a game manager and he's just surrounded by so much talent. That's the only reason he's winning in the playoffs. You can't say it today. I did not see Debo. I did not see IU. My guy George Kittle went out during the game, and these guys were getting it done because he can get it done with anybody. He elevated his teammates. He elevated his team. You're saying he can't do it without the number one defense. He can. This guy is an elite ball player. There are people out there that say, oh, it just doesn't look like it's supposed to. I don't care how it looks. How does the scoreboard look? The scoreboard looks like it's supposed to. There are a lot of guys with a lot of things that look fantastic, all the arm angles, and they at home watching him not look right and go out there and guide his team to victories on the road. And he went out there and did it without all the things that people say have elevated him and buoyed him and been a crutch for him during his career. Yeah, he had a couple turnovers. You're going to turn the ball over sometimes when you're pushing it down the field. And Brock Purdy, again, elevated his team in a big way in the biggest game of the season and showed people more than a game manager. He's a game winner.
All right, that was Richard Sherman talking about Brock Purdy, who raised his record to 5-2 now in the postseason. And I guess what I'll throw at you, Goo, is are there playoff quarterbacks, of the 14 playoff quarterbacks, would there have been some that didn't win that game on Sunday if, was Purdy the difference? As opposed to, Josh Allen, a Hurts, all the other quarterbacks. How many could have done what Brock Purdy did on Sunday?
All right, well, I'll take one off the board. Hurts. He had the opportunity to do it, so we saw that. Josh Allen, I'll give you that. I don't know about Drake May, but I'm just telling you, Stoney, I think he's a top 3 quarterback. I'm taking him over Caleb Williams. I'm taking, just with the experience, I'm taking him over Drake May because these dudes are babies. So, I mean, Richard Sherman told no lies, and I didn't even think about it. No Debo, no Ayuk, and no Kittle, and you got McCaffrey. But, Stoney, I mean, Brock is taking the number 2 pencil with the big eraser, brand new, to the myth that, he's a game manager. And that was an astute assessment by Richard Sherman. Like, they are not loaded, and it's what makes this run by the Niners fascinating to me. But we got to put some, not that you're not, but put some respect on his name. And again, put one up in the come from behind column in the playoffs for Brock.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy did what he had to do on Sunday. And, in terms of elevating his team, I don't know if he did or not, but he did enough for them to win the game. And I get it. Like
after throwing 2 picks.
Yeah. But that's like, this is part, and I get it. Nobody wants to throw interceptions, but there is something about Purdy, and it's like a reflection of the whole Niners team. It's like, he throws an interception, and then it's like a golf shot. You hit a bad golf shot, and everybody says the most important one is how you recover from a bad shot. And if you recover by getting back in play, you're back in business. If you recover or don't recover because you make another bad shot because you're thinking of the first bad shot, then you're no factor. So
that's why I called it resilient.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, the one thing about him, he does not have a memory. He throws a pick, he's going to come out and pretty much try to do the same thing every time. He'll take chances, they're calculated risks. But I think when I look at Brock Purdy now after whatever it's been, 3, 4, 5 years, I mean, I don't think we ever have to say, well, we're going to find out about Brock Purdy in this game. Doesn't mean he might not have a bad game, but how can you not trust Brock Purdy as much as most of the quarterbacks in the playoffs right now?
Let's keep it. I love it. Well, how about this Saturday, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you, Darnold or Purdy, who you taking, Study? I got my answer. I think you know it.
Yeah.
Not even close.
I think we're all taking Purdy. But
but how about him and Stafford if it were him and the Rams? I'm taking Stafford.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
But here's the thing, and this is why I think that, the win against Philly was impressive, is because I think Philly thought because they had more talent, they could just line up 50-50 and just beat the San Francisco 49ers. And
I believe that.
It didn't feel like they were the better team. In the game 2 weeks ago with the Seattle Seahawks and the 49ers, I felt like the Seahawks felt the same way, that they were just a better team, and I thought they didn't protect Darnold, but they didn't ask him to do anything crazy. And I think that's the way they're going to try to go into this game. I think Seattle's going to try to win the game without Sam Darnold. Like, Brock Purdy's going to have to do more than Sam Darnold in this game, probably.
Because his defense is not as stout as Seattle's. But to that point, let's just focus on the matchup. Defense of Seattle versus why were they so successful neutralizing Brock and McCaffrey? And the more I think of it now, Steiny and Kittle for that matter, like that's not going away. And again, this is what's fascinating about, and I keep using that word, covering or coming up with a game plan from Kyle. This is going to be the second time in 3 weeks. If you, we're giving Brock his flowers, rightfully so, but why was Seattle so successful in saying, hey, you guys been on a great run, a Bender scoring 40 and you doing the Dougie, you ain't getting in the end zone. Like, this is a quick turnaround to find out if that was just a one-off.
I kind of like the quick turnaround. If you're the 49ers.
And you got Trent. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, if Trent Williams plays, obviously that's an advantage you had that you didn't against Seattle a couple weeks ago. And obviously he's key to the running game. I get the sense that they're probably going to miss Kittle more in the running game.
Yeah.
It feels like
just in general.
Yeah, it feels like when they have both those guys, Trent Williams and George Kittle, it's a lot different than if they just have one of those guys or obviously none of those guys. This is Al Michaels talking about Sam Darnold.
Is he awake?
And what Sam Darnold told him about Brock Purdy. They were teammates after all.
Last week we had Sam Darnold, in that game with Seattle at Arizona, and we're talking to Sam, and I said to him, who would you say are the most influential people, coaches or others, in your career? The first guy he mentioned, you're thinking he's going to mention some, 60-year-old coach, right, or maybe a high school or whatever it was going to be. The first guy he mentioned, Brock Purdy. We said, what? He said, I learned from Brock Purdy how you prepare. So the 1 year that Sam spent as the understudy to Purdy in San Francisco, he credits Purdy with making him so much better. And, of course, Sam's on that trajectory right now, very much like a Baker Mayfield, maybe like a Daniel Jones, where, it takes a while to get to where you want to go, but he gave so much of the credit to Brock Purdy, which I found to be fascinating.
All right, that was Al Michaels talking to Sam Darnold.
You know what?
Sam got against Kyle Shanahan?
With nothing. I feel like
Purdy taught him more than Kyle? Wow.
Brett Favre would not do that to Aaron Rodgers. Not saying Brock is Brett Favre, but it's kind of fascinating because what did we hear before we knew Brock was the guy? Fred Warner, Trent Williams were walking off a field practice. I believe it was OTAs all season, and they were walking behind Brock, and they said to each other, basically, that dude's got it. And then Kyle, as we talked about, going to management saying, our best quarterback's not playing. So if all that real and has come to where we're at now with Brock Mania and this new contract, and maybe that's why this dude was the last pick in the draft, but is giving you dividends like he was a top 5 pick, I guess, Donnie, what I'm saying is that just speaks volumes to who the kid is, man. And he prepares and studies.
Yeah, I mean, again, we see it a lot in sports. I mean, Purdy played, 55 games in college?
I hadn't even heard of him at Iowa State.
At Iowa State. So, I mean.
I bet a lot.
You have a guy that's coming into the league who's played 55 games at a Division I school. I mean.
So now we go on Will Richard?
Well, he's going to have a better chance.
Yeah.
At least contributing right away, I would think. Yeah, Will Richard's a good.
I'm just saying, is that,
He
picked it up faster.
Exactly. So, like Brock Purdy, like the one thing you got to say about Brock Purdy over the course of his entire career, not that he hasn't played poorly at times, but, you look at some other quarterbacks, nobody's saying that Brock Purdy should be better. Wow. Nobody's saying that, like, Brock Purdy has left
meat on the bone.
Yeah. Brock Purdy's not reaching his potential as a quarterback. Right. I think everybody believes that Brock Purdy is good, getting better, and he's got the resume to prove it.
I will say this, and you tell me what you think, and that's what you do. He's doing this with no Debo, no Ayuk, and now the question mark about Ricky Pearsall at, do I dare say, future and his availability. But just imagine when that day does come, Stoney, and it's bigger than just this Saturday, obviously, when he gets his version of Jerry Rice or what Brandon Ayuk was supposed to be. We've seen that, but he doesn't have that moving forward, and that's something the Niners got to do. And maybe Ricky Pearsall has the best offseason in the world, Stoney, and he comes back and with 17 games or 15 games of what he's been. But just think about the success Brock's had. And I know he's got McCaffrey, but I'm just talking about a traditional wideout that's a beast that he'll be able to grow with, and Niner fans will be able to say, oh, man, we got 6-7 years of this combo. Jeff Garcia had T.O., Joe and Steve had Jerry Rice. Like, that matters, and he's doing this. Am I foo-fooing on Debo? Without that, because they were loaded that way when they had But Ayuk wasn't a star. He was a part of it, but Debo was the guy. But even Debo wasn't your traditional wideout, Steiny.
Yeah, if the 49ers don't get a receiver in free agency or through a trade.
They have to.
Well, then they're going to have to draft another receiver, which would be a problem considering that you've been drafting wide receivers, and you would have hoped that you'd be done with that process by now. The other thing is if you draft another receiver, no guarantee that guy's going to emerge as your number one. And not that we need to get into this now, but yeah, I mean, if Pearsall. If this is who Pearsall is, I mean,
how alarmed would you be? Forget him getting shot because he's winning in life, but just his availability outside of that. Stoney, are you past concerned? I am.
I mean, he's injury prone.
Herm Edwards told us
exactly,
or hinted at it.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, how can you not have Juwan Jennings on this team next year after the way this year kind of went down? And the other thing about Juwan Jennings is, we've gone through a whole season now. He didn't have a great offseason, didn't get off to a great start. There was some acrimony, it felt like, between him and the team. And yet, here we are getting to the second playoff game. And, Juwan Jennings has absolutely proven himself that none of that mattered. I can't believe it. He's a baller. He just goes out and plays, and he's gotten better over the course of the season, too.
And shows up in big games.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they're getting ready for their big game against Seattle, and Kyle Shanahan's going to talk to the media in about a half hour, and when he does, we'll bring it to you. Fred Warner has been out for most of the season, but people are holding out some hope. But what does Fred have to say?
I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. But it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
All right, that was
so that was last week going into this Philly. They just posted that, but that was for yeah. So they did that part of it. The team did, but you know me, Stoney. I'm scary. Like Low Neal has a saying, the weights don't push back, or you know what I mean? Like you can lift weights and be strong, and then somebody hit you across the mouth and you fall out. You don't prepare for that. And the reason I bring that up is I love what Fred's doing and the drills, but there's nothing like live action where that combat and collision. I know you're going to call me crazy and soft, but I kind of would just say, Fred, we'll just ride this one out, because what we don't want is you to get re-injured. You say what?
Well, I think what we found out for Fred Warner is, and he's a star. Fred Warner's a star, and he doesn't make the decision.
Wow.
So that tells me that it's never the player.
It's Celebrini.
It just can't.
The Niners version of Celebrini.
It just can't be the player. Even if a player wants to play, I believe that there have been times where the 49ers say, no, you're not playing, and they don't leave it up to the player because they probably know guys like Fred Warner are going to try to play no matter what.
Yeah.
So
just think about science, though. How many weeks ago was that his foot was facing the wrong direction? And just the fact that they're having dialogue about him possibly coming back. I mean, wow, Stoney, that was this season.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't have to make that decision. I don't know what goes into it. But, he said he's ready to go, but it's up to the team. But I also think he knows that he's probably not ready, but he would try it anyway. And this is where a team's got to protect him from himself.
It's kind of funny. You got me thinking about this quarterback thing. And this, everybody has lists, and I get it. But the fact that Brock's already been to a Super Bowl and was overtime away from winning it and being a Super Bowl winning quarterback, Stoney, outside of who's left in the playoffs, do you have a problem if I say Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford are the only quarterbacks I would take left in the offs over Brock?
Well, who we got? We got Josh Allen. We got Stroud.
Yeah. Stroud was awful last night.
We got...
too young.
I know, I'm just going through them.
No, Caleb Williams,
Nix. We got Allen, Williams, Purdy, Darnold, Hurts. Well, Hurts is done. Yeah. Love's done.
Kind of simple, right? Stafford and Josh.
Yeah,
I would have
I
him
guess
third.
So. Stafford, they play. No, not him. Yeah. I mean, Purdy's got more experience than everybody but those two, I got to believe.
Yeah, and he's won an NFC championship already. Matthew's done that, and outside of those two, I mean, man, why? But boy, you just talk about the road, and I'm being proactive. You get this done against a division foe, Seattle, and Stafford's waiting on you, and you go on the road. I know I'm waiting. I'm on a Friday show, and it's Tuesday. But just think about how impressed. I feel like if the Niners got to the Super Bowl, that would have been their most difficult game for whatever's waiting coming out of the AFC. That's how I feel about this the setup of this field right now.
Well, the bottom line is this. If the 49ers get to the Super Bowl, they will have had to beat the Eagles, the Seahawks, and the Rams. If they get to the Super Bowl,
come on, man.
Like, what more do you want?
Yeah.
I mean, if they get to the Super Bowl.
Denver's got a defense, but man.
But if they get to the Super Bowl.
Damn.
I mean.
It's almost like the Super Bowl, right?
I mean, if they get to the Super Bowl, they absolutely damn well deserve to be in the Super Bowl with this run they've made in the postseason, with the run they will have made, I should say, in the postseason.
Man.
I mean, the two best teams in the NFC right now are the Rams and the Seahawks. But if you go beat them both, that means you're the best team at the right time of year. And that's really
Texans got the best defense in the league up there with Seattle, Stoney. I mean, that was incredible last night. I don't know if you watched, but their offense is so unlimited. And C.J. Stroud, I mean, his awful was loud last night, and they still won despite him.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of that game.
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, good, because I was watching a spectacular documentary
on
Ernest Hemingway.
Oh,
yeah, just phenomenal.
Real quick here, big takeaway.
Oh, he was a piece of work.
Like in a good way. Womanizer?
Yeah. He was a big personality. He liked to fish. He liked to hunt.
My type of guy.
He was what they call the man's man, but it was a different was a different era back then. You know, maybe the greatest American writer of all time.
Wow.
But there are other good ones.
Give me one.
I would say Steinbeck is up there. John Steinbeck.
What about Ray Ratto?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he's on my Mount Rushmore.
I don't think Ray's ever written fiction.
Yeah.
Not that Hemingway stuck solely to fiction, but I would highly recommend it. It's a 3-parter, and it's a lot of fun. No doubt about it.
Stephen King.
Yeah, a different genre, but sure.
I took that from the
different genre.
I stole
sure.
that. All right.
Sure. All right. Hey, covering Bay Area sports for as many years as I have, which has been a lot now, I've seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm, and whether it's a car accident, serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so that you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back. Bay Area.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your your visit.
Make money trading on sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin and even the Oscars, if it matters, you can trade on it. Trade the game, player props, and more. Use code FAN for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Partly cloudy for San Francisco today with a high temperature of 67.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 15 minutes, Kyle Shanahan is going to talk to the media down in Santa Clara. We'll take that live for you. Obviously, the 49ers getting ready for the game against Seattle, 5 o'clock on Saturday in Seattle.
You like trivia, don't you?
Sure.
You and Evan. I'm going to give you one now with this news of Tomlin being fired. So Tomlin's out in Pittsburgh. Harbaugh's out in Baltimore, Steiny. Shanahan is now tied for the second longest tenured head coach in the NFL. Do you know who number one is?
Andy Reid.
Evan got it. Let's see if you can guess who else he's tied with.
McVay.
That's one. There's one more.
Okay.
There's one more. He's in the AFC.
No, we didn't. Hold on.
I thought Evan would have it.
Hold on.
You two.
Zach Taylor?
No.
Wait, AFC or NFC?
AFC. We kind of just talked about him.
Sean McDermott.
Nah, he got it. They were all hired in 2017. Wow.
Who? God, name them again?
It's Andy Reid,
Ring,
Shanahan, McDermott, McVay, all hired in 2017.
2 have rings, 2 don't.
Oh, damn. Well.
It's
What if Tomlin went to the Raiders?
If he went to Baltimore? What if Harbaugh goes to Pittsburgh?
But they have his right, so they wouldn't sign off on that. That's what's puzzling me about this. Why wouldn't you be a free agent? Say you fired me. Or he really must just want to go to the cabin like Shasky and just get away.
Or as the 707 is saying, maybe he's going to go do TV like Cower.
There's too many people doing TV.
He's pretty good, though.
Who?
Tomlin. I would.
But how do you know? Oh, you love just his podium game. I got you.
I think I think the podium game kind of translates.
Yeah, no, I'll take nothing away from him.
Look at Draymond Green. He's got a great podium game, and he's got a great podcast. And
how would you judge his body these days?
Draymond?
Yeah.
He's 6'4", 6'5".
No, I'm talking about just like the traps, the chest.
I can't speak to that. Yeah. I haven't seen him without his shirt on.
Well, you can look at him. He's wearing a tank top.
Looks like Draymond.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit older. By the way, Warriors take on Portland tonight. 8 o'clock start at Chase Center. And
that's a little late, don't you think?
They haven't beaten Portland this year yet.
Avdia's out for, if I'm saying that right, for Portland.
Yeah.
Evan goes, oh, they'll win. Anytime somebody's missing playing the Warriors, they win.
Well, they've had trouble with this team.
Atlanta messed me up.
How come?
Because I was coming in here to tell you I was feeling good about the team. And they got some length, athleticism, and Fitz said something I don't think I've heard. in my life listening to Fitz. He said, Kalena, the Hawks are just outplaying us. I'm like, damn. Like, that's how that game went.
Tonight's game marks the official halfway point of the season for the Warriors.
And 2 days from D-Day, right? Are we going to not act like this station in this town went all Kuminga, and we're just going to act like now that the baby might be due? Oh, what? Dude, the silence is deafening. You think he's out of here?
Yes, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be on Thursday. Maybe, but I have no idea. I just, the guy's become an afterthought. So we got Kyle Shanahan coming up in 10 minutes. But so I go to the Kings game on Friday, and I'm sitting there watching the Warriors come out for warm-ups.
Uh-oh.
And they're out there for 10 minutes or so. And then Draymond comes out. And then they're down to like 5 minutes. And then Kuminga came out with about 3 minutes left.
Not a lot of time.
He didn't take one normal shot. Like he kind of went out there and he was taking like ridiculously high arching shots. And he just, I don't know, man.
And he didn't get in the game.
No, he hasn't gotten a game in a while.
So no reason to lather then, right?
I guess, but it was more just to me an indication that he's not really, feels like he's separate from the team.
Well, his agent did the same thing again, tweeting his stats against Atlanta in, a prior game. And I'm like, sometimes I do believe, Steiny, when you say, and you didn't say somebody told you, that they have an agreement. That sounds professional. But my agent would not be throwing that up on Twitter or social media if there was an agreement. You know what I mean?
Maybe they've got a couple things that they're working on, and they just don't want to. They don't want to, commit to one now. And when Thursday rolls around, he's either traded or they got some deals that they can kind of assess.
Well, one of them, I thought over the weekend, I text you and Evan. You didn't get it because you didn't have your phone, was from your boy Brett Siegel. And he had something up over the weekend that maybe the Warriors might be a player for Michael Porter Jr. He's already saying he didn't report that. And, that nobody told him that. So, yeah, I got excited thinking, how could they get their hands on a guy like that? But that seems to be a pipe dream.
I saw a possible deal for Michael Porter Jr. It was a 3-team deal.
He's balling right now, too.
And it would be Kuminga, Moody, Hield, this year's first rounder, and then a 2028 pick swap. So it would be like a pick and a half, kind of. But this year, if the Warriors theoretically got Michael Porter Jr. and got better, then that pick that they would be giving up for Michael Porter Jr. would probably be around 20 or so.
But would the Nets do that? You got to be in love with Kuminga or think he can pop. Under your tutelage.
Or you just, you want to start stockpiling draft picks because you don't like the guys you have there. I don't know. I mean, obviously Michael Porter Jr. is really talented.
We have nothing like him here. He would be more than welcome.
He's kind of a nitwit, though.
He can put the ball in the hole. That's all I care about.
Yeah, there's something about him that's just, I don't know.
Did you lock eyes with Draymond? Like when you said you saw him warm up?
What?
Did he see you? And you think he knows?
Who was warming up?
When you went to the game, you said Draymond was warming up. Did you guys?
Draymond came out with like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Like, whatever.
So you didn't make eye contact?
I was in the 20th row.
Oh, I got you.
So no. But I'm not sure.
He knows who you are.
I don't think he does. That was a long time ago that he was a rookie and stuff when I was
when we
around.
go over to the facility and do this, he knows who's on.
Yeah, but he's never come on with us at the facility.
That doesn't mean he doesn't know who you are.
I do not think he would recognize me.
I would bet my right arm he knows who you are. All these videos going viral.
Those are you and Bonte. Those aren't me.
Hey, buddy, you're in them too. I'm sure he knows who you are.
I'm sure.
Come on now.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Kyle at 12, what do you want to hear? Availability of Pearsall for me.
Oh, God.
Just rule it out, Just tell us.
So you can say, wow, how are we going to do it without Pearsall?
No,
for the
they've been doing
15th
it.
time this year?
They've been like, Stein, you couldn't give me a name, even Brock Purdy, if he were to go down and something happened. All right, Mac Jones, you're up. Here we go. Demarcus Robinson, like, who saw – that's the beauty of sports, right? Who saw that?
I mean, look.
Because you damn sure didn't do that against Seattle. You know, the Demarcus Robinson effect. That's how shut down you and suffocated you were as an offense. That's why I think maybe, Snotty, I was wrong comparing Philly's defense to Seattle's defense. But then I could tell you week one, the Niners went up there and won the game.
I mean, is there a chance? I'm looking at Demarcus Robinson, and obviously he's been around for a while. Yeah. And I'm wondering if, obviously Pearsall's extremely talented, but I'm wondering if maybe in the playoffs, a guy like Robinson, you might not lose. I mean, you lose the aspects that Pearsall brings to the game, but
D-Rob's
Demarcus Robinson's a pro.
Had 6 touchdowns for the Rams, I believe. I might be selling him too short, but the bottom line is he's got experience. But so you're asking me who would I want?
No, I'm saying that when you I'm looking at this guy. He's 31 years old. He's been around forever.
Right.
He's obviously the consummate professional because he's still in the league. And maybe in games against, Ricky Pearsall hasn't played a playoff game yet.
Man.
And, maybe there's something that's more steady or sure, more of a short thing than Pearsall, especially if Pearsall's not going to be healthy. That they're going to miss, they won't have the dynamic that Pearsall brings. But
I feel better about Ricky not playing, and you can say recency bias because that's what it truly is. After seeing Demarcus Robinson do that, on that stage in Philly, now it's just, can you do it against a team that just basically they suffocated the Niners? Like, that still hasn't. I haven't rinsed that yet.
I'm also curious about Brian Robinson. You know what I mean? And how much he may or may not play. Because if you remember the Seattle game, he didn't have a lot of touches, but he had more yards per carry than McCaffrey in that game, and he gives him a little bit of a different dimension. And I'm wondering if maybe Robinson touches the ball more against Seattle than he has in any other game this season. Maybe the Robinsons are going to play a factor in this game. Two guys who've been around for a little bit.
And it's kind of not fair because they got suffocated. That's my word. How many times do you think Robinson toted the rock last time they played Seattle a couple Saturdays ago? If you had to guess.
Robinson?
Yeah.
Probably 3?
2.
Okay, not even 3.
Yeah, 2 for 9.
Yeah, those are
they only had 12 carries total.
I know, that's...
Thank God, dog. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
I mean, it's funny because when they acquired him, we were like, well, it'll give him a chance to spell McCaffrey a little bit. Yeah, how about not at all?
I thought he was a little shaky on some of those kick returns, Dottie. I was like, I didn't like it against Philly. He didn't fumble, but I just felt like, oh, he's a beast. But I felt like they popped him, pretty good. I'm like, because, one fumble can change the course of this game, and he didn't do that. But
no doubt. Coming up in the next 5 minutes or so, sometimes Kyle Shanahan's not always on time at exactly 12 o'clock, but Kyle Shanahan is going to be talking to the media in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we're going to take that live from Santa Clara. It'll be the first time Kyle's talked since after the game against Philadelphia, but I got to believe it's going to be mostly about Seattle and what happened against Seattle a couple weeks ago and whether or not the San Francisco 49ers can play a game that doesn't look anything like the way it looked a couple weeks ago.
Could be one of his toughest tasks because I'll say this, the McDonald factor. He was with the Ravens a couple Christmases ago, and they came in and they had their way with the Niners on Christmas Day. But then, week one was week one, Stoney. Kyle got the better of them. The Niners won that game. But, one thing I know we ran long with Matt Barrows from The Athletic earlier. I wanted to ask him and just get your thoughts, Donnie, because we don't coach. How big of a deal is it one less day to prepare for this game?
I actually
in the coaching world, it's like how big, you know what I mean? And they've been doing it with the schedule they've had the last 3 or 4 weeks. But how big of a disadvantage is that, if at all?
I do think it matters in football. I mean, I think a day matters because these guys are they're so used to Sunday game, Monday, just show up and walk through. Tuesday's day off. Wednesday they get going. Thursday they pick it up more. Fridays or whatever. Like when they have to squeeze a day in, it doesn't mean that they can't win the game, but it just means the schedule's probably going to be a little bit different than it normally is during the regular season because you're short a day. And, 49er fans kind of aren't
actually
crazy
just
about that.
worked to their advantage. They did that, They played their last game. Oh, that was Saturday. I'm wrong. That was a regular. They played Seattle. That was flexed to Saturday.
So they played Saturday. So wait, they had an extra day. Really? I thought.
Am I wrong? That Seattle game.
That's right. They played Saturday night.
Yeah.
At 5 o'clock.
Yeah, there you go.
So they had an extra day this week, and now they'll be short a day for this upcoming week. Another thing baked into the equation that
I'm sure he'll be asked about it, or he's used to it at this point.
Yeah, I mean they when they play a Monday night game, they're a day short and they have to adjust to it. So it's not something they've never done, but the routine is usually they have that extra day. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We're waiting on Kyle Shanahan to talk to the media down in Santa Clara. 49ers getting ready for their game against the Seattle Seahawks. It's
going to be crazy.
It should be a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
And loud.
What's your takeaway from this weekend's playoff games? What jumped out at you?
That the Niners are not in over their head.
All right.
That the field, they can beat the field. And what I do love about it is the familiarity component to this is, you got to go through Seattle. You played them twice. Yeah, you might have to go through the Rams. You played them twice. So I'm just looking around, Stoney, and again, I know it's been the whole, ad or campaign of this is wide open. Like they truly could get to the Super Bowl.
Sure, but they're going to have to beat probably the two best teams in the entire conference 2 out of 3 games. You know what I mean? They're going to have to. They're 1-1 against both teams, so they're going to have to.
And the Rams haven't been lighting it on fire of late, and they're lucky to have won that game. They did Saturday, so I get confidence from that. Like defensively, the Rams have been disappointing me. Yeah, they won, but my goodness, Steiny, and I know it was a road game. I'm thinking to myself, Goo, are you so sure? Like they're going to be in it regardless, and I just can't wait to the plan of attack and defensively. If Seattle can duplicate, I'm going to call it a masterclass of what they did a couple Saturdays ago. But if they do, then I can tell you by far, Stoney, Seattle has the best damn defense in the league, and it's not, the Texans. But you know what I mean? Because if you shut down Kyle twice, 2 and 3 weeks, I mean, you almost deserve a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump in, talk some Niners, we can do that. Like I said, we're waiting on Kyle Shanahan. He's down in Santa Clara. He's going to talk to the media about the game Sunday and then the game upcoming on Saturday. When I look at the Rams win,
talk to me.
I don't think they were lucky. You know what I mean? Like I don't think the Rams were more fortunate than the Niners. Like I think the Rams,
they were 10-point favorites.
Okay.
And almost lost the game.
I got to tell you, I don't think that matters one iota. I think it all comes down to whether you won the game or not, and especially in the playoffs. And here's the other thing, like especially this year, like we can't be surprised if a team we think is good struggles, or a team that we think isn't as good as another team beats another team, because we know that this year there's more parity than ever before, right?
Yeah, and, Chris A. from Oakland saying, Goo, it's not exactly like we beat the brakes off of Philly. And no, I get that. I'm just saying, I guess I'm being a hypocrite. You play to win the game, that's what they did. But I thought the Niners looked better beating Philadelphia than the Rams did, allowing as many points as to Carolina. And Carolina's played them tough twice, so maybe that's a bad matchup.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike in San Jose. And, Mike, if we got to cut to Kyle Shanahan, we'll do that. But go ahead, buddy.
Hey, yeah. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, so, yeah, basically, well, I heard your comment first on the 1 day short. Well, that's different than a Monday because obviously you're out playing on a Saturday instead of a Sunday. You're on the East Coast and you had to fly home, right? Get in early Monday morning. So it's a big disadvantage. We had if I remember right, we were a day behind, a day less practice against Seattle the first time around. So the NFL knows what they're doing, right? Trying to cook the books. But anyway, hey, so what you got to run is 22 personnel, 23 personnel. And
now explain what that is.
2 tight ends.
But explain what that is to some of our listeners.
Oh, basically, we're going to have McCaffrey and Juszczyk in the backfield, and we're going to run double tights or put 13 personnel, McCaffrey in there, and put Juszczyk as the third, put him on the end of the line, and we're going to run off tackle, right? Which gives us double teams down on the inside man, on the guy over the guard gap, the B gap, and we're able to, get a double team on the outside and run off tackle. Or you can go unbalanced out of it and put your left guard on the right side, and you're still going to have a tight end and Juszczyk on the other side. Always you can motion McCaffrey out, right, and run the opposite way of McCaffrey, give him some eye candy. I'm not saying run the whole game, 20% of the game. That's what I think we should have done the first round against Seattle, personally.
You mean just didn't have the ball? The time of possession was just incredible for Seattle.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the call. I thought the Seattle game and the Houston game were kind of a little bit similar.
Man, I remember that Houston game. But again, I think we got him.
We got Kyle? All right, so Kyle Shanahan is walking to the podium right now in Santa Clara. He's talking to the media. So this is Kyle Shanahan on 95.7 The Game.
All right, injuries for the day. Team winners, ankle won't practice. Jair Brown, hamstring won't practice.
Luke Gifford, quad won't practice. Pooney, ankle limited. Keon White, groin, hamstring limited. Ricky Purcell, knee limited. Yetur, knee limited. Trent, hamstring / vet day. Go ahead.
You said you were hoping this game would be on Sunday, but you thought it would be on Saturday. But if they were cool, they might have done it differently. When you heard it was definitely Saturday, what was your response?
I kind of prepared for that mentally, so it is what it is. Ready to go.
Did you know before they announced it last night, so you could start your daily planning?
Yeah, we found out we were going Saturday after the game Sunday night, after New England won. We didn't find out the time till last night.
You guys had a short week. You had a short week going into week 18 against this team. Are you doing anything differently this week in terms of rest, in terms of practice, in terms of going full speed in any of the practices that you didn't do then?
Different than that week, or just?
That week.
That week we didn't do one thing full speed because it was our third game in 13 days, so it wasn't just that short week. It was the 2 weeks before short weeks also. So doing it this week, that's what we got to do today. Change the times up. We usually bring them in for about 7 hours a day. They're only in for about 3.5. We'll do all walkthrough, nothing full speed. We won't go against each other at all. And then we'll see how it goes. Let's see how guys feel and decide what we want to do tomorrow.
Mac Jones said before the first Rams game that you were aware of the spread and it annoyed you because it was so lopsided. Are you currently aware that the Niners have the worst Super Bowl odds, and does that annoy you too?
No, and I think Mac was just talking. I was just messing with him before the game. I've never taken a spread personally.
That last game against Seattle, you had some success late offensively. Can you build off that, or what were your thoughts on that last part of that game against Seattle?
Nothing happened differently on that one drive. It was just more of, when another team holds the ball for a while, similar to what we did in the first game, how on point you have to be. And whether that's doing better on first and second down, so you avoid as many third downs as we did. But if you don't do that, you got to do good on third down. And I think we converted like one third down in that game up till that point, and I think we got a field goal on that drive. But it's when a team holds the ball that long, if you're not doing the same by moving the chains well or playing at a high level on third down, that's usually how it's going to be.
How impactful is it that you'll have Trent back for this
respectively, for this divisional round as opposed to the earlier game, the last game of the season when he was out with the hamstring?
Yes, I mean, it's obviously never easier when Trent's not out there. And it was a big challenge not having him out there that game, but I thought for the most part Austin stepped up really well. Was not at all the reason that game ended up the way it was. But it was awesome having Trent back last week, and we're going to really embrace having him back this week.
What is the players at all? Are they coming in late today, or?
Yes, yeah.
You get a feel for your staff, how you feel. Do you feel like still have the effects of the game, or you do feel tired right now, guys around you?
I feel great. I feel showered, fresh. That's why I'm wearing my Crocs. Going to brush my teeth here in a second and get going. I'm just joking. I did that early. I'm not like that, but no, it is what it is. You're like that this time of year. We kind of been in a hole for about 7 months, and once you get to the playoffs, it really doesn't matter. Everyone's into it. So whether they gave us 3 days, 1 day, 8 days, you always have your preferences for common sense reasons, but whenever you get dealt your hand, you're ready to roll.
What time are they reporting the players coming in today?
They came in at 10. Yeah, they came in at 10.
Playing a team twice so quickly just affect the game planning strategy heading into a game?
How do you what?
They affect the game plan when you're playing a team twice within,
You'll see when you get to the game, but it's you definitely can't overthink it. But it's also at the same time kind of hard to overthink. Not anything has gone down since the last game. Well, they've got to watch 70 or so plays of whatever we did versus Philly. But we get in late, whatever, and there's one game for us to watch, and that's the one that we all watched last week. So you only can watch that so much. We know each other very well. We played against each other a ton. The schemes, even last time we played, didn't change much on both sides as opposed to week one. So I think both teams got an idea of exactly what to expect. There's always wrinkles and timing and situational when you're going to see that stuff, but it kind of simplifies everything, which usually the playoffs as a whole are kind of that way too.
There's already online talk between.
Nick Martin's cleared through, at least is able to come back now off IR. If it was, are you going to activate him? Or?
No, he's still in the protocol. Yeah, still in protocol.
There's already online talk about between your guys and Seahawks players. Would you say that's a positive or a negative thing when guys are kind of smack talking during the week online?
Like them personally?
Like one player already commented on Fred Warner's Instagram, the road ends here, brother, and there was stuff after week 18 with Kenneth Walker and Jason and Demo.
Yeah, I think that's all like wrestling, I guess. Just fake entertainment, and if it distracts someone or gets them out of preparation or something, or they lose their emotions during the game and they make things personal or something, then of course, but I think everyone's just having fun.
What was the call on the final play, on the final touchdown to CMC, and were there plays earlier in the game that you feel like set that play up or that chance?
I mean, it's more of, there's man-to-man routes all over, so I mean, every out-breaking route you have, you want to end breaking route off of it. So there's a combination of, there's 5 guys who got out on the route. So I wouldn't say that play was exactly set up, but there was definitely routes that our players run throughout the game that are the opposite on that play.
When did Garrett Wallow first pop up on your radar as a professional athlete, and what was your first impression of him?
Mine was first day of practice when they told me we got a guy off Denver's practice squad, and I got to meet him in the special teams room before we went out there. It was cool to talk to him, asked him how Dre was doing, how Huff was doing, how DJ was doing. Talked a little bit about his time in Houston, and then got to go out and watch him out in practice. And right away you could tell, and I felt pretty excited of who we got. You never know when you get a guy who's on someone else's practice squad how they're going to be. And but right away you could tell he was an NFL player with a lot of upside and who knew what he was doing.
We know how loud it is in Seattle. We're talking to fans who are making the trip on Saturday. How vital is the 49er fan base to show up?
Oh, always. I mean, our fan base shows up better than anyone to me in the NFL, or better than anyone wherever I've ever been by far. I think it's always harder in the playoffs for some reason. I don't know how it works, but stadiums do a better job of getting it to their home fans. But our fans roll deep, so hopefully it'll be the same as usual.
If you have a look at the film, did Siegel, Wallow, and Kendricks play as well as it appeared, and have they set themselves up for being more substantial roles down the road?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I think they've kind of done that regardless. Siegel showed us early in the year. We see him at practice every day. We never knew when his op would come, and right when Tig went down, he was ready, and he did play as good as it felt live. Kendricks was another story, just coming out of off the street, being at home. But all those guys played at such a high level, and that's what we need. We've had a lot of guys injured, so guys have to come in and step it up. And we'll see how our team is this week. Some of those guys are still injured, so we're not sure how the week will go. But based off how those guys did last week, it definitely gives you a lot more confidence going in the game.
Is there one update about whether or not Fred will come back?
What's that?
Has there been an update as to whether or not Fred could?
We're activated. We're opening his window so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
Actually, about Seattle's defense last week, and kind of another on that front. What makes their D so tough? Is it the front? Is it the speed of that second level? Is it the talent on the backside of McDonald? What kind of
all four of it. I think they're extremely talented at all three levels. I think they have a very good scheme that's very balanced, and they can hit you in any way. I think the personnel not only is talented for any scheme, but is perfectly talented for their scheme. And I think they've been playing with not the exact same group, but close to the same group for 2 straight years. And when you have a talented group with a very good scheme that's been playing together for 2 years, they get pretty good.
He did have the post. He's ready whenever. Obviously, he's a player. He wants to play. But do you have to hold him back a little yourself, or how do you kind of approach a situation like this?
Approach it by what doctors tell me. I mean, I'm like Fred. If he feels good and tells me he's good, I'm probably going to think he's good and trust him to get out there. But you can always think with your heart and emotionally, And so you ask doctors where he's at, all the things that these guys have to pass, just protocols that we have in with just sprinting and jumping and things like that. And he's got to hit all those before we feel it's safe.
What's he been like in the last couple of weeks? Has he been kind of coming up to you and trying to advocate to open the window, or has that been?
No, that's not Fred's style totally. He does that by showing how hard he's working on the side and knows that we're watching. And so he knows he doesn't have to do that to me. As soon as he's ready, obviously it'll be zero decision on my part.
George will have surgery, and if he'll be able to be around at all in the next couple of weeks, just kind of.
Yeah, he's supposed to. I believe he's supposed to have surgery tomorrow. So I think that would make it hard for this weekend. But we'll see after that.
A lot of coaching turnover. Obviously, Kyle Tomlin stepped down today as well. Does it feel like you're the second longest tenured coach in the NFL now? And of all your 9 seasons, is this the most teaching and innovating and creating that you've had to do?
No, it's shocking to think that Sean and I are probably second most tenured or something like that. Sean and Sean. So that does feel weird, but I do feel like I'm getting older, so maybe that makes sense. And I want to say this is the most creative and innovative that we've been. I think we're doing what we always do, and sometimes you have injuries, you have a good record, so you get more attention for it, but I feel like we're doing the same thing we always do. Just try our hardest and try to prepare our players.
The long pass to Jennings after Kittle got injured, that's a throw Brock has made time and time again. It's an expert, but it looks hard. You got to fit it over the linebacker before the safety gets there. You're running a lot. If you had a quarterback that can make that throw better than Brock, and what does it take, from a quarterback to be able to do that?
Yeah, there's some. Matt Ryan was pretty good at layering balls, but I'm not going to say anyone's better than Brock at it. That's probably one of Brock's best things. He can really drop it in a bucket. Guys can be deep, and if there's a way to get over that guy and bring it down before before you sail it over a receiver, he's going to do that, and he doesn't miss it very much.
You're listening to Kyle Shanahan talking to the media in advance of the 49ers game against Seattle on 95.7 The Game.
Silent tape. Before you even met him, what about the silent tape spoke loudest about his style of play to you?
Just when you watch a guy all week and then you play against him and you can just tell whether it's mental or natural feel, like they know how to flow with the quarterback. They know how to just melt into where the ball's going. Fred Warner is as good as anyone at it. But that's why I brought up I wanted to hire someone like KJ Wright, who I didn't know because I felt that way about him. I knew D'Amico, but felt that way going against D'Amico. There's some guys who are so elite at that, like Luke Kuechly was unbelievable at that. Sean Lee was unbelievable at that. Just guys who seem like they have a natural feel for how the quarterback's rhythm is, how your offense's rhythm is, where they can predict things pre-snap, and they can always find a way to make the quarterback throw it right to them.
Last one, guys.
Man, the jet sweep to Sky Moore. Was it 2 plays before it one touchdown pass? Then you said Kubiak said between quarters, like, hey. Anyway, did he suggest it because you had just run the jet sweep, or how did that unfold?
I mean, Kub and I, that's how the whole game goes with me and Clay. I mean, Clay and I are together all week, so every play call, like, we go through. I mean, that's what we've been doing all yesterday until the players came in. So every play that we put in, we talk about how we want to do it, how you want to set it up, if you need to set it up, what coverages we like it against. Do we feel how bad of a call and how much will it set us back if we call it versus the wrong look? So that's something that we do on every single play all week. So that's why we're going to need a break from each other soon.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan down in Santa Clara talking to the media in advance of Saturday's game against the Seattle Seahawks. Couple things of note. Fred Warner's practice window is open. Doesn't sound like he's going to play this weekend, but he did say hopefully he'll be ready next week. So yeah, if the 49ers can win against Seattle, maybe they do get Fred Warner back. I don't think anybody even asked him about Pearsall.
Oh, they didn't. I was waiting.
So we'll find out about Pearsall.
He said at the beginning he was questionable.
Yeah.
Limited in practice.
Okay. So there's we probably won't find out anything from Pearsall till later in the week, but relax, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, and this is what makes him who he is, right? But Stein, he's not in the room just like a mad scientist, and maybe he's never like that, but it's another game against another, fierce opponent and fierce defense, but I just got the sense that he knows what they need to do, what went wrong last time, and he did seem relaxed. And I know it's only Tuesday, the game Saturday, but it's just kind of funny on, obviously he's not going to give away the game plan, have his poker face on, but it will be fascinating just to see, does this look like last time or the adjustments,
Yeah, I have a question for 49er fans as we headed into the playoffs last week. And we talked a lot about what a win would mean against the Eagles and what a loss would mean against the Eagles. And I did think that, a loss to the Eagles would have meant that maybe this season had a little bit of fool's gold in it. Maybe they benefited from the schedule, and maybe all that remains true. But the reality is they went into Philadelphia and won that game, Goo. And if I were to ask a 49er, how would you answer this question if I'd ask a 49er fan? What did the win over the Eagles mean, and what would a win over Seattle mean on Saturday?
I love it. For me, I will never doubt a Kyle Shanahan coach team moving forward again with what they don't have at their disposal. Okay, so I'm drunk off of that. Now, let's get real here. You beat Seattle. You've gone up against the Eagles and that defense, which we were calling good to great before the game, and this will be a Seattle team that you've gone through. I really feel like a win here puts you in great position to hoist up Kyle's first Lombardi trophy. And the killer to all that for me is, the irony is, he would have got it done with this iteration of a team as opposed to almost getting it done when they were Billy Badass,
Yeah, I got to tell you, and I'm not.
It's a long way, I know.
I got to win 3 more games,
well, 2
on the road.
Gotcha.
And if they win the Super Bowl, it'll be 3. So
just to play in that game that's hosted, that you'll be hosting,
Right. They got to beat Seattle, and then they're going to have to probably beat the Rams, maybe the Bears on the road. So, I mean, they've taken care of part 1 of 4, if you're counting the Super Bowl as the culmination of, an incredible run. I mean, I would answer it that, to me, the win against the Eagles validated the 49ers regular season, in which they won 12 games. And to me, the win over the Eagles takes, it kind of takes the schedule out of play.
All right. For the season for you.
They had an easy schedule.
We were different already.
They won 12 games. which was good, and now they won a playoff game. So the season wasn't a fluke. It wasn't all dependent on the competition.
Right.
Now they've beaten Philly. To me, that shows they're a good team. They're a good team. They're one of the final 8 teams playing. And if somehow you can go up to Seattle and win, then it means to me, and I know this is like I always play it safe, but then you're a legitimate Super Bowl contender. And I'm not saying they're not now, but I do think that that's going to be the difference between, I don't think a lot of people believe the 49ers can run this table. But if they beat Seattle, then it becomes way more realistic.
I know we're up against it. Do you have a problem if, Stoney, I've done this with myself. I feel like Seattle's the real Philadelphia. How about that? Like,
I think Seattle's better than the Eagles.
You know what I mean? And that's why the point spread's larger than what it was as you go into Philly. But as afraid of Philly as I thought, why do I feel like the Seahawks, with an unproven quarterback, they're symbolic of that's going to be the game if you can get past this defense as well after what we just saw. Now all bets are on.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what did that win against the Eagles mean to you in terms of the big picture of the 49ers or this year's picture of the 49ers? And then what would a win at Seattle mean, which would have to be even more? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines and 4 eligible trade-ins for well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from one of our partners like Windsor One or Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra not go with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
We're activated. We're opening his window so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kyle Shanahan talking about Fred Warner, whose practice window has been open but likely won't play Saturday. But Kyle Shanahan said maybe the week after. Maybe the week after.
Yeah, and who doesn't want to see Fred play? But what if I told you, partner, what makes this run that much more spectacular is they've been doing this without Fred.
And Bosa.
If I forgot Nicky.
Been a good season for the Niners. Here's what we're asking. What did that win over Philly mean to you as a 49er fan? About this team and this season, and then what would a win against Seattle mean? To me, the word I used was the win against Philly validated this team and the season they've had. And the detractors who talked about the schedule, that's over now. They won 12 of the 17 games they played. They beat the Eagles. So this is a good team. They validated themselves. And to me, you go up to Seattle 2 weeks after what happened up there.
So you're waiting on Seattle to get on the train. I'm already. That's amazing. It's interesting.
They're one of the final 8 teams. You got to take them seriously. Yeah. But
I feel like they can win it all now.
I don't.
Okay,
still.
got you. No, then you explained it.
I mean, I mean, of course they can. Of course they can.
But you'll be more of a believer if they go through Seattle, and I'm saying
Seattle
I feel like
and
they can
the Rams probably, or even if it's the Bears. I mean, obviously, I think the Bears are a better matchup for the Niners. But look, you beat Philly, Seattle, and L.A. or Chicago on the road.
That's a gauntlet.
It's a wrap. Like it's a wrap. Then you're the best team in the NFC, hands down, no matter what. So that to me is what's at stake today, or rather Saturday.
For you, no one's interested. I ain't mad at you.
I mean, this to me would officially, they beat Seattle, then I'm willing to meet you with this as a special season.
How would you answer that, E? If that win over Philly, what did that do? Or are you like me, you already were impressed in regard to the season?
I mean, you have to be impressed. They were the second biggest underdog of the weekend. That was the most impressive win of any playoff team in the wild card, and I don't think it's close, to be honest. Like, you got to give them their credit. That's Kyle Shanahan's biggest underdog win in a playoff game as a head coach.
It was 6.5.
Yeah, I mean,
like they were bigger underdogs than the game in the divisional round when they went to Green Bay in 2021 and won on that pump block. That's how many people did not believe they were going to beat Philadelphia.
Man.
Yeah,
and now you got that same type of litmus test. Starting at 7.5 now in Seattle. A division foe.
It's so easy to say now, but this game's going to be a lot tougher.
That's why I call it the real Philly game. But to Evan's point, the math and the doubt was there.
Well,
and they beat a Philly team, but I'm taking nothing away from the Niners. I'm just not. But now I think we know Philly had some stuff internally going on, right?
Well, that's another thing.
We saw it on the sideline between the coach and the wide receiver.
Well, that's another thing that is part of the discussion. It doesn't matter that, whether it's important or not, is that if the 49ers get beat against Seattle, there's going to be people that say, well, and they beat a Philly team that was dysfunctional. No. But the reality of the situation is they beat a team that was 12-5 and won their division on the road.
That's facts.
And so let's see what happens up in Seattle. But if they beat Seattle on Saturday, then the season gets, what they've done goes to another level. Right. I think we could all agree with that. And I know it's easy to say because we just saw Philly and they didn't look great, but this is a different team. And we got that game 2 weeks ago fresh in our minds.
So it was, no doubt about it.
Yeah. Let's go to West Oakland Sam.
Our man.
West Oakland Sam. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, is it too late to say Happy New Year still, or do I give my?
You got it, baby. Go ahead and say it.
Happy New Year.
Go ahead and say it.
Man, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, my brothers. I wish for nothing but fruitfulness and health for your families, and God bless all of your families. Now, let me get to my point.
Thank you.
I don't actually have a word for what the Niners winning or beating the Eagles. I have something in terms of value in terms of the scouting department. Value in terms of, how we devalue preseason games? Actually, preseason games matter because to make it this far, it's a war of attrition, and no team has battled the war of attrition more than the Niners, right? I mean, look who we're playing with on defense. Look at who we have to rely on right now, right? I just think that the 49ers have brought value to how you scout. Let's just put Kyle Shanahan beside. You have to have the players. You have to have a scouting department to find these players. You have to have a great GM to find these people off the street to make Kyle Shanahan and Robert Saleh's system work. So if anything I would say about the season, given our attrition, is we've added value to things that we didn't think that mattered, like preseason. Preseason games matter because, lo and behold, those players that are playing in the third quarter of the first preseason game, those players might end up playing Upton Stout.
Yeah.
Name them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like through our attrition, we found greatness where we didn't think that would occur. And this is Shanny and Saleh. They're in their bag coaching-wise, but also scouting department. John Lynch, they're in their bag as well with finding people to fit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's value. Value. If anything, value is my word. Value in the things that we didn't think mattered that ends up helping us. God bless y'all.
Good stuff, West Oakland. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Stotty, how many times? I'm telling you, I can't remember. I've lost count. That I've just doubted this young secondary, and Upton Stout shows up on the field for 52 snaps. Lenore's doing his thing. Marquis Siegel comes in for Jair Brown, holds it down, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, man, Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith is going to be 4th of July. They're going to take advantage of Renardo Green and these guys, and that hasn't actually happened. Even though Seattle got yardage, they kept them to 13 points, so that was on display against Philly on a drive that allowed them to move the ball on the last drive down the field. But what's my old boy saying, Steiny? You can have the rice, but you ain't getting the gravy.
I've never heard that.
Remember I told you he'd always block my shot? And he would say, he was older, but he'd always say, my boy Craig's 6'9". You can have the rice. You can come in the middle, but you ain't getting the gravy and bat my shot. So that's how the Niners defense has been not break.
Don't be afraid to use a head fake.
I was never really good at it.
Yeah, I was great at it. All right.
Well, you needed it.
I like this. I like this from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. To me, it means their Super Bowl window, the win against the Eagles, their Super Bowl window is still open beyond this season. I don't think they're very likely to win the Super Bowl, but clearly if they had all their pieces, they are good as the opposition that is currently there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What did the win against Philly mean to you, 49er fans? And then what would a win Saturday at Seattle do for you? 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors are back, so you can cheer on your team with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. And as you know, I've been around for a while. Some say too long, but I've seen it all. I've seen athletes go through it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly's voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave. But the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for
for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Blue and gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shaneco, your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shaneco today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, couple pieces of news. According to Guru, Kevin Petula's been fired, the offensive coordinator of the Eagles.
They'll be looking for their 5th OC in 5 years. Wow.
Yeah, that's not.
I mean,
it's not ideal.
Right. Niners broke it up.
It's not ideal. By the way, Warriors take on Portland tonight at Chase Center. It'll be aired live, as all the games are, right here on 95.7 The Game. Tip-off at 8. Warriors live at 7.
One small detail. The phrasing about Petula is important, according to Mike Garafolo. They're making a change at the position, so he's not fired.
Okay.
There's a chance he could remain on the coaching staff.
All righty. So there you have it. Philly needs a new offensive coordinator, which happens every year, apparently. Hey, by the way, real quick, before we jump back into the Niners, I want to play some of this Baldy sound.
Did they ask him? Did they call him out?
Yeah. Right. I'll play that for you. You know that the Lakers are only a half game ahead of the 7th seed?
A little nervous, but what's worse is
what's going on?
What I didn't show you this morning.
Tell me.
I don't know if you and Evan saw it last night. It was a timeout.
Okay,
they were playing the Kings, lost. They were down 20 at one point at sack. Let's just say this is the bench in the huddle.
Okay,
LeBron James was sitting over where Nahegan's office is to our left, about a good 15, 20 feet.
Okay,
so something could be going on, but that thing is coming down fast like a bad stock. I thought that you could take that to the bank. They are without Reeves, but your boy Rich Paul's running his mouth, and apparently the Lakers and J.J. Redick don't like it on his podcast. So this video is chilling in regard to he looks like he is not all in. LeBron.
All right. Can you show me at the break?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Niners play Seattle on Saturday in Seattle, 5 o'clock game. And, boy, the question I'm asking 49er fans is what did that win against Philly mean in regard to the entire season for the 49ers? And then if they can go up to Seattle and win, what would that either prove to you or what would you then make of what's happened this season for the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. But first, last week, Brian Baldinger, NFL Odyssey insider, was asked who he would take as a coach-quarterback pairing, Sirianni and Hurts or Shanahan and Purdy, and he said he would take Sirianni and Hurts. And the one thing he said that, jumped out at me was it's not even close.
Right, that was it.
Baldy came on with a morning roast today, and he was asked why he picked Shanahan, or rather why he picked Hurts and Sirianni over Shanahan and Purdy. Here's what he said this morning. Brian Baldinger.
When I was asked the question, immediately I thought Super Bowls. Sirianni and Hurts are just coming off a Super Bowl win and a Super Bowl MVP. Now, you can debate whether all the stuff about it. Is the team better? They won a Super Bowl, and the quarterback was a Super Bowl MVP. And one thing I've learned about when you win a Super Bowl, whether it's Bill Walsh winning a Super Bowl or Mike Holmgren winning a Super Bowl with Brett Favre, whatever it is, they can never take it away from you. And that's all I thought about when I was asked the question. And I was definitive.
All right. That's fair enough. You know what? You asked me how you thought he could say that. I said, clearly he's going on Super Bowls, and that's probably why he's doing it.
Did you follow up and ask him, does he feel differently now? After that game? Or to Baldy's point, no, Goo, it's about the hardware.
49ers are pretty hungry for a championship the last time I checked. They've been there. They've knocked on the door. They haven't gotten it down. And that's going to travel with Kyle. It's going to travel with him. He's had opportunities. And it's fair or not fair. Bud Grant got there 4 times, didn't win. Marv Levy got there 4 times. He didn't win. You can still go to the Hall of Fame. You can still be a great Hall of Fame coach without the Super Bowl. But, it's like when Steve Young had the monkey ripped off his back. You don't think Kyle wants that monkey ripped off his back? 100%. Hell yeah, he does.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger talking about, the bottom line and why he took Sirianni and Hurts, and it was based on the fact that they were defending Super Bowl champions, and they'd gotten to a level that Kyle and Purdy haven't gotten to yet.
And it's the ultimate level, right? And he's put together, Kyle, that is, now just for getting there twice already and had 2 other chances to go to 4 when Purdy lost in Philadelphia and got wrecked his elbow and then losing a 10-point lead in L.A. in the NFC Championship game. So, there's a whole hell of a lot of winning. All I'm telling you now, for me, with this song being played on the Kyle Shanahan album, all that's left now is to get a Grammy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you've made great music. I know your brilliance. I know you can do it without your star dudes. Exhibit A this season. All you need now is to get it done.
Yeah, and listen.
Easier said than done.
Obviously, that's the one thing missing from Shanahan's resume, but that doesn't mean that he's not getting more out of this team than probably most other coaches can. He's got one thing left to do on his resume, but in the meantime, the 49ers are still being coached by a hell of a coach, and he's probably going to spend the next few years trying to get that Super Bowl as the coach of the 49ers.
And he's young.
That's the one thing I think he's earned over his first 9 years for sure is some security and a chance, in the next 3 to 5 years to finally break through. I think even though he hasn't broken through in the first 8 or 9 8 years,
46 years old. Stout, if I asked you to go to the counter and make a bet, well, it's kind of funny now. He's in the playoffs, so he's got a chance now. Does Kyle ever win a Super Bowl? I got to believe a lot of that line would be long of yes. Might not be this one, but it's coming.
Yeah,
that's how I'm feeling.
I feel like just going on average, I'd say no. He's not going to win a Super Bowl just because if you line up all the coaches in history, most of them don't win a Super Bowl. And even if you have the best team, it's no guarantee. I don't think he's got any less of it. I would say that about just about any coach. Like, probably not, just because there's 31 other teams in the league. But, I mean, you know, he's going to have detractors as long as he never wins a Super Bowl.
And he's got a quarterback, his right-hand man, that's already established and put together 5 playoff wins. Donnie, Brock Purdy has 5 with the possibility to get to what? 8 if they were to run the table, but he's got 5. Somebody got at me, said I was hard on C.J. Stroud, Donnie, because I thought he was awful last night. He has 3 playoff wins. Brock Purdy has 5. Let me just run down a list of some of the guys we think are great. Justin Herbert, Evan don't want to hear this, 0 playoff wins. Sam Darnold, flavor of the month last year, and now he's the number 1 seed quarterback, 0 playoff wins. Kyler Murray, 0. Tua, 0. Cousins, 1. Trevor Lawrence, 1. Jordan Love, 1. And Dak, 2. And Baker, 2. Just think about that list, and Brock already has 5.
How many playoff games has Sam Darnold quarterbacked?
Well, Evan helped me today, 1.
Okay.
All right. But I think what's glaring about that is why has it only been 1? Why have you only gone to the offs once? You know, he's been in a bad situation, but the bottom line is, you know, if you're that dude, you think you would have more than 1 playoff game under your belt, you know?
Let's go to Flea in Oakland.
Oh, man.
What's going on, Flea? How you doing, man?
What's going on, guys? Hopefully y'all having a good afternoon. I've really got a problem with the fans.
All right.
And some of the callers, even the national media. This is not a magical season for the 49ers. When they go to practice, they go into practice to win the game on that Sunday or Saturday, which we play. They don't go to the practice saying, hopefully we have a magical day when we play. Like, come on, guys, stop saying it's magical and the Niners is I don't know how they won the game. They went to the game to try to win the game. They didn't go to the game to say, oh, hopefully we get this catch. Hopefully we get this block. Like, people got to stop with the magical stuff. Them dudes went out there, got it done. Purdy got it done. Yeah, we was down on Purdy and we wanted Matt Jones for a minute, but Purdy is showing that he's worth the money right now. But besides that, it's not a magical season. Them guys going out there trying to win a game. We in the second round of the playoffs. 9 times out of 10, if we get it done, because I don't think we scoring 3 points. If we get it done this week, and I don't want people saying, "Oh, it's a magical season," and the NFL guys came down on the 49. Them guys went out there to win the game. Stop with the magical. That's so soft to say that.
Hey, but Flea,
like,
don't hang up. But real quick, because I got to give you your victory lap. You called with the same energy last week, and you thought they had a chance to beat Philly. They went and did it.
Yes.
But Flea, just keep it real with me real quick here. You can't ignore the fact that one of the beautiful themes of this team all season long, Flea, is guys are going down, and they still step up and they're coaching.
Guess what, Goo? If you played for the Niners and you was a tight end and you got picked in the 3rd round, but you had the same skills as Kittle, but you haven't got your chance, they give you that chance on Sunday, and you go off like our other tight end is doing. Most of them guys, especially on the offensive side, is showing they just needed a shot. Now defensively, it's still up in the air.
Okay,
but them 2 linebackers is playing like they're supposed to have been starting all season. So. And the way Seattle was talking last season, when they won that game, Niners is just coming into this game with a whole different energy. And it ain't no magical energy. It's that energy when you go to play somebody the next week after he was talking crazy, you finna hit it a little bit harder, and you're gonna execute plays a little bit better. If Niners execute like they supposed to, like Shanahan know how to do, and they come out with the win next week, it's because they executed and players had a chip on their shoulder. It ain't no magical season.
Okay, Flea,
I could go an hour with him.
Let me ask you this. Of the four NFC teams remaining, Who's got the most talent player-wise and who's got the least right now?
Okay, I got you, Steiny, and I would on paper they would say the Niners got the least.
Okay, all right. And Flea.
But let's go to the coach. Let's go to our texture. Let's just go to the texture. When they go walk up in that building, they see them Super Bowls. They see Jerry Rice running around. They see Frank Gore sitting out there. They got Shanahan. They got Shanahan's dad probably whispering in his ear. They got our general, our GM. I forgot Lynch. They got Lynch. They got Purdy back there that been in a Super Bowl and a championship.
I'm feeling
our left tackle. They got our left tackle. They got McCaffrey that's going to the Hall of Fame.
Hey, Flea, let me real quick, Stein. Before you go, Flea, you sold me. You feel how you feel. I'm not mad. But when you talk about a guy like Wallow and Kendricks, they weren't even on the team Thanksgiving. And you kind of mentioned that's the part of this, Flea, you got to step back and say, if you want to use the word magical, that's okay. Because normally 9 out of 10 times, you don't get the return on dividends like the Niners have gotten, man. And that's coaching, right?
Dude, but listen to this, Goo. If guys can play and they get a shot and they say, I'm on a winning team, we in the playoffs, I've been to do this, but I've been playing for garbage teams, and they get out there, they're going to show their talent. That's all it is. Guys getting a chance.
All right, Flea. Appreciate the call.
Wow. He don't want to hear the magical, Snidey.
I'll agree with Flea. It's only a magical season if they win it all. Magical. Magical's a special word. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I was going to ask him if it becomes magical if they win the Super Bowl, but
tomato, you got to meet me here. What about it being a magical run?
Well, it's not a run yet, in my mind.
Well, I thought that
one game isn't a run.
No, just qualifying for the offs.
Yeah, was We Believe magical?
I would say yes.
They only got past the first round.
Right, but I think the 49ers standards are a little higher than the Warriors were at that point.
But what about the reality? When you say standards, the Warriors had none at that point. For We Believe.
That's why one round was like a Super Bowl for them. But the 49ers have kind of been there, even though they're undermanned this year.
You got a problem with me calling it a magical run? Just the fact that they made it and they won a game?
Well, I personally wouldn't use it, but if someone said that, I could understand why.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, the Warriors didn't have standards before, but they also had all their players. I mean, the Niners have literally feels like lost a guy each and every week, and God love Gareth Wallow and Eric Kendricks, but there's a reason why they weren't on football teams for the first 14 weeks of the season.
So a guy like Flea, fellas, feels like he says, Dottie, he don't want to hear those superlatives. They're just getting coached up and guys didn't have the opportunity. But I feel like he's missing a big part of, I can't tell him how to feel, of this Niner run is that they're doing it with 6th and 7th linebackers. Guys that haven't gone through their puberty in the secondary in the NFL. Don't that make it special?
I mean, all we're really talking about is word choice. The choice you're gonna use, or the words you're gonna use. And, this is just where I just rely on 49er fans who have been around for a while and who talk about, and their owner who talks about it's only about hanging banners. Yeah. A team that's won as many Super Bowls as just about any team in the league, but won. So, I'm sorry, if you believe you're an elevated franchise and it's all about Super Bowls, and you win a playoff game and then lose a playoff game, no, that's not a magical season to me, because, you won a playoff game.
But I'm not mad at you. I can't be.
But then if this is going to be enough, and I'm not here to denigrate their season at all, but this isn't the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
This is a team that's won 5 Super Bowls, and they believe that year in and year out they should be competing. This year they are overachieving, which is great. And I think it's a feather in Shanahan's cap, no doubt, and it's a resume builder. But yeah, I would stop short of magical season if they don't beat Seattle. And I could see somebody not wanting to use that word unless they get the whole enchilada.
I mean, it's interesting, and I'll say this. It sounds like we're just micro and macro because I get goosebumps talking about the past and the standards. I love all that stuff. But I thought each season in sports is its own entity, and we judge each season as one. And the theme has been for this Niner team this year. We all were out in San Jose for the summit, and a lot of people had 10 wins in playoff, the host, and I get it, but I feel like we're ignoring what this certain team had to overcome to put themselves in a position that I personally didn't think they could get to because I thought they just lost too many of their stud players. And I was proven wrong. And then the crazy part about it is I was proven wrong because now they have taken that formula on the road to Philadelphia, 6.5-point dogs. They win that game.
Right.
So I just feel like for this season alone, and again, you said it's your own opinion, but that constitutes what I feel like guy like Flea, who's a diehard fan, is missing. Just go out there and coach him up. It's like, dude, I feel like you're ignoring, that their tire came off the car and they still kept going. A couple tires.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it.
Transmission leaking.
People might not like it, but the way I look at it is, yes, the injuries are a big part of the season.
Okay.
The schedule was a big part of the season. So people will get on me, but, if you had a legitimate schedule, you might not have made the playoffs. That doesn't matter right now. All I'm saying is, if you're one of these 49er fans that thinks when we go, we win it, and if you're going to come at me with like the 49er standards are higher than most other teams, which I think a lot of people would agree on, then it's not a magical season if they win a playoff game and lose a playoff game. It's a hell of a season. And again, it's just word choice. If you want to say magical, you can say magical. I reserve magical for like you win it all. That's a magical season.
But are you dumbfounded or shocked at all?
I'm really not, Goo. I'm really not. I'm really not.
That's all.
Because all the things we've been saying about this season look like they're true. There's no overwhelming favorite in the league. There is parity this year. Again, when you talk like this, everybody jumps to the conclusion that you're taking credit away from the Niners. I'm not taking credit away from the Niners. I think they've had a real good year. I think they had a big win against Philadelphia.
In the playoffs.
All right. But the goal is the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying if they don't win the Super Bowl, the year's a failure. But I'm also not saying
it's magical.
You win one playoff game and that's it. And it's magical. That's all. I just don't think I don't think a 12-5 season and a playoff win is a magical season.
Has it at least been a surprise?
Yeah, it's been a great season.
That's the word I'm looking for.
It's been great.
That's the word.
This season's been surprising.
No doubt, in a pleasant way.
Well, negative at first, but then the surprise is the response to all of the
surprising's
issues.
Not magical, though, is it? It's surprising. It's been a surprising season. Magical is when you like make an incrable run.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying you don't even sound surprised.
Well, I don't know. When they won, I had them winning 10 games at the beginning of the year. I didn't come off it. They ended up winning 2 more.
Which wouldn't have got them in if they won 10.
Okay.
Then they wouldn't have been a playoff team if they won 10 games.
Okay. Sure. This is one of the greatest of all time.
No, my thing is
that what you want me to say?
All three of us.
I'm not taking. You asked me. You asked me what I thought the win against the Eagles meant, and what a win would mean against Seattle. And I think there's a big difference. They beat Philly. They're a good team. We know they're a good team. What if they go up and get absolutely spanked again by Seattle?
Right.
Okay, well
the run would be over. So to me, the run. Obviously,
okay, let me just ask you. Okay,
yeah.
So you go 12-5, you win a playoff game. The Rams kick your ass the second time. The Seattle kicks your ass 2 out of the last 3 games. It's not a magical season for me at that point. It's still a great year. It's a successful year. They went further than people think, but I think magical is when you get the whole thing. That's all.
Well, to Evan's point, and that was the word I was looking for, if you turn surprising into the possibility and the dream of possibly getting to the goal, the Super Bowl and accomplishing the ultimate goal, I think it's by far okay as a fan to be excited about the possibilities.
Well, nobody's saying that.
I'm just saying.
If I were a Niner fan, I'd be ecstatic.
And I love Flea, and I ain't mad at him, but I haven't met too many Niner fans that are like Flea to where he kind of expects it. Hey, you lost Kittle, you lost Griddle, and in the middle, like he's looking at it from that vantage point. He's saying we're the Niners,
and you're saying he's wrong.
Not wrong.
Essentially.
I just feel like he's ignoring that this team has put themselves in position to go on a run, and it started with a shocking victory from a gambling component than we all thought.
Look, this is
winning in Philly.
Use any word you want. Like, I'm not going to argue with the word you use, but if you're telling me the San Francisco 49ers and all their history and the way I know their fans are, if they win a playoff game against the Eagles, which they did, and lose to Seattle, and you want to call it a magical season, would you meet me halfway and say, I guess the franchise standards have dropped?
I would double back if they lose this game from magical to Evan's word, surprising, which I was looking for out the gate.
There's nothing.
Just the fact that they're in this game this Saturday, and they were in, I said this 2 weeks ago, Stoney, the fact they put themselves in position in the NFC to be a 1 seed, that was surprising.
Yeah, I would not disagree with that.
And they didn't get that done. And it doesn't all evaporate, but you know, I got to go back here. So now you got me thinking about with this formula you're using, Stoney. So we believe was only special because it was only one round.
So you want to compare the Niners, who've been to the Super Bowl twice in 5 years, to the Warriors, who hadn't made the playoffs in 12 years. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to call it magical, then your standards are kind of like the Warriors used to be.
But now you're making me think we believe 1 versus 8, which was incredible. And when it happened, but now you got me thinking about, well, we believe, hey, no, Sonny, it was special, but it was a lot of it was because we stunk.
Did Tulane have a magical season? I don't think so.
I won't use magical.
A great regular season, then they lost.
I'm not trying to take
it magical if you want.
Magical is when it's over.
But
Stoney, this is a surprising run
so far,
and they validated it by a big upset victory in Philly. Forget what the Eagles were.
You're using the exact same words I used. They were validated by that Eagles win. Like,
now you got.
I don't know what the disagreement is here.
We believe. I'm not even trying to prove a point. We believe was magical now, Stoney, only because we stunk for 12 years.
That was the biggest part of it. They had been out of the playoffs for a dozen years, and they were, keep in mind, they also won 9 of their last 10 that year to even get into the playoffs. The 49ers had clinched the spot, you know. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year.
Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Fonte here with an update about River Islands, where the good life can be your life. River Islands is growing a lifestyle community in all the best ways possible, starting out with a wide variety of home styles and prices. Whether your next home reflects a growing family with 4 to 6 bedrooms, or if you're downsizing into a 2 or 3 bedroom home for active adult living, River Islands has the kind of home styles and locations that you just don't see anywhere else. Priced from the low $600,000s to over $1 million. Best of all, you can live on a lake, across from a park, next to a trail, looking out to the San Joaquin River, or in a 55-plus Del Webb community for active adults. The town center's newest additions, an iconic restaurant, and medical office building are underway. And an entertainment venue, major grocery store, and shops and services are all in the plans. Imagine the best in-home designs, great schools, and a town center all in one place. Your place. Go to riverislands.com to start your tour.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer & Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
This is the Game of the Week Report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Monday night's primetime pro basketball meeting between Miami and Golden State stands out as one of the most watch-worthy games on the schedule, bringing together two accomplished franchises with a history of success and high-level competition. With veteran leadership, this matchup offers a compelling look at teams expected to deliver elite performances as the season progresses.
The Game of the Week Report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600 plus miles of range. What if it's all that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Is it the driver behind the wheel? No. Are you sure? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Oh, hey, Stain. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, been a fun show today. We had Matt Barrows of The Athletic at 10:45. He obviously covers the 49ers for The Athletic. He was in Philly. He's going to Seattle. Other piece of news, Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today, said Fred Warner's practice window's open this week, and he's out running around a little, but he's probably not going to be ready for the Seattle game. But he said maybe the week after if they're still playing. So that's how the 49ers head to Seattle. Ricky Pearsall limited today at practice. Not sure what his status is going to be, but...
if I had to guess or bet.
Yeah, exactly.
Stoney, I need help, you and Evan. Something happened over the weekend, and, you know, I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I come to you all when I don't know, searching for answers or whatnot, and we talk about any subject. But something happened after the Buffalo Bill-Jacksonville Jaguar game, and Evan's got the sound, and we'll ask him to play it here shortly. And I was actually moved in what this rat race of sports, social media, phonies, fakes, who's real, who's not. You can't say nice things about God or be called a Jesus freak. It's like, what just happened to society? You know, man being nice to man, woman being nice to woman. Where did it go all wrong? And this was a reporter. I'm going to have Evan play it here. I'm trying to set it up. Talking to Jacksonville Jaguars coach Cohen after the game. Evan, can you play this sound and I sound off on my thoughts on it and get you and Evans?
How you doing today? Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much.
Like, I thought that was my aunt or maybe my mom. Like, I love that. And Steiny, there's a firestorm going. Now, I've never covered a team. I've never been you, Evan, Bonte. You've been in the, you've done it. Just help me, partner, find out why that shouldn't have been done and she's catching hell and why that was the wrong thing to do. Because to me, one, Steiny was authentic. She gave the coach love. He's up there bleeding. Again, I have never covered the team and reported on a team, doing with my words, but tell me why that was taboo and why she's catching hell.
Because it's a post-game press conference. It's a working environment. They're there to ask questions of the coach, and it's just not usually done. It's just, the media is supposed to be impartial. You could have pulled him aside and told him that in the hallway. I've done that.
So
but I wouldn't do it in a press conference. I know that.
I don't want to cut you off. I love what you just said. You need to be So I'm asking you, is it viewed that she was laying it on thick in regard to being on the same team? Or I don't know why that hit me like, hey, I was digging that.
I mean, it's inappropriate. There's no doubt about it. In my mind, it's just not what that is for.
Wow,
however, I mean, am I really bothered by it? No, because that's the way we're going.
But do you understand why people are bothered?
Yes, of course. I mean, if I were a beat writer covering one of those teams, and I'm on I'm on Deadline, and it's just, what was Duval? I don't know what that was.
It's the county.
Yeah.
Duval County.
Okay, I didn't know what she meant.
Evan, you're real quick, your thoughts on it.
I've never heard anything like that before. It sounded to me, I mean, she said her name, where she's from.
Yeah.
She's obviously a local reporter. She's covered the team for a long time, it sounds like. It sounds like she's also from the area, and she has an immense amount of pride in that particular county. So I've never heard anything like it. I can understand why journalists would find it inappropriate and non-professional, but I also hear the entire mass of people that are saying, that's pretty cool.
So I'm not by myself.
No, I think a lot of people heard it, and if you didn't know that it was a press conference, like if you just heard the sound and didn't know what it was about, where it was said, and who it was said to in what environment, you'd probably think that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I've never heard anything close to that being an oppressor before.
Evan, and I think, Stoddy, that's why I like it. I was talking to Bonte, who cares, on the way home yesterday, and speaking for him, he just, you don't do that there.
You don't. I mean, he's right. You don't. Have you ever heard it before? Anything like that?
Okay. And I think that's what was so refreshing about it.
That's because when you're a credentialed media member, that's not usually what you do at a press conference. And the reason it stuck out is because nobody has done that, or nobody does that. And again,
so it's like asking for a picture with a player.
5 decades. It's like, do I think it was cool? I wouldn't have done it. I would have never done anything like that. But it's like, I'm not going to pull my hair out because, like, we're trending in that direction anyway. You know what I mean? Giving a compliment is inappropriate. This is from the text line.
Okay.
You got to be kidding me. Yeah, in that setting, it is inappropriate. It just is. But I'm not going to hammer her for it. I wouldn't have done it.
It's not exactly the same, but there's a reason why you don't wear a jersey in the press box. It's the same reason. Like
the code.
Journalists are supposed to be unbiased. I think that's probably why you've never heard anything like it before.
And she let her pride out. To Evan's point, she was from dude. I just was like, oh, that hit me like, damn, give me more. But
I'll give you more because now she did it on Saturday or Sunday, and then it went viral, and then she was asked about it after, and this is what she said. I didn't come with a question. The game was over. The season was over. I didn't see a reason to dissect plays. It just flowed, Jones said. I saw he was hurting, holding this city on his shoulders. And then she says, I was writing on things in the 60s and 70s. It's 2026. That's kind of where I put that into the equation too. It's not 1970 anymore where the rules are less rigid now. So that's what she meant by it's 2026. I can say to Liam Cohen, you had a great year.
Yeah.
Feel good about yourself and still be objective. She could do that. And why didn't she just pull him aside? She's the beat writer for a long period of time. She's clearly got a good relationship with him. She could have told him that in a private moment.
Now, I got to be careful here. I hear you, Steiny, and I mean this. I don't know that woman, but I felt like I knew her because that felt authentic. And in social media and our society now, you get written up, you get fired, you get canceled for doing things that are not nice. So I guess what she deemed was in her heart, giving a coach a compliment and keep your head up after a crushing loss, I was like, how could this be deemed inappropriate? But I get it.
Wrong place, wrong time. It's pretty simple. Wrong place, wrong time.
Do you think also, too, it's like when I heard it, I liked it. You feel for the guy. He's in his lowest moment, and there's someone there to console him. The opposite part of that is if you have people in that place voicing what's in their heart, that doesn't always go where you want it to go.
That's a good point.
What if she said something because she felt like he disrespected the county or he did something that disrespected the area? Then isn't it appropriate?
Yeah.
I think it works both ways.
Yeah,
But I appreciate you saying that I don't speak for you, Evan, you were moved like me, so I wasn't the only one. But Steiny, I was like, holy hell, and I'm sure he appreciated it.
Well, I'm sure he did.
Hey, what's up with your future? Or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, man, but I've never covered a team like you all, so and even Bonte was saying, you just don't do that there. And I'm like, I guess, Steiny, I don't want to be a part of a world where saying something nice about somebody or an entity is deemed inappropriate.
Well,
I guess, you know what I mean? That's my biggest takeaway.
Right. I would say that it's not inappropriate. I've told people that I've covered, I thought they've done a great job, or probably haven't told them they've done a terrible job. But, when I'm impressed with a coaching job or GM job, I'll say something, but certainly not in that, like, why did she need to do it in front of a lot of people? Like, that's the kind of message that I would have given somebody just one-on-one if I really felt that strongly. Having said all that,
because you don't believe she, I'm interrupting you, Sally. You don't believe she had an agenda. I believe that was natural and authentic, and she let it go. Like you're saying, she could have put him. He was right there, in the moment.
I mean, what do you want me to say? I thought it was inappropriate. I would have never done it, but I'm not incensed over it.
And what you're saying, if you tell me if I'm wrong, you're not saying what she said is inappropriate where she said it.
Exactly. It's a post-game press conference. It's a question and answer session. It's not a criticism or flattery session. Somebody's saying it might be because she's a woman. That's what Risotto said.
That was wow.
I actually feel like if it were a man, he would have gotten more grief, believe it or not.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, our world, man.
But
wow.
That's just it's just me giving an opinion. Yeah. Let's go to Nico in San Jose. Wants to talk about this real quick. Hey, Nico, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Good.
Hey, just real quick. I'm not a media person. Similar to Goo, I loved the comments from the reporter. I thought, that type of positivity is what we need more of in sports and in general. But as a non-media person, I hear from you, Sonny, and from Bonte earlier, this wasn't the time or place. What exactly does that mean, and what is the time and place?
Yeah, I just would have pulled him aside. I would have levied, or I would have, told him that I was impressed, in the hallway, just the two of us, because the people in that room, they call that it's a working environment. They're there for a reason, and a lot of guys, it's just not the time or place for it. That's where the media is. That's not where fans should be, giving their opinion to the coach on what they think of the season. That's all. But I'm not I'm not saying she should be fired or taking her credential, but it is unusual, and that's all. That's it.
I'm not a media person, so I didn't understand if there is a time and place. But you said that, again, it's for question and answers, but I feel like a lot of times those press conferences can be very negative at times, especially after a playoff loss.
And I think that,
good point,
Nico, I think that's part of it because, she said that one of the reasons she did it, and she said she didn't have a plan on doing it, and I believe her, but I guess when Cohen walked in, he looked, his body language, he was sad. They lost the game. And she was just trying to say, hey, keep your head up, So, again, this one doesn't get high on my Richter scale, if you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I just thought it was surprising to see. And I feel like it's mostly media people that are kind of outcasting her a little. I feel like the fans are okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, the fans probably don't. The fans are probably cool with it.
Yeah.
But, it's the media that has a problem with it. No, I mean.
So there's no doubt in your mind there were some people, media members there, rolling their eyes.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. I mean, look.
Wow, man.
I don't have my reading glasses now, but I do have my Warriors credential. I'll bet you if I looked on the back, obviously there are rules. And one of the rules is no autographs. Like if you're a working media guy, you can't ask a guy for an autograph. But I don't think it says you can't compliment the coach in a press conference. But it's just, it was unique. Yeah. And that's why people are talking about it. Let's go to Will. Will's in Marin. How you doing, Will? What's going on, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. I don't really see what the issue of it was, especially since this morning I've seen multiple social medias kind of clips on it about it being positive. The coach was sitting there, smiling, saying, "Thank you, ma'am." She was saying it, wholeheartedly and stuff like that. And I just think it's kind of soft in society that it's like nowadays we have to be careful when we give people compliments. Like, are you kidding me?
Wow.
All she was just doing was tipping her hat to say, "Thank you. You did a great job with Jacksonville. No one probably expected it, and you guys were great. Keep your head up." And she was just letting them know it's not the end of the road. I just think that that's kind of soft that people care about it. Especially, it's okay, mainstream media cares about it, but social media didn't care about it. If you go on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, if you have it or not, you'll see I've seen it about 6 different times with inspirational music in the background. All the comments underneath are, shouting out Jacksonville's season. Everyone's saying, yeah, hey, good on her. Hey, her voice reminds me of my grandma. Like, what uplifting words. That's great. And the coach, his demeanor wasn't ill. So I just think it's just another thing that people want to point the button at or complain about. I get it. There's a point in time there's a time and place for everything, but I thought we could take, compliments 24/7. I didn't know that we were that soft in society. So no, I'm not against it. I thought what she did was great. And if anything, I thought it made that guy's day because he had a big, smile from ear to ear. So yeah, you guys have a great day.
Yeah, I love it, man.
Yeah, appreciate the call. No, and you're right. I mean, the people who are upset about it are people who are in the media. No fans really mad about that. And I don't think every media person's mad about it either. Like, I'm not mad about it.
Well, my brother just texted me, I'm acting brand new, and I got to be careful here. We're in a different world now, Steiny, and if I go to the coffee machine and I work with Susan and I say, hey, Susan, you look nice today, or your hair looks like that used to back in the 80s was fine. We're in a world now that can be misconstrued. So he just texted me like, why are you like I said, Steiny, I thought that was my grandmother or auntie talking. I wasn't expecting it, and I felt like he loved.
Well, she's a credentialed media member and has been covering the team for decades.
No doubt.
So, I mean,
you should
that
know
she
better.
Sounded like an auntie doesn't mean anything to me.
Right.
I mean, to me, it doesn't to me, it doesn't matter if she's a man or a woman, but I do think the dynamic of it being a woman.
Now that's wow. I hadn't thought of that part.
Makes it a little bit different. But again, I don't think it's a huge deal. I don't think it's a huge deal. But
you shocked it's getting a lot of run?
Not really. I mean, could you imagine somebody saying that to Steve Kerr after and I get it, well, maybe you wouldn't say it to Steve Kerr because he won 4 titles.
After the 2016 Kyrie shot in the finals, Game 7, somebody just off the cusp. Like, the beautiful part is he didn't get mad.
Well, why would he? He's getting complimented.
But Stoddy, that's how the reaction is. Like, he got mad. It was one of those. I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right. Let's finish up with Larry in Los Altos. Wants to talk about the Niners season. Yes, it is. It's kind of an unwritten rule.
Right.
Boxer and Gerson, work injury attorneys text line from the 510. What's up, Larry?
Hey, great, you guys, great segment. You guys are getting me fired up. Like this lady, if she said the opposite, if she said, oh, you guys are 1.5-point favorites and you guys were at home and you let down all the fans, what do you have to say to the fans that you let down? That would have been cool. That would have been okay.
Wow, exactly.
She couldn't say, hey, you had a great season, you overachieved, and we're happy for you. That's wrong. Guru, you got to stay brand new. That's the best thing about sports. Is like to say, of course, the Warriors had when they had I believe was a magical season. Remember, Dallas they had the best record of any NBA team at the time. Remember, there's no chance that we beat them with Baron Davis and those guys. So that was magical. What the Niners are doing is magical. Maybe not like a magical season, but what they're doing is magical. Us having a high standard to saying that we want to win, that's exactly right. And look at how, and this is a validation, exactly what you're saying, of that we have the right system in place and we have the right coach. Every other week, how many, like last year, how many times has everyone just look at Kerr, everyone's ripping the coach, everyone's ripping shit. Now you got nobody. They could have easily, when they lost Bosa and they lost Warner, how easy would it have been for them to just hang it up back then, It's like saying that, watching the Bad News Bears wasn't magical that they won the last game because they didn't win another game before that.
Man, I got
that's
you.
That's part of sports. This is the thing that we love. And if we lose this week, the same score that we did last week, guess what? We got to be happy. We got to be, hey, things are in the right place. We did all these things, and that's the best part of sports.
Wow.
You got to love it. You got to say it's magical.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you can't.
And now he's got me through quick here, Stoddy. We believe wasn't about a championship. It was about 1 versus 8. You know what I mean? And 8, now David versus Goliath. That's what that wasn't about a chip.
Yeah, but before the Warriors won titles, nobody would have compared those two franchises. and they're having a great season. How long is it going to go? Like, I don't know. I like to wrap up a season when it's over because, I don't know. Something could happen on Saturday that, like, to me, yeah, if you get hammered on Saturday, it doesn't mean it wasn't a good year and you went further than you thought, but then you got to look in the mirror and say, we're not in Seattle's class, maybe.
But
what if
we
that
got action?
happens?
Because I think you already have, to me, with all these injuries that you hope don't duplicate themselves next year. I think that's the one super positive you could take out is, damn, we're getting to the divisional round with all this stuff. Wait till we take the car to the shop and get a tune-up and some new seats and oil change.
Like, now, I'm just telling you right now, I don't know their schedule. I don't know.
Well, it's going to be a difficult.
You think they're winning 12 games next year?
I'm to the point now to where I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah, I actually don't.
Seriously, Steiny, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I don't think this year really impacts next year. Because they're gonna have to figure out how to reincorporate Warner. I mean, here's what I just don't think you get Warner and Bosa back and, now you're even better.
Right, but you're going to have a draft, free agency possibly. But I guess, partner, without even knowing what's going to pop off in Seattle Saturday, that's what this season has meant to me and Kyle and the coaching staff is that, damn, it got this raggedy in regard to what you were without, and you made it this far.
Right.
So I guess I believe moving forward that I can never say the impossible is unachievable.
No, I wouldn't either, but I also wouldn't say, well, we're now going to be better next year because, we're automatically getting guys back. And, what happens next year to Williams? What happens next year to McCaffrey? What happens next year, to Kittle? Is Warner back 100%? What's Nick Bosa doing? So,
but I can tell you, if they keep Mac Jones and Saleh doesn't get hired and takes Mac Jones, Matt Barrows, I can't shake that. If he's still here, I can tell you, hey, if Purdy goes down for 8 games, your boy can hold it down.
Well,
Matt, you know what I mean? Like, that was reared its head this year.
Right, he can hold it down, but because he held it down this year, doesn't mean he's automatically going to do it next year. He might, and doesn't mean might not be one of the better backups in the NFL. I just heard Shasky the other day talking about how, everybody seems to agree that NFL's a year-to-year league.
That's fact.
It's a year-to-year league, so maybe one season doesn't carry into another. We'll find that out in due time. All right, that segment, ladies and gentlemen, was a good one. The next one's going to be the crossover with Willard and Dibbs. The segment was brought to you by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave. But the wife doesn't like it. What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store or online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
The Golden State Warriors are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your Warriors. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
It's the last call for clearance at Lazy Boy. We are clearing everything else store-wide. Save up to 50% on closeouts, overstocks, and floor samples. Get our best offers on your favorite furniture. Visit your local Lazy Boy store today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
We're activated. We're opening this window so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. Bay Alarm. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Grandy. Grandy in for Willard today. Gentlemen, how you doing? What's going on?
Doing great. Yeah, living the dream.
How
Mark
are you
in
guys?
for Mark. Mark for Mark.
We've had a great show, Grandy, but we just had a little, what I deem provocative conversation about the reporter in Jacksonville that, I don't know, Dibs. I told the listeners, Grandy, I loved every bit of it, but she's catching hell. And I'm like, what does that say about our society? But Steiny explained to me the craft. That wasn't the venue, but I just thought it was authentic, and I felt it.
Did you guys play the audio?
Yeah, we did.
Could you play it again? Because I've only read the story. I haven't actually ever bothered to listen to the audio, so I would like to withhold judgment until Evan Giddings on the ones and twos delivers this.
Hey, Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to cry. Like, give me more of that, deal. But that wasn't the venue. Go ahead.
I mean, wow. If you want to open up with, congratulations on a good season. Coach, I just want to ask you about that third down call in the fourth quarter. That's allowable. But if you want to go and do that verbally, you go the Steiny route and you write a birthday card for Baron Davis.
Or do
That's what that
Steiny said,
basically
do it,
was.
pull him to the side somewhere else.
Right. And then she's kind of basically like giving
I
him,
felt
she's
like that's
sunning
my
him.
auntie.
Yes, that's right.
Grandy, I loved it. He's up there bleeding. Hey, what's your contract status? I don't know. You didn't like it
It's
either.
not the time or the place. It's a bad look for the franchise. It makes it seem like they credential fans, just anybody to go and cover their team. No, it's not a good look.
You know what I'm envisioning is Niners lose a heartbreaker in Seattle. Shanahan comes out, and Tim Kawakami of the Standard goes, "Hey, Kyle, I just want to let you know.
Oh, man.
You keep your head up. You've had a great year. You got nothing to be ashamed of." And bang, bang. I don't think Kawakami's going that route.
She brought up the Duval. That's that's the
that's where she's
catchphrase
from,
of the
Duval
team.
County.
No, you don't
Yeah.
say that.
Thank you
That's
for saying
fine.
that, Evan. That was even more cringy than I thought. I just read the reports, whatever, and apparently McAfee went off defending her.
Yeah,
And all
a
the
lot of
rest of
people
us are
have.
curmudgeons.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just, the press conference is about two things: Q's and A's.
Yeah.
Q's and A's, not praise. Q's and A's.
And I told Snotty why I like it too is I felt like she didn't have it planned. It just kind of she said as much. She saw him up there kind of down, and then she went what I call the grandma or auntie route with hold your head up, son.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, a little cringy, but what do you do?
In the grand scheme of things, nobody died.
It's true.
Well, the dreams of the Jags getting to the bowl.
That's true.
I mean, this is what, year one for Liam Cohn.
Yep.
So, and I think that Trevor Lawrence looked better.
They
and
should have kept running the ball.
I mean,
they should have.
Yeah.
She's not wrong. They did have a great year, and he did do a great job.
If they don't make the playoffs next year, just make sure you're there for that season-ending press conference.
There you go.
Because she's going to rip him, I would think.
First place schedule, too, so beware of that,
That's true.
Well, no
That's
doubt.
true. Kyle Shanahan talked to the media today. Said Fred Warner's window's open, but he's probably not going to play this weekend, but left the door open for the NFC Championship game if they get there. Ricky Pearsall limited. Feels like Trent Williams is going to be able to play. So that's what we're looking at right now heading into Seattle.
Yeah, and Fred Warner told Ryan Russillo that he's ready to go.
Heard that.
It's just up to the team, which is interesting. I guess it's what a player. It's always the mindset of a player.
Well, I mean, I actually think to me, it clarified that it isn't just the player. The doctors are, and maybe we knew this all the time, but when we talk about a player wanting to play, and if he wants to play, you got to let him. I think it is obviously more complicated than that, but I don't think he's getting out there this weekend.
No, and I think Shanahan kind of addressed it too when he said,
after.
It's ultimately the doctors, and like he always says, I'm not a doctor, and he has to go through a bunch of things, whether it's sprinting, cutting, jumping, running, all the things that he'll need to do in the game. If he can show that he's able to do all those things at a certain level, then he'll be good to go. And my sense is that he won't be able to do all that by Saturday, not Sunday.
I got you.
Another
Saturday.
short week coming up. So, and I think Seattle's going to have an 8-day rest advantage because they will have played. Yeah. They'll have played 2 weeks earlier, and the Niners are coming off a 6-day. So that in and of itself is a tough giveaway just in rest disadvantage.
I'm fascinated to see Darnold at home, who has not, and Evan helped me out this morning. He's been to the playoffs once, but he doesn't have a victory in the off,
that one game.
And they are a heavy favorite. Can somehow Saleh and the gang and even the offense, if they get off to a great start, because I was watching the old game. He didn't light the last game 2 weeks ago. He didn't light it on fire, but there's got to be some nerves or something. How's he going to play?
Yeah, like the common thing that you always heard going into the Philly game was you get a lead early, and then the Philly crowd will kind of like turn, and then they'll benefit you. That's not going to happen in Seattle. That crowd is never going to turn on that team. But Sam Darnold throws an interception. Maybe you hit him early. He fumbles the ball, something like that. Like maybe the thing that could turn is Sam Darnold's head, because as you mentioned, what he's been through last postseason, it was a mess. And they played the Rams. The Rams last year in the playoffs, because they barely lost their division on the last week last year with the Vikings, and then they played the Rams. It was actually in Arizona though, because of the wildfires in LA. And they absolutely ran circles around them. And that's a different defense than the Niners have, obviously. But Sam, everyone said he's seeing ghosts again. Man. Maybe something like that happens again. Who knows?
It's possible. I loved what Matt Barrows was saying to you guys about the Philly crowd. Normally they're pounding on the glass and partitions are falling, and this time it wasn't that, partly because the 61-yard Demarcus Robinson, not that was a game changer or a backbreaker.
But they weren't believing, Dibs.
They were not believing.
They gave up on their team, it sounds like.
Yep.
Wow.
That's crazy.
To Grandy's point, like Seattle's not going to do that. Even if they're down 14-0 off the jump, the Seattle 12s are still going to be, absolutely bringing it. And has it been 10 years since they've won a playoff game?
Wow.
Seattle, or a home playoff game maybe? I'd have to check, but I saw a stat like it's been maybe 2016. It's been a long time since they've tasted that sweet playoff nectar.
Mike Tomlin stepping down.
About time.
Kevin Patullo.
Boy.
Kevin
That's 9
Patullo
straight playoff
gone.
games.
Yeah.
Now, what do you make of Tomlin stepping down? Unlike Harbaugh, they own the right, so he can't just go anywhere. So do you really think
what do you mean?
Tomlin, they still have the rights to him if he wanted to go to another team? He didn't get fired. So they got that to where maybe there's a trade if you wanted to hire Tomlin. And that's bothering me. Like, Mike, I thought you might want to go somewhere, but I guess, something's got to be worked out because they still have the rights to him.
Interesting.
For what, one more year, or is it?
I have no idea. I just didn't like that. That wasn't a clean break, or maybe he's tired.
What if they both just agreed to step away and rip up the contract from this point on?
I just kind of figured.
Free agent.
I just kind of figured they went up to him and said, "Mike, you're not coaching our team anymore. We will either fire you or you can say you stepped down."
That's what I thought.
But I guess I'm wrong. Yeah. I don't know.
He signed through next year, and just looking at the internet, apparently he's making about $16.5 million, and he has a no trade clause. So ultimately, if he wants to coach next year, that gets worked out.
All right.
My guess would be he does a year of TV, and then he just bounces back if he wants to get back in it. He's going to be a commodity, and as we know, every year there's between 6 and 10 coaching changes in the NFL, so you just sit back and wait for the next one if that's what you want.
How old is Tomlin now? You know off the top of your head?
I think he's young 50s.
Yeah, he's still got other jobs in him then.
No doubt.
How attractive is Robert
53. He'll be
Saleh
54 in March.
I asked Matt Barrows, you think he's going to be a hot commodity?
Super hot. And I didn't do the full deep dive on this yet, but I will. And Castagne, you've said something about how many chances do you get as a coach to go out there and fail? And I'm doing my Steiny right now, the exasperated Steiny. And I've seen some examples like Lovie Smith got 3 chances to go out and fail. I think Norv Turner as a head coach got multiples. So Saleh's got the 1 strike, and it was a tough pitch being with the Jets. But I don't think that hurts him at all coming off of this year. The only problem is if he does get a job, maybe he takes Clay Kubiak with him.
That's what Matt Barrows said. And
Gus Bradley, maybe.
The quarterback, Mac Jones.
Yeah, I mean, that.
Whoa.
Depending on what
to
you
Atlanta.
could get.
Yeah, to Atlanta.
Mac Jones to Atlanta.
That's what he said.
Yeah. I mean, either way, if you are Kyle Shanahan, and Grandy's got a great way to get into it today as we continue to heap praise on him, when you lose coaches year after year, that's actually a good thing. It shows that you're doing it right. You're having success, and the coaches that you have are doing well.
And they got some draft picks because some of the coaches were minorities.
Right.
Yeah.
And whenever front office people move on, too, you get comp draft picks for that as well. And that's happened all over the place. They haven't always had a ton of success where they've gone, but they continually get poached. And it's like the balance between wanting to run a good franchise, which means you get poached, but not wanting to have to replace guys over and over, and eventually what happens is you're going to make a hire that doesn't work out, which was Nick Sorensen, and that was a disaster. And now you get Robert Saleh back, but what happens next year when Saleh probably moves on?
He was a disaster for Dallas special teams. This was his first year of Sorensen. They're running him out of town.
They fire him? Is he done?
No, but it whispers that he's out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Grandy, if I were to ask you what the win meant for the franchise, the 49ers franchise, big picture, over the Eagles, and then if they were to beat the Seahawks, what would that mean? You know what I mean? Like, what did that win over the Eagles mean in regards to the entire season and kind of where the franchise is?
I think it was just like the sign that this is an organization that can fight through a lot of things not going right that are really out of their control. And I think it's a major, major compliment to Kyle Shanahan and to John Lynch. And people throw around the word culture a lot, but I do think this has something to do with that. And I think I know where you're going, Steiny, because I heard some of your guys' conversation. Is this about it being a special season?
Well, just, how we would define it if now that they've won a playoff game and overcome all these injuries. And what would it mean if they go up to Seattle and win?
I think if they win in Seattle, then I would start being willing to accept that this is a special season. But the win in Philly doesn't make it a special season for me yet. I think just winning one playoff game, despite it being against all odds and against the defending champs on the road, that's not enough for it to be special. Special to me means at least a couple playoff wins and making a conference title game. I don't know of anything before that.
Gibbs, I said if they beat Seattle, they can win the bowl. I'll believe they can win it all.
Well,
if
they'd
you
be
go
halfway
win this
there,
one.
yeah. And honestly, if the Bears are able to beat the Rams, we were talking about this in our impromptu show meeting because you got to have a show meeting every day. And if they go play the Bears, they're probably 3.5-point dogs, maybe 4. You go to LA, you're probably 5.5 or 6. Yeah. And coming out of the AFC, depending on who it is, in your building, you might only be 3-point dogs. So of the 3 games remaining, to me, this is the toughest.
I said this to Steiny, this might be the real Philly, Seattle. You know what I mean? They're together. Their defense just did you in 2 weeks ago. And that's what fascinates me. How are you going to, in a quick fashion, show us that you can go to the lab and, Trent Williams is a start. He wasn't in that game a couple weeks ago. So,
but you're not going to have George Kittle this time.
Yeah. But you had him. You didn't have him when, he went out the game early week 1.
Yeah, you had him 2 weeks ago when you scored 3 points. What I will say, though, Goo, is say they beat Seattle, say they beat the Rams or whoever, and say they win the Super Bowl. That would be the most special postseason run that I think I've ever seen in the NFL.
I'm in that line.
I know we're 3 wins away from that, and it's a very long way away, but you consider saying you got to do it in Philly, in Seattle, and maybe in LA versus the Rams. I think clearly probably the 3 best teams in the NFC, I think all year long.
Exactly.
And then you do it against the Buffalo Bills or the Broncos or the Patriots out of the AFC.
That'll be the easiest part.
Probably. Yeah. But that would be the most improbable, considering what your team has been through, run in postseason history.
It's fascinating because Steiny and I, just with what we do in the words, I can watch Shawshank Redemption say it's the best movie ever. Dibbs can say, you know what, it was all right. And that difference of opinion.
I would never say that.
But it's incredible. But Steiny and I were just having a conversation, Dibbs and Grandin, you tell me what you think. I think the Niners are in the midst of what I deem a magical run, and I believe it started this season with what they had to endure and overcome. And Steiny didn't say I'm wrong, but he wouldn't use the word magical. Do you have a problem calling it a run? And I think that gets validated by beating Philly, whatever they had going on. Nobody expected it. But I think they're on a magical run, right, to be in this spot.
They're on a run. I mean, I wouldn't say it's magical yet. You're one of 8 teams remaining, and you're big-time underdogs at Seattle. I think it's now 7.5. Wow. And so if you pull this one off, and I did the numbers yesterday on teams that are 6-point dogs more on the road in the playoffs, you basically don't win. You don't win those games. You cover, but you usually don't win very often. So that's what they're facing historically, but if you beat Seattle, now we can start talk about maybe possible magic. But right now, the word I would use is impressive. And you went to Philly, and you lost Kittle, and you already didn't have Bosa and Warner. You had 2 guys we've never heard of playing linebacker. who played
Liquor
awesome.
Store 7. It's
Right?
Frank from Atlanta.
Frank was so good with that
great,
yesterday.
yeah.
And yet you beat Philly. And I heard it today, Steiny, from Shanahan in his press conference. There was a certain amount of satisfaction in his voice. Not that he's like ready to call it a season, but he sounded like not giddy, but he was making jokes and talk about I'm going to go brush my teeth and stuff. Actually, I already did that because it's what I do and stuff. And he sounded like
I already did
relaxed and totally at peace with. Hey, it's a short week, but whatever. It's the cards we were dealt. We're going to go out there and give it our all.
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is perfect because do I think the Niners are going to win the Super Bowl? I don't. But if they forget winning the Super Bowl, do I think they're going to get to the Super Bowl? Probably not. But it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. If they beat the Eagles, the Seahawks, and the Rams on the road, then there's nothing to talk about anymore. Then they deserve to be the NFC rep. They can win the Super Bowl, and then we can start talking, or not start, but then magical season is right at your fingertips. And maybe we'll look back if they lose the Super Bowl and say it was a magical season. But I agree with Grandy. There's something about that win that was like, he called it culture. I use the word brand, and it's like. Okay, so Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. So if you look at Pro Football Reference and you look at his stats, it'll say lost wild card, lost division, lost conference finals. And I'll bet if you go back and try to pick out what happened that one year, you'd be like, I'm not really sure. I think this is the kind of year that maybe 5 or 6 years from now, we'll look back at this team, no matter how they finish, assuming they don't win the Super Bowl, and we'll be like, oh, remember, that's the year they got to the playoffs when everybody got hurt and nobody expected anything out of them, and they went into Philly, and it'll be it's just kind of what you expect from franchises like the 49ers or the Steelers or the Patriots back in the day. You know what I mean? You just can't dismiss them because of who they are as a franchise and their head coach, et cetera.
And I think that looking back at this season, if it ends on Saturday or whenever it ends, the words I'm going to use are building blocks because you had all these drafted babies and they've all had to play and they've all gotten better. And your defense, with all the losses, should have been worse than it is. Your quarterback that everybody was criticizing that you're paying him $53 and you're not paying him $53 million yet. That's next year. But it's hard to look at what he's done and not say he's a real one. And what you still have on this team, you're going to have coming back. Kittle, I know, will be out until October or November, who knows. But I look at this team with building blocks. Your coach is amazing. Your quarterback's a real one. And, you went out in an injury-plagued year and you won 12, actually make it 13 now. So you got something to build on no matter what.
No doubt. Oh, go ahead.
No, that's one thing Guru and I were just starting to get into at the end, and maybe we'll save it for tomorrow. Is yes, how much carryover, whether they win or lose against Seattle, it's been a real good season. What kind of carryover, if any, do you expect for next year? Do you say, well, we got this far this year, and now we got all the guys coming back, we should be better? Because it's going to be hard to win 13 games next year, no matter.
But you can say if the bottom falls out, we'll still be afloat. That's how I'm looking at the Niners moving forward. And you got to believe it. Yeah, a tougher schedule's already coming. But the fact that you can still be in this position with everything that's gone wrong, I think that's what Kyle is flexing on the league. I don't think, you know what I'm saying? All this bad luck, I turned into good fortune.
Well, it's interesting because I think this year also gives you a look into maybe what's most important. What are the most important characteristics of a team that Shanahan has to have to be successful? Because you could argue it's not great wide receivers. Definitely not that, because they got right there.
You don't need Mahomes.
Trotting out wide receiver 3s and 4s, the guys that are not wide receiver 1s or 2s at any point in their career. You don't need, the best of the best at quarterback, but you need a guy you trust and that can anticipate and all of that. And Brock's a very good quarterback, not elite, but a very good quarterback. You need that, but you don't need necessarily maybe the best tight end in the NFL. I know, of course, Kittle makes you better, but they won a game in Philly where he got hurt in the first half. They survived him missing more than a month this season, and they won some football games there. They don't need all pros all over the place defensively, but what do they need? I think Shanahan needs a great defensive coordinator, a guy that he trusts, and he needs an all-pro dual threat weapon at running back, which he has currently. But what happens if McCaffrey has an injury plague next year after having 450 touches this year? And what happens if Salah goes somewhere else and they got to do whatever the hell they're going to do at DC? Like, maybe those are just the key pieces that he needs. And those are the two that actually stayed here all year when the injuries happened all other spots. And what if it's reversed next year? I don't know how it's going to look like.
You're going to have to find a way to retool it. And this year, I think, kind of broke the mold on what Shanahan has done. You talk about what does Shanahan need. In every double-digit win regular season, they ranked 3rd in rushing, 7th, and 7th, and 2nd. This year they were 24th.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This year they were 24th.
Wow. So this is the outlier.
The outlier.
Yeah.
Every previous year, like 2019, they go 13-3, 2nd in total rushing yards. They were 7th. They were 7th. They were 3rd 2 years ago when CMC had 1,460 and Mitchell chipped in and the rest. This year you could not run the ball. And we always say, oh, Shanahan's got to be able to run the ball. This year they really couldn't, and they still went 12-5.
But the flex to me with that is we had a caller talk about Brock. Oh, he's a system quarterback. The team's loaded when they had Debo and Ayuk. He didn't have that. I mean, you got the great McCaffrey, and he's great. And where I'm going is how great he is. You didn't have him for much of last year. I'll just say this. How did that go? You guys know crickets.
Yeah.
But you lost everybody else, and you're still in the offs. So it just speaks to how great McCaffrey is.
No doubt. And
like that was a hill Kyle couldn't climb without him last year. Not saying that was the whole sole reason, but he's lost everybody under the sun, even Brock for 8. But McCaffrey,
red zone.
Was over.
Red zone.
Do we still think McCaffrey's kind of more important than, or better, more important than Purdy?
I do. I don't know where you guys are.
I'm starting to wonder.
No shaded Brock.
Tough to say. I just look at certain metrics. One is third down conversions. This year you had McCaffrey. You were first. Last year you didn't, and you probably were middle of the pack. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, what about the totality of the record last year without McCaffrey for 99% of the season? You didn't sniff the offs.
Well, a couple things. One, your rest disadvantage was profound, the worst in maybe 15 or 20 years. You played 5 teams off a bye, and you had rugged opponents and a terrible stack. The big one, though, for me, the red zone. Last year you could not score in the red zone, and what did we see against Philadelphia? You need a touchdown. McCaffrey, out to the left, put my foot in the ground. Now I'm coming back to the right. Purdy, pitch and catch, touchdown, win.
They have 4 red zone opportunities Sunday?
They had 3. I think they went 1 for 3.
Well, they had 3 touchdowns, right?
I think they all 3 touchdowns were in the red zone, wasn't
they were 2 for 3 in the red, in the red area.
Oh, yeah, the Jennings to McCaffrey was not in the red zone.
Right, and the field goal on their second to last possession, they got down to the 18 and kicked the field goal. Both teams 2 for 3 in the red zone, but last year you got in the red zone and it was,
1 for 3.
Right, and then Moody would miss.
Yeah, true. He would miss. 0 for 3, really.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, what do you guys got coming up today?
We've got Stink, Mark Schlereth at 3. And then John Feliciano at 5. And one thing that we're going to throw out, and I'll ask it to you guys here really quick. If you had every person that is on an NFL team's payroll across the entire NFL in
every
a pool,
human being in the NFL.
Talking about players, we're talking about coaches, we're talking about general managers. Hell, you can include owners if you want. But players, coaches, general managers, anybody on an NFL payroll. How far down the list do you have to get until you get to Kyle Shanahan in terms of the most valuable individuals in the NFL? Valuable to a team.
Wow. I mean, that's a big pool.
I mean, but the first guy that, I thought you were going to say, okay, let's have a draft.
Yeah, you can think of it that way. Yeah.
I'd probably...
And you're starting a franchise.
I'd probably take Stafford right now.
Wow.
Just in the playoffs, like where we're at right now, not starting a team. But Shanahan would be... with McVay / Shanahan, right?
Yeah.
But I have a problem with, I love it, and I'm going to be listening.
I thought you were going to go with Juwan Jennings.
It's taking a player
Josh
over, a
Allen's
coach
up
over
there,
the
too.
player. No, that was going to be my answer.
And that's kind of the conversation, because Josh Allen, I think, would be the consensus number one. But I don't know how many other players you get to before you realize the coach, and this coach in particular, is so impactful that you may want to get
Myles
him off the
Garrett,
board.
yeah.
He was up there,
He's up there. But anyways, we'll get into that. Plus, we got Stink coming up.
We'll
at
be
3.
listening.
All right, gents, have a great show and bring it home on 95.7 The Game.
Are they they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that ass again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys, they're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It is Willard and Dibs, but no Willard today. He's at jury duty, unfortunately. Apologies, Willard. Instead, it's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, Dibs. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing better than Willard. I think if you want to power rank things you have to do that are kind of irksome, that might only be ahead of long way to the DMV.
Oh, the DMV is the worst.
That's a tough one. Like jury duty, you're sitting there, and then it's, come on in. What's in the box? Willard's in the box right now, getting voir dired.
I'm gonna knock on all sorts of wood in here. I have never been called in for jury duty.
Wow.
Hopefully it never happens.
Are you registered to vote?
I am.
Okay, that's normally where they get you.
Yeah.
That in the DMV.
Yeah.
But
so hopefully I don't get something in the mail coming up soon, but we'll see.
No doubt. I try to get on juries when I get called into jury duty, but I think they see me as too thirsty, and so.
Why do you try to get on juries?
Just because I feel like I'm a perfect person to weigh in on someone else's fate. I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Shout out Steve Wilkes. I like it.
Usually it's juror number 17. Go home. Settle down. Anyway.
All right. We got a fun show planned for you here. It's Willard and Dibs. Again, Dibs and Grandy with you. We've got Mark Schlereth, the great stink, coming up in 45 minutes at 3 o'clock. We'll talk everything Niners and Seahawks. We'll also pick his brain about what happened over the weekend in Philly, plus some bigger picture questions about the Niners and Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and all that. That's coming up at 3. John Feliciano is at 5 today, former Niner offensive lineman. We'll talk to him about Trent Williams and a whole lot more. That's coming up at 5. We've got Warriors basketball that tips off at 8 tonight, Dibs. 8 o'clock tip, Warriors versus the Blazers. Denny Avdia out for Portland. More on that later. Warriors Live begins at 7 with that late start. Before we get back to the Niners, though, Dibs, I do want to get to our Engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll. Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Before every game, vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on the 95.7 The Game Twitter page, brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. All right, this is something that actually Goo was just talking to us about as we transition between shows. Steve Kerr has committed to the starting lineup of Curry, Moody, Butler, Green, and Post for about a month now. Should the Warriors stick with that lineup or change it? We're asking this because Dibs, Steve was asked about this, I believe, yesterday at practice, and he pointed out that it's actually negative in terms of like the advanced analytics, but he feels good about it still and is planning on sticking with it. But the question we're asking is, should the Warriors stick with that starting lineup? Vote now on Twitter, and we'll share the results later. I would imagine, Dibs, we'll see that same starting 5 tonight.
And the answer from me is yes, and the subtext of my answer is not who cares, as in we're midway through an NBA year, but it's just the starting lineup. It's not like these 5 are going to play all 48. So those 5 usually play between 4 and 6 minutes, I would predict, I would guess, and then new guys here, new guys there. So if you feel comfortable with that 5, go ahead and start them. I don't mind.
Yeah, I want to see a change. I want to see D'Anthony Melton get in the starting lineup, Dibs. So we can talk more about that later. Again, vote on our Twitter poll now, and we will share the results coming up later during the show, and we'll get into that as well during the Warriors game as well. All right, back to the Niners, though, and specifically, Dibs, back to Kyle Shanahan. The question that we threw out to Steiny and Go at the very tail end of the crossover there. Let's just say, Dibs, everyone on the NFL teams, all 30 teams' payroll, was in a pool together. That's players, that's coaches, that's general managers, it's everybody in between. And you had the opportunity to, as Steiny put it, draft up from that group. how far down do you have to get until you draft Kyle Shanahan? And where does Kyle Shanahan rank in terms of the most valuable NFL individuals? A single person in the NFL. How far down the list do you have to get until you get to Kyle Shanahan? 888-957-9570, because I'll give you my rankings in a sec, Dibs, but he is so high up there.
Yeah.
Just off the top of my head, I would say he's probably going to be a top 5 pick. In my opinion, that's how highly I think of Kyle Shanahan.
And I'm just going to say this. I think you're too high.
Wow.
Lucas, go ahead and cut that for later.
Cut that. Thanks.
I think that you get to dominant players before you get to what he is, which is a dominant coach. And I would take Myles Garrett ahead of him. You would take certainly Josh Allen ahead of him. Steiny's Matthew Stafford is interesting. I don't think we're looking at a 5-year build. It's just kind of right now in the moment. So are there other players, other left tackles, other edge rushers, guys who are really impactful in a tangible way? And Kyle Shanahan's awesome. But I think that if you didn't use a high pick on Shanahan, you could get a coach that is comparable to him a little bit later in the draft.
All right. So, obviously, I think everyone's starting with quarterbacks, right? Whoever you think is the best quarterback in the NFL.
I think Joe Burrow and
Josh Allen's number 1 for me.
Me too. Yeah, just what he's able to do with lesser talent on that team, especially in the passing core, and he's such a running threat. One of only 6 quarterbacks this year to have more than 400 yards rushing. So he's just an absolute force in the red zone. But yeah, I'm taking Shanahan among coaches in the top 3 for sure. I think Andy Reid is kind of getting slept on a little bit.
So is it McVay, Shanahan, and Andy Reid?
Yeah,
is that how you?
I probably would go Andy Reid first, just on track record, and then I would go Shanahan over McVay, honestly. And maybe it's just recency bias of what he's done this year with this group. But yeah, I would look at other players before I would think about going to Shanahan.
Okay, what other players would you look at? Because you got the elite of the elite at quarterback, but honestly, there's question marks around a lot of those guys right now other than Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen is the clear, in a way, like number 1 overall pick that you would take in this hypothetical. Again, if you were to draft every single NFL individual, players, coaches, general managers, in order of someone that you want to start your franchise with. And again, it's not necessarily like thinking 10 years down the road. You're trying to think in the here and now, which is why quarterbacks would be so incredibly valuable. But are you taking right now Patrick Mahomes before you take Kyle Shanahan?
He's hurt, but if you took away the injury, probably. And I think just because of what he can do for a lesser team, kind of like we talked about before, I do think you look at, edge rusher guys or pass rushers. Maybe it's Aiden Hutchinson. You think about a guy who's a real game wrecker, or TJ Watt is another guy who can come in and, change a game. The Texans have a couple that you'd have to put your eyes on as far as, players who can just come in and absolutely change games. And so pass rusher, left tackle, quarterback, coach, probably the 4 most important human beings. And GM as well. You'd have to look at some of the general managers and figure out who is doing the best at year in and year out creating good teams.
Yeah, okay, so 888-957-9570. You got a pool of every person in the NFL, everybody that's on an NFL team's payroll. That's players, it's coaches, it's general managers. You can include owners if you want. I don't think there's any single owner out there in the NFL that's more valuable than any quarterback or the best head coaches in the NFL in terms of what they bring to a franchise, the value they bring to a franchise day in and day out. How far down the list do you have to get until you get to Kyle Shanahan? I'm taking Josh Allen, number 1 overall. I think I'm with you. If we're going to ignore the injury of Patrick Mahomes, you're taking Patrick Mahomes as well. I'm going to look past the injury history of Joe Burrow as well, and I'm taking Joe Burrow. That's going to be my top 3 in some order, with specifically Josh Allen, number 1 overall. But beyond that, Dibs, I'm having a really hard time making a case for anybody else ahead of Kyle Shanahan. And maybe that sounds crazy, and you can give me a call, 888-957-9570, and let me know. But other than perhaps that holy trinity of quarterback play, I think Kyle Shanahan is the most valuable person, individual in the NFL. More so than Lamar Jackson, who I'm not completely sold on for the future, more so than a Myles Garrett, who I know you threw out as someone you would take before Kyle Shanahan. And I would take Kyle Shanahan more before I take an Andy Reid or a Sean McVay. I think Kyle Shanahan, Dibs, is the fourth most valuable single individual in the entire NFL world, and he's only behind 3 elite quarterbacks.
That's interesting to put it that way, and that's lofty praise for Shanahan, and he's had a great year, and he's coming off just a maestro performance in Philadelphia. A lot of times when we do this, I think about the differential between the best player at a spot and who's behind him. And for this, that's where Myles Garrett, to me, becomes a guy you have to take very high in this draft, because the edge rusher behind him is good, but not as close to Myles Garrett as McVay or Andy is to Kyle. If you think Kyle's the best, McVay and other coaches now, Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, you've got a lot of good young coaches now in the NFL. DeMeco Ryans doing it differently. He's not the same offensive play caller. Mike Vrabel, who might win his second coach of the year. I think the difference between the best coach and the fifth best coach is closer than it is at quarterback and at edge rusher, for example. So maybe it's a cop-out to look at it that way, but I think when you're looking at most important people, you need a quarterback, you need a left tackle, and you need a pass rusher, and you need a good coach. Certainly, you need all those things.
Okay, let's say the Niners would replace Kyle Shanahan with your run-of-the-mill average coach, but say you had a healthier season at those positions that you're talking about. Say Nick Bosa was healthy. You're talking about an edge rusher. Say, Trent Williams has mostly played this entire year, but he was without any major injuries, as he's basically been so far this season. That's the left tackle that you're talking about. That's the edge rusher that you're talking about. And say Brock Purdy didn't get injured with turf toe. Those three things happen. Purdy stays healthy, Bosa stays healthy, Trent stays healthy, but you replace Kyle Shanahan.
Fred stays healthy too. You might as well throw him in there.
Right. Well, did you point to linebacker as one of the most important positions?
No, you're right. I didn't. But yeah, to your point, like you're going to say, would coach number 10 be able to come in here and do as well as Kyle did?
Do more than what Kyle did with Kyle's roster, which was an incredibly injured roster, versus that average coach getting a healthier roster at those key positions. Who would have done more?
It's close, but like the average coach, I don't know who it is. If we're talking about LaFleur as the average coach, Sean McDermott, I mean, people don't give him the love that maybe he deserves. Hard to find an average coach when 10 guys lost their job, and including Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. So would they do more than Shanahan? Probably not, but they could probably do as well. If you had your quarterback and your edge rusher the whole year, certainly.
I feel like you're disrespecting Kyle Shanahan a little bit. What he did this year.
I'm putting credence on the fact that you had a backup quarterback for 8 games, and you didn't have your edge rusher for 13 games?
Somewhere around there.
It's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
And you couldn't rush the passer all year in large part because of it.
And you won 12 games.
Yep.
Because of Kyle Shanahan. I don't know. It's interesting. 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. How far down the list do you have to get of just NFL individuals in terms of most valuable individuals, players, coaches, general managers, until you get to Kyle Shanahan? For me, he's in my top 5, and I think I'm taking him number 4 after the 3 elite quarterbacks in the NFL. We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. Time for your calls when we come back at 888-957-9570. It's Dibs and Grandy. I'm in for Willard. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Picture this. It's game night, and it is at Chase Center. Instead of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way, cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You can catch up on scores, chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride. And when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
Hola, amigo!
Kiddos, it's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bay Area, it's Steve Kerr. It's game day, Dub Nation. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Get locked in.
Thanks for that, Coach.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm working double duty today.
Oh, wow.
And it's an 8 o'clock tip, which means postgame is probably going to run up until like midnight tonight.
We go around the association.
We go around the association, both pregame and postgame.
That's the thing.
Uh-huh. Got to check on all the scores from around the league.
Absolutely. And a little bit of chit-chat.
Oh, with Tim and Tom, it's the best.
Especially when, it's a win and Tom might crack one open. Or if it's a loss and he might crack one open. Either way, there's going to be some
crack one open.
Yeah, there's going to be some sipping and some chatting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Grandy man is just sitting idly by, and you'll do it from there.
Yes. So it's an 8 o'clock game, which means Warriors Live is until 7. So I got time to scurry over there once we're off the air at 6.
Good. And is there a time where they start, kicking you out and they're sweeping up and they're like, go to the exits?
So it's funny that you ask because sometimes we'll do pre and post games for Warriors from various restaurants in Thrive City.
Yeah.
And I know we'll be out there somewhere on Thursday for the show, kind of similar to that, where they'll host you at one of those spots. And I'm actually going to be doing pregame tonight from Splash at Thrive City. You've been to Splash a number of times. And it was supposed to be that I was going to be there for postgame as well. But because I'm not going to be on the air till 11, which I believe is when they close, there's just no point in having me out there at that point because the game's going to be so late. So I'll be in Chase Center, which means no one's going to kick me out. I can hang out there till 4 a.m. if I really wanted. I'll be fine. I won't, of course.
Right.
But I can be there all night if I really wanted.
And I don't use this phrase often, if ever, but it's a must-win tonight. Portland has owned you. Portland's 3-0 against you.
Steph scored 48 against them, and they still lost. Steph scored 38 against them, and they still lost.
Yeah.
But Denny Avdija is out, Dibs.
Big.
Denny Avdija is out for the Blazers. So we'll see if the Warriors can get a win and wipe the bad taste off their from that Atlanta loss. My God.
Yeah.
I think Willard said it on the crossover yesterday. Willard was pretending, to be the Warriors and said, thank you, 49ers.
Totally.
Because if the Niners did not do that, we would be ripping the Warriors for that performance against the Hawks. There's no doubt. Speaking of the 49ers, though, Dibs, I'm just reacting to this amazing Niners season and, Steiny and Goo arguing over whether it's magical or not, and it's on a path to potentially getting there. I will say, not the season as a whole, but the job Kyle Shanahan this year has done, Dibs, has been magical. And me just thinking about that, and obviously it could take a step towards getting even more magical for Shanahan and potentially a magical run for the team if they win on Saturday versus the Seahawks. But just thinking of everything that the Niners have been through this year, and yet they find themselves in the divisional round of the NFC playoffs after having a chance to be the 1 seed and then winning in Philadelphia versus the defending Super Bowl champions without so many key players. You lose George Kittle in that game as well. And it just struck me this morning, Dibs, as I woke up and was thinking about the show today. How valuable is Kyle Shanahan across the entire NFL? And how we open the show and what we're going to take your calls and texts on, 888-957-9570. How far down the list of NFL individuals, that's coaches, it's players, it's general managers, do you have to go in terms of ranking the most valuable individuals? How far down that list do you have to go until you get to Kyle Shanahan? And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. For me, it's what I view the 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL. That's Josh Allen, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Joe Burrow, and then it's Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, what he's done for the Niners, Dibs, is offer them a cheat code. It is, we're going to be one of the best teams in the NFL, even without one of the elite quarterbacks, without an all-pro at edge rusher, without an all-pro at linebacker, right now without an all-pro at tight end. We're going to do it with a relatively no-name defense. We're going to do it with wide receiver 3s and wide receiver 4s. We're going to do it with a relatively unknown offensive line other than your star Hall of Fame-worthy left tackle. Only thing I need is that left tackle, an all-pro at running back who can catch balls out of the backfield, and a great defensive coordinator. But if you have me, things are going to go smoothly almost no matter what else happens. I think he is a cheat code, and what he's done this season, Dibs, has proven to me that he's way more valuable than almost everybody else in the entire NFL.
Yeah, this season, but I can't get beyond last season when your cheat code coach went 6-11, and you had your starting quarterback get hurt, and you couldn't win. You had your star running back get hurt, and you couldn't win. And by and large, it was a year that was kind of beset by injuries like this one was.
Yeah.
And you went 6-11. Tougher schedule, rest differential. I mentioned it during the crossover. Sure. Bad stack. You had to go to Buffalo and Green Bay. All the rest of it, we can pick and pop on the reasons this year was better and the reasons last year was worse. I think that in the NFL, it still ultimately comes down to your guys. Lucas said it in our meeting, the Jimmies and Joes, as opposed to the X's and O's. The Jimmies and Joes are more important than even the mastermind Kyle Shanahan, because last year he was still as brilliant. I would argue he was as smart last year. Maybe he got a little smarter this year with a little bit more experience, but you didn't have the horses last year, and you went up against teams that you couldn't beat because your backup quarterback wasn't as good. You didn't have Christian McCaffrey, on and on and on. Ricky Pearsall was hurt. Who could have seen that coming? But Shanahan was masterful, and they went 6-11. This year he was masterful, and they went 12-5. So does that move him up the draft board? Sure, because what he did this year is really, really impressive. I'm not taking anything away from him, but still, in the NFL, ultimately, you've got to have the horses, and you also have to have the coaches. And you look at Philadelphia today, they've moved off their offensive coordinator. He hasn't been fired, but it's a classic, we're going to reassign you and demote you and kind of force you to leave, like Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say.
The Sorensen thing where it's like, yeah, you might be our special teams coordinator. You might not be. Just stick around and we'll find a spot for you.
It's like, no, this is insulting. I'm going to leave.
Yes, I'm going to leave and then maybe get running from Dallas as well.
Yeah.
But that's where I will give you some credence to what you're saying, because you need both. You need talented players. Philly has it. You need great coaching. They don't have it. And the Niners have both. And that's why this year has been such a delight and such a surprise, is even when they've lost some of their high talented guys, they've still been able to win. And that is where I give Shanahan the credit that he deserves.
Yeah, and obviously, like last year, you're right. And there's a couple of injury years that you can point to and say, well, if he was able to overcome it this year, why wasn't he able to overcome it in years past? And probably, I mean, one of the answers is, well, this year he decided it's important to go and get a backup quarterback, and that kept them afloat. And he's obviously a big part of Mac Jones' success, but you got to give credit to Mac Jones for that. Now, what is unique about Kyle Shanahan, and where this conversation, I think, you know, would lean in him being more valuable than not, is because he's also a head coach that is essentially acting as the GM as well and has so much control over personnel. So he's basically doing two jobs in one, and he's doing so much more than just calling the offensive plays. I mean, you don't survive a season like this, Dibs, if your head coach is just the offensive genius. And I know he doesn't like to be called that, but that's all he does. Like, everyone points to, and we were just talking about it during the crossover, the culture that they've established here. And they've gone through some weird things, like the Ayuk thing, which they knew about in the summer, by the way, and the public did not know until whenever that was, October or November. But they survived that. There was the mini Juwan Jennings drama early in the season when he was holding out around training camp, and it didn't really impact them in any major, meaningful, negative way. No. Like, this is a head coach who not only is a master at scheming up an offense, that is an offense without a ton of talent right now other than the quarterback and the running back, against more talented defenses, and is doing, frankly, a pretty darn good job at all of that. But this is also a head coach who's in charge of the personnel decisions and in charge of setting the tone for the entire organization and providing an atmosphere and an energy that the rest of the team picks up on and uses and leans on to get through tough moments like this.
Yeah, and I'll even take it a step further beyond that and beyond the field, where you get, after last year, you go 6-11, and Robert Saleh lost his job in New York, and he was a consultant in Green Bay with, mutual friend LaFleur, and then that ends, and, you talk to Saleh, and he says, yeah, Kyle, I'd love to come back, and Kyle says, well, I'm going to give you the first 5 picks and stuff, and you can build this defense. Because I'm sure Saleh looked at it and said, your defense is struggling right now. We need some young bodies. I know just the guys. And Kyle probably said, yeah, I'll give you the first 3 picks. And Saleh said, give me 7. Kyle said 4. He said 6. All right, you get the first 5. And so the fact that you got Gus Bradley in and you've built up Clay Kubiak to now, he's a hot offensive coordinator candidate. He's probably going to get a job somewhere else and become a real OC. I know he's kind of is in name here, but
not really.
Kyle's grooming him to get that next job, and Saleh will get a head coaching job now or next year. And so that, to me, is a part of what Shanahan does. he coaches in a way to where he attracts people like Gus Bradley, a guy who's been in the league a long time, and he might be the new defensive coordinator if Saleh leaves, or he might be someone else's DC. Kyle creates an atmosphere where players can come in, he's a straight shooter, and they're going to do basically what Kyle tells them, and you're going to be able to do that. And the coaches, it's the same thing. Like, I want you to come in and coach this group and, be a guy on our staff. And if you do well and we do well, then you get to move on and I'll find the next guy.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. You got the pool of all NFL individuals, players, coaches, general managers together, and you're drafting those individuals to build your team with. How far down the list do you have to get until you get to Kyle Shanahan? For me, he's fourth behind, in my opinion, the three best quarterbacks in the league: Joe Burrow, or in order, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, and Joe Burrow. And then I'm picking Kyle Shanahan. That's how highly I think of Kyle Shanahan and all of the impact that he has on an NFL team. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Ben is in Oakland and wants to weigh in. What's up, Ben? You're on Willard and Dibbs, but Dibbs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Let's see. I thought we were doing fade the Dibbers, not fade the Shanahan. Dibbs, name me another season where a coach achieved more with less. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's a subjective question. So if I gave you an answer, it would be an opinion. Unlike fade the Dibber, where I went 4-2 last week, and
aren't you paid to give your opinion? Seems like you're running away from the question.
I'm not, but you're asking me to name another season, and I'd have to pick through all of the other injuries. And honestly, right now, they've made it to the final 8. Now, if they go on and win the Super Bowl, yeah, we can start using superlatives about what an amazing season this was. And I do think it's a little short-sighted, Ben, to give all the credit to just Kyle Shanahan when the defensive coordinator upgrade is profound.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Saleh helped a lot, but what we're doing is absolutely amazing, and it's all about belief. And I think a lot of the belief comes from the head coach. And if you look at last year, if Bell doesn't drop that pass, if Moody doesn't miss that kick, it changes the whole psychology of the entire team. So if you're trying to say, well, he wasn't able to do it last year, every year is different. The ball bounces differently every way. 2 or 3 plays last year, and we would have been right in it. Oh, I saw you at Safeway the other day. I run into you all the time. In real life, you're like super nice. Why are you so snarky on air?
Because I'm paid to give my opinion. Ben, I believe that those were your words. So I could just be here in the good dib lollipop, but we're not doing that here. We're going to have edge and opinion, and I get what you're saying.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben, you're not wrong, and I think that the most underrated part of Shanahan's coaching tenure is exactly what Ben was just saying, and it's the effort that the guys give, it's the culture, it's his genuine nature with his players where he's a straight shooter. He's not a BS guy, he's not a rah-rah guy, and his players play for him. And the other thing that I've been mentioning is the coaches want to come here and coach for him. And the Shanahan coaching tree, while they don't always go out and get head coaching jobs and stick and win, although DeMeco Ryans is off to a nice little start there.
Man, that defense.
People want to coach with Shanahan because he lets them do their thing. The story he told about Clay Kubiak saying, and he reiterated it today with the trick play where, he and Clay talk about every single play and he empowers his young assistant to be creative. And as a result, Clay Kubiak is going to go out there and get an offensive coordinator job here.
Yeah, and the point that Ben made is also the point that a few people are making on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and you can join the convo 888-957-9570. Multiple 650 numbers chiming in. Saleh and Shanahan have to come in a package deal, and then I'd consider that duo being a top 10 pick. A different 650 number wrote, don't think they would be where they are without Saleh, and that's absolutely right. And Shanahan hiring Saleh, he doesn't get a ton of credit for that because that was a no-brainer. Absolutely, you go and hire Robert Saleh. But Robert Saleh first got a defensive coordinator job by working under Kyle Shanahan and working his way up. So, there is, of course, some relationship between Shanahan and Saleh that Shanahan deserves some credit for. Wherever Saleh goes, and if he's successful or not, he will be part of the Shanahan tree. him hiring him back for this year was like a no-duh decision. Like, absolutely you do that if you have the opportunity, right, especially after his experiences with Wilkes and Sorensen. But
I mean, Wilkes, they had a good defense. It just didn't, I don't think that they didn't
see eye to eye.
No, they didn't.
And Shanahan, like, this is by no means me saying Shanahan's perfect. Like, I think we probably talked about this on this show and off the air. When they hired Steve Wilkes, it frankly, to me, didn't make a whole lot of sense because Shanahan said priority number one for that DC was to find someone who has run their system and wants to run their system. And Steve Wilkes had never run their system, and it was kind of like putting a square peg into a round hole. Right. So Shanahan has made a lot of mistakes. The caller Ben brought up some of those mistakes. He said, well, if Jake Moody just made a kick, they would have been a whole lot better last year. And that's true, but who drafted Jake Moody?
Exactly.
And who kept him around for as long as he did?
And you drafted Trey Lance, and I don't want to re-adjudicate the draft, but interesting what you say about Saleh. For Shanahan, it is a no-brainer. He's been here. He's been successful here. You know him well. The thing that impresses me is for Saleh, it maybe wasn't a complete no-brainer, but he wanted to be with Shanahan, so the job is offered. He takes the job. That, to me, speaks very well of Shanahan, where not that Saleh had his pick of defensive coordinator jobs, but he was in Green Bay with LaFleur, and he maybe could have shopped around or gone to college and been a head coach, or he has options. He's a good football guy, and yet he had this chance, and it might be just this year, it might be 2 years, who knows, but he jumped at it, and that says a lot about Kyle.
Absolutely, it does. And they probably both, came to the agreement that he'd return as DC, knowing that if he was going to leave and become a head coach again soon, if it wasn't this offseason, it would probably be next. It seems like it's going to be this offseason, although there's quietly a lot of really good candidates out there for a head coach. For a head coach opening right now. There are, of course, a ton of jobs open, so we'll see how it all plays out. I would venture to guess that Saleh is going to get another job, but we shall see. I also think, like, in the NFL, Dibs, there is, and maybe we could ask Mark Schlereth this, and he's coming up in about 10 minutes here on Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you in for Willard. I think the NFL, I don't know, you and I were talking about this off the air, the NFL is a sport and it's a league where I think coaching has the biggest impact. And, of course, a baseball manager can have a big impact. Their gut decisions, those 50-50 calls on should I pinch hit, should I bring this lefty in out of the pen, like those things are all very tangible, easy to tell the difference that a coach makes, a manager makes. For basketball, we blame Steve Kerr for so much. Like, he obviously has a big impact, but I don't think you can feel play in and play out the impact that a good NFL coach can have on a game, on a season, more than in this sport. I feel like the head coaching impact in the NFL is so much more than probably any other sport, at least major North American sport that we watch. It's just
so different. And if you think about an NFL team, Shanahan heading into this game on Saturday, well, you've got to come up with a game plan with Clay Kubiak and your staff. Then you've got to teach that to the players, and they already have run these plays a lot, but you're going to let them know what we're really focused on. You got to check in with special teams and the defense. You got to coach the coaches. You got to make sure with the doctors that the guys who are getting healthy are going to be available. And then by the time you get up there, then you have to go out there and execute a game plan with a 40-second play clock over and over and over, scrutinized to the hilt in every single play. And yeah, like Ben was saying, Ronnie Bell doesn't catch the ball on a wide open throw and you lose. And even in this last game against Philly, and you'll probably know this, but on the punt, did that hit the Niner helmet? When the Niners punt and it bounced off somebody's helmet and then Sky Moore scrambled over and recovered it?
That was weird because none of the Eagles reacted like it was a muff. So I just thought it was off of an eagle.
Yeah, Sky Moore ran after it like he wasn't
scared.
Sure. Yeah,
which I guess if it's 50-50, you might as well go after it.
Right.
Better to be safe than sorry. But.
And the throw from Juwan Jennings, if he airs that out 2 more yards and it's incomplete, the game turns, even though the play call was genius and the spot and everything. So, yes, in football, the coach has so much more of an impact. Basketball, to me, it's almost more about all the time that you don't have the game. Like managing 15 egos and playing, doling out playing time and, trying to deal with a small group and keep them, all kind of tugging on the same rope.
Unified,
In baseball, it's a little bit more like, the spreadsheet and, basically situations and analytics. But at the same time, you also have to, kind of manage guys and make sure that everyone's getting enough playing time and, trying to keep that clubhouse culture alive.
Yeah, like in baseball, feels like of late with the analytics movement, the impact of a manager has significantly decreased within the last 10 or 15 years.
It has,
absolutely feels that way.
As we saw with Gabe Kapler, where if you just go straight by the spreadsheet, you're going to alienate guys. And if you don't have that human touch, then, certain players are not going to feel as comfortable when they're out there just because, oh boy, here comes a lefty and I'm left-handed. So now I got to look over my shoulder because I'm going to get pinch hit for, even though I have 2 hits already.
Yeah, but you're right about an NFL or an NBA coach like Steve Kerr. You ask him how many times he calls a play over the course of in a game. How many times he calls a play? He says we're running this action on this play. It's not all that often. They're kind of just freelancing out there often. Out of a timeout, they'll run an out of bounds, an inbounds play under their basket, and Steve Kerr is very good at that. And if there is free throws, they'll call something and they'll run their split action or whatever it is. But it's been so ingrained in them, they kind of just run that naturally anyway. You're right. The NBA coach's impact, I think, is more felt off the court. But an NFL coach's impact is felt off the field, but then also on every single play that's called. And for Shanahan's case, every single offensive play that's called, because he's the one in charge of that. And if he doesn't find the right moment to call the sky bang reverse pass or whatever it was, then he could have identified that as being an option correctly. He could have practiced it well and inputted it into the system throughout the week leading up to the game. But if he just calls it at the wrong time, all that's for naught. There's so many things that have to go right for the coach to have that positive impact, and that plays a great example of it.
And I think that one thing that we lose sight of in our business and as fans is just how many coaches the Niners have. And if you are Kyle Shanahan and you're open to input, then you get input from a lot of other smart people, and you have the wherewithal to take input and maybe change your mind. And I'm thinking about that second quarter timeout when they're going to go for it on 4th and 2. And maybe they had show of hands who thinks we should kick. I don't even know how that process went, but they used a timeout, decided to kick the field goal, and ultimately that led to a win.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Kyle Shanahan, specifically this year, is having as big of an impact on any team in the league and any person in the league, maybe other than a Josh Allen or the best individual players of this entire season. Kyle Shanahan this year has been as valuable as just about any other individual in the entire NFL, and I don't think you can really argue about that this year, given everything the Niners have been through. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Coming up next, Mark Schlereth. He joins us next. We'll ask him about everything related to Niners and Eagles, plus look ahead to the Seahawks matchup coming up on Saturday. Plus, I think you're going to want to hear what Schlereth has to say about the Shanahan conversation. We'll do that coming up next. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibbs. Dibbs and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. I gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Willard and Dibbs. No Willard today. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you on this Tuesday. And now we head out to the River Islands guest line because we're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast now on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Stink, I imagine this is an easy week for the podcast. So many good football games to talk about. How you doing?
Yeah, it is an easy week. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Awesome.
We're still basking in that epic Niner win over the Eagles in Philly. I mean, let's just start with this thing. How the hell have they pulled this off all season, and how did they pull that off on Sunday?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, you talk about just believing in what you have and who you are, from a play calling standpoint to the players that you've put in place to the backups. I mean, you're on your sixth, seventh linebacker. You're picking up Eric Kendricks off the street, and he's making game-changing plays. There's a bunch of dudes. Every time I look up, there's another dude making a tackle or making a play on the defensive side of the ball, and I got to look it up. Who is this guy? I've never heard of this guy. It's incredible. The coaching staff, what Kyle Shanahan has done on the offensive side of the ball, what Robert Saleh has done defensively, it's absolutely unbelievable to me what they've been able to accomplish. Good for them. I heard, Christian McCaffrey's post-game press conference just about believing in each other and guys fighting for one another. And, a guy like Trent Williams coming off the injury list to play. It's a special group. There's no question about it.
And you look at the two sides of the ball, and it's almost like picking between your favorite children because the defense with the no-namers were hanging tough, and then the offense with the jet sweep reverse pass from Jennings to McCaffrey. That was a Shanahan special. How impressed were you by just that fourth quarter 2-touchdown sequence?
Yeah, I thought it was amazing. Obviously, just pulling out all the stops. And I think the other thing that's really cool, and I was talking about this with on my radio show today, just understanding what you want position by position. And the type of player you want, not only from a physical standpoint, height, speed, weight, and all that stuff, but just from a mentality standpoint, and then being on the same page, having kind of that blueprint, if you will, from a coaching staff that says, "Hey, man, these are the type of players we want." And it kills you that Kittle goes down, but the guys who come in, have a similar body type. I always say it about the linebacking core. Everybody kind of. I know none of them are Fred Warner, but they all kind of resemble Fred Warner, or they have in the way they've drafted guys, developed guys. Al Shire's a Pro Bowler for Houston now. We've got Dre Greenlaw here in Denver. They profile a certain way, and to be able to have that continuity and have that coaching philosophy and stay in tune to that so that your backup players understand exactly what's required of them. I just thought it was an incredible series, an incredible fourth quarter, and an incredible game.
Stink, you were talking about like what McCaffrey said post-game and just in general, the vibes and the belief that this team has held in themselves despite all of the issues they've ran into this year. Is that maybe the front office, and Shanahan, of course, is included in that, is that finding the right kinds of guys? Or is that bringing guys in and teaching them, showing them the ways of Kyle Shanahan and this 49er franchise? Like, does that come from the head coach, or is that more a result of just who the guys are on the roster?
Yeah, I think it comes from the head coach. I think it comes from the philosophical approach of the organization. And I think the thing that you have to understand, you juxtapose Philly versus San Francisco. And I think it's really interesting. I had this conversation with Sean Payton this summer. He said, we had to make some tough decisions on some guys who are good football players but aren't the right guys. And the guys who aren't the right guys, you got to get them out of your locker room. And sometimes it's the clubhouse lawyer guy. Sometimes it's the dude that's just a bad dude. Whatever the case may be, sometimes it's the guy that's just got an attitude that he mopes around. Like that energy level, it just sucks it out of your teammates. One thing I'll tell you just about football in general, there's 53 guys on your roster, right? And 50 of them can be great professionals. But you could have three guys who aren't, that are primary players on your roster, and their gravitational pull to suck people down with them is exponentially greater than the 50 professionals you have on your team. And you have to be aware of that. And you have to be willing to make tough decisions. And you have to be willing to get rid of good football players because they're not the right guys. And Philadelphia, they're not willing to do it. I think San Francisco has been willing to do it. And I think that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and perhaps the whole Ayuk saga has worked out in their favor because he's been a guy who actually hasn't been around. But I want to ask you about two guys who are around. One, Kyle Juszczyk, who kind of took that game over in the fourth, running people over. And, of course, Trent Williams fighting through injury and out there playing as well as ever.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the makeup. And when those guys, when Trent Williams, I think he's 72 years old. When Trent Williams is out there doing that, you're like, man, I got to get in line. And that dude is still a beast. And he's one of my favorite players to watch. I probably told you guys this when I first met him, doing a game of yours 2 years ago in Washington, and I saw him in the lobby. And I was talking to my producer and my director, and in mid-sentence, I just dropped those two and scurried across the lobby to introduce myself to Trent Williams. I just totally fangirled over him because he is such a special player, and I'm such a fan of offensive linemen in general. But that dude is as good as there's ever played. And I respect the heck out of the way he plays, and obviously the guys on the team respect him as well. And yeah, it's probably one of my coolest moments, like one of my biggest fangirl moments in my entire life, and probably one of the most embarrassing moments as well, because the guys still, all my producers, and I'm with a different crew now, different director, different producer, but they still flip me crap about that all the time.
You stop short of an autograph and a selfie, I hope, right?
Yes, but I would have, if he would have gone, hey, you want to take a picture? I'd have gone, yes, I do. It was amazing. But he's an incredible player, man, and I love watching the guy play. Juszczyk is great. Juszczyk is one of those guys that, like when he went initially to the Ravens, like they didn't want to draft him, and a couple of guys on the coaching staff, convinced John Harbaugh to draft him, and he's just become one of the great players, one of the most versatile players in football, and love watching him play the game as well. Those guys I just have nothing but the utmost respect for the way those guys play the game.
Mark Schlereth with us here on Willard and Dibs. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Stink, we hear this a lot about Kyle Shanahan and the other great coaches in the NFL. Like you hear maybe the phrase quarterback whisperer, or you hear, well, you get that guy in that system and that coach will get the most out of those players. What does for us that are not in the know, what does that mean? What does Kyle Shanahan, what does Sean McVay, what do these guys do that others don't? How does Kyle Shanahan consistently get more out of some of these players than when they play elsewhere?
Well, I think one thing that he really understands probably better than most, and his dad was like this as well, is not only the issues that you have, but everybody's issues on the team. And the issues that the defensive players have. So it's not just about reading the progression, it's about reading the defense and knowing who's in conflict and what you're trying to do, and have a great understanding of how it all works together. And I think the really great coaches have this unbelievable ability to not only diagnose things and do game plan things, and to be able to say, hey man, we're going to get into this and they're going to give us this and this is where we're going to go with the football and all that kind of stuff, but really educate people educate their players on football totality. So it's not just about what we're trying to do, but what we're trying to take advantage of, why the defense does this. And so I think your knowledge just increases exponentially when you work with coaches like that, where you get to see the whole picture and it starts to slow the game down for you and you break the huddle. And instead of saying, hey, man, we're going to go after this, you start talking to yourself like, all right, where can I not get beat? Where's my help? What are they trying to do in this front? How does this front tie to the coverage that they always get? And your knowledge of the game just becomes so much deeper. And then you can take advantage of where your help is, where the body presence is, all the different things that you're trying to do as a football player. And I think that's one of the benefits to playing for me. It was for playing for Mike Shanahan and obviously for playing for guys like Kyle or Sean McVay.
Does the same thing this year carry over to Robert Saleh? Because I see a young defense that continues to get better and better. It's bend but don't break. I learned from you and Lone Neal and so many others about complementary football. How important has Saleh been to the way the Niners have played defensively, which is we don't rush you, we don't take it from you, but we just try to hang out there and keep you at bay?
Yeah, I think Saleh, one, the energy with which he coaches. And I think one of the things about him that I just think is phenomenal, man. His guys play exceptionally hard for him. They don't want to let him down. But I think that he takes very complex kind of concepts and boils them down and makes them very simple. And he's had a challenge this year because you can't, cheat your drop spots and you've got to have great leverage. And you haven't had necessarily athletes to get after people from, a pass rushing standpoint with Bosa gone and some of the other players gone. So it has been, let's be on point. Let's make sure we simplify things as much as we can simplify them. And let's just go out there and play fast and let the rest take care of it. I've had this conversation with Saul and with a lot of different people. Man, if all you do in the NFL is tackle well, that's all you do. All we're going to do is tackle well. It's going to be really hard for teams to put a lot of points on you. And if you're just solid and you don't give up, you don't give up leaky yardage on tackles, man, you're going to be able to eventually. Offenses just tend to shoot themselves in the foot, right? You get a procedure penalty, you get a formational penalty, you get a holding call, whatever, and you knock yourself out of field goal range, or you end up having to settle for a field goal. Although in today's NFL, that doesn't seem to be anything anybody's interested in. Is taking
we don't do field goals anymore.
I can't understand the aversion to 3 points. It blows me away, but that's the world we live in right now.
I think obviously we've been talking a lot about Kyle Shanahan today, and one thing that I've been arguing for is I think Kyle Shanahan, not just one of, if not the most valuable coach in the NFL, but just any NFL person, that's player, coach, general manager, Kyle Shanahan is one of the most valuable across the board. Obviously, this is a quarterback-driven league, and the best quarterbacks will always be the most valuable person on an NFL team. But when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and the other best coaches in the NFL, where do they come in on that list of most valuable people? Where do they get, interspersed into the player rankings? Are they more valuable than the best running backs, the best wide receivers, the best edge rushers, some of the quarterbacks? Where is the best coach, the most valuable coach fit into the most valuable player ranking?
Yeah. Yeah. The value of the coach is, it can't be, I don't know how you measure it. Obviously you look at players, and players are the ones that have to go out and execute and put it all together. But the coach putting you in a position of leverage, the coach putting you in a position to win football games, the coach putting you in a position to accentuate, your skill set and mitigate the weaknesses of your skill set. Those guys are so valuable. And Kyle's, obviously one of the best to do it, and he's exceptional at it. And, if you're talking coach of the year, he's got to be, it's got to be a very short list with him and Vrabel. And, I think obviously what they did in Jacksonville was huge as well. But, he's just had a phenomenal impact on the game. And you look at, you just look at the way the league is structured right now and how many football teams run a derivative of what Mike Shanahan kind of introduced in Denver in 1995 and ran that system for so long. And obviously there are tangential branches off of that system, but the root of that system is what we were doing here in the 90s. And it's incredible. It's incredible to see, the LaFleurs and the McVays and the Shanahans and all the guys coming off that tree having that kind of success.
So I was thinking, if I had to put you on the spot and said, all right, like you're drafting all of the individuals in the NFL, you taking Josh Allen. Like I said, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and then I feel comfortable taking Kyle Shanahan. Is that crazy? Would you take Myles Garrett, some of the best defenders, before you would take who you think is the best head coach, or am I somewhere near the right mark?
Yeah, well, no, I think you're close. I mean, I think that it's hard to differentiate because I've played for two of the best that's ever done it. I've played for Joe Gibbs and I played for Mike Shanahan, the two of the head coaches that I played for, and the value of those guys are absolutely incredible. I just remember sitting, getting ready for Super Bowl 32, and Mike putting on, hey man, we're going to get into, strong right formation, strong right slot. And anytime you get in this slot formation, the weak side linebacker kicks out, to kind of gets 2x2 outside to take away the slants. And Leroy Butler comes screaming down there and he makes every tackle in the backfield when we're running 18 handoff strong. And so we're just going to exchange that responsibility. And it happens every time. And he showed us film of them doing this and them getting Leroy Butler getting tackle after tackle after tackle after tackle in the backfield. And it was probably the third or fourth play of the game, maybe third play, whatever it was, second play. We ran 18 handoff strong out of a strong right formation, strong right slot formation. And I'm in the stance next to Zimmerman and I go, here comes. And we scoop the backside of that formation, the backside three technique, and here comes Leroy Butler thinking he's just going to have a freelance, into our backfield, make a tackle, and I hit him in the jaw and rattled his cage. And TD cut back up inside for about 15 yards. And I'll never forget, it happened exactly the way that Mike Shanahan said it would happen. Like I was watching a movie and I was walking back to the huddle with Zim. I go, oh, we're going to gut these sons of guns. Like, we're going to gut them. And sure enough, TD gets the MVP and he missed a quarter and still had the MVP with 158 yards rushing and three touchdowns. So it's stuff like that. The value of something like that is incredible. Speaking of value, man, I also played for Joe Bugle, legendary offensive line coach, Jim Hannafin, legendary offensive line coach, and the godfather of the zone running scheme, Alex Gibbs, legendary offensive line coach. So, I know how fortunate I was to have those coaches in my life and the value they gave to me.
Great story, and Leroy Butler, I'm sure, was stunned that you were in a spot where no one ever had been prior to that. And you had me thinking about this game coming up on Saturday, where Mike McDonald has had Kyle Shanahan's number, just held him to 3 points a couple of weeks ago. What does Kyle Shanahan have to do to try to get this offense moving a little bit in a hostile environment?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And I think one of the things about Seattle and their defense in general is I kind of look at them and, just going back to my playing days, man, if you have one guy that's a really good defensive lineman, kind of a war daddy, we can take him out of the game plan and all that kind of stuff. When you got four guys that can flat get after it, right? When you've got a rotation on defense, you can keep them fresh. That's a really tough thing. You get Trent Williams back in this game. You didn't have him in the last game. That'll make a huge difference on the edge because the edge is what killed you guys last time around. And then, I think one of the things that I kept looking at back to that game as I remember and recall is how much upfield pressure you're getting off the edge. And can you have a counter in the run game to attack that, where we let guys get up the field, whether that's some type of wham blocking, whether that's some type of counter blocking, where we let those guys get up the field on us and we trap them and create a space out there. So it'll be really interesting. I know Kyle will have a great plan and he'll have players back that he did in that Week 18 matchup. But they got to keep pretty clean, no question about it. And they got to run the ball better than they ran the ball in that Week 18 matchup.
Stink, one more from me. The Seahawks will now play the Niners in consecutive games. Of course, they had the bye. It happened 10 days ago. Is there any edge? Maybe it's psychological. Is there any edge to having just played this matchup and being the losing team? Is it easier to adjust, to know what you need to do differently, as opposed to if you're Seattle, it just went so well for you? Is there any edge to being the team that just lost the recent matchup in a rematch?
Yeah, that game was for the NFC West crown, right? That was for the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So, it's not like you were holding anything back. And, the edge is you're going to have a couple of, you lose Kittle. Did Kittle play in that Week 18 game? I don't remember him playing. I remember Tonjes making a lot of catches, but yeah, I know Williams didn't play. I know Trent didn't play. It'll just be interesting. I think part of it's the challenge, man. You put that film on. Here's the one psychological advantage. Like, every guy in a locker room is kind of a type A competitor, right? And you put that film on, and you don't have to say anything. You got your ass kicked. That was a physical drubbing, and that 13-3 score wasn't nearly as close as that score would indicate. Man, that was an ass whipping. And so, listen, man, I've been on the receiving end of a few of those, right? It reminds me back in 1998, we had lost a game to the Giants after going 13-3 with the Broncos. And then we went into Miami and got whipped by Miami. And that it was painful. Like, it was a whipping. And I remember them showing up here on playoff Sunday in the divisional round, I think it was. And they had beaten us in Miami, and we opened a can on them to the tune of 38-3. And it was one of those things where you just have to take that whipping. You have to watch that film and be disgusted with yourself and the way you guys played. And I think the one thing is oftentimes the other team that puts the physical whip on and gets a little confidence in that they can do it again. And that always doesn't play well or doesn't bode well for that team. So getting whipped sometimes is one of the best things that can happen to you, because as I always say, I've never learned anything about myself in the good times because I was too busy patting myself on the back. It's during the bad times when I learned that, what I was made of, so to speak. So that could be an advantage for San Francisco.
Interesting.
Great stories
Stink,
today.
We appreciate it. Oh, we might have just lost Stink anyway, but that's all right. We were about to wrap up with Stink anyway. Oh, got you back, Stink.
Yeah.
We appreciate
Thanks,
your time,
Mark.
Stink. Thank you so much.
Great
You guys got to take care.
All right, there goes Mark Schlereth. That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark is the host of the Odyssey original, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Remember to listen to the Stinkin' Truth podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Great conversation, Dibs. That's just a football encyclopedia right there. The stories that he was telling about his playing days.
Great stories, and that's a good example of, you get whipped, and the Niners did get whipped, put the score aside, and they did come back and open up a can on Dan Marino, 38-3. That was in Denver, though. This is on the road, a little bit tougher.
Little bit different. There's no doubt about that. We're sponsored by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. We'll react to Stink. I think he gave me a lot of ammo there, Dibs. There's so many ways a head coach has impact on a team. He said I wasn't that far off, saying Shanahan the fourth most important individual.
You weren't that far off, but you were far off.
No,
not Schlereth.
He wouldn't give me a number, but...
we could have name dropped and we would have gotten up to about 12 or 13.
Okay.
And plus, you
tell me it would have taken too long.
He played for Mike Shanahan. Of course, he's going to lean Shanahan. But you're not totally wrong.
He's biased, is what you're saying?
He also said that players make plays. Coaches coach to put players in position to make plays.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We'll talk about it when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi.
Charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson. Your life is worth the fight.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. 95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry nonstop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour nonstop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Getting whipped sometimes is one of the best things that can happen to you because, as I always say, I've never learned anything about myself in the good times because I was too busy patting myself on the back. It's during the bad times when I learned that, what I was made of, so to speak. So that could be an advantage for San Francisco.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a fantastic question. It really is. It's the first time I've been asked it this way.
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, welcome back. It's Willard and Dibbs. No Willard. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. Unfortunately, we didn't get any great questions from Mark Schlereth today. I thought we asked some good questions, though.
We did, and he told a couple of great stories. If you didn't catch it, it may appear on the best of, because we'll have best of tonight.
We will have best of tonight.
With the 7 o'clock Warriors Live. So
yeah.
That thing might appear, although the station does so much great stuff every day. It's hard for you, I'm sure, to pick and choose.
Baldy today.
Yeah.
That'll probably be featured, would be my guess, although I don't know. I'm not running it today. I don't have the inside info. It's the guy behind the glass today, Lucas. So
all right.
We'll see what he chooses.
Knowing Lucas, it won't be anything from us because he holds a grudge against you and me. So
yeah,
there's
both
that.
of us.
So.
He likes Willard. He doesn't like us.
Right. Team Willard, no doubt.
By the way, Willard at jury duty, which is why he's not here today. He'll be back tomorrow, so I'm filling in. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. I'm glad the guys played, though, that cut from Mark Schlereth, because it's the last thing we asked him, if there's any advantage to playing the team that you're playing again so recently in the past, and you coming out on the losing side of it. Obviously, you want to win, and you wanted to be the 1 seed. That's not what the point of the question was. The point was, do you have any kind of advantage going into a recent rematch, given that you got absolutely run off your own home field in the first matchup, the second matchup of the season, but the first one in recent memory? And he said, well, maybe there's a little bit of extra motivation. Maybe you're able to learn a little bit more about yourself and what you did wrong, what you need to do going forward, because when you get whipped, that's where your mind goes. When you're winning, you're patting yourself on the back and you're not even thinking about what you can do better. And I know it was only a 10-point game, Dibbs, 13-3 in Week 18. That qualifies, though, as a whooping. It was not close.
First downs, 23 for Seattle, 9 for the Niners. You had 9 first downs. You were 2 of 9 on third down. They outgained you by almost 200 total yards.
Oh, man.
Time of possession, 38 minutes to 22. So you didn't have the ball, and when you did, it was a lot of 3 and outs. When they had the ball, they ran it, and I'm looking at my game notes here, and it was a whole lot of running, a lot of Charbonnet and Walker and Charbonnet. And, the defense was bend but don't break. Seattle missed 2 field goals and went for it on a 4th down. And I'm with Mark when it comes to field goals. When did we stop enjoying 3 points? And the opening drive, 4th and 4 at the 4, and Darnold goes to Cooper Kupp, and Upton Stout was there for a pass breakup, turnover on downs. Niners, of course, went 3 and out with a punt.
It didn't matter.
And Wallow actually appearing with a face mask on that special teams play.
Oh.
Before we actually
didn't
fell
know
in
who
love
you
with
were.
Wallow, right? We hated him then, we love him now. But that was the game where Niners go 3 and out, and then you went for it on 4th yourself. You didn't get it. You finally got a field goal at the end of the half. You never led. You never got into much of an offensive rhythm. And, yeah, you kind of got whipped. Seattle did everything they wanted on the ground.
Yeah, you gave up that Charbonnet big touchdown run in the first quarter, and then it was field goals the rest of the way. But that first touchdown was enough because you only scored 3 points. Of course, you had the interception on the doorstep of the goal line where the ball got tipped at the line towards McCaffrey. He bobbles it and kind of shovels it to his defender who picked it off, and that was kind of the end of it for the Niners. It's hard because on one hand you say, well, you got thoroughly outplayed and so thoroughly outplayed that you felt you should have lost by 20 or more. But on the flip side, Dibs, you say, well, we got so thoroughly outplayed it would be hard for us to play worse, and yet we still only lost by 10 points. If we just play better, this is a game that we can absolutely win. I would imagine that's what the Niners are thinking, that they're going to have to come and play a whole lot better to hold up their end of the bargain. But it's not as if Seattle played a perfect football game either. They did a lot of things well, but in those big moments, still, Dibs, specifically offensively, they didn't play good either in those big moments.
They didn't, and even when they got the ball back for their second possession of the second half, third quarter, Darnold with a fumble, that ball is just bouncing around there on the old Levi's grass, and your Turgos Matos has a chance at it, doesn't get it, Seattle keeps it, and ultimately they'd cash it in with a 31-yard field goal after Walker runs for 19, JSN gets 19, Charbonnet gets a dozen. So there were too many plays where they were able to run it and get between 7 and 12, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is going to be a problem on Saturday because you don't rush the passer, and he's a tough cover. He's a great route runner, so you're going to have to find a way to get them into third and uncomfortable, and it's going to be as much of a Robert Saleh game as it is a Shanahan game as far as timing up your blitzes and mixing up the coverages, so maybe Sam Darnold does see ghosts a little bit.
Let me ask you this. I know this game was recent. It was just, 10 days ago? It hasn't been long at all. It was Week 18. You're now in the second week of the postseason, and it will be exactly 2 weeks from the day because this game in Week 18 was a Saturday game, and the Niners are playing in Seattle on Saturday for the divisional round. So it will be exactly 2 weeks between games. Do you think the Niners' defense, we probably feel more confident in them now than we did going into that game? Because you remember where you were going into that the second Seattle game, the Week 18 game. The Niners had just given up 38 points to Chicago. Old man Phillip Rivers scored 27 on them, and then they hold Seattle to 13, and kind of a fake 13. They certainly deserve to score a whole lot more than that. But then you only give up 19 points to Philadelphia, despite being down everybody on your defense. And as Mark Schlereth told us, your 6th and 7th linebackers are the guys that were playing in that game. Do you feel like, though, what we've seen from the defense the last couple of games makes you feel better about the defensive personnel and the defensive ability to maybe limit the Seahawks a little bit as opposed to what you felt going into that Week 18 game?
You feel better because you came out and you played much better against Philly, and I think the number was 18 missed tackles against Seattle.
Wow.
And Mark Schlereth just said that if you could teach your defense to do one thing, it would be tackling, because even if you're not schematically in the perfect spot, or if you're not able to really be a shutdown D by personnel, if you can just tackle, and if you think about the Seattle game, Seattle, I don't think they missed more than 1 or 2 tackles. So
probably not.
Even when you got plays, and I'm looking at the Kittle screen where he lost 6 yards, they just rolled up and got him on the ground right away, and McCaffrey couldn't get rolling. So they tackled, you didn't. But against Philadelphia, the Niners were mostly really good on the run defense and tackling. So I feel better about that part of it. The one thing that has me a little bit concerned is, for one, the rest advantage that they have, and the other one, the crowd, obviously, and whether or not the Niners can just establish something, because Seattle's defense is really good at all 3 levels. They get after you. They don't have to blitz you. They don't blitz very often. So it's going to be tough for this offense to really get a lot going.
I was thinking about the Seattle defense when watching the Texans last night. Texans and Steelers, it was a defensive affair until the very end of the game when the Texans started pouring points on, although some of those was because of their defense. They are the 2 best defenses in the NFL. I think most people would say that. Most people would probably say the Texans number 1 and then the Seahawks number 2. That's not the point. The point is I feel like they get there in different ways. Like Seattle, of course, they have so much talent, and they got dudes at all 3 levels, and they're really difficult to plan for, and they can at times just physically dominate you. But it feels like the Seahawks, Dibs, are a defense that relies more on just the prowess of their play caller, Mike McDonald, who is kind of like the opposite of Shanahan. Shanahan's the offensive genius, and Mike McDonald might be the defensive genius, the preeminent defensive genius in the NFL, and he just puts them in great spots. He plans very well. He develops game plans very well. While the Texans, no knock on D'Amico because he's a defensive guy as well, but the Texans They just line it up and they say, all right, our 11 will dominate your 11 every single time we play. We're just going, Daniil Hunter will beat all of your offensive linemen, and Will Anderson will beat all of your offensive linemen. And we've got all these great DBs with Petrie and Lassiter and all these other dudes. We're just going to dominate you on all three phases. I don't know which defense I'd rather play. The one that's just so physically dominating, they don't need to rely on elite scheme, or the team that has a lot of really good talent and also has an elite scheme, because that's what the Seahawks have. It might honestly be more difficult because you have a game planner in Mike McDonald who can tailor what their defense needs to do to any individual offense that they're going against.
Right, in this offense in particular, because when he was with Baltimore on that famous Christmas night game, he basically took Brock Purdy and he put him on the bench.
He ended his MVP campaign.
And he ended his night. As you remember, he got pulled from that game after his 4th interception.
So did Darnold play in that game? He come in?
I thought it was the year before Darnold. It was, no, but that have been, it was Darnold.
Yeah, 2 years ago, right?
And he must have thrown the 5th pick because I believe they threw 5 interceptions in that game. And then McDonald this year has been really dominant scheme-wise against this Niner offense. So it's not so much that he knows Kyle's secrets, but when you play a team this often and you see the trends of an offense, you feel like you have somewhat of an advantage. And defensively, they are the number 5 ranked red zone defense as well. The Niners have been great in the red zone. This is a good red zone defense.
Absolutely. And by the way, it was Sam Darnold who came in and threw the 5th Niner interception. Brock was 18 for 32, 255, no touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Woo. And then Sam Darnold, 8 for 14, 81 yards, a touchdown, but an interception as well for Sam Darnold in that 33-19 Ravens win.
And that's
on Christmas.
That's rough, and I would imagine that this game Saturday will likely mirror the first two, which was 17-13 and then 14-3, low scoring affairs. Yeah. And honestly, the one thing you feel pretty good about going into it is Seattle has a red zone offense. They're ranked number 22, and I think part of that is Sam Darnold. And so if you can be that bend but don't break, if you can force field goals and not touchdowns, stay in this ball game, give Brock and company a chance in the fourth quarter, which coming off of what he just did, 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
And he's really good in the postseason in the fourth quarter from behind for whatever reason. Because it's not the case in the regular season, believe it or not. But in the postseason, he's amazing at it. Yeah,
not so much. And they haven't trailed to where you can come back a lot this year. Yeah. Like they were getting motorboated against Houston, and they were pretty far behind against the Rams the second time. So this, though, set up in Philly where opening play of the fourth, trick play touchdown, you trailed again, march them down, touchdown, you win.
Great game, and great fourth quarter performance. 888-957-9570. We're reminiscing on that blowout loss. It didn't final score not a blowout, 13-3, but it felt like a blowout in favor of the Seahawks. Week 18, they claimed the 1 seed. They claimed the NFC West. Now the Niners, they get their rematch. Let's go out to Dave in the city who wants to talk about the conversation as well. Dave, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Hey, good morning. Good afternoon, fellas. I just want to bring in the fact that I feel a lot more comfortable headed into this matchup because of the guys that weren't on this roster 2 weeks ago, which is going to be Kendricks and Wallow. These are veteran guys, and I just take a look at the last game. They were able to, get some 3 and outs, and we just didn't have that with Seattle. I felt like they drained so much clock because they were able to sustain a lot of drives, I should say. But I just feel like Kendricks, and if somehow Warner plays, I feel like we're going to be keeping a lot of plays in front of us, and we won't look as lost because Bethune and Winters, they fly around, but the nuances, I feel like those younger guys don't see the field as well as the veterans and just making those simple plays. What do you guys think?
Appreciate the call, Dave. 888-957-9570. I think there's something to that.
In a very small sample size.
Very small sample. Kendricks, he's a veteran. I think he's, 11 years in the league. Like, he's been around for a while. And there's no denying that at his best, was a really good linebacker in the NFL. He's not that guy anymore because your lifespan is not very long in the NFL. So that's the case there. This Garrett Wallow guy that we don't really know that much about, we're learning more every single day, has kind of taken us all by surprise and was pretty good, I felt, against Philadelphia. I do think maybe there's a little bit, Dibbs, of D. Winters was a starter all season, and he was expected to be the number 2 alongside Fred Warner and All-Pro, and that's a so much of an easier job to do than be maybe the leader of a unit. And I know he never wore the green dot, and the green dot is the guy that's in charge of, giving the play call out to the rest of the defense, is what Fred does. It's what Tatum Bethune did when he was playing and when he was healthy. But when D. Winters kind of has to be the number 1 guy in that unit, frankly, Dibs, he's really struggled. He has not been that good, in my opinion. And maybe there is a world, Dibs, where D. Winters not playing and turning to Eric Kendricks at least makes that unit feel a little bit better or more reliable. You're going to get lost less often when it's Kendricks versus D. Winters, or maybe even Wallow versus D. Winters. There might be a little bit there, Dibs, where that loss might not actually turn out to be a loss for the defense in terms of your productivity.
As far as consistent play, maybe, but I think that D. Winters has an ability to make the big play. And,
True.
Like the caller was saying, to be able to fly around and make a big play, but that might get you out of your gap assignment, and that may give way to a big play. And we saw that against Philadelphia this last weekend, where Diamond Lenore bust inside and he gave up containment, and Barkley was able to scoot around the outside for 20 plus on the ground early in the game. So much of the Robert Saleh scheme without Bosa and Warner is bend but don't break, do your job, make them earn it. And that's where, even in the last matchup with Seattle, they had to earn it. And, they only were able to march it down there and score a couple of times because you held them out and you made them go 9 and 10 plays at a time in order to score.
Yeah, I forget who was it that told you guys. Maybe it was last week, and Schlereth didn't really say this exactly, although I think it's what he was getting at. And if you missed our conversation with Stink, you can find it wherever you get your podcast, including on the free Odyssey app. Just search Willard and Dibs, and it'll be there. But what Schlereth was saying, which is what you brought up earlier, Dibs, is if you just are a good tackling team, if you are just not missing tackles, you're going to be like an above-average defense. Because you just don't get beat on individual tackles. You first guy that hits a guy is going to bring him down. You're going to be pretty darn good. And what the Niners do oftentimes, Dibs, is they're maybe content giving up the underneath stuff, and they'll give up 4 yards here, they'll give up 5 yards there, but they're going to try their best to not get beat deep and not let anyone get behind their defense. And what they're going to force the offense to do, the opposing offense to do, is execute over the course of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 plays. And if you execute, all right, congrats, you're probably going to score, because they're content giving up some of the smaller stuff. And if you have an elite defense, you can obviously take away some of that stuff as well. But given what their personnel is, they've decided our best strategy is, all right, if you want these 4 yards, take it. But if you're going to get greedy and you're going to try to force something over the top, we're not going to let that happen. And as a result, you're just kind of praying that the offense will make a mistake here or there, maybe get into a 3rd and 7, and you'll get a stop on that 3rd and 7, and that's the end of the drive. If you're going to score on them, Dibs, it's going to take a consistently well-executed attack by an offense, and there are, of course, offenses that can do that. But as we saw when Seattle came to town just a couple of weeks ago, if you have a mistake on any of those drives, you got to put yourself behind the chains, and your gigantic advantage in terms of yards gained only turns into a 10-point advantage on the scoreboard.
And the more you can keep Sam Darnold out there, especially in throwing situations, the greater chance you have that he's going to give you one. And Darnold is a guy who will turn it over. He had the fumble that you couldn't quite get to in the last matchup, and he's going to make at least a throw or two that are gettable, the up for grabs. And if you can get that takeaway, which you haven't done very well this year as a defense, I'm looking at their turnover percentage defensively, and the 49ers are kind of in the middle, toward the bottom in, percentage of drives that end with you turning the other team over.
Yeah.
The Jets, by the way, 1.6%, but not only last
0 interceptions,
1.6% of drives they got to take away.
What's second to last?
5.3.
Oh my God.
And the Niners are at 8.4, which puts them in, 10th from the bottom. And the scary one is Seattle they're like number 5 in turnover percentage, and they're number 2 in percentage of drives that they allow a score. So they turn you over and they don't allow you to score. They're second only to Houston in that category of
defenses,
percentages of, but the Niners are 13th. So they don't give up a ton of scores on drives. Bend but don't break. maybe you force the team to go for a fourth down and they don't get it, or maybe they miss a field goal. Feels like they've had a lot of missed field goals against them.
They have. That has also flipped from last year. Not only has their special teams been better at executing with their kicking units and all that, but they've also, the luck factor has flipped, because last year no one missed field goals against them. This year a lot of teams are missing field goals against them.
I just found the number. Field goal percentage against.
That's a great stat.
They're tied for first.
With who?
Houston.
Wow.
66.7%. Kickers went 22 for 33 against the Niners.
Then there's obviously some, like, you get a block here, like good play here and there, but in general, that's just a luck number.
Yeah, I think so. It's luck mixed with some conditions, mixed with, like you're saying, special teams.
And forcing field goals, obviously, like the more field goals you force, well, that's a percentage in terms of field goals missed.
And they forced a medium amount. I mean, 33 is kind of right in the middle. And yeah, the 66.7 percentage is crazy.
Wow. But like all those little things, you feel like, I kind of felt this way about Philly, but they proved me wrong, because I thought you turned the ball over twice, right? You have a bad special teams day, all things considered, not a terrible day, but not a good day. You're probably going to lose that game. So I was just going to say the same thing here. Like, those small things kind of have to go your way. They proved me wrong in Philly, but Seattle's better than Philly. It's probably the case this week, Dibs, is if you turn the ball over like that, if you miss a field goal, if you miss an extra point, like, there's probably little way that you can win that football game if you do those sorts of things.
It's tough against Seattle, where great defense, they turn you over and they don't really let you score. So when you get a scoring opportunity, you've got to cash it in. You can't afford to leave 3 out there. And so, you're looking at, I think, a 24-point total should be enough to get it done. One interesting note about the field goals against, Willard and I had a bet with Steiny and Guru that the Chiefs would not make the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
The Chiefs, their opponents missed 1 field goal all year.
Wow.
31 for 32, 97%.
That's mostly luck. Again,
especially in Kansas City, where the field is not exactly conducive to a lot of kicking.
True. And they deserved it after last year. I don't know if you have last year's numbers, if you could find them. I would imagine opponents missed a lot of kicks against them last year, and they probably made all of theirs, just about.
Yeah, it's funny, because those are the little things. Like turnovers, it's such a variant, right, from year to year. And, I mean, kicking might be the same. Just quick glance at last year, and they were 77% against.
Yeah.
Bottom 5.
Big difference.
Yeah, that's a lot of 3-pointers that didn't go your way this year.
Interesting. That is an interesting number. That's basically luck. And the Niners, they've been luckier this year, there's no doubt, but they've also taken advantage of that luck. Okay, we got to take a quick break. Chris and Tony, we will get to you when we come back. If you hang out, we will get to you right when we return. Breaking down this Niner and Seahawks battle. They just played about 10 days ago. It was a dominant win for the Seahawks, although not on the scoreboard. But might you feel a little bit better about the Niners' defensive personnel going into this game? Baldy was asked that on the Morning Roast. We'll let you hear what he had to say as well. Plus, the Warriors host the Blazers at 8 tonight, which means Warriors Live with me begins at 7, presented by Xfinity. Watch your favorite home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley here. And as a homeowner, what you want is comfort, efficiency, and style. Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes upgrading your home simple, even enjoyable, without all that guesswork. They've got over 70 years of experience, and Golden State can streamline your project from start to finish. Their extensive inventory and vendor list means you'll find options to fit any budget. And best of all, they work directly with contractors and professional builders, saving you valuable time and effort. Aside from competitive pricing on window solutions, Golden State showrooms feature innovative interior doors, including True Style, which blends modern technology with the old world craftsmanship. Get inspired by the many possibilities, as I have, when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on products for windows and doors. You look for the showroom near you, and you take a virtual tour. Then talk with your contractor about your ideas and make an appointment from the website. Serving the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, they succeed.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there. Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. Willard will be back tomorrow, and he'd never miss Greg Cosell.
No.
You don't got to worry about that.
Can't do it.
Cosell's tomorrow, right?
That's right, yeah.
So he'll be back for Greg Cosell.
One last look at Philly, and we turn the page to always the next game. And what's cool is there is a next game for the Niners.
At least one more.
Yep.
Another division game. You might be looking at 2 more division games if you win this one. Oh, in addition to this one, you got 1 more, but 2 more total potentially.
That would be great. And then, a matchup maybe with Buffalo. You try to end your drought, and Buffalo tries to get their first
That would be
ever.
quite the storyline.
That would be. And we'll get into all the storylines next week when you have just 4 teams remaining. But already there's some interesting ones like in each of these 4 games coming up over the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, I think there's a little bit of trash talk beginning for the Niners and the Seahawks, which we will get into coming up. But as promised, let's go out to the phones. 888-957-9570. Dibs and I were just breaking down this Niners-Seahawks matchup. The second time in 2 weeks these 2 teams will match up. It'll be consecutive games for the Seahawks against the Niners as they had the bye. The Niners, of course, played the Eagles in between. We'll see how that impacts this one. But up first is Chris, who's in the Height. What's up, Chris? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Great takes today. I'm going to sound a little bit like Captain Obvious, but I think the Niners have got to be able to run the football. I think to have a good shot at sustaining some drives, and you can't get into these really long third downs. Have that pass rush barreling down on you. I think so before Week 18, without Trent after the bye, the Niners actually averaged, it was 161 rushing yards weeks 15 through 17. They had 137 versus Tennessee, 145 versus Indy, and then they had 200 versus Chicago. So I think if they can get something going, maybe peel off 4 yards a carry, end up with 100, maybe 105, 110 yards, it's really going to open up the offense and then really let them have some success. So that's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Chris. And I mean, maybe that is Captain Obvious, but you're absolutely dead right. They have to run the ball. And what's crazy is against Seattle 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, per carry, it actually wasn't that bad. More than 4 per carry. It's just they ran the ball, 10 total times?
12 for 53.
12 total times.
Yeah.
And that's a recipe for disaster against Seattle because with their pass rush, they will get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Niners could not protect Purdy in that game. They were down Trent Williams, which is a factor, of course. But if you're able to run the ball, as we're talking about, you stay out of 3rd and longs, and you limit the number of times that Brock has to drop back to pass when the Seahawks know he's dropping back to pass. That makes everything so much easier.
And you protect your defense. And I think that's the most important piece of this, where you can't have your defense play 36, 37 minutes. They're not built for that. And I ran the numbers. When Kittle plays the full game, they average 3.9 per carry. When Kittle doesn't play, 2.99 per carry.
So a yard difference.
A yard difference per carry.
That's pretty big.
And it's a little bit skewed because with Kittle, you did face Cleveland, a good D, 33 carries for 91, not great. You faced Houston, 10 carries for 48 with Kittle.
Wow.
But the Rams, without, 33 for 74. With Kittle, you wound up going 21 for 74. So, again, better average, 74 yards each time and 12 fewer carries. But you won't have Kittle. Tonja's not as good of a blocker. Farrell is a good blocker, so this becomes a Shanny special. How are you going to design it so you have a little bit of confusion? Because if it's just Tonjas, the defense is going to probably feast against the run, and if it's just Farrell, they're going to feast against the pass.
Exactly. You become a little bit predictable based on who's on the field.
Yes.
And that's like Kittle's superpower, is when he's on the field, he helps you do both things.
Yeah.
So the defense doesn't have a read. The offense doesn't have a tell in those personnel decisions.
And McCaffrey, too, and Juice.
Exactly.
And that's where
what made Debo so good,
too. Exactly. Your offense was, 5 eligibles. You never knew what was coming based on the huddle. And now, if you see that it's Farrell and Juszczyk in there with McCaffrey, you're kind of smelling a run.
How many catches does Farrell have this year? Is it 4? Let's see.
That's a good guess. I'm going to put the over on 4 catches for Luke Farrell.
Oh, that's postseason. I don't want just postseason
He's
numbers.
got 11. How dare you?
11. Okay.
And a couple of tuds.
Oh, that's right.
More
I forgot he had a
touchdowns
couple
than
of
Ricky
touchdowns.
Purcell. More touchdowns than Purcell.
Pearsall still stuck on 0 touchdowns.
Yep. Demarcus Robinson has the 1, and that doesn't include the postseason, so now he has 2, but there you have it.
But still, I mean, 11 catches in the course of 17 games that he played in the regular season, and plus the postseason game. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. You can kind of, if you're the Seahawks, decide what you're going to do defensively based on who's on the field at tight end for the Niners. Let's go out to Tony in Santa Clara who wants to join the conversation. What's up, Tony? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy today. How you doing?
Hey, nice to hear from you, Grandy.
Thanks, man.
It's a nice day. It's a little warmer, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yep.
Feels good.
My thoughts are that, like, lately I've been, I take my kid to school every morning and then I pick him up, and all I hear is people bashing Shanahan, bashing Lynch, and and ownership as well. We lost like 2 of the major big cash pays on our team, and we're in a position right now to play in a game like this. Like, you got to give Lynch some credit. Like, he found a couple linebackers at a Taco Bell, somebody said.
Yeah.
I mean, one was getting a burrito supreme, the other Jumbo Jack. I mean, come on. So I'm just unhappy that, like, the Bay Area, we're used to winning. I grew up with the 80s Niners, and, like, some of these kids never saw, like, some of the stuff we're seeing a little bit now, but, like, we've got some good people in that building. I don't understand. Like, I've been around long enough to know, like, once these 2 guys are gone, you remember what we had before? Tomasula? I mean, remember his press conference? It's an embarrassment.
Yeah,
that's
Tony,
an all-time classic.
You're absolutely. I mean, and Chip Kelly. Like, the list goes on and on for how
Dennis
bad
Erickson,
it was.
9-23, following the mooch.
Oh man,
Mike Nolan. I mean, look good in the suit. It's a gutsy effort. 18-37.
Mike Nolan
Can't do it. Mike Singletary, 18-22. So you had Harbaugh, who won and went to a bowl.
Really
Shanahan
good 4 years.
won, went to a bowl. Yes, and then you had Kelly and Tomsula combined 8 for 28 and 25. You had Erickson and Nolan and Singletary all with losing records. So between the Mooch and Shanny, you had the 4 years of Harbaugh, which were meteoric. And then other than that, he's right. Like, appreciate what you have.
Absolutely. And specifically a year like this, there's little room. You can disagree and you can quibble here and there about maybe a decision or maybe not being willing to part with a third-round pick this coming season for some help with a deadline. You can say, well, you knew there was an Ayuk issue in the offseason. Did you think maybe that you could have helped the wide receiver room leading into the season? Like, there are little things that we can quibble with, Dibs, but when you zoom out, you look at the bigger picture, and this is kind of going hand in hand with what we talked about early with how good Shanahan has been and why I think he's one of the most individually valuable people in the entire NFL world. When you just take a step back and say that they were a win away from the 1 seed in the NFC, they made the playoffs, they won against the defending champions in Philadelphia in the first round of the postseason, despite all of their injuries and everything that they've been through, it is hard for me to find anything that really substantially upsets me about what those guys have done.
Exactly, which is why going into this weekend's game, house money, whatever, and moral victory, those are just expressions, but the satisfaction that satisfaction that I have felt from this team this season goes beyond the Sunday win at Philly. The whole year has been such a delightful surprise. I want it to keep going, but I'll understand on Monday if it doesn't. Considering all the things that you've been talking about and the adversity. And so no Kittle, no Bosa, no Warner. On the road at Seattle, 7.5 point dogs.
The 1 seed. Yeah.
The 1 seed and a team that has not allowed you to do anything on offense in 8 quarters.
Like, this is not lined up for the Niners to win this football game. But neither was Philadelphia.
Philly was more so,
but it's not as if they were favored or expected to win that game. Not at all.
Not at all. And the money came in on Philly, but
Big time.
We all could reverse engineer it and see that Philly was kind of broken where the receiver hates the coach, the quarterback hates the coordinator hates the coach. That thing is kind of broken. The kicker was a little bit shaky. Big Dom's breaking up fights. The fan base had lost faith. That thing was kind of set up for the Niners to be able to steal it, and they did.
Yeah, and this game against the Seahawks is way more difficult than that game against Philly. No one's doubting that. But it's not as if things were, from the Niners side of things were not lining up for the Niners going into that game either. And now going into this game, the thing that's changed is George Kittle tore his Achilles. And they don't have Kittle anymore either. Like, it's also clearly not lining up for them in this game either. Does not mean they can't go out there and win it. It's just going to be a gigantic challenge. We got to take a quick break. We got more time for your calls if you want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Plus, as we mentioned earlier, there is some trash talk beginning to trickle in, and it seems specifically like it's coming from Seattle to the Niners. Jaron Reed, defensive tackle, he's said some things, and Uchenna Nwosu taking to Instagram to trash talk a little bit. We'll tell you what those guys said when we return, as the trash talk is heating up between the Niners and the Seahawks ahead of this divisional round matchup on Saturday. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. We're sponsored by Safeway. More next.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use this directed.
San Francisco will see clear skies tonight with a low of 46.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
It's not too late to kick those New Year's resolutions into gear. Sign up for the San Francisco Marathon. From 5Ks to ultra marathons, the San Francisco Marathon has a race that's perfect for you to achieve your goals. Don't wait. Register today. Get all the details at 957thegame.com.
Kyle Shanahan in year number 9, and there is second-year head coach Mike McDonald. 10-win team a year ago and 14-win team here in 2025-26, and they will get the bye with the number 1 seed.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
There's a lot of teams going into the Shanahan tree and the outside zone stuff. Shut up!
On 95.7 The Game.
That's John Feliciano. He's joining us in about 40 minutes here on Willard and Dibbs. It's Dibbs and Grandy, though. I'm in for Willard, who will be back tomorrow. The highlight you heard, though, that was Joe Buck on ESPN calling the final seconds of the Seahawks' 13-3 win.
More like a low light, you know?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't get to call much action in that football game.
No, a couple missed field goals, a doink, and other than that, a lot of punts.
13-3 was the final. The Seahawks used that to claim the NFC West and the 1 seed in the NFC. Niners relegated to the 6th seed in the NFC. They have since, of course, beat Philadelphia in Philadelphia on Sunday. They're now on to the divisional round where they will take on the Seahawks on Saturday. And that's why we're talking Niners and Seahawks and Dibbs. I feel like people around my age, I'll be 30 this year. Big year for me, turn 30. Don't want to turn 30, but big year for me.
Well,
I wasn't around, or definitely wasn't old enough to remember a lot of the classic Niners-Cowboys matchups. And until recently, Dibbs, the Niners hadn't played the Cowboys in the playoffs since like that era of Niners and Cowboys, when they were the two dominant teams in the NFC. So growing up, for the most of my life growing up, the Niners were pretty bad. At least once I got old enough to remember and actively watch. Like post Steve Young, there was some playoff appearances with Jeff Garcia, but then beyond that, before Alex Smith had the first good year of his career, the Niners were really, really bad. You just named some of the other coaches that have led this team post Steve Mariucci. It was largely bad. And I never really felt like the Niners had a classic rivalry that I can remember like taking part of and being a part of, that I had a gigantic emotional response
Interesting.
to. And then Harbaugh and Pete Carroll brought the Niners and the Seahawks to the forefront in the NFC West. And so for me, I have always, ever since that era, I've always felt like the Seahawks were more the Niners' rival than the Cowboys. And that's just, I think, my perspective as someone that was not around when those Niners-Cowboys games were the must-see games all year in the NFL. But these last couple of matchups, Niners-Seahawks, specifically if this postseason one is a competitive one, I think it's going to go a long way to maybe bringing back a little bit of that rivalry that I remember so fondly back in those Harbaugh and Pete Carroll days.
Yeah, and I think it's mostly back anyway because Seattle's good and the Niners are good, and they both, I think, are trending toward still being good, young coaches and talented teams and the rest. And I was just looking at some of the years of those Seattle and Niner games, and that's kind of Pete Grandy as a kid. Yeah. Because you're born in 96.
Yeah, so 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yeah, 11, 12, 13. All those years where Harbaugh was there and they were good and they were competitive with Seattle and all the rest of it. But for me, it is Dallas because I was at that same age in 81. Yep. I was at actually the first game that year, the first Niner game I ever went to, because we did not have a lot of means in my house, 4 kids and 2 working parents. And they used to have a thing called the Berkeley Farms Junior 49er Minor Club, where you show up to this club meeting during the week, and it was kind of propaganda from the Niners, but they gave you free tickets. So my dad and I got 2 free tickets, and the seats, though, I don't know if you remember Candlestick or if you even ever went to Candlestick, but the seats that they would give us for free were partially obstructed in the south end zone.
Classic.
Because you know where those bleachers come out where the old right field was?
Yep.
These seats were kind of blocked for half the field behind those bleachers.
Yeah.
But I was there. Niners beat the Cowboys 45-14. They would go on to beat them in the NFC Championship. But I was kind of in the same age that you were with the Seattle thing. So for me, it'll always be Dallas. But the Rams, they've had some classics. Seattle, for sure. Green Bay, which, again, was probably a little bit before your time with some of those classic games. But the Seattle one definitely gets the blood pumping.
The Harbaugh, Pete Carroll part of it, of course, was big because of their Stanford and USC ties as well. But, that's the first time I really felt like real pride in an NFL rivalry for the Niners specifically. And I bring that up because, of course, that's the matchup on Saturday, Niners and Seahawks. Winner goes to the NFC Championship game. But there is a little bit of trash talk that is percolating, specifically out of Seattle. I will first bring up, Dibs, what has happened on Fred Warner's Instagram. I say what happened like it's a gigantic deal. It's not that bad, but there is some trash talk going on here. Fred yesterday posted an Instagram post with a bunch of pictures, himself, his son, his wife, and his newborn kid as well. There's an AI-generated image of Brock Purdy doing the Dougie, I believe, on some like plastic Seahawk-colored chickens.
Wow.
And he's also wearing those black jerseys that they wore in Week 18. We should probably never wear those jerseys again. But there's a lot on here. There's a picture of him with Kittle, Fred with Kittle, and then some work that he's been doing on the practice field as well to maybe signal, I'm close to coming back. He didn't have any caption on this post, just put up all the images and a couple of short videos. But Uchenna Nwosu, Dibs, a Seahawks linebacker, commented on the post and said, "The road ends here, brother. The road ends here." I mean, it's harmless. It's not that big of a deal.
It's early week trash talk.
But it's coming out from Seattle a little bit. Uchenna Nwosu, the road ends here. You ain't coming back, is what that translates as. Fred, you ain't playing the rest of the season because we're ending your season on Saturday.
It's possible, and the road will end for one team, and by the end of the weekend, 4 teams will have their road end. Only one road will end there. Niners have won 4 consecutive in Seattle, so there's
I don't think Brock's ever lost in Seattle.
That sounds about right, including, this year it was Brock in the... It was the opener, right? And Brock made it. He made it through that game.
Yes.
That's when he hurt the toe, though, right?
Yes.
And
at some point in that game.
They beat Seattle 17-13, and last year they beat him 36-24, and before that 31-13, and before that 21-13. So they put it on Seattle. This feels like a different Seahawk team, and even that Week 1 win was one that you kind of pulled out of the fire. It counts, and you needed it to be where you are today, but. Yeah, you've 4 straight trips. You've gone up there and got the dub.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Fred Warner, I think maybe what this is about, again, Uchenna Nwosu commenting on Fred Warner's post saying, quote, "The road ends here, brother." Fred Warner was on the Ryan Russillo show and was asked about potentially returning for the playoffs. I believe this was recorded before the Eagles game, but this is Fred Warner talking about his potential return, and here's what Fred had to say.
I'm ready whenever they're ready. You know what I'm saying? There's some T's that got to be crossed, I's that got to be dotted. Unfortunately, if it were just up to me, I'd be out there this weekend. But it's unfortunately not that. It's not that way, right? I got to make sure that I'm checking all the boxes, and everybody has to give me the okay before they let me go out there. But I'm pushing, man. I'm training. I'm training hard. I'm back doing full football drills and everything. So time will tell, man. We got to pull the win off first.
Again, that was Fred talking about before the Eagles game. He said if it was
before the Eagles game.
Before the Eagles game. Up to him, he would have played in that Eagles game.
Yeah.
Ultimately, he did not. Niners got the win. But that seems to give you a little bit more confidence about this weekend potentially.
Yeah.
And the news that we can share with you is that Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have opened Fred Warner's practice window. Here's Shanahan from today.
We're activated. We're opening his window so he can do some stuff like that. But again, we're not doing much, so he'll walk through out there with us today and things like that. But hoping he can be ready for next week.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of good news, bad news. His window is open, which means the Niners have 21 days to activate him. Their season might be over in a handful of days, so that might not really matter if they lose this game, of course. But there's no rule that says you can't open the window and then a couple of days later activate him. But he's tampering expectations, and he's saying we're hopeful for the NFC Championship game. If we get there, there is, of course, one big obstacle standing in their way, and that's the Seahawks.
Yeah, and the other obstacle is the Saturday game and the idea that you're probably not going to do that much this week. You're coming off a Sunday game, and it's a short week because you play on Saturday, so your schedule is a little bit more condensed. And Kyle even said today that, for example, today, normally I think it's a 7-hour day where you go through a lot of different things and you practice. But today I think it's going to be 3 or 3.5 hours, and guys coming in, and it's a walkthrough and stuff, and it's the game plan. So I don't know how much actual hard football activity there's going to be for him to show how ready he is. But Shanahan also mentioned that the doctors have to see him do these things, and if he can do it on the side, and he's working hard, so there's a chance, right?
Yeah, here's more of what Shanahan said. He says he's listening to the doctors when it comes to Fred.
I'm approached by what doctors tell me. I mean, I'm like Fred. If he feels good and tells me he's good, I'm probably going to think he's good and trust him to get out there. But you can always think with your heart and emotionally, and so you ask doctors where he's at, all the things that these guys have to pass, just protocols that we have in with just sprinting and jumping and things like that. And he's got to hit all those before we feel it's safe.
And then one more from Shanahan asked if Fred pushed for the team to open his practice window, which has been open today. Here's more Shanahan.
No, that's not Fred's style totally. He does that by showing how hard he's working on the side and knows that we're watching. So he knows he doesn't have to do that to me. As soon as he's ready. Obviously, it'll be zero decision on my part.
And he says he's ready. Shanahan says, well, I'm going to trust Fred, but he's also going to listen to the doctors. It's interesting because, again, before the Eagles game, Fred said, if it was up to me, I'd be good to go now, and we'll see about next week. First, we got to get there. Well, they've gotten there, and now we'll see what happens over the next handful of days. Again, the Niners play Saturday. You mentioned it's a short week. Everything is moved up. The team isn't going to be doing all that much in terms of, physicality this week in practice because they have the short week. They want to save their bodies and recover as much as possible, which means Fred isn't going to have a real opportunity to get into contact again before a game that he plays in if it were to happen this week. I would be surprised, Dibs, if he were to play on Saturday. There's no doubt, though, that it's going to be difficult for the team looking at what they're going up against to go into that game without Fred Warner if there's even a 10% chance that he could play and be somewhat effective.
I would be shocked, and this is from Matt Mayoko. I'm reading it off of ESPN, but it says the hope is if the Niners advance, then he would be ready for the NFC Championship game. The other part of it is if Fred is a maybe and you go ahead and you put him on the active roster, you take somebody out, that somebody you take out might be somebody you need on special teams. And, Luke Gifford is questionable. He's your number one special teamer. He's actually going to the Pro Bowl. And so the more you look at the totality of your roster, especially special teams that were not great against Philadelphia, put aside the kicking part of it, into the wind. Thomas Morstead had a couple of wet newspapers that he tried to kick into that 25-mile-an-hour wind, but the coverage wasn't great. The return game wasn't great. And so You need to have even your special teams at its best. And if Fred Warner's a maybe, then I don't know if you can give up a roster spot.
That's fair.
It just depends on how, and we always play the percentage game. If he's 80%, he goes.
Well, what did Trent say? Trent said he was like 75 or 80%, I think is what he said.
Right.
Going into that game in Philly.
He plays.
He played.
Yeah, he plays. I mean, and Trent, even if he's 50%, he plays. He's
Is
maybe
that-
the
is
best
that different
left
than
tackle
Fred?
ever. I think so. Yeah, because if you're Trent, and he's never had the injury before, but he's played through a bad ankle for half a year, and he's everything on your offensive line, I believe. And you give him a shot, and if he can't go, Austin Pleasance, sure. But if you don't activate Trent, you start Austin Pleasance, and who's your backup swing tackle? I mean, it doesn't even really, at that point, it doesn't really matter. So with Trent, I do think it's a little bit different.
Interesting.
And he was listed today as, I guess hamstring / vet day.
Yeah, they didn't really do anything today, but like the estimated practice report would have been that he did not do anything. And Shanahan gave 2 reasons, as you're right, the hamstring and he said hamstring / vet day. Last week it was just hamstring; it was not vet day. So at least that's, I guess, a step in the right direction. Plus he played and seemed to get out without hurting it even further. I would be equally maybe shocked if he doesn't play this week. Like he's going to play. Fred, I would be pretty surprised if he was going to play. But
I'd be equally surprised if Ricky Pearsall did play.
Oh, you don't think Ricky's playing? He was limited today.
Limited in a walkthrough. So, and I'm imagining what that's like. Like, you start, don't walk.
Well,
Ricky, we don't want you to walk through now.
For walkthroughs or for days where they don't actually do all that much, sometimes it's like an estimated practice report. Is that
Correct.
what today was?
Yep. Officially estimated as limited.
So that means if they were to do a full practice, he would be limited. Not he was limited on the limited practice they did.
I'm just picturing him limited in a walkthrough, and they have him in an office chair, and they're like wheeling him on routes, like somebody's just pushing him so he doesn't have to walk.
You can't jog, Ricky.
Right.
You're gonna power walk.
Yeah, you're limited. So we don't even want you to walk. Here, have some crutches. You can crutch through the walkthrough. It's a crutch through. I don't know. This is all gambling. They have to put out a report.
An estimated report.
Right. And then tomorrow you'll get a better idea. And then by Thursday we'll get the official, right, with a Saturday game.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll see where it all goes from here. But I would agree on Fred. I agree on Trent. I don't know about Ricky. I know that so for the similar reason that you're talking about with Fred, that roster spot could be valuable when it comes to special teams, and I know you feel a similar way about Ricky Pearsall, but in my mind, the benefit that he would bring if he's just out there offensively as one of your only receivers, maybe your only receiver that you think can beat a good DB just purely based on route running, that doesn't need to rely on great scheme to get open. Against this defense, I think you need all the help you can get. If Ricky's close, I'm activating him and I'm playing him, and I'm saying to hell with that last roster spot. We'll figure things out on the back end.
And he was able to, against Chicago, gut it out December 28th, and he had 5 catches for 85. He played 80% of the snaps, which is about his norm. He was at 78% all year, so he went out there and played, gave it a go again, and got re-injured and sat Seattle and sat Philly. So, yeah, the PCL is such a thing where the instability probably is still there, but I'm with you. If he can go out there and give you 80% of the snaps, he is a real threat in the pass game.
Absolutely. But there is some trash talk that's coming in from Seattle. Again, on Fred Warner's Instagram post, Uchenna Nwosu, a linebacker, commented, the road ends here, brother. And then Jaron Reed in Seattle at availability today. He's a Seahawks defensive tackle, had this to say about the rivalry with the Niners.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them. But, just get a chance to, go at them again. We don't do too much talking. We let our past talk. But we know what's at stake. They know what's at stake. It's about getting out there between them lines and, hitting the head on. Man on man, mano a mano.
I don't like anything about the Niners.
Who's that?
That is Jaron Reed, defensive tackle.
I like his style.
I like it too. It is funny that he says, I don't like anything about the Niners, and then he says, we don't talk that much.
No.
Well, you're just talking right now, buddy.
Something about his drawl. We let our pads do the talking.
Hey, let's play it one more time. Here, Jaron Reed, Seahawks defensive tackle.
For one, we get a team that we don't like. Me personally, don't like nothing about them. But, just get a chance to, go at them again. We don't do too much talking. We let our past talk, but we know what's at stake. They know what's at stake. It's about getting out there between them lines and, hitting the head on. Man on man, mano a mano.
I like this is what sports is missing nowadays, Dibs. It is like, and that's not bad. That's not like a guy saying, I hate all those players over there. But he said, I don't like nothing about them. I don't like anything about those Niners. That kind of stuff fires me up, and it makes me more excited for this Saturday.
No doubt. And I was trying to catch the drawl. I thought I was here in New Orleans, but he went to East Mississippi and Alabama from North Carolina, so you got a little bit of that drawl.
North Carolina, yeah.
We let our pads do the talking.
East Mississippi. Do you go to East Mississippi Community College?
The East Mississippi Community College, yeah.
That was one of the colleges featured on Last Chance U a number of years ago.
Okay.
I wonder if he was...
This was 2012, 2013, so he might have
probably
preceded
before
that.
the Netflix series.
But I'm not mad at the trash talk, and, as long as it's not super personal. And one thing to keep your eye on is Jawan Jennings' personal fouls for and against, because that's a metric. Because this past game, he drew a personal, he drew a hands to the face, he got you 20 yards.
Yeah.
That should go on your stat sheet as a player. Like, he got them an additional 20, although the 15 was only half the distance on the PAT.
Yeah, true.
So not a true 15, but Jawan's going to giveth, and he'll taketh away as well.
It's like Brandon Pajemski, block or charge.
Right.
Is it a foul on you or a foul on the opponent? It's a bang-bang call.
It is. And, Jawan's got a little bit of the Draymond in him where, he's out there trying to get under people's skin. So, yeah, there's no love lost, especially when you get to this spot. Each team knows what's at stake, and he said that. And if you're Seattle, you're thinking, we're the 1 seed. We're coming off the bye. This is our conference to win.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan also was asked about some of this trash talk, if you want to call it that, today at his availability. Here's Shanahan on the trash that's been talked by the Seahawks heading into this game.
Yeah, I think that's all like wrestling, I guess. Just fake entertainment. And if it distracts someone or gets them out of preparation or something, or they lose their emotions during the game and they make things personal or something, then of course. But I think everyone's just having fun.
That's what it sounds like to me, too.
Yeah. And
I like it, though. I want more of it. I want everyone to get the juices flowing.
A little bit like the wrestling, though. He's right. Like, it's just talk, and then you get out there, and like Jerron said, when you get between them lines, that's when everything gets settled. But playing off of the Philly game, the one thing that they did against Philly, they absolutely have to do again, which is play clean. Brock with the 2 picks, fine. You had 1 penalty. You had none of the parking tickets that I talk about, which is delay a game, illegal formation, false start, illegal motion, all the pre-snap BS that costs you 5, and then the crowd noise gets into it. Now you're behind the sticks. You've got to play a clean game if you're the Niners, and that means none of these, unnecessary hands to the face on defense, penalties, or lining up in the neutral zone. You got to be clean and give yourself a chance to win.
Yeah, they weren't terrible penalty-wise against the Seahawks in Week 18. Only 3 penalties for 31 yards. That's not bad either. But you're right. You're a game in which you are more than a touchdown underdog on the road in Seattle against the 1 seed. You're going to have to play really, really clean football. There's no doubt about it. But we got to hit a break here in a little more than a minute. If you want to join the conversation, though, about these Seahawks, 888-957-9570, because still, Dibs, I feel the most emotions from my Niner fandom about these Seahawks. I don't think it's really all that close. I know the Niners have played the Cowboys in the postseason twice in the Shanahan era, and once was, 2 years ago, and then before that, it might have been 2 years prior to that when they beat the Cowboys in Dallas. Then they beat the Packers in Green Bay. Then they fell to the Rams in the NFC Championship game. But still, the team that I hate the most are the Seattle Seahawks. And 888-957-9570. Which team do you hate the most, Niner fans? Because it's clearly Seattle for me. I don't like the Cowboys. I don't like the Rams. I don't like a lot of teams. But the level of hatred I feel for the Seahawks is shared by no other opponent in my mind.
And that's generational, and I love it. For me, it will always go back to Dallas and the years where Aikman won the whole thing, and they kept getting the Niners in the NFC Championship game, and you just couldn't get past that team. And the Niners got one more. Young got the monkey off his back, and since then, your whole life, Grandy, the Niners have not been able to get it done. Your whole life.
They last won the Super Bowl, the 94 season, the 95 Super Bowl, and I was born a year and a half later.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't even claim can't even claim bun in the oven status.
No, I can't.
Like you were not even a thought.
Maybe I am like the bad luck charm here. Maybe I'm the reason.
Go ahead and cut that. I think we found the answer. I'm sorry, Lucas. I didn't mean to wake you.
I'm the reason the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since 1995. Yeah. I just need one, Dibs. That is all I need. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We've got John Feliciano, former Niner offensive lineman. He's coming up in about 18 minutes here on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. Plus, I know you did a deep dive, Dibs, about Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah.
And what he's done in the postseason to this point in his career. We'll talk about that when we come back. You're not going to want to miss what Dibs has unearthed about Brock Purdy's first handful of years in the NFL. We'll do that coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. More after this. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who will give it to you straight. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. Now through February 1st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Now that the new year is upon us, why not consider revitalizing your home's interior? Golden State Lumber and Showroom has a simple solution on how you can transform your home from ordinary to extraordinary. By upgrading crown molding and baseboards, you can instantly add elegance and character to any room from our partners, Windsor One and Kelleher. Get inspired at GoldenStateLumber.com by clicking brands. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to the home of every Warriors game, 95.7 The Game. Mark Grandy is on the pre and post tonight. Lock in, Dub Nation.
Thanks, Lucas. Thanks for playing that, and thanks, Pods. Yeah, I got Warriors Live coming up at 7 tonight. Yeah, that's not a mistake. It's 7 Warriors Live, which means the game tips off at 8. The Blazers are in town. It's an NBC and Peacock game tonight, so 8 o'clock start. Also, of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. As always, I got Warriors Live at 7. This is Willard and Dibbs. I'm in for Willard, so Dibbs and Grandy with you. We've got former Niner offensive lineman John Feliciano coming up in about 10 minutes here on 95.7 The Game. But Dibbs, before we get to Feliciano, and we'll talk a lot of offensive line with him, we'll talk Trent Williams with him, and we'll take a look at this upcoming matchup versus the Seahawks as well. I know you did... Is this a full-on deep dive?
Oh, full-on.
Full-on. We need the sound effect then. We got a full-on deep dive from Dibbs. It's Deep Dive Dibbs talking about Brock Purdy in his first handful of years in the NFL. Is that correct?
Exactly, and just where he ranks.
There we go.
Thank you. And I know quarterback wins is a little bit of a misnomer because the whole team wins, but I was just looking at quarterbacks in the Super Bowl era in their first 4 seasons as a starter. Who's got more playoff wins than Brock Purdy?
First 4 seasons as a starter. So not first 4 years in the league. So
correct.
Like Mahomes' rookie year doesn't count because he didn't start that year.
Jalen Hurts' rookie year doesn't count because he started a game or 2 late.
Yeah.
So I looked at certain situations, and I know Brock Purdy wasn't the starter until he was, and he won all 5, but I counted that year because by the time he got the gig, he was the starter. So there's a little bit of a gray area in how I computed it, but there's only a handful of guys in the Super Bowl era with more wins in their first 4 years than Brock Purdy.
I would imagine that Patrick Mahomes is probably number 1.
Indeed he is. He's got 8 playoff wins for Mahomes in his first 4 years as a starter, and he also has a Super Bowl win. He is number 1 on this list.
Okay.
Who else?
Who else wins a bunch of playoff games right when they start playing?
With 7 wins.
I mean, it's got to be Tom Brady.
Correct. 7 playoff wins in his first 2 years. And His first year, he didn't start.
That's all right, Lucas.
So that one got waived off. He started, I believe, in year 2.
Yeah.
And we went from there. Thank you. 7 wins and 2 Super Bowls. He's the only one with 2 Super Bowl titles on this list. There's another guy with 7.
7 Super Bowl wins?
7 playoff wins in his first 4 years.
Wins in the first 3 years.
He's currently kind of a punchline in the National Football League.
Currently a punchline?
More of a laughingstock.
Oh, Russell Wilson.
Give him the ding.
Yes.
Russell Wilson, 7 playoff wins in his first 4 years as a starter, including 1 Super Bowl as well.
And one of those wins was over the Niners in the postseason.
Yeah, too soon, Randy. Too soon.
So, okay, we've got... Good work back there, Lucas.
Great hustle.
The sound effect only counts when Dibs is talking. I like it.
Because I'm the one who does the deep dive.
You missed his few words right there, but that's okay. So,
I'm a man of very few words. Russell Wilson, 2012, he won 1. The next year, he won 3 in the bowl. Then he won 2. Then he won 1. First 4 years, 7 wins, and a Lombardi.
Okay, so we've got Mahomes, we've got Brady, and we've got Russell Wilson, and there's only one left?
There's 2 quarterbacks with 6.
2 quarterbacks with 6.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers did not play for his first 3 years, so you're counting year 4 on his first 4 years as a starter. I will guess Aaron Rodgers.
I'm sorry, Grandy. He only has 4 playoff wins and the 1 Super Bowl. And, there are other quarterbacks with 5, including our own hero, Brock Purdy. 2 guys with 6. One I don't think you're going to get, and it's Kenny Stabler. 6 playoff wins in his first 4 years with the Raiders. Including a Super Bowl. This other guy I think is gettable, so I'll let you go ahead and try to get it.
I remember in his first, I think his second year, he won the Super Bowl. Big Ben? Is Big Ben up there?
I'm glad you guessed that, Grandy, and thank you for playing, but sorry, no. Big Ben with 5.
I'm so close.
And a Super Bowl. Yeah, and this is where it gets a little bit nuanced because Jalen Hurts started 4 games his rookie year, but I didn't count that because he was not the starter, and the 4 games he started were mop-up duty for a team that was terrible.
Yeah.
So I started the next year, which was 2021, so Jalen Hurts actually has 6 and a Super Bowl.
So both runs to the Super Bowl count for Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
Because, that makes sense. I should have gotten that one.
Some interesting ones, though, like Peyton Manning with 0 his first 4 years.
He started as a rookie.
And
Probably
they were god-awful.
Yeah, he was god-awful.
Yeah. Eli Manning with 4, incidentally enough, and it all came in the 1 year where they ran the table and beat Twomey. So he got the 4 and the Super Bowl. Guys like Drew Brees, 0. Kurt Warner with 5 in his first 4 years.
At that point, he was a veteran because he did not start in the NFL at like age 23 or whatever.
That was post-arena football and post-career as a grocer. Steve Young, 0, which...
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what I found, and we don't have to go through the whole list, but a lot of the older guys, it took them a long time to start.
Yeah.
Like Steve Young, he didn't really get rolling as a starter, although he did in Tampa, and then with the Niners, he came off the bench.
Yeah.
The other one, which is really, it's funky, and of course you won't remember this because I don't even remember it either, but Roger Staubach, he's got 4 in a Super Bowl, but he actually was a part of a quarterback share where they started out doing, you play the odd games, I play the even games.
Wow.
Then they started switching plays. One quarterback would run out, Morton would run out, Staubach would run in, Staubach would run out, and Morton would run in. So that was a hard one to figure. But, yeah, the whole point of this is Joe Burrow 5, Mark Rippon 5. Brock Purdy's on a short list of first 4 years quarterback wins guys. Like, there aren't that many ahead of him.
So, so the full list of players in their first 4 years as a starter that have more postseason wins than Brock Purdy are Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Russell Wilson,
the Snake,
Jalen Hurts, and Kenny Stabler.
That's right.
That's it.
That's it.
And the Jalen Hurts one is true because we don't count that season where he started 4 games at the end. But
well, if I did that, I wouldn't count Brock Purdy's season where he started 5. Yeah. So I tried to look at every. Thank you. I tried to look at every situation with a fair eye and say, were you really the starter?
No, I get it. It makes sense. And it's just, those are like legends and Jalen Hurts and then Brock Purdy.
Right.
And Jalen Hurts not a bad quarterback by any stretch. I'd take Brock over him, but he had a couple of good runs in the postseason, and maybe he has more in him in the future. The Eagles certainly hope so. But, I mean, that's pretty impressive that Brock Purdy is on that short list of players.
Yeah, this is just, again, first 4 years, and the other guys who join him, Joe Flacco's with 5, and I mentioned Big Ben, Rippon, Burrow, Purdy. So he's at a point where you're with some guys who were kind of just guys. They had, a couple of hot teams, Mark Rippon in particular. But if Purdy can keep this thing rolling, get one more here in his first 4 seasons, he jumps up with, some of the elite.
A good question from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The 408 says, how many does Jimmy Garoppolo have? Because Jimmy Garoppolo's first year as a starter, I guess you could... That's a tough one to determine what year was his first year as a starter, because 2017 was when he came in and started the final 5 games of the year, and they won all 5 of those games, but he was only starting because of injuries. The next year, he was a starting quarterback, but tore his ACL in the 3rd game. Then his first full season as the starter, they went to the Super Bowl, and he won 2 postseason games, and then a few years later, he won a couple more postseason games. That would be 4 in his first 4 years, if depending on when you start the clock.
And that's the reason why I didn't even compute anybody who had fewer than 5 overall. I didn't bother because they wouldn't be ahead of Brock. But Jimmy's a tough one because much like Brock, 2017, they acquire him in a trade and he becomes the starter.
Yeah.
So I would count that like I counted Brock's. And if you miss the year, I'm sorry, that counts as a year.
So he'd only have 2. In your estimation.
Based on the way I computed it, and there's a lot of quarterbacks out there with 4 playoff wins. I think Jared Goff is in that group and a bunch of others, but I just went down to where you had 5, knowing that you couldn't possibly have more than Purdy in your first 4.
Well, I mean, that's a good statistic because I think it shows...
It's kind of random, but...
It is kind of random, but like there are a couple of names in there that you say, well, that's kind of weird. You don't really think of those guys as some of the best postseason quarterbacks, but you have the big names in there. You have Tom Brady, you have Patrick Mahomes. Of course, there's a few others that are just tied with or behind Brock that are some of the greatest quarterbacks to have ever played the game as well. But I think in general, it just goes to show, and I think this also is a compliment to Kyle Shanahan and the overall system in general, but this is a quarterback, Dibbs, that oftentimes has played his best in some of the bigger moments. And I know it's what we were talking about yesterday, you and Willard, about how many come from behind 4th quarter, go-ahead scoring drives that Purdy has already authored in his career just in the postseason. There's already, 5 of them at this point?
Yep, and the team has 4 in total this year, 4th quarter comebacks, which... Shanahan doesn't usually do that.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And now we head on out to the River Islands guest line because joining us now is former Niners offensive lineman John Feliciano. No Willard today, John. It's Dibbs and Grandy with you. Appreciate you coming on. As always, you can check out the Not Our Fault podcast. John and his offensive line buddies talking about all the action from around the NFL. John, what a week. What a first week of the NFL postseason. How are you? And what a Niner win in Philadelphia. Oh, and you're smoking that cigar, huh?
What a win. Yeah, this is for the Buffalo Bills that went over there and...
I see you smirking. I see you smiling, Feliciano. I get it. My guy, Trevor Lawrence, I thought that he played well. I thought he appointed himself well, but he's the last team standing. So congrats to your Bills. I love how you come out of the woodwork when they get wins. When they're losing, it's all about Brocky, Pooh, and Shanny. But good on you. You got 2 of the teams left. Yep.
Yeah, I got 1 on each side.
Yep. And maybe they'll meet up out here in February, and it's a dream that seemed laughable for a lot of the year, but you can handle it. You can handle it.
I can't. No, I'm gonna make people mad. I can't do it.
Will you wear one of those classic split jerseys, the Feliciano split Bills and Niners jersey? Thank you.
No, I'm dropping my balls. I'm gonna pick somebody.
Attaboy. Because Joe Montana famously said in the Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl, "Oh, I'm happy either way." Come on, Joe.
No, that's a bunch of baloney. He definitely had someone he was rooting for.
Well, John, I got to give you credit because when you said this last week, the guys asked me to make sure we had this for the next time you came on. Unfortunately, Willard isn't here, but I want to play it. Not only did you say the Bills were going to win, but you said something about Trevor Lawrence specifically, and I know it was pointed towards Dibs, so I want to play this for you, and you can laugh more at Dibs. Here it is.
I guarantee that Trevor Lawrence has 2 turnovers in that game, maybe 3. I guarantee it's going to happen.
And you were right. 2 turnovers, including that second one, John, was the one that sealed the win for Buffalo. So you were spot on. Way to go.
Yeah, man. It's I know a little thing. You know what I'm saying, Dibs?
When you know ball, and that's why he's puffing on a cigar.
Yeah, get to YouTube. You can see it.
Obviously, he'd getting some significant hot water if he lit it from the missus. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go dry stogie in my face. I get it, John. I'm married.
Yeah, I'll light it up later. I got to go outside. It's way too cold right now. It's 45 degrees, I think, maybe lower.
Yeah, crazy amount of road teams getting it done in Wild Card Weekend. But let's talk about your boys, and in particular, Trent Williams gutting it out through the hammy. How impressed were you by the fact that they only allowed your boy Brock to get sacked once?
Yeah, great job. I know the rushing stats weren't there, but man, it's the playoffs. They had a really good defensive line, and we did what we had to do to win. Great. I think Trent played outrageous. I mean, typical Trent stuff, but to come back from that hamstring, and a player like him, most of us don't really need our hamstrings, but Trent is the exception because he's so fast and does his crazy stuff on the backside to get those runs popping. Just him being available just changes the dynamic of the team.
Can you take us a step further into that? Because obviously you put a great left tackle in there. It's going to make everybody else's life easier, and maybe specifically the guy next to him at left guard. But how does it impact the entire offensive line? Like, what does Trent's presence there mean for everybody else, the other 4 dudes on that offensive line?
Yeah, I mean, on one side, he's one of the smartest players I've ever played with. Just his ability to see the defense and diagnose the defense. And he's just a freaking dog. I mean, when you look around and you're about to go to battle and you see the silverback gorilla right there, and you're just like, yeah, I'm putting him on everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be made a little bit more difficult without George Kittle. I'm sure you were gutted when you saw that. And I mean, instantly, even a novice like me, you could see the calf flare out and you knew right away. So how much tougher does that make running the ball when you don't have your big tight end out there?
Yeah. Devastating loss. I think you have the heartbeat of the offense in like Christian. And I mean, I feel like there's a lot on the offense. And then on defense, you have Fred as the heartbeat of the defense, but then you have Kittle, who is like the whole team's heartbeat. He is just a special man and a really good football player. So losing him is really going to suck. But I mean, shout out to Jake Tonjes, who has been playing very well when his number has been called. And Juice. I mean, Juice, the things he did for us last game, and really what he's been doing all season. I mean, after being cut and things, like to go out and perform the way he's been doing, he has been having probably the best season he's had in the last few years. And that's not saying his last seasons were bad. He's just playing at another level right now. So I think I'll be interested to see what they do with Juice, moving him around. And then I think Tonjes will do well when his number is called.
Former Niner offensive lineman John Feliciano with us here on Willard and Dibs and Grandy with you. John, how do you, as a player, you see, as you mentioned, the heartbeat of the entire team go down, and maybe you haven't experienced this with a player of that caliber specifically, or that means that much to a team in general. But as you're playing in a game as important as that one, you see one of your key players go down. How do you as a player just like put that out of your mind and still take care of the job and the task at hand? Because I feel like it would be so easy to just be thinking about losing one of your brothers and that impacting your play going forward. How difficult is it to put that out of your mind in a game?
Honestly, you don't really, in game, you're not really thinking about that, at least the offensive line standpoint, because you just got so much things you got to worry about. It's really, at half or, after the game. But Kittle is just, I don't know how he does it with the way that the positivity that he still has, even after tearing his Achilles. I mean, it makes no sense. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't know how he's so. I wish I could be as positive as that guy, but I'm sure he is just like, what are you guys crying about? Go win a game. Like I'm sure he's still involved and feeding the team in that aspect.
No doubt. And according to people I've talked to, surgery likely tomorrow, so he probably won't make the trip a couple of days after surgery. But, man, he's kind of in the heart and soul. I got to ask you about your guy, Brock Purdy, your Toyota buying hero. What'd you make of his ability to block on that trick play? He was out there looking for somebody, John.
That's one thing about Brock. He's going to try. I remember that what was it, like that 60, 70-yard run that McCaffrey had against the Seahawks when we played him at home in 23. And, I was celebrating. I think me and Debo were celebrating. And Brock's over there running 60 yards downfield trying to get a block. He's a competitor, man. I mean, that throw by JJ was probably the best throw of playoff week.
No doubt. I mean, he rolls and he grips it with the glove on, and as he's about to throw it, he gets absolutely destroyed and puts it right on CMC. Yeah, we may have lost the audio.
We'll get John back. We might have lost you for a sec there, John. But you're right. I mean, that was an incredible throw, and there's a funny statistic, and Justin Herbert has now played in 3 postseason games.
Yep.
Juwan Jennings, I think, has as many touchdown passes as Justin Herbert does in the postseason.
Because he's got the 2, right?
He's got 2. One in the Super Bowl and then one on Sunday versus the Eagles.
Yeah, and a lot fewer picks than Brock, too. So I'm not saying quarterback controversy as we work to get John Feliciano back.
Yeah, we'll get him back.
He's going to reconnect. But, yeah, that was just wild. And the fact that he was able to roll, and he's got a glove on, which it's a tell, I guess, if you take your glove off. Maybe he likes throwing with a glove, but incredible throw as he's getting absolutely destroyed.
Oh, he got rocked.
Yep.
He got a roughing the passer penalty, which I know you guys were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know how exactly you adjudicate that when it's not a quarterback, but
I actually read the rule, and the rule is roughing the passer is provided to protect the passer, not the position. So even if I don't know if Shanahan got crazy and said, you know what, Feliciano, you throw the ball. You can't rough Feliciano. Is that right, John?
I guess. My UCL is still messed up, so I can't really throw the ball.
Yeah, there you go. You and Brock both.
But that was a hell of a throw and a hell of a play call. I mean, what goes into a trick play like that? I know Kyle Shanahan said post-game that they ran the jet sweep with Sky Moore before to set that one up. What goes into the week of practice leading up into that game? What goes into pulling off a successful trick play like that?
Yeah, well, it's not a week. I feel like that play might have been ran since when I was there. Kyle is there's always some kind of trick play that we're practicing throughout the course of the season. And so he always has. I think he has a bunch of those in his back pocket that he keeps, especially around that yardage. And it was first down, like I think on the plus 30 or around there.
Yep.
So I wasn't super surprised by it. I kind of, as soon as I saw the the first handoff, I was like, oh no. And I saw JJ coming in, I was like, oh, they're doing it. And man, it was just a hell of a call, a hell of a pass and catch.
So when you're blocking on that, you have to kind of pretend that it's going left and then stop, and now you have to swing back right because you're actually going to pass protect. Is that basically what your job is as a lineman?
Yeah, and it's like practicing it is like practicing screens. They're never like, it's so hard to get the right look. Like you don't know what the defensive player is actually going to do, if they're going to keep running or if they're going to like, look up and see something happening and try to cut early. So it's always like this little awkward position for a line. But it all worked out.
And that was only half of it, because on the other end, you needed a running back to make an over-the-shoulder catch on a dead sprint. How many running backs have you played with that could make that catch that Christian did, John?
They're going to get mad, but I don't think any. I think Christian is just probably the best receiving running back I've ever played with.
And it's great to bask in that one, but as you know, with a short week, you got to get ready for Seattle. When you think about what happened last time, what does the O-line in particular need to do different in order to try and get something going offensively?
I really think it's being able to sustain drive is going to be huge. I feel like I have tremendous faith in Saleh to make sure what happened last time doesn't happen again. And I think if I love Sam, and this is not a shot at Sam, but I think we need to make him throw the ball a bunch of times, and it'll play in our favor.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it played out last time, just a couple of weeks ago, Week 18, it was 13-3, but it really felt like the Seahawks controlled the game much more than that final score suggests. What do you feel? I mean, I know you didn't play the Seahawks when you were with the Niners in the postseason, but you were up there in Seattle for a game. I know a game in which you guys won. What is the challenge in playing in Seattle, and do you feel like that is the toughest, maybe one of the toughest places to play?
Yeah, it's up there. You're not going to hear anything. The crowd does a great job in that aspect. And if you go back to when we played them earlier in the season, was it week 1 or whatever it was, the communication was not up to where we need it. And that's going to be a huge thing this week.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, we're looking forward to the game. We're looking forward to talking to you about it coming up next week. Best of luck to your Niners. Best of luck to your Bills as well. Thank you, John.
Thank you, guys.
All right, that's John Feliciano here on Willard and Dibs. No Willard today. He'll be back tomorrow, but always appreciate John Feliciano taking some time out. And you can hear his extended thoughts on offensive line play across the entire NFL by giving a listen to the Not Our Fault podcast, where he and a couple of his offensive line friends break down offensive line play. And there's no doubt, as you guys were talking about, offensive line going to be important for the Niners in Seattle versus the Seahawks, because they got beat across the board on the O-line by the Seahawks D-line in Week 18. If that happens again, little chance, I think, for the Niners to pull this one off.
And even in Week 1, if you go back to that game, which was up in Seattle, and they won the football game, but the yards came very difficult. They were hard yards.
Yeah.
You got a touchdown in the first half and a touchdown at the end of the game. That's it. So 8 quarters, you've scored 2 touchdowns against Seattle, including one thing that Steiny loves, when you come out off that script, and I'm looking at the first drive of the season, you get the ball at your own 5 because, well, you held on the punt. This one I don't think was Sky Moore. He probably had a fair catch, and you held anyway. So 1st and 10 from your own 5. Purdy leads you down 95 yards. Kittle with the touchdown. He would get hurt later in the game.
Yep.
You scored one more touchdown to Tonjes. End of touchdowns against Seattle in 8 quarters.
Yep.
So you're going to have to find a way. And I liked what he said about sustained drives, because in this game, as I mentioned, you go 95 yards in, it's about
it was
16 plays. 14 plays.
8.5 minutes.
And you got bailed out on a 3rd and 9 roughing the passer. Not bailed out, but Seattle was sloppy.
Yep.
They commit the penalty, and, you score that one, and then you got the last touchdown to Tonjes, and that's it.
That
Other than
enough.
that, Seattle's dominated.
17-13, the final in Week 1. It was 13-3, the final in favor of Seattle in Week 18. The Niners have scored 20 points in 8 quarters versus the Seahawks so far this season. They're going to need more than 10 points. I feel pretty confident to win this game here on Saturday. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Tony in San Diego, who was listening in to our conversation with John Feliciano. What's up, Tony? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. What do you got?
Yeah, hey, guys. Just, been listening to you guys all day, and then with John Feliciano talking about, sustained drives. I think from watching the games all this year, it feels like that's an easier thing to just, easier said than done kind of thing. And don't get me wrong, Christian McCaffrey's probably the most important player to any football team possibly in the history of football, considering how much the Niners use him and everything he does. But sometimes I'm watching the game and I'm like, I feel like and this is coming from a guy who hasn't ever played football, you know what I mean? So I'm like, can Brian Robinson Jr. not get some tougher yards? Is he not a little bigger, a little stronger, a little faster, where when he makes contact, he can still pick up that extra yard or two after contact? Whereas Christian, he's a little smaller. He's just not going to get that extra yard or two. And maybe that's the difference between getting 4 yards and 2.5 or 3. And I feel like that's how you chew the clock, and that's how you keep the ball for 32 minutes and flip that time of possession, from the last time we played the Seahawks. I'm just, I don't know. I know it's crazy. I don't want to take CMC off the field necessarily, but I feel like we got to get him involved just because he's a different type of back, and it might just actually give us those sustained drives, because it doesn't do any good to have Christian McCaffrey running routes if we want to run the ball and sustain drives and chew up the clock. I don't think that's how you do that, by having him out there running routes. As awesome as it is that he can do that. So I don't know. I'm wondering what you guys think. I feel like a little extra dose of Brian Robinson Jr. might just be what, gets us into that flow of the game that we typically want to have. And when we do have, we win pretty easily.
Yeah.
So,
Tony,
anyway, that's it, guys.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you bring up. I was keeping an eye on Brian Robinson's snaps on Sunday versus the Eagles, and I know he only had, 7, I think, snaps in total. Yeah, he played 7 offensive snaps, which was 12% of the snaps for the Niners on Sunday. I don't know. You might know, Dibs. I don't know when the first snap came, but I feel like he might not have even played in the entire first half of this football game. It was all McCaffrey. Yep. And on one hand, has Brian Robinson on average gotten more per rush than McCaffrey this year? Yes, he has. Now it's on a whole lot less volume. But he has generally been able to break a longer run here or there than McCaffrey. But as our callers pointed out, if you're getting Brian Robinson on the field more often and you're giving him touches, then you're taking away touches from Christian McCaffrey. And given how good he's been in general, doing both the running and the receiving, I don't know, at this point when you're not saving him for anything the rest of the season, if you want to take touches away from Christian McCaffrey.
You don't. And couple things to it, and I have been advocating for more Brian Robinson Jr. all year, and he's played 190 snaps in the regular year, which is about 11 a game, and it's just when McCaffrey waves to the sideline, I need a blow, and then he comes in, and the problem with it is you don't feel comfortable throwing him the ball. So as we talked earlier about, Tonjes versus Farrell, Tonjes, hey, they're going to throw it. Farrell, they're going to run it. Kittle's a two-way threat. McCaffrey, two-way threat. Brian Robinson's more of a pure runner, at least in this offense. I think he's got 8 catches on the year, 11 targets. So when he comes in, it's kind of a signal to the defense that you're most likely either going to run it or he's going to be in pass protect because that's the nature of the offense. So
don't have to worry about him at all.
McCaffrey, 83% of the snaps. And I think that they've played, and it's basically 83 plus 16.92. I think they've played maybe 1 snap together, which is something I said earlier in the year. I'm like, play them together. Shanahan doesn't want to. He wants to play McCaffrey because McCaffrey is the best offensive player on their team, and he might be offensive player of the year.
He
might be Jackson
votes.
Smith and Jigba. It's going to be close between a number 2 or 3 guys, but McCaffrey is that guy.
Absolutely. And I think that the time to try to limit his touches a little bit has come and gone. You're at the point now where you say, all right, he's our horse. We're going to give him the ball over and over and over. And this is something that Matt Barrows, who was on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, talked about. This is in general about the offense without George Kittle, and they were without George Kittle for a chunk of the early part of the season, a pretty big chunk of the early part of the season into the middle part of the season. Here's Matt Barrows talking about maybe how the offense needs to change and get back to what they were doing earlier in the season without Kittle. Here's Barrows.
To me, it's kind of a reversion to the first half of the season teams. I know that it's going to be Purdy and not Mac Jones, and you've got Juwan Jennings back healthy. That's going to be a big boost. But they, won those games by throwing the ball a lot to Christian McCaffrey and sort of matriculating the ball down the field piecemeal, hogging a lot of clock. So basically substituting short passes to McCaffrey for short runs by McCaffrey. It's sort of that traditional West Coast offense. That's how you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, so maybe in general we see fewer rushing attempts, and you just see McCaffrey get the same number of touches in general, but maybe it's going to be more in the short, quick passing game as opposed to in general, Purdy turning and handing it off to McCaffrey behind center.
Yeah, especially against a Seattle team where, they're going to come at you with 4 and they're going to stack up to try to stop the run, knowing that you don't have Kittle, and they're going to dare you to beat them through the air with the likes of Jennings, and maybe if it's Kendrick Bourne, Sky Moore, and if Purcell can actually get out there and play, maybe Demarcus Robinson has an encore in his bag, but Seattle's focused on one player and one player alone, and it's number 23. And, Matt Barrows with a great point. I'm looking at the Arizona game, 27 touches, 10 catches in a win.
Wow.
Seattle.
So only 13 carries.
17 carries because he had 27 for the game. He had 15 targets, 10 catches in a win. First Seattle game, a win, 9 receptions, 22 attempts, 31 touches right out of the gate.
Yep.
We're not going to bubble wrap him.
Nope.
And 8 catches in the overtime win over the Rams and so on and so forth. So they're going to look to throw it to him and hand it to him, maybe have him throw it this weekend.
He could do it.
Yep.
He's done it before. He had the first start he made as a Niner, it was in LA versus the Rams. He had a rushing touchdown, he had a receiving touchdown, and he had a passing touchdown. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
It was down in LA at SoFi. It was his second game, his first start. His first game was a loss to Mahomes and the Chiefs at Levi's, but his first start as a Niner, he had the trifecta of touchdowns, rushing, receiving, and passing. So he's certainly capable of doing that.
Here's the one troubling thing, just looking at his touches. His 2 fewest touch games, 11 against Houston and 14 against Seattle. And those were games where you just couldn't get anything going for anybody. 11 touches against Houston.
11 touches. And how many of those were rushes?
8 and 3
so
catches.
Just 3 catches.
Seattle was 8 and 6 catches for 34. I mean,
and the total plays they ran in that game, let's see. They only ran, where am I looking here?
Against
Seattle? They only ran
Seattle?
42 offensive plays.
Wow.
That's the culprit. It's not as if Shanahan refused to give it to McCaffrey. It's just you weren't on the field enough to give him enough touches. And some of it is Seattle taking him away specifically in the passing game, and they deserve credit for limiting the Niners' time of possession. And their reason number one why the Niners only ran 42 plays. But if you're only going to run 42 plays, McCaffrey's not going to even come close to getting 20 or more touches. You just mathematically, it's not going to work that way.
Yeah, and it's got to be sustained drives, as John was just saying, John Feliciano. You've got to have a chance to sustain it. And I think it's as much about getting your offense in rhythm as it is protecting this defense. You can't have the defense out there chasing Charbonnet and Walker throughout long drives because you don't have as much depth without Fred and without Nick and with a really young team.
Yeah, I'm excited for this game, and there's some trash talk flowing a little bit. Jaron Reed saying he doesn't like anything about the Niners. Uchenna Nwosu saying that he's going to end Fred Warner's comeback attempt. The road ends here is what he wrote on Fred Warner's Instagram post. Juices are beginning to flow just a little bit as we get ready for Niners Seahawks Part 3. Niners won Week 1, Seahawks won Week 18. Now in the divisional round, these two division foes go up against each other. Do you remember, Dibs, last week when Brian Baldinger might have maybe got himself into a little bit of hot water with some Niner fans?
That's
because
right.
Baldy's one of our favorites. Baldy breaks down games like no other, and he's on every week here on 95.7 The Game. We, though, being the resourceful radio host that we are, we also listen to some of his other conversations on other radio stations, including on WIP, our sister station in Philadelphia. And if you guys were listening last week, you probably already heard this, but I'm going to play it for you to refresh our memory. Here's Baldy on WIP in Philly last week when asked about Sirianni and Hurts versus Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Here's Baldy.
I wouldn't even be close. Be Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, two guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even. I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
One
much?
guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
That is what it's all about. There's no doubt, but there's a lot more that goes into it than just winning it at the end. You can be successful but not have that ultimate prize at the very end. Well, he made his first appearance on our radio waves. Since then, today, Dibs, he was on with the Joes on the Morning Roast, and the guys asked him about that. And here's Baldy defending himself in front of Niner fans. Here's Baldy.
When I was asked the question, immediately I thought Super Bowls. Sirianni and Hurts are just coming off a Super Bowl win and a Super Bowl MVP. Now, you can debate whether all the stuff about it. Is the team better? They won a Super Bowl, and the quarterback was a Super Bowl MVP. And one thing I've learned about when you win a Super Bowl, whether it's Bill Walsh winning a Super Bowl or Mike Holmgren winning a Super Bowl with Brett Favre, whatever it is, they can never take it away from you. And that's all I thought about when I was asked the question, and I was definitive.
All right, there's Baldy defending himself and why he said he would choose Sirianni and Hurts. And by the way, if you missed that full conversation, it's going to lead off Best of the Game coming up in half an hour here on 95.7 The Game as well. But do you buy that? I mean, that's what we figured Baldy would say.
That's his rationale. I don't necessarily agree with the rationale, but I buy that that's the way he was looking at it. And, it's one thing. It's one metric. So they've got a Super Bowl together, coach and quarterback. And if you think that puts them above another pairing that doesn't, okay. I don't necessarily see it that way, and I don't always agree, but a lot of this we do get bogged down into the quarterback and the coach, and the quarterback gets the win. And as we saw today in Philadelphia, they fired Kevin Patullo, offensive coordinator. They didn't fire him. They've removed him from the role. So last year it was Kellen Moore, rising star, now a head coach in New Orleans.
He was there for 1 year in Philly.
Right.
And they won the
Patullo was his passing game coordinator. Yeah. He gets elevated. It was an elevation sensation in the truest form of the word. And, Not unlike Nick Sorensen, who had the same sort of...
same thing.
He got the same promotion. After 1 year, it's like, this ain't working, so you move on. So I do think when you look at head coach and quarterback, there's a lot more that goes into it.
Yeah, and if Baldy wants to say, well, I'm taking those guys because they've won it, like, that's fine. The question, maybe the better question I would ask, and because if that's your answer no matter what, then you just say, all right, Baldy, well, who's won more Super Bowls? Then you're just going to choose the guy that's won more Super Bowls, and that's the same answer you would get with the other question that was asked. What I would ask is, who do you have more faith in getting back there next? And that even takes into account roster. If you think Philly's more talented, then take that into account. But who do you think is going to get to the Super Bowl next? Is it going to be Kyle Shanahan, or is it going to be Nick Sirianni? And I would choose Kyle Shanahan in a heartbeat. I don't have much faith in Nick Sirianni as a head coach.
I think that Philly is closer to where the Niners were last year. Although Philly got the Super Bowl, I think that they were in Super Bowl or bust mode this year, and the bust is going to be A.J. Brown. I don't know his particular contract situation, but I would imagine that they're going to do what they can to move off of him. I think that he's become more trouble than he's worth, and just some of the discord. And we were talking to Mark Schlereth earlier, and he was talking about people, not players. You got to have the right people. And I look at this Niner team, to your point, and Jawan Jennings may not be back. I get that, but this team has an identity. They have players that play the way Shanahan wants them to play. Saleh wants them to play. They seem like a group that is all on the same page. Philadelphia doesn't. And so you had a huge step back offensively. You gained 1,000 fewer yards this year than you did last year.
Wow.
1,000.
Wow.
And last year, Saquon cooked, but your receivers were mostly whole and happy. And this year,
Saquon himself almost had 1,000 fewer yards.
Exactly. And so this year you had two guys go over 1,000 in the receiving core. You had a good tight end, yet your scoring dropped from 7th to 19th. You were down 5 points a game. So something's got to change in there more than just the coordinator.
Yeah. But then the question becomes, all right, if you're Kyle Shanahan, and I don't mean to get ahead of ourselves because there's a gigantic game coming up on Saturday, but who is the next Niners defensive coordinator? Because you could be looking at a spot where maybe something similar happens as to Nick Sorensen a couple of years ago, and you feel really bad about that defense again. And not that it's going to mean a whole lost year, but there is like, all right, Kyle's got a big decision to make this offseason because very, very likely Saleh's going to be gone and he'll be head coach of another team. Maybe it's Baltimore, maybe it's Atlanta, who the hell knows? But that's a decision that Shanahan's going to have to make at some point too.
Possibly this year, and it seems more and more with all these openings that, Saleh, you would figure if he wants one of these jobs, he can get one of these jobs. And with Pittsburgh becoming open, doesn't that seem like a great fit? Like Robert Saleh and he's a tough guy. They have a tough defense, and Pittsburgh's that kind of town. That feels to me like a great fit. I don't know if you want to be the guy to follow a legend, and Mike Tomlin is that. And Pittsburgh's only had 3 head coaches, I believe, in my lifetime. And I'm kind of an old guy, Grandy, 57. I think that Chuck Noll started in about 68 when I was born.
I'll find it for you.
It's right in there he started. And then, of course, Bill Cowher was there a long time, and now Tomlin for almost 2 decades. So if you get the Pittsburgh job, it feels like you're going to have it for a long time.
Wow. Chuck Noll took over in 1969.
So there was one coach when I was just a wee little dibber.
Bill Austin from 1966 to 68, and then Chuck Noll in 1969.
I couldn't wait to get Austin out, as I recall.
Bill Austin was... Let's see, where are the wins here? Bill Austin, in his career, was 11-28. Also 3 ties.
Yeah, unacceptable.
Yeah. Then Chuck Noll won 193 games. Bill Cowher, 149 games.
Too.
Yeah, and then Mike Tomlin, 193 wins. Tied with Chuck Noll. I didn't realize they're tied for wins as head coach of the Steelers. But they're like the Green Bay Packers quarterbacks. They go through one for 15 years, and they stick with them forever.
Yeah, and that's where, I heard John Harbaugh's name thrown out as a possible replacement of Mike Tomlin. You stay interdivision, and you just bounce over to Pittsburgh. That would be a nice double guns middle finger to Baltimore for getting rid of you. But I do think that there are a few attractive jobs out there, and if Saleh gets one, he might take Clay Kubiak with him. He might take Gus Bradley with him to be his defensive coordinator.
Maybe he reunites with Mike McDaniels, who got fired from Miami.
Yep.
Maybe they go head coach, offensive coordinator somewhere together and build off the Shanahan tree together.
I do think that if Saleh gets a job, he's probably taking somebody with them. But again, if you take somebody with you, they have to get a promotion in order for them to get approval, I think, in order to take that job. And
so Kubiak technically couldn't take the offensive coordinator then?
I'm not sure if he is officially the offensive coordinator.
He is.
Yeah, so I don't
There was
know
a whole
how that
thing.
works.
Shanahan got into trouble in the offseason for saying we elevated him to the offensive coordinator spot because by rule, when there's an open spot, you have to interview for it, and you have to obviously satisfy the Rooney Rule and all that. But they didn't interview for anybody. They just elevated Kubiak. So then after Shanahan said that, they had to technically open the position and hold interviews only to then hire Kubiak. So he is technically and officially the offensive coordinator, but I don't know how that that works with maybe him leaving and going somewhere else.
I'm just looking at it here where if he's under contract, he can take a lateral move with the permission of the team.
Oh, well, they'll give him permission.
Of course.
Yeah.
But I do think that when this season eventually ends, hopefully it's not for a while, Salah's going to be a candidate, and then you're going to have to, again, rebuild the staff. But that's a good thing. When you're Kyle Shanahan and you have a staff of really good coaches, they're going to leave and get promotions, and you just go on and find the next guy.
Yeah, it's a sign of a healthy organization.
Yep.
You'd rather have it that way than the other way. You don't want people that nobody else wants, because that means you have bad people. And maybe the reason why people want the Niners people is because they're under Kyle Shanahan. But generally, he's done a pretty good job. The last couple of DC hires before Saleh haven't been great. But, D'Amico Ryans was a great promotion, and getting Saleh back, obviously, was huge. I'm sure they'll be willing to offer him a blank check to keep him around, but I don't think it's going to be about money. It's going to be about status and that title for Robert Saleh.
Yeah, going out and getting another crack at it, but, still work to do in Seattle first, and you go out there and, Saleh, is going to have the defense as ready as possible.
I mean, it is pretty amazing what the defense has done. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but they gave up 38 to Chicago. And that was just a barn burner. It was offense both ways. It was big plays, very few stops in that entire game. And then since then, you take on two teams with a lot of offensive talent, not offensively like amazing either the Seahawks or the Eagles, and specifically not the Eagles. They have so many problems, although they do have a lot of talent on that offense. But you hold Seattle to 13 points. I don't care how you got there. You held them to 13 points somehow, and you held the Eagles to 19 points. Like, I would have, if you set the line at those totals for those defenses or those offenses versus this Niner defense, I would have said, easy over. Those teams are scoring more than 13 and 19 points versus this Niner defense. Somehow, some way, and it's why he's so attractive on the head coaching market. Somehow, some way, Robert Saleh has a relative no-name defense led by Diamador Lenore as the best player on the defense, a bunch of rookies, and a couple of linebackers signed off of the streets a month ago, and they're holding their own in postseason environments on the road. It is absolutely amazing what Robert Saleh has done.
Yeah, with a young team and a bunch of cast-offs, and they were 22nd in yards per play allowed, yet 13th in points allowed. So the whole bend but don't break, it's a cliche, but when you look at the Niners, and we talked about this last hour, they were one of the best teams at having the other team miss field goals, which helps your points allowed. When you play bend but don't break, and then the other team misses 11 field goals, that's pretty nice. That's rewarding.
And, where's the Niners defense in terms of opponent third down conversions? Because I know the Niners offense is best in the NFL converting third downs. I think there's been some high-profile misses for the Niners defense. I think of that third and 17 against the Seahawks, but it largely feels like Dibs in some of the bigger moments when they've needed to stop whether it is a third down or it's once the opponents get into the red zone or it is forcing a field goal instead of allowing another first down. They have gotten the stops when they've needed them in those big moments. And that's part of the bend but don't break defense. And it's kind of what Schlereth was talking about with us earlier as well. If you're just solid tackling, you're going to, maybe give up some yards, but you're going to force opposing offenses to have to execute over and over and over. And long enough, you do that long enough, a defense or an offense will shoot themselves in the foot and you'll get a stop as a result.
Yeah, they're 14th in third down defense percentage. Last year they were 25th.
Yeah, so big difference.
Yes.
And the personnel's gotten worse.
Right.
So that's all Robert Saleh.
Exactly. Well, it's Robert Saleh, and it's also, I think, the position coaches coaching up these young players, because the majority of these younger guys they've gotten better. They've played a lot. They've gotten better. One troubling sign on third down defense, number one, the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, so this is number one third down defense versus number one third down offense.
Right. They give up 32% on third down, and the Niners in the last meeting, 2 for 9, 22%.
So the Seahawks won that matchup.
Yep.
We'll see what Saturday has in store. That's going to be one of the tails of the tape, as they say, in that one as well. All right. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, make sure to check out what Brian Baldinger said about the Niners win over the Eagles in Philadelphia. We just heard a little piece of that conversation, plus the full thing on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky. That's going to lead off Best of the Game in about 20 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game as well. For now, time for a break. When we come back, we can talk a little bit more about Kyle Shanahan and the job that he's done. Plus, we got time for your calls if you want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. Time for a break. Willard and Dibs back with one more segment. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted building partner since 1968.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I'm not a doctor, so it's questionable concern.
All right. On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard today. It's Dibs and Grandy with you. Willard had jury duty today. He'll be back tomorrow. Laugh at Willard's expense. I like it.
I mean, yeah, jury duty. You got to do your duty. Just in case you need a juror, you got to go out there and do it. But
when was the last time you had jury duty?
Oh, must have been 2007. It's been a long time. Yeah, I moved around a little bit. I was in Oakland, and then now I'm out through the tunnel, and they haven't found me yet. But
hopefully they don't.
No, I usually postpone it a couple times, and then if they find me, and then you go. You just go. Sometimes you call, and they say, no, we don't need you.
Thank God.
And then you get like 3 to 5 years or whatever off the list. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, I have not been called yet. I'm kind of dreading the day that it eventually happens, because it will eventually happen.
Well, and you're here in the city, so, I mean, you might, if you get impaneled on a jury, you could find a fun case. All kinds of stuff going on here in the big city.
One of the benefits of living here, maybe I'll be on a high-profile case. Maybe I'll, be interviewed.
Yeah, but you don't want to be on a long jury trial, and you don't want to be sequestered.
Yeah, you're tied up, and you can't do anything.
You can't have your device. I can't imagine you millennials, if you're sequestered with no phone.
I could not live.
You want me to read a book? The hell's wrong with you, bailiff?
I can hardly even read.
I'm out.
Right? No phones, no TV, no newspapers. Just you and the crossword puzzle.
No way to communicate with the outside world.
Right. Because, they don't want people, people
influencing
like me.
your opinion.
Randy, the public's against your, the public thinks it's guilty.
He's definitely guilty.
No doubt. So, yeah, sequestered is fairly rare, but you catch a long trial and you could be doing a stretch yourself in the box.
Yeah. No, I do not want that. I do not want that at all.
And the thing is, too, if you're on a jury, I never have been, but when you go to jury duty, the instruction is pay attention. You got to take notes. You got to pay attention.
Yeah, it's like a job.
Totally. You can't nod off.
You have time off from your job, but it's just another job, and you don't get paid as much for it.
You don't get paid really
at all.
Yeah. So it's brutal. But
yeah, I do not.
You do your civic duty.
Whatever. I don't want to be a part of that. Not the civic duty part, just that part of my civic duty.
Yeah, it's tough.
I'll do my other I'll vote. I'll do everything else.
And you volunteer here when the company does pick up the trash day on Earth Day. You're always out there.
That's my Odyssey one thing, is helping out the environment on those days.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
By the way, I was thinking about this earlier, Dibs. We're talking about how I haven't been alive for a Niners Super Bowl. I'm turning 30 this year, and I don't mean to keep bringing that up specifically.
Begging for presents already. We're about 4 months away.
My half birthday was a couple months ago, and I know you celebrate half birthdays, so I'm mad at you that you missed it. But Thank you. But I was thinking earlier, and the Brock Purdy come from behind postseason win stats kind of got me thinking. I think Brock Purdy, in terms of Niner quarterbacks that I can actively remember watching, and for me that really begins with Jeff Garcia, because obviously Steve Young, while he won that Super Bowl before I was born, he was the Niners quarterback while I was born and for a few more years after I was born. But I don't remember watching Steve Young quarterback the Niners, so he's not on the list for me in terms of Niners quarterbacks that I can remember watching. For me, it begins with Jeff Garcia. And you have Jeff Garcia, then you have a lot of garbage for a while. Then you have Alex Smith. You have some garbage mixed in there. Then eventually you get Colin Kaepernick, and then you get some more garbage mixed in there, and then Jimmy Garoppolo, and now Brock Purdy. I think in my lifetime, Niners quarterbacks that I can remember watching, Brock Purdy is the best Niner quarterback of my lifetime that I can remember. And it sounds kind of crazy to say that, but I think honestly it's true.
You could back it up too, and look at Jeff Garcia was awesome, and they had some great runs with Mariucci, but Brock Purdy, as I mentioned earlier, in just his 4th year, now 4 postseasons, he's got 5 playoff wins already, and that stacks up against some of the all-time greats as far as what they did in their first 4 full seasons as a starter. So he's off to a great start, pun intended, and he's got an amazing coach who is around him, who's not going anywhere. And it looks like to me, this team is trending not all the way up because Trent is old and now George is hurt and Jawan probably is gone and Christian's getting up there. So you're going to need to turn over a lot of this, but Brock looks to be the real deal.
Yeah, and you got Brock and you've got Kyle Shanahan. Those are the building blocks that any NFL franchise would want. A head coach that you absolutely believe in, and then a quarterback that you trust. And if you are a team that you're right, maybe it's kind of beginning not a reset, but you're kind of in the process of kind of closing the door on one group of players and then kind of starting again, but with the quarterback still intact. You could only dream of having the duo the Niners have, which is Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. And something that we were talking about off the air early is, all right, consider quarterback head coaching duos across the NFL in the playoffs, in the NFC playoffs right now. It's Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy at the highest level, maybe along with McVay and Stafford, and maybe there's a couple of others you would include in that conversation. But Shanahan and Purdy are pretty high up that list in terms of those two guys at those positions across the entire NFL.
Yeah, and you could look at McDermott and Josh Allen and say, yeah, I mean, that's great. McDermott's been there, and Allen is maybe the best player in football, but they haven't achieved what Purdy and Shanny have in almost a similar. Actually, I think Josh Allen's been there longer than Purdy. So
McDermott, same offseason, he was hired as Shanahan.
Same as McVay. Yeah. And, Stafford's getting up there as well, and they've done what Purdy and Shanny haven't, but you start thinking about the future, and Purdy's $53 million about to kick in. It's going to be up to Shanahan and Lynch to, over the next 3 to 4 to 5 years, as all these Hall of Famers age out and retire. And Kittle, unfortunately, going to be gone for a while with that injury, and Bosa, a third ACL. Yeah. I mean, you're going to have to do a lot with your roster to figure out how to surround Brock with talent.
Yeah. It's time for our engaging Dub Nation Twitter poll results. Engagement is everything on the court and in life. Vote in our